Chapter 1 The Severed Fingerth Det of Gratitude. June's I. How I sit that after all these years, that is Grissu and Kuradin Fuman Dinas Diremain Sunwashed away? If word off this jets out, where willy our parents dignitib? How dare you steal? You deserve it to have your fingers go paid off. Within the resplendenthal. A striking beautiful woman wore an isi expression, her lips spewing curses, yet a glimmer of cunning satisfaction flickered in her eyes. The atmosphere was to fling, heavy enough to har the pounding go phoness own heart. In the center stood a gunt man, his gaze a shifting rapidly from confusion to clarity mirror breaths. He have been reborn? He mused excellently. Just moments ago, June's eyes I had been falsel yaku said be his own sister of theft, subjected to obragio feinsults, and even faced thethry toff physical violence. Yet in the instant, it felt as though had traversed the entirety of his past life, witnessing how had leve tis familitithis in ithof to dynasty, only to be murdered be his own mother do to familial strife. Unfilialson, kneel before him. June Xiangtian, with his thick brow sand piercing eyes, was no consumed bridge, his voice booming like thunder, exuding an overwhelming force from within. June's eye, already frail and low in cultivation, was caught in thedum pest off thizora, causing blood to stream from his mouth hand nose, staining the ground crims. Morong binger studniarbi, her expression o nov deep concern. However, Shaluka dath the ground, inwardly lamenting the need for the servant's thnoop afterward. With a fast full off disappointment, she glared at June's eye, saying, allowing you to gotta go to an dynasty was undoubted lie a grave mistake. How old Hava thought it would turn you into this pathetic thief. Beside her, the third sister, June Yunshin, also fixed her gaze in June's eye, her smile a revialen gassens of schadenfreude. Serves you right. This is your attribution. Father, mother, me brother must have been mesmerized by me beautiful full armor and merely when Teto touch it. June's eye interjected, hishin semi fetcherous merid biahin tof anxiety. Please do not blame him sometimes. One can't help be swept away by emotions. June's eye Angshanan and Morong Binger felt a wave of pride and comfort at thyri injures and skyness, even in the face of such adversity. Yet, June's ionkian's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze fierce vanity to upon June's eye. Look at your brother, and then look at yourself. In your 20s, still stuck in theorem of fam or martial artist. Do you have a notion of diligence? Aliudo slays about. It is because he have been too indulgent thoughty. Have a fallen into such disgrace full habits. If you read a bepunished, stand at attention. Quick clibo we or head and apologize to your brother. Morong Binger gent like arrested Harry Ungersons, darker before turning her cold, disappointed towards June's eye. Did he steal it? Yes, June's air replied, wiping the blood from his mouth hand nose, giving a slight nod. Everyo knew was momentarily taken aback. He'd just admitted it. June's eye way securely aware of in his previous life. His insistence on the truth had led to June's breaking two of his ribs and onavious legs. In any case, since he would be scolded regardless, the truth or falsehood had become inconsequential. Why must he have given birth to such a wretch? Annenworthing. Kneel down. June's Angshan roared. Morong Binger sighed. I am deeply disappointed in you. You have betrayed my expectations. At this words, June's eyes smoled. But Thyssa Lewis fled with Zulfmacree, devoid of fan yother sentiment. You to read a smile, father, Heshos nor more Seedle, June Young's an immediate reported. June's Iontian felt as if he might driven to madness bethyson filialson, blood vessels swelling in his eyes, gritting his teeth in fury. My reputation as dragon slayer martial sovereignist truly on the verge of being tarnished by our hands. Why'er to such disgrace fullix off thievery? Have he not provide Dio with resources? Haddock known this would come a topaz, would Navir have he allowed die auto Godathon dynasty. A wavio frage washadoverim, forcing June's Iswisknees to tremble, he sent tire being crying gut in despair. Morong Binger's swirl sir dreamed. Where a nobility of the dynasty, a princey and princess how could we have given birth to such as Kirodent? Had a known, would Navir have he allowed die auto enter the household. June's eyes remained expressionless. Even in the face of his own biological parents, his arch remained uncaged. Or other, nothing could be more sorrowful to Hanahart the Thaz died. Years ago, the Qinglong dynasty and Fuman dynasty clashed along Therberders, resulting in endless bloodshed and suffering for the common folk. Later, the Wu Man dynasty produced its first martial sovereign, the demon sorcerer martial sovereign. The Qinglong dynasty suffered a complete and utter defeat. Thus, they devised the hostage plan, sending the 3-year-old Junzizai to Thuman dynasty, signaling that they no longer harbored intentions of conflict. In principle, hostages were usually princes, but at that time, Junzizai hadal ready intered the roy al blood linny and was conferred the tight, leave holy dragon sonbyth grand elder, astatus fair exceeding thato fa prince. It was precise live forth his reason that Junziza wasco senis a hostage, enabling Thuman dynasty to feel complete latest. In that memory, Junzizai still recalled Thunwillingness in his father's expression anthi tersen, his mother's eyes, urging him to take care of himself, for own day, when the dynasty grew strong, he'd be able to return home. It was Thizimmerith that allowed him to endure the torment time and again, gritting thin resilience. Junzizai understood that there were rest alovdenes waitin' for him. He must survive. It is worth noting the Thuisin lie 3-years old at the time. A 3-year-old children presenting the entire Qinglong dynasty was unprecedented. Yet what Junzizai never expected was that when 10 years later, upon history infant returneth the Qinglong dynasty, all the fiction from his parents and sister swood bestow upon another person. That person was no standing beside Morong Bear Junzi, Junzi's younger brother. Now awakened, Junzizai fis a distant tire family with nothing butations oscillation. You are Remi flesh and blood. Minor Cheredkin. I fiodo nodo bami commands, thing to fear. Junzai ancients guess thieved, his gaze a sharp a share permanded. Junzaizuis low lifted edished, meeting his father's eyes willing resolve. Very well. With that, he approached a Dani Arby guard, drew a long knife, and, Tuthi stonished gaze a feverio. Present, severed his own index finger. Zizai. Morong Binger instinctively cried ut in alarm. Junzizai felt the searing pain consume him, his fist failing. Hegrited his teeth, facing Jun Xiangtian, enunciatin jet word born buttonet nurtured. A severed finger can repay the debt. From this day forth, I severalties with ya, the Jun family, and the Qinglong dynasty. Preposterous. Doi Ao think self-mutilation will garner earth. Sympathy? Let me tell ya, you were dreaming. Or doi win tin to thisto threaten me? Damn it. What have Aol netter in Jor Yerson Thuman dynasty? June's Ionti and Siester Ned Crimson, consumed by rich. How cold a dignified dragon slayer martial sovereign givri cedos arech. Morong Binger was sutter litsparing goth thyssen, yet forth a sakio family, sheplia did earnestly. Zazai, quick Laneland apologies our father will still care for you. June's is a survey at the room, to Kinjin Jun Youngson's delight, June's eyes feigned concern, the fleeting joy in Heises, and the furious yet the Seton scoldings from his parents. Haver entered Phili Alpity in front of Fiwell, yet our remain indifferent very well. Ishal several emotional tias today, and from the one, let us Livy and I without further contact. With that, has staggered out of theater. His scaunt figure embodying profound loneliness. P.S. The severed finger will undoubtedly heal, perhaps drew a stroke of fortune. Thysis italio fliberation. Frio Fanny malicious undertones rest assured, dear readers. Chapter 2 Thysis Freedom, and it must be reckoned. Junzizai left the hall but did not head to the back courtyard instead. He made his way straight out of Marshall Manor. For he had not dwelling within the manor, having to erect a bamboo hut next door. Though it was scaled a bamboo hut, tootsiders, it resembled Dodagaus. Beside the Marshall Manor lay an narrowly, cold and winter ants to flinginsimer, rife with mosquitoes. Yet it way since a caplas at Junzizai had levied for 3 years. Sent us a hostage to the Wuman dynasty of the Tindergy of 3, Heriturned at 1 of 3, batter Dan bruised, yet in worthy of entering th Marshall Manor. A 3, Junzizai was the center of attention. A 23, he was left with nothing. How lamentable, how tragic. For Thednasty, for the family, I sacrifice said my life vitral awasiful, Junzizai hobbled into the bamboo hut, his self-macari growing deeper. Brother, are we really going to leave? Suddenly, a worried voice came from behind. Junzizai recognized the voice immediately. Junzi. Then a deep voice spoke, young master Zazai, please do no tack trash lie a few explain things will to the master. all misunderstanding scandal resolved. Jun's eye zaig na red that woof timesha rummaged through the hut, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. He had founded a hand. Carved innerly from stone, it appeared quite ordinary, so much as suth if discarded on the street, noon woods the second glance. Yet Jun's eye, having experienced in his previous life, new thighs was the ancient gods, severed hand. Ethel the power to steal anything gone traverseth the myriad realm. It was precise libby koshoff this extraordinary artifact, that Jun's eye was granted daskin chan sat life. At that moment, Jun's eye siester Ned slight liard. Brother, please adonit sulkino I wasin thurong. I fit weren't for me armor, yaw wooden they've been misunderstood be father and mother. Beside him stood a middle-league Edmund, Cladina Blackrob with long hair, possessing her author handsome appearance. Masters eye, there were a noun resolved as west within a family is sit down and discuss it. Calmly, Wei Wen said, slightly bowing, his es fixated in Jun's eye like a wolf. Jun's turned around, glancing at Jun's and Dway one, too eerie to speak. Hecken sealed the stony hand with hideous garments and left the alley. Thuff his leg was injured, went the soonlight bathed his body, Jun's felt a warmth, as if nothing in this world could bind Hymen a longer. Perhaps this is freedom. Hemmer Mureda Hilf, a faint smile fin a lie gracing his face. Sunlight cascaded upon his shoulders, evoking Gassen's off liberation. Junji yigazet in his belly fat Junzi's eye, pondering, is a true lid departing just like that? How cold Theon's humble Junzi's eye, points assant le fawned of her sister and parents, saw sudden Lakanja his demeanor? Yet, in an instant, the overwhelming joy and exhilaration dispelled Junji's doubts. With Junzi's departure, he cold sees a control off Fu Mansion. And event the entirety of Thazure Dragon Dynasty. Master, from Thisment forth, noon shall enter your steps, Wei Winter marked, eyeing Jun's retreating figure, Hishi arts willing relation. You're not Merla these Khan generation holy dragon Sanoff, Thazure Dragon Dynasty, Butyl Sothiso Liroff White Tiger Dynasty. Wu Mansion. A this moment, Jun Xiang Tian weighs furious as roaringly and Heffelt his dignity had been affronted. Junyun zingent like caressed hermothercist, yet as Merc could not be concealed it on her softer lips. Father, mother, let the twastral go you will inevita blyer turn in a few days. Return? Am I to allow him back? Starve him for 3 days. Punish him to kneel for 3 days. Then let the family law stake the course. Break half finger yet still show mercy? Dosh even deserveth that? Consuming my resources, and merely claiming I can repay? Jun Xiang Tian bellowed, sending shivers through Teaservance nearby. Mu Rong Bing Ergaze dathi severed finger on the ground, unable to suppress her sigh of despair. Tothing could resort to self-harm to sursethem. Sachatis play a futter disregard for familial bonds. Xiang Tian, regardless of his faults, heist de la peace awful that fell from me but it did not be excessively cruel. If that fails, then let them joint Jean Lannermy for some discipline. Mu Rong Bing implored earnestly. She could not fathom how her kind and gentle nature had birthed such a wayward son as Junzi's eye. Hemph, such sweet dreams. When her returns in tears, I shall break heiseth her leg to lead to see how that. Jun Xiang Tian, feeling gun satisfied with mere words so forbiuk, snapped, I have invested some inner resources in him and must repay me tenfold. Lu Zhong. No sooner Rad has spoken than a figure clad in red robes entered. Lu Zhong, Thestward off Wu Mansion. Master, Madam, Lu Zhong Cupadishan Sinsaliat. In Thessa 3 years, list of Vera resources spent in Thaytung Retef Fulson. One edison alpil, one piece of heaven material, the time spent in the spirit gathering array must also be counted for. These in great fuel wretch has squandered some inner resources I tremain sat the martial artistrium he sutter more foolish than a pig. Jun Xiang Tian asked amid thoroughly ofa patriarch. Lu Zong hesitated, glancing first at the master, then at Themidam, a bead off cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What are you still dawdling for? Jun Xiang Tian frowned. Is this calculation truly so difficult? Ich knew that beast would be a bottomless pit. With that, Hes lamed the spell against Thirm rest, consumed by fury. Yet Lu Zong knelt before him, his voice trembling. No, master, young master's eye. Hes never enjoyed an resources from Fu Mansion or Thednasty. As these words fell, silence enveloped Hedthel. Jun Xiangtian sat in stunned disbelief, then erupted Dinrage, impossible. Are you trying to exonerate him? I dare not. Lu Zong hastily waved his hands, finally gritting his teeth. Themateroff withholding resources was ordered by master. Nonsense. No matter what, that cannot. Just as Jun Xiangtian cursed, a memory surfaced in his mind. It was when Jun Zizai had just been returned at Fuman dynasty, Freyland emaciated, his physique ruined, no longer possessing the dragon-like vigor Hadathiagoth 3. In that moment of profound disappointment, he had uttered, as long as return to live, the Fumel Yandai Nast can revive Formosh fortune and resources, Heshold no texpectany, all should gotta his brother. Jun Xiangtian Wasco ked be his own recollection, yet this expression remained displeased. Why do Shinit speak of it? Can he lay the blame in others? Enough oft hair Sorshi has reside in the mansion for an extended period. I am sure I can settle accounts with him. Calculate the highest standard often and make him repay. Humph. They tung retefuel wretch dare sto mahai still green behind theers. Jun Xiangtian was determined to claim his dignity. Colds wet trickled down Lu Zong's forehead. His expression of bitterangish. Master, madam, young master's eye. He has no trusted in Thu mansion since his return from Thuman dynasty. Jun Xiangtian was taken aback. Mu Rong Binger's fast reflected shock. Wheredo este of eri night? In the bamboo hut beside Thu mansion I wonder if master and madam recollect. Lu Zhong, under immense pressure, bore a distressed countenance. That doghouse. Jun Xiangtian eagerly blurted out, then quickly clamped his mouth shut. Mu Rong Bing pupils would etter, her mind conjuring images of heraldess and trembling in the cold of winter, being bitten by mosquitoes in summer nights, and tears trium down her cheeks. My poor child. How could you allow him to live in such a place? She cried, rising in anger. Lu Zong hesitated to speak. Jun Xiangtian thundered, speak. Madam, it was you who allowed young master Zido stay outside. It was you. Chapter 3 It's all Jun Zizai's fault. In the imperial capital, at the city gate, as the capital of the Qinglong dynasty, it is naturally bustling with people and bustling with traffic. The citizens live in peace and contentment, and merchants thrive in their businesses. It is said that the Qinglong dynasty and the Wuman dynasty are set to establish commercial relations. Passers-by jostle against each other, filled with laughter and joy, creating a scene of prosperity. Yet, at the city gate, one individual stands alone. Petals fall from the sky. He reaches out to catch them, turning his gaze towards the majestic and solemn imperial palace, the emotions in his eyes gradually extinguishing. Year after year, the flowers remain the same, but the people changed. We shall never meet again. With that laughter, laden with countless emotions, Jun Zizai walks further away from the imperial capital, becoming increasingly insignificant. However, at the moment he steps out of the city, a broken finger coalesces into a vague chain, relentlessly wrapping around his form, as if attempting to keep him from leaving. But Jun Zizai, disheartened, is like a heart that has endured the winter, too afraid to embrace the spring. Crack! The chain snaps, transforming into specks of light that fall, trampled beneath his resolute feet. It is over. From that moment on, Jun Zizai is no longer a member of the Jun family but is unequivocally alone. Yet, he feels an overwhelming sense of freedom and exhilaration. The world is so vast. Why be confined to a single space? From now on, I shall live for myself. Jun Zizai gradually distances himself, forming a stark contrast with the throngs entering the imperial capital. Within the Wu manor, Murong Binger glares fiercely at Lu Zhong. Nonsense. He is my flesh and blood. How could I bear to let him live in such a place, madam? I did not lie. That was when young Master Zizai had just returned from the Wuman dynasty. Lu Zhong hastily defends that time. He had not yet learned etiquette, and while walking to the backyard, he accidentally knocked over a jar. Waking young Master Ji, who had been sleeping from exhaustion, and you reprimanded him. He woke my precious son. Should I not scold him? Murong Binger instinctively retorts but suddenly realizes, hastily covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes reflecting panic. Jun Ji is her precious son. How could Jun Zizai not be as well? When did I become so double-standard? A distant memory is unearthed in her mind. Back then, Morong Binger personally guided her younger son in his training, yet he was drowsy, and instead of getting angry, she watched him with tender affection, feeling she could never get enough of him. With a clang, Jun Ji opened his eyes, looking displeased. Morong Binger was instantly enraged, eye in her eyes. Her younger son's rest was more important than anything. Mother! That weak cry did not awaken maternal love, but instead brought forth harsh words and scolding. Who is your mother? Shouting at someone in rags. This is my son. Get out. What is wrong with you guards? Letting a little beggar in. She displayed the authority of the lady of the Wu Manor. Lu Zhong hurriedly interjected. Madam, we are helping the eldest young master familiarize himself with the surroundings. Please forgive us. Shut up. Get out. It was this very statement that led Jun Zizai to build a bamboo hut and live beside the Wu Manor for 3 years. As Morong Binger recalls that scene, her heart aches and tears stream down her face. Jun Shangtian frowns, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. This ungrateful child is utterly thoughtless. Can't he speak? Lu Zhong hesitates, ultimately choosing silence. Young Master Zizai has spoken before, but every time he was rebutted, receiving light scolding or severe beatings. He thinks to himself, as the steward, Lu Zhong has witnessed the family's treatment of Jun Zizai. Wanting to help but feeling powerless. After all, he is merely a steward. Mother, why are you crying? Did Jun Zizai provoke you again? Suddenly, a cool voice resounds from outside the Wu Manor. A graceful figure steps in. Her voluminous alchemist robe unable to conceal her alluring figure, her stunning visage exuding a frosty elegance, keeping others at bay. Jun Biyao, Jun Zizai's elder sister. She is also the head of the Xinyao Pavilion in the imperial capital. Young, beautiful, and exceptionally capable. Upon seeing her eldest daughter, Morong Binger bursts into tears, feeling profoundly wronged. Father, is it Jun Zizai? Jun Biyao embraces her mother's shoulders, her eyes cold, unable to mask her disdain. Jun Shangtian snorts. Who else could it be? He has grown wings and wishes to sever ties with our Jun family. If anyone knows, it's fine. If not, they might think our Jun family owes him. The more he speaks, the angrier he becomes. Wishing he could slap Jun Zizai twice. Jun Biyao's brows furrow in reprimand. How outrageous! Does he truly believe that by acting as a hostage for the Qinglong dynasty, he can do as he pleases? It seems we have been too indulgent with him these past few years. Where is he? She knows all too well that Jun Zizai's greatest fear is herself. When Jun Zizai had erred in the past, it was Jun Biyao who had wielded a whip dipped in salt water, punishing him until he was bruised and battered. Yet he dared not utter a word, only calming her fury by kneeling in apology. Since then, whenever Jun Zizai sees Jun Biyao, he keeps his head down, avoiding her, yet still receives a few scornful remarks of being a coward. Zizai has left. Biyao, you must bring him back. Morong Binger wipes her tears. It is my fault as a mother for not providing him with proper guidance. Mother, you have done enough. Anyone who enters the Wu Manor and receives your gentle treatment must have earned it in their past life. Jun Biyao reassures her repeatedly. Morong Binger shakes her head in despair. Do you know what that doghouse outside is? That is Zizai's dwelling. Why doesn't Jun Zizai live at home? Jun Biyao is taken aback. Then her gaze turns frigid. Is he trying to publicly claim we mistreat him? Humph, I will tear it down. With that, she storms out. Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger exchange glances and follow her eye in the alley beside the Wu Manor. The bamboo hut stands, but to outsiders, it appears merely as a doghouse, though small. It is meticulously kept. Upon seeing this, Jun Shangtian's pupils constrict slightly. Ungrateful child. To live in such a place is clearly to ruin my reputation. Does he not have the courage to speak to me? Jun Shangtian clenches his fists, unable to restrain his low growl. Lu Zhong, steeling himself, cautiously remarks, My lord, young Master Zizai has mentioned this, but you said he had the stench of the Wumon dynasty, and should go outside to learn properly before returning home. Is this also my fault? Jun Shangtian whirls around, dumbfounded. Morong Binger's gaze turns cold. So it's not just my fault, but yours as well. Even if he has all these bad habits, you have spoiled him, madam. Do not be angry. It is my fault, my fault. Jun Shangtian chuckles awkwardly. Jun Biyao remains silent, merely observing the bamboo hut, deeply dissatisfied. Does this foolish boy not know how to speak to her? Must he endure hardships? For whom is he putting on this act? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, fireworks explode in the skies above the imperial capital, colorful lights enveloping the entire city. Brother, this is the fireworks I set off for you. Do you like it? From a high tower, Jun Yunshin smiles sweetly. Junji nods slightly, then his expression turns sorrowful. Third sister, can you bring brother back? He is all alone outside, and I fear he might be harmed by bad people. If he truly feels wronged, I am willing to leave this home. Nonsense, you must stay at home. Jun Yunshin cannot bear to see her brother distressed, her eyes narrowing. Rest assured, he will return. At that time, I will plant a bit of poison on him, so he can never leave the Wu Manor. Thank you, third sister. Only then does Junji reveal a smile, as the imperial capital is shrouded in the brilliance of fireworks. In a secluded area deep within the imperial palace, there lies a lake, its waters clear and tranquil. An elderly man with white hair sits cross-legged above it. His face twitches slightly, as if in great pain. Pft! A mouthful of blood is spat out. The elderly man opens his eyes, his expression one of panic and fear. What is happening? The dragon vein is damaged? Chapter 4 Where is my holy dragon son? The elderly man is named Jun Shui. He is the supreme elder of the Qinglong dynasty and the guardian of the dragon. As the name suggests, he safeguards the dragon vein of the Qinglong dynasty, preventing thieves from damaging it, thus influencing the rise and fall of the entire dynasty. It should not be like this. It should not be. How could the dragon vein be damaged? I have only been in seclusion for over a decade. How could the dragon vein be harmed? Could it be the holy dragon son? Jun Shui becomes anxious. If the dragon vein is damaged, the dynasty will surely change. At the very least, it will affect every member of the royal family. And at worst, it could lead to a change of dynasty and the extinction of the Jun family. Jun Shui is quite confident in his abilities. Unless it is a peak martial sovereign, no one could escape his gaze. There is only one possibility, that is, something has happened to the holy dragon's son. Someone, Jun Shui, with disheveled hair resembling a demon, lets out a long howl. The fury of the supreme elder shakes the palace. The palace is home to many powerful individuals. Among them, the 12 clan elders are second only to Jun Shui. Upon hearing the call, they all open their eyes, revealing expressions of uncontainable joy. Shui has emerged from seclusion. They are overjoyed. The Qinglong dynasty is growing stronger. Within the tranquil lake, the 12 clan elders arrive one after another, bursting into hearty laughter. Old fool, you have finally emerged. We thought you might have passed away in seclusion. Shut your mouth, say something nice. The 12 clan elders were exceedingly cheerful. However, Jun Shui was too preoccupied to pay them any mind and urgently inquired, Has my holy dragon son returned? It was he who personally escorted Jun Zizai to the Witchman dynasty back in the day, revealing the significance he placed upon him. Upon hearing this, the 12 elders exchanged glances, perplexed. Shui, have you lost your senses? The eldest frowned. The holy dragon son has always remained in the imperial capital, never departing. Jun Shui's pupils suddenly constricted, a sense of panic rising within him. Zizai was entrusted to me. Since his return, every time I recall that child's gaze, my heart aches, prompting my seclusion, with the sole purpose of one day bringing him home. How could he have remained all along? The 12 clan elders furrowed their brows, contemplating for a long while. Finally, the 10th elder realized with a start, Ah, you refer to that useless Jun Zizai. He has been back for 3 years. But it is said he has recently thrown a tantrum and run away from home. With a thunderous roar, the Grand Elder erupted with fury, the very air around him crackling with rage, causing the serene heart-quiet lake to shatter, sending water soaring into the sky, as if a torrential downpour had begun. The clan elders were taken aback. You dare to call him useless? At 1 year old. He reached the pinnacle of martial arts, with a vitality like a dragon, unmatched by any. At 2, he mastered mysterious level martial arts, defeating a grand martial master as a 9th-rank martial artist. Who among you can claim such a feat? At 3, he became the holy dragon son, entered the imperial bloodline, drank the dragon's blood, and became a hostage to protect the dynasty. Do any of you possess the courage and responsibility of a 3-year-old child? Jun Shui's eyes glowed with a blood-red intensity, his countenance a terrifying sight, as the oppressive aura of a martial sovereign warped the very fabric of space, showcasing the depths of his wrath. The 12 clan elders felt a chill run down their spines, uncertain of what had driven Jun Shui into such a frenzy. While these statements were indeed facts, they belonged to the past. The Qinglong dynasty stands strong today, thanks to their efforts, not merely the deeds of a small child. Shui, you are unaware of that beast, the 10th elder interjected, displeased. He threatened to sever his fingers, forcing the martial house to submit to him. Yes, he suffered some grievances in the Witchman dynasty, but has he not returned now? Should he not reflect on whether his own efforts were lacking, leading to his rejection by all? In my opinion, he is an ungrateful waste of space and should be discarded. The 10th elder was particularly fond of Jun Ji, and after the latter's visit today, his disdain was stirred. The moment Jun Shui raised his gaze, he seemed to dissolve into a fleeting shadow, only to reappear an instant later, his foot crushing the 10th elder into the ground, his head submerged in the mud. The other clan elders rushed forward to intervene. How could my obedient and understanding child become the beast? In your words, Jun Shui roared, his fury like an ocean. If you do not clarify today, I would not mind adding another spirit tablet to the ancestral hall. Shui, cease this. Is it just Jun Zizai that you are so angry over? We can simply find him for you. Jun Zizai has become a waste, his entire foundation destroyed. For the sake of the dynasty's future, Ji is the superior choice. While the clan elders attempted to dissuade him, they also sealed the space to prevent Jun Shui from truly shattering the 10th elder's skull. Jun Shui was on the verge of exploding with rage. Ha ha ha, has the ancestor emerged from seclusion? Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. The clan elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor had arrived just in time. Indeed, Jun Shui's fury began to subside somewhat. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe approached. He was none other than the current emperor of the Qinglong dynasty, Jun Gaowu. Jun Shui broke free from the spatial confinement and flashed before the emperor. His eyes wild with intensity. I ask you, where is my holy dragon son? Jun Gaowu was taken aback. Why the sudden atmosphere of gunpowder? Ji is playing with fireworks. Should I make him more cautious? But he was interrupted mid-sentence. Jun Shui's white hair stood on end, gritting his teeth. I only acknowledge Jun Zizai as the holy dragon son. The rest of you can roll away. The holy dragon son is traditionally succeeded only upon death. Zizai is alive and well, so why should there be a second generation? I stated that the child must inform me upon his return, even if I am in seclusion. Are you all deaf? His furious roar echoed through the depths of the palace, venting his dissatisfaction and anger. Jun Gaowu was equally surprised that a waste could be so deeply cherished by the ancestor. His expression gradually hardened. Feeling somewhat displeased, Ancestor, he is merely a waste. Junji is 100 times stronger than him. His tone was indifferent. How dare you say that again? Jun Shui seemed to be possessed, startling Jun Gaowu. Do you have the audacity to repeat that? The ancestor is being unreasonable. Your brothers eagerly await your emergence from seclusion, and we, the younger generation, are also delighted that you can rise to greater heights. Jun Gaowu's tone lowered instantly. Why raise your voice at us over a waste? With a resounding slap, Jun Gaowu stumbled back several steps, his right cheek instantly swelling. The dragon vein was damaged, a sign of the clan's moral decay. Otherwise, such a situation would be impossible. At T3, Zizai safeguarded the dynasty. You beasts not only express ingratitude but also insult him. Have I been in seclusion for too long? Or have your hearts turned black? Jun Shui surveyed his surroundings, his tone chillingly cold. Or do you wish to cast me aside when I truly grow old and useless? He let out a cold laugh. The clan elder's expressions changed dramatically. Shui, why would you think such a thing? We are brothers. Get out, all of you. Get out. Immediately find Zizai. Otherwise, I will personally go after him. Jun Shui showed no mercy. With a wave of his hand, the space twisted violently, transporting everyone out of the heart-quiet lake. As Jun Shui gazed at the gradually calming lake surface, memories of the 3-year-old Jun Zizai flooded his mind. and tears streamed down his face. Is it true that the heartless are indeed the rulers of the empire? Chapter 5. The heartless royal family, the ancient goddess' severed arm in the palace. Jun Shangtian was summoned to the inner court late at night. He learned that the ancestor had emerged from seclusion and was filled with excitement. However, upon seeing the handprint on his brother's face, his blood boiled, and he bellowed, "Preposterous! Who dares to disrespect the current emperor?" Jun Gaowu's gaze turned venomous. Enough! It was the ancestor's doing. Jun Shangtian was momentarily stunned, puzzled. Why has he such a temper upon emerging from seclusion? It is all because of your ungrateful son, who caused me to receive a slap. Jun Gaowu snorted coldly. Quickly find him. If he continues to cause such a ruckus, how can we go on living? Hearing the term ungrateful son, Jun Shangtian exploded like a detonated bomb. That wretched ungrateful child, even if he is rolled out of the Jun family, still affects our family's harmony. I have always said that he would undoubtedly be cursed upon going to the Witchman dynasty. All who have come into contact with him have met with misfortune. When he returns this time, I will surely break his hands and feet. If the ancestor desires him, then so be it. Jun Shangtian was about to storm out when a shadow emerged from the depths of the hall. It was the 10th elder. A shoe print marked his head, lending a comical air to his otherwise cold expression. Jun Shui stated that someone within the clan lacks virtue, leading to damage to the dragon vein. Is that you, Shangtian? Me? Humph. What nonsense about the dragon vein. Do you truly believe in such things? Jun Shangtian scoffed disdainfully. Jun Gaowu echoed the sentiment with a similar derision. In their eyes, the dragon vein was merely a source of abundant spiritual energy for the imperial capital. Tio put it plainly. It was nothing more than a large spirit-gathering array, as for the dragon vein's relation to the fate of the entire dynasty and the Jun family. That was pure nonsense. Look at the Pure Yang sect of the North Spirit Domain, which has thrived for thousands of years. Did they rely on the so-called dragon vein to survive? The Zixiao Yuhu clan is the pinnacle of beast clans in the North Spirit Domain. Do they have a dragon vein? They rely solely on their bloodlines to dominate the world. Not to mention the recent Baiwei Tower, which has proliferated throughout the Qinglong dynasty. Does that have anything to do with the dragon vein? Jun Gaowu tossed out example after example, completely dismissing the non-existent imperial dragon vein. Jun Shangtian crossed his arms, exuding an air of authority, his voice deep. I believe in human effort over destiny. I do not trust in these fantastical notions. If it weren't for my wise and mighty elder brother and myself, could a mere dragon vein achieve so much? We have cultivated talent and waged war against the Witchman. In just over a decade, we have enabled the Qinglong dynasty to contend with and even surpass the Witchman dynasty. That is the fruit of our relentless efforts, proving that human determination can conquer all. Jun Gaowu nodded appreciatively. His brother was indeed both scholarly and martial, unmatched in battle while eloquent. I am most satisfied. The dragon vein exists, but it cannot possibly influence the entire dynasty. The 10th elder rubbed his head, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. However, that waste, Jun's eye, must be brought back to prevent the old man from incessantly nagging. Rest assured. That wretch will be back in no time. A cripple cannot run far. When he is hungry, he will think of home. Jun Shangtian dismissed the matter. Jun Gaowu nodded slightly. Although the ancestor stated that the first generation of the Holy Dragon Son must die before a second can be appointed. I am the emperor, and my word is final. In half a month, I will appoint Ge as the second generation Holy Dragon Son. Ha ha ha, thank you, elder brother. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of Ge. Jun Shangtian was overjoyed, kneeling on the ground. Jun Gaowu helped him up. As he was leaving, Jun Shangtian cast a meaningful glance at the lofty throne. Jun Gaowu gazed at the bright moon, his expression cold. Jun's eye, you have indeed contributed to the dynasty, but it would be better if you did not return. Dying in the Witchman dynasty would be for the best. Wufu, as Jun Shangtian recounted the events within the palace. A chill swept over Jun Biao and Jun Yunxin, their faces paling with icy disdain. Truly, a harbinger of misfortune. Having already been expelled, he still brought shame upon our family, causing my uncle to receive a slap. Such individuals are indeed a blight, and I am ever more convinced that he has been cursed by the Witchman dynasty. ensuring our family remains in turmoil. Before his return, the dynasty thrived, and our family lived in harmony. Yet, upon his return, our household has either lost possessions or harbored lewd thoughts towards our own sister. How utterly revolting! The two of them unleashed a torrent of invective upon June Zizai. Murong Binger gently patted her daughter's backs, sighing softly, "Alas, it is my failure to have properly guided him, allowing him to develop such vile habits." At that moment, June Zi emerged, kneeling before them. "Father, mother, I know my existence has fostered resentment in my brother's heart, but I bear him no ill will." June Zi shook his head, his gaze pure and sincere as he continued, "If my brother returns, I only wish to see you both happy from afar. May he love you more than I do." "No nonsense." Murong Binger's eyes glistened with tears as she embraced her youngest son, filled with maternal tenderness. June Biao's eyes reddened, her resentment towards June Zizai deepening. "Sister, I only want you, not him," June Yunxin cried, wrapping her arms around his neck and shedding tears. June Shangtian felt a lump in his throat. "With such a son, my life is fulfilled." At the same time, his dissatisfaction with that wayward child only grew. They are of the same blood, yet their characters are so utterly disparate. June Yunxin cupped June Zi's face, earnestly stating, "Did you not say you always wanted a puppet? When he returns, I shall make one for you." "Thank you, third sister," June Zi replied, deeply moved. June Biao, wiping her tears, smiled brightly. "All right, enough of this crying. We are family. Come, try the new elixir I have refined today, the blood vitality pill." She produced a wooden box containing pills the size of longan, exuding a delightful fragrance, unmistakably of exquisite quality. Not only does it beautify and invigorate the blood, but it also strengthens the muscles and bones. June Biao radiated joy. Without hesitation, June Shangtian and the others consumed the pills, which melted in their mouths, leaving a fragrant aftertaste and invigorating their blood, instilling a sense of comfort from within. However, this comfort was short-lived. Within moments, their expressions shifted as they felt excruciating cramps in their abdomens. "What is happening? I didn't add any ingredients for bowel regulation," June Biao exclaimed in alarm. The family barely had time to flee the hall when a cacophony of sounds erupted from within. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. In a remote mountain village, June Zizai had encountered a kind-hearted soul who offered him a ride in a carriage, allowing him to take refuge for the night. The dim candlelight illuminated June Zizai's form, revealing on his back the twisted scars of burns, the enduring marks of cuts, and the welts of lashes. Near his heart, the word waste had been cruelly etched with a sword. A mere glance was enough to send shivers down one's spine. His survival was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, in June Zizai's eyes, these torments paled in comparison to the profound suffering he had endured during his 3 years in the June family. At this moment, he gazed at the stone hand in his grasp, closed his eyes, and recited ancient scriptures. This scripture was something he had learned just before his death in his previous life, and he never expected it would be of use in this one time. The stone hand gleamed with an eerie light before slowly merging into June Zizai's arm, even the severed fingers reshaping themselves. Warm and smooth like jade, the ancient god's severed arm could transcend celestial barriers, steal heavenly secrets, and manipulate the cycles of reincarnation, bending the very essence of the universe. "Let me see what treasures I can acquire this time." June Zizai opened his eyes, revealing an expression of anticipation. Chapter 6. The 5 Divine Chaos Scriptures, Past and Future. The ancient god's severed arm had perfectly fused with June Zizai, showing no outward signs of anomaly. By channeling spiritual energy into the ancient god's arm, the surrounding space began to collapse, revealing a black hole the size of a palm, as if connecting past and present, capable of stealing all. June Zizai, now a third-tier warrior, had limited spiritual energy stored in his dantian, prompting him to act swiftly. Levels: Warrior, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Ancestor, Martial Sovereign, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor. With a hum, the ancient god's severed arm delved into the black hole. Seemingly swimming through an endless ocean of void, June Zizai shut his eyes, his brow furrowing in concentration. Moments later, The black hole collapsed and vanished. In his palm lay an object. It was a bone. Entirely white and smooth as jade, emitting an odd vibration that swiftly stabilized the surrounding chaotic space. Jun's eye smiled gently, patting the ancient god's arm. If I wish to use it again, it shall be in 7 days. He turned his attention from the ancient god's arm to the white bone, slowly bringing it closer to his forehead, a surge of power flooding into his soul. After some time, Jun's eye rubbed his throbbing brow, a look of shock dawning in his eyes. The white bone contained a mysterious technique known as the beginning chapter of the 5 divine chaos scriptures, specifically detailing how to merge the skills of an alchemist, a blacksmith, a talisman master, a formation master, and a realm master, thereby becoming a rare chaos master. As the name suggests, the alchemist refines herbs into pills, a highly sought-after profession. The blacksmith forges weapons, enabling warriors to unleash their full potential. Talisman masters create talismans that benefit the populace and enhance warriors' combat abilities, essential items for any adventurer. Formation masters are revered guests among great families, trading houses, sects, and dynasties. The gathering and defensive formations are all crafted by their hands. As for realm masters, their numbers are even fewer than the preceding 4. They require not only immense mental strength but also exceptional insight. Once mastered, the barriers they conjure are nearly invincible at their level. Jun's eye was well aware of this knowledge, having encountered it in the Witchman dynasty. But now this 5 divine chaos scriptures revealed that these 5 enviable professions could indeed be fused. To embody the 5 gods and achieve chaos. The pill represents fire, the weapon embodies strength, the talisman signifies movement, the formation stands for stability, and the realm establishes determination. When these 5 elements merge, they form the chaos furnace. All creations born from it are of the highest caliber. Upon completing the final passage, Jun's eye's mental energy surged forth like a tempest, merging with the spiritual energy in his dantian. The existence of an alchemist and others came with a stringent requirement. Their mental strength must be formidable. Especially for a chaos master, an exceptional mental foundation is essential. Due to his reincarnation, Jun's eye's mental strength was far superior to that of an average person, easily meeting the threshold. The white bone radiated a mysterious force, continuously guiding Jun's eye in evolving the alchemist's fire, the blacksmith's flame, the talisman master's rhythm, the formation master's insight, and the realm master's secret essence. The operational methods of these 5 converge into his dantian, constructing an eternal and indestructible furnace within him. With his body as the furnace, he forged a legendary path. After a considerable time, Jun's eye opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Though it quickly subdued, a chaos master, embodying the greatness of all. From this moment on, I can finally cultivate. As long as I have materials and recipes, I can refine autonomously, no longer reliant on others. His heart surged with excitement. Jun's eye had long been troubled by how to cultivate. Following the usual path, he would likely have to guard someone as home or risk his life escorting goods. Little did he know, the ancient god's severed arm had bestowed upon him a tremendous surprise, elevating him to the most coveted profession in this world. Jun's eye's smile appeared pure in the candlelight, no longer for the Jun family or the Qinglong dynasty, but for his own future. It was a vision, a hope, a longing for a brighter tomorrow. Since I'm a polymath, why not open a shop? Once I earn money, I shall begin my cultivation. No more sword practice, I will refine my body. From henceforth, I shall live for myself, no longer allowing anyone to harm me, whether physically or emotionally. Indeed, I shall accomplish all that I once wished to do but dared not. Jun's eye scribbled on a small table with charcoal, alternately smiling and frowning, his face aglow with joy. He was free and no longer bound by the family or the dynasty. Their fates were no longer of any concern to him. Jun Shangtian, if you knew the fate awaiting the Qinglong dynasty, I wonder what expression would grace your face. Jun's eye gazed up at the ceiling, chuckling softly. How had he died in his previous life? He had been literally choked to death by Morong Binger and her lover, Wei Wan, at that time. With the assistance of the elder Jun Shui, he had resumed his path of cultivation, thus remaining in the Qinglong dynasty. He poured his heart and soul into it, ultimately making the Qinglong dynasty the most powerful dynasty in the North Spirit domain, without rival. He even elevated Jun Xiangtian to the throne, all for a single compliment from his father, an act that had deeply touched him. Yet, during a battle against the Witchman dynasty, Jun Zizai found himself beset by his own sisters, grievously wounded and on the brink of death. He could not comprehend it. Even less so could he understand. I led you to greater heights. Why would you harm me? In his moment of crisis, what moved him most was the tender care of his mother, Morong Binger. But despair followed swiftly. You wretched ghost. He is unconscious. Hee. After all these years, you still possess such charm. Jun Zizai abruptly opened his eyes, colliding with the gaze of his lover, Wei Wen. Instantly, the latter panicked. Wei Wen instinctively tightened his grip around Jun Zizai's neck while his other hand plunged a dagger into his abdomen. Initially, Jun Zizai intended to struggle, but upon seeing a pair of slightly trembling hands reflected in his eyes, he surrendered completely. Those hands belonged to Morong Binger. Thus, Morong Binger and her lover suffocated their own flesh and blood. In his final moments, Jun Zizai's lips moved slightly. If anyone could decipher his words, they would understand. This life was born of you, and I return it to you. After death, Jun Zizai transformed into a spirit. Witnessing how Jun Ji and Wei Wen conspired to bring down the Qinglong dynasty to it, was then that he realized Jun Ji was not the son of Jun Xiangtian. The latter bore the bloodline of the Baihu dynasty and had sacrificed the entire Jun family in his quest to break through to the martial emperor realm in this lifetime. Jun Zizai had no desire to be a mere pawn. That sickly family should be severed entirely, living out their days in silence. What foolish thoughts. It's time to rest. Regaining his composure, Jun Zizai gently shook his head. Just as he lay down, a surge of intense pain engulfed his entire being. In the boundless darkness, Jun Zizai resembled a frail little worm, curled up on the ground, gasping for breath, emitting low, pained moans, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 7. The Reckoning of the Despicable. The clarity of foolishness. The period during which Jun Zizai became a hostage could undoubtedly be deemed one of the darkest moments of his life. The Wuman dynasty, a barbaric regime, was home to countless fierce tribes and sinister sorcerers in their quest to vent their hatred. They subjected Jun Zizai to various experiments, even extracting the dragon's blood he had consumed upon entering the imperial lineage. This led to a catastrophic decline in his cultivation level, with his very roots suffering devastating damage, rendering him nearly incapable of further training. Naturally, if one were willing to use high-grade elixirs as aid, there remained a chance for Jun Zizai to cultivate anew, but neither the Qinglong dynasty nor the Jun family possessed such resources. Curled on the ground, Jun Zizai's bones throbbed with excruciating pain, as if someone were shattering each bone with a hammer and then mashing them together. That moment, Jun Zizai's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging from his neck, spreading across his entire face in a terrifying manner. Within him resided not only the voodoo of the Wuman dynasty, but also the fiery poison implanted by his third sister, Jun Yunxin. Jun Yunxin, a feared poison master and the owner of the Wanqi building, had forcibly administered various toxins to Jun Zizai in her desire to see Jun Ji smile. The fiery poison was but one of those. The two utterly different agonies persisted for nearly the duration of a tea break, leaving Jun Zizai drenched as if he had been pulled from a water barrel. Once I reach Zidu, I must find a way to dissolve these toxins. Thus, another urgent matter was added to Jun Zizai's plans. As for seeking revenge against the Jun family, he wished to sever all ties with these people. The mere thought made him nauseous. Just the sight of them filled him with discomfort. Heaven would surely assist him in settling the score. I will be fine. I will definitely be well again, Jun Zizai murmured to himself. Soon, his vision faded into darkness, in the imperial capital, at the Wu residence. The candlelight shone brightly within the Wu residence, a harmonious atmosphere enveloping the hall. Jun Xiangtian laughed and chatted with his daughters, clinking cups with his youngest son, accompanied by his beautiful wife, a true winner in life. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, a feast for the senses, resembling a quintessential happy family gathering, seemingly unchanged by the absence of anyone. Suddenly, Jun Ji's expression turned somewhat melancholic, which did not escape the notice of his mother. Morong Binger. My dear, what troubles you? She gently inquired, as the daughters and father turned their attention to him. Junji lifted his head, gritting his teeth slightly. Father, mother, eldest sister, third sister, can you please bring brother back soon? He had been sent to the Wumon dynasty as a hostage since childhood, suffering immensely that I long for our family to be united, harmonious and happy. With a loud crash, Jun Xiang Tian, filled with rage, shattered his wine cup. Why mention him? As the eldest son of the Wu residents, he spends his days indulging in mischief rather than diligently training. What worth does he possess? If he had a fraction of your sense, I would not be perpetually irate. Being a hostage is nothing remarkable. It is his duty as the holy dragon son of the Qinglong dynasty. If he does not go, who will? The once joyous atmosphere dissipated instantly, replaced by a heavy silence. Morong Binger gently stroked her youngest son's head, her eyes filled with tenderness. He is so kind. I adore him, truly my precious child. But let me issue a warning. If you secretly assist him, do not blame me for turning against you. Jun Xiangtian snorted coldly. Jun Yunxin giggled mischievously. Father, do not worry. I will not help him. I will make sure he returns on his knees, begging to enter. Of course, if he dies outside, I shall surely celebrate with fireworks, rejoicing throughout the land. Her innocent smile radiated with naivety. Morong Binger playfully swatted her daughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Jun Xiangtian's expression softened considerably, and he inquired with displeasure, do not think I am unaware. You all keep watch over him. Speak. When will this ungrateful son return? We must still deal with the grand elder. The dining table fell into a contemplative silence as each family member exchanged glances, witnessing the clear foolishness reflected in one another's eyes. Yunxin, you are the owner of the Wanqi building. You should know where that waste is. Jun Biao inquired. The Wanqi building was renowned for gathering and selling intelligence. Jun Yunxin pouted. How would I know? I would be overjoyed if he left. Why would I pay attention to him? Ask mother. The pressure shifted to Morong Binger, who immediately grew anxious. I do not know. I thought you all were concerned about him. Everyone turned to Jun Xiangtian, who bore a disgruntled expression. I was so enraged at the time that I did not send anyone. Instantly, the family fell silent. Father, mother, sister, brother, do not worry. That waste is as indestructible as a cockroach. Jun Yunxin was the first to break the silence, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Moreover, he will certainly return. I have planted the fiery poison in him. He, I guarantee he will return on his knees, begging me. Morong Binger sighed softly. Yunxin, when Zizai returns, you must help him detoxify. No more nonsense in the future. Humph, let him learn a lesson. He must understand that family rules must be adhered to. Otherwise, if anyone lives poorly in the future, we shall sever ties without mercy. Jun Xiangtian stood up, dissatisfied. Morong Binger asked, where are you going? I have lost my appetite. Jun Xiangtian tossed his robe aside. Thus, the meal ended on an unhappy note. In the room, Jun Biao removed her alchemist's robe, her beautiful visage clouded with a hint of gloom. As the eldest sister, she naturally bore the responsibility of supervising her younger siblings. With Jun Zizai being such a rebellious child, she felt she could not escape blame and must retrieve him for a thorough reprimanding. He must not perish outside. Otherwise, it would appear the Jun family had wronged him. The mere thought of Jun Zizai filled Jun Biao with revulsion at that moment. There was a knock at the door. It was a servant from the Wu residence, coming to collect the alchemist's robe. Jun Biao glanced over, her brows knitting together. Wait a moment. Miss, the servant, a middle-aged woman named Feng Ma, spoke with utmost respect. Why has my alchemist's robe not been cleaned properly? Jun Biao's tone was displeased. The alchemist's robes, in constant contact with medicinal materials, inevitably became stained with substances that were difficult to clean and required manual washing, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Feng Ma's face showed difficulty. Miss, it is too difficult to wash. So you all handle it carelessly? What purpose does the Wu residence serve in employing you? Moreover, how was it cleaned so well before? Jun Biao shot a cold glance. Increasing Feng Ma's pressure, Feng Ma clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. Your previous alchemist's robe was not handled by us. It was washed by young Master Zizai. He said he could not let his beautiful sister wear dirty clothes, and it would make things easier for us. Young Master Zizai had always been quite considerate. After speaking those words, Feng Ma sighed, bracing herself for a possible dismissal. Jun Biao sank into a chair, her eyes revealing confusion and disbelief, along with a hint of incredulity. He had been the one washing it all these 3 years. Indeed, even in winter, he insisted on hand-washing, his hands becoming chafed, staying up late to remove stains from your alchemist's robe. If you do not believe me, you can check the place where young Master Zizai resides. There is a small jar containing powder. Jun Biao could almost envision Jun Zizai scrubbing the robe, her heart stirring with emotion. She transformed into a gust of wind, leaving the room. When she reappeared, she stood in the alley outside the Wu residence, the bamboo hut still standing, as Jun Biao approached. A foul, rancid odor assaulted her senses, causing her to frown, yet she did not halt her steps. The next moment, her pupils dilated in shock. The wall at the head of the bed was already stained with blood. Chapter 8. I will take you home right now, Yunshin. I know you despise Jun Zizai, but you cannot use such lethal poison against him. Within the hall, Jun Biao's chest rose and fell erratically, her tone sharp. She had just removed the bloodstains from the wall of the doghouse, which reeked and bore a hint of darkness, clear evidence of deadly poison. Both Jun Xiangtian and Morong Binger paled slightly upon seeing the blood. Jun Yunshin's eyes reddened. Eldest sister, this is not my doing. While I admit to poisoning him, it was not lethal. I would only cause him a night of agony at most, or perhaps render him in a state of excruciating pain. This poison is clearly not of my making. Upon hearing these words, Jun Biao's expression softened slightly as she handed the tainted blood to Jun Yunexian. As a poison master, Jun Yunshin took a delicate whiff and immediately recognized the toxin. Yet, her disdain for the useless Jun Zizai deepened, for it was because of him that she was scolded by her beloved elder sister. What poison? Morong Binger inquired hastily. Jun Yunshin curled her lips in disdain. It's the bone-eroding witch poison, infamous for its torment, striking every 7 days. The crowd's pupils trembled slightly. He has fallen victim to the witch poison, and you dare to administer another toxin? What were you thinking? Jun Biao bit her silver teeth in frustration. Jun Yunshin muttered, how was I to know he would just passively endure without uttering a word? He's as foolish as a pig. Why should I be concerned? And dear sister, why would you scold me over a useless brat? I am your sister. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at her elder sister. Jun Biao also felt her tone had been a bit harsh. She sighed and reached out to caress her sister's cheek, but her gesture abruptly stiffened. If her sister showed concern for the weakling, what would become of Jun Zizai alone in the outside world? She could even envision him writhing in pain, washing his alchemist robe in the frigid water. At that moment, her heart ached slightly. Morong Binger wept profusely. My poor eldest son, why are you so foolish? Remaining silent, she felt so sorrowful that she nearly fainted. Jun Xiangtian's complexion darkened as he waved his hand in disgust. Quickly dispose of this tainted blood. I cannot abide the stench. The guards hurriedly removed the foul substance. Father, we must bring Jun Zizai back at once. I fear for his life out there. Jun Biao pleaded with a hint of desperation in her eyes. Jun Xiangtian pondered for a moment before adopting a patriarchal demeanor. Snorting coldly, do not think I am unaware of his character. He simply wishes to elicit our concern through suffering. What is his mouth for if not to eat? Is he incapable of speech? This is why I detest this ungrateful son. Cowardly and inarticulate, and in the end, it becomes our fault. Morong Binger glared at him with tear-filled eyes. Yet you still berate him at this juncture? And you all? None of you have ever shown him concern. It is your indifference that has forced him to sever ties. She cast a disappointed glance at her daughter. Jun Yunshin shrugged. Mother, you two have never shown him concern. Morong Binger shuddered, her tears abruptly halting, her demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Enough. Jun Xiangtian rose with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sharp. He cannot have run far on that injured leg. We shall retrieve him tomorrow. I refuse to be labeled as one who does not treat his family fairly. Ungrateful wretch, upon his return, I shall break his legs, so he understands the consequences of defying his parents. With that, He stormed off in a fit of rage. Junzi finally spoke. "Mother, I believe brother will return safe, for the heavens watch over the righteous." "Yes, my dear child, you always have the right words," Murong Binger said, wiping her tears, thoroughly satisfied with her younger son. "When your brother returns, let him learn from you, so he no longer acts so recklessly." Jun Yunshin hurried to support her mother as they left the hall together, leaving only Jun Biao behind. The steward, Lu Zhong, sighed and shook his head, about to depart when Jun Biao called out to him. "Miss, what is it?" he inquired, bowing respectfully. Jun Biao bit her lip gently. "Is it truly the case that no one knows about Jun Zizai being afflicted by the bone-eroding witch poison?" Lu Zhong hesitated, but meeting Jun Biao's piercing gaze, he steeled himself and replied, "The master is aware," and at the time, young Master Zizai expressed his discomfort, yet the master merely told him to endure and stop pretending. From that moment on, young Master Zizai bore it alone. Jun Biao felt as if struck by lightning, her delicate form swaying slightly in disbelief. "Miss, young Master Zizai is a good person. You should not treat him this way." Lu Zhong added, slapping his lips in self-mockery, "Forgive me, I am but an outsider. Yet if I had such a considerate son, I would cherish him dearly." These words only deepened Jun Biao's shame. "Zizai, your sister will surely train you well. I will make amends slowly. I will take you home this very moment." She rubbed her reddened eyes, her expression resolutely firm. In the village, Jun Zizai was engrossed in his training of the Five Gods Chaos Sutra. Transforming his body into a furnace, he was astonished to find that his completely damaged foundation was gradually healing. This unexpected delight was beyond his imagination. Moreover, the bone-eroding witch poison and the blood-heating poison had also lessened considerably due to the chaos furnace. He could not help but praise, "What a miraculous tome." Once the chaos furnace successfully materializes, he would be a quintessence of synthesis. From now on, elixirs, artifacts, talismans, formations, and realms would all flourish together. Currently, Jun Zizai was a first-grade alchemist. If he ascended to second grade, then artifacts, talismans, formations, and realms would all rise with him. This was the second reason Jun Zizai deemed this book divine. It was simply too monstrous. Time to leave. Jun Zizai tidied up the villagers' homes, preparing for departure. Earlier that morning, a merchant caravan from Zidu passed through, seeking to purchase medicinal herbs. Jun Zizai volunteered, inquiring if he could accompany them as a guard. The caravan, recognizing his third-grade martial prowess, agreed, offering 30 spirit coins upon their arrival in Zidu. Without hesitation, Jun Zizai accepted. He longed to leave this place swiftly and embark on a new life in a new city. The caravan was modest, with a dozen horse-drawn carts carrying low-grade elixir materials. "Everyone's here. Let's go." The caravan's guard team called out as all the martial artists assembled. Though Jun Zizai limped slightly, his spirits soared as he envisioned a bright future ahead. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of a dragon or tiger, causing the caravan to pause momentarily. The Qinglin beast, a steed of the Jun family from the Qinglong dynasty. From within one of the carts, a calm voice emerged. Soon after, figures riding exotic beasts descended from the sky, all clad in the robes of the Xinyao Pavilion's alchemists. They had been dispatched to locate Jun Zizai. "Apologies, everyone, but we must ask you to stay for a moment while we conduct an inspection." Chapter 9. Have you seen Jun Zizai? The speaker was a middle-aged man, gaunt in appearance, emanating an aura that discouraged approached. It turned out to be Master Long Dan, a fifth-grade alchemist. A gentle laugh resonated from within the cart. Hearing this, Master Long Dan's expression shifted, a smile spreading across his face. "What a pleasant surprise to encounter you here," he said warmly. The cart spoke again. "What is the matter?" "Our pavilion master's younger brother has run away from home, and we have yet to locate him. We hope for your understanding," Master Long Dan replied. The exchange was overheard by Jun Zizai, who frowned deeply. "What an incessant nuisance. I have matters to attend to." "Just a glance will suffice," came the indifferent reply from within the cart. Master Long Dan nodded slightly, remaining stationary while instructing the alchemists beside him to proceed. The alchemists glanced briefly and, finding no signs of the Jun family's son, turned back to whisper something to Master Long Dan. Clearing his throat, He called out, "Is there anyone here by the name of Jun Zizai?" The guards and the hastily assembled martial artists exchanged glances, each wishing to respond immediately. The Jun family, after all, were imperial relatives. If he indeed bore such a lineage, riches and honor would be his to claim. Jun Zizai, however, remained calm, gazing ahead. Seeing no one respond, Master Long Dan clasped his fists. "I apologize for taking up your time. Let us depart." With a command from within the cart, the merchant caravan resumed its journey. "Master, have you seen Jun Zizai?" inquired a third-grade alchemist softly. "No, and I have no interest in matters concerning them." Master Long Dan scoffed. "Were it not for Jun Biao's insistence that we all mobilize, I would not have bothered to come out at all. They dress so plainly. How could a family of wealth travel with such a caravan?" Another alchemist crossed his arms and scoffed. In their minds, Jun Zizai would undoubtedly be clad in luxurious silks, easily distinguishable. At that moment, Jun Biao arrived atop the Qinglin beast, hastily asking, "What news? Have you found him?" "Pavilion Master, we have not found him at all," Master Long Dan replied coldly. Jun Biao surveyed the departing caravan, frowning as she inquired, "Have the merchants ahead been thoroughly checked?" As she spoke, she prepared to intercept the caravan once more. Pavilion Master, I advise you against pursuing that caravan. It contains members of the Baiyue Tower, which I have already stopped. You would be wise not to attempt it again," Master Long Dan said with a smirk. Jun Biao halted in her tracks. The Baiyue Tower and the Xinyao Pavilion were rivals in the elixir trade, with many conflicts between them, and their backing forces were shrouded in mystery. She gritted her teeth, ultimately deciding to let it go. "Jun Zizai, return home. I am your elder sister. Respond to me." A heartfelt call reverberated through the air, startling birds within a 10,000-meter radius into flight. However, there was no response. Jun Biao lowered her head in disappointment, her heart heavy as she noticed the stains on the alchemist's robe, feeling an ache within. Would there truly be no one to wash her alchemist robes by hand from this day forth? Disperse the people. Jun Zizai is certain to travel to each city, diligently searching along the way. She lifted her gaze, her voice resonant. A cautious alchemist inquired, "Master, if we do not find anyone, should we seek the living or the dead?" "She must bring her brother home." The merchant caravan proceeded in an orderly fashion, while the guards remained vigilant to prevent any bandits from ambushing them. As Jun Zizai followed along, she helped reload fallen sacks onto the cart, prompting the middle-aged driver to express his gratitude repeatedly. "Uncle, is the herbal business thriving?" Jun Zizai asked. The middle-aged man smiled wryly and shook his head. "It's fortunate to have Baiyue Tower's assistance. Otherwise, my business would have collapsed long ago. I'm considering shutting down one of my smaller shops to save costs and wait for better days to open a second one." Engaging in conversation with the middle-aged man, Jun Zizai discreetly noted the location of the pharmacy he intended to sell, contemplating a direct purchase if her finances permitted. The journey continued smoothly until the fourth day. Boom! Ahead, clouds of dust rose as a massive tree crashed down, obstructing the caravan's path. "Ha ha ha! This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll." The arrogant laughter echoed. Shadows soon emerged from all directions, exuding a fierce aura with eyes ablaze. The guards and martial artists swiftly drew their weapons, resolutely defending the carts. "Esteemed bandits, Baiyue Tower merely passes through your territory seeking wealth, not trouble." A steward stepped forward, amiably bowing to the surroundings. He produced a bag of spirit coins, rattling it to reveal around 500 pieces. Tossing it forward, the bandit leader caught the bag, coldly scoffing as he threw the spirit coins back. "Why so?" the steward inquired, still smiling. The bandit leader brandished his 9-ring knife, grinning menacingly. "Leave the carts. Everyone else can roll away. Wealth comes from civility. There is no need for violence." The steward's smile faded. Boom, boom, boom. As the words fell, a thick wave of spiritual energy rippled through the air, causing the guards and martial artists to change their expressions in alarm. This was no ordinary bandit, at least a martial spirit. Jun Zizai inwardly gasped, wondering how it was possible to encounter such formidable foes merely by chancing upon a roadside caravan. "Kill them." At that moment, a cold voice emanated from the cart, seemingly indifferent to the bandits' assault. The steward slightly bent, his gaze turning icy in an instant. "Kill!" The bandit leader roared with fury, and with a flourish, ethereal wings of energy extended from his back as he charged forward. The other bandits followed suit, leaping forth like wolves and tigers. The guards and martial artists braced themselves. Fear gripped their hearts, yet there was no opportunity to flee. They could only muster the courage to advance. "Fools," the steward mocked with a smirk. Immediately, from his left sleeve, he unleashed a dark blue spiritual talisman, outlined by a faint golden hue, while from his right sleeve, he revealed a black talisman, similarly ensconced in a soft gold glow. Boom! The black talisman swelled in the wind, transforming into a banner that summoned soldiers clad in black armor, positioned around the carts, ready to confront the advancing bandits with their iron spears. The black-armored soldier's talisman. The dark blue talisman soared into the air, morphing into bolts of blue lightning, each as thick as a water barrel, crashing down upon the bandit leader. The blue extinguishing phantom lightning talisman. Seeing this, the bandit leader hurriedly swung his 9-ringed knife, attempting to cleave the lightning, but upon contact, he was struck down, reduced to mere ashes. The remaining bandits met their demise beneath the iron spears of the black-armored soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the entire force was annihilated. A group of blind fools, the steward flicked his sleeve, his expression one of haughty pride. Such powerful talismans, at least of the 5th rank. Fortunately, we have such a strong ally with us. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. The guards and martial artists expressed their gratitude in unison. Jun's eye also clasped his fists, his expression filled with anticipation. The might of talismans is unfathomable. One day, he too would be able to craft such talismans, perhaps even more potent ones. A mere effort, indeed. The steward waved his hand, offering no further words. Before long, the scene was cleared, and the group continued their journey toward Zidu. Chapter 10. Entering Zidu, the Holy Dragon Prince's enfeoffment ceremony. Time flowed like water, unnoticed by the people. After approximately half a month, Jun's eye, following the caravan, finally arrived at Zidu. Zidu, second only to the imperial capital, is a bustling city with a dense population, thriving industries, and a constant stream of merchants coming and going. The air was imbued with the weight of history. The ancient city walls bearing witness to countless tales of rise and fall etched in their weathered surfaces. "Gentlemen, please come to me for the settlement of your wages," the steward announced, maintaining his ever-pleasant demeanor. The martial artists rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. Spirit coins served as the primary currency, predominantly used by martial artists, while ordinary families still relied on gold and silver. Jun's eye received 30 spirit coins, a gentle smile gracing his face. This was the sensation of earning money. How wondrous! Dreams abound in the rivers and lakes, each splendid in their own right. Farewell, everyone. The steward bowed to the martial artists, who reciprocated eagerly. Though the steward displayed no apparent cultivation level, his aura revealed him to be a top-tier expert. Such strength combined with the humility to engage kindly with lower-ranked martial artists is indeed rare and commendable. "Little brother, shall you accompany me to take a look?" The middle-aged man who procured herbs approached with a smile. Jun's eye nodded vigorously, intent on acquiring this proprietor's shop as his own home and business in Zidu. The two paid the entrance fee and officially stepped into Zidu. The ground was paved with gray bricks, marked by the traces of cartwheels, as well as claw marks left by fierce beasts and exotic creatures. The roads were wide enough to accommodate many people walking side by side. On both sides, shops bustled with activity, showcasing a scene of prosperity. Esteemed guest, freshly steamed buns, care for a few? Absolutely. A dish of vinegar and a steamer of buns. Candied hawthorns, candied spirit fruits, candied mysterious sources, sweet or it's free. Esteemed sir, just picked vegetables from this morning. I'll throw in a couple of scallions for you. Street vendors, traversing the streets, added flavor and color to the city. Jun's eye gazed at the candied spirit fruits, his lips twitching slightly. A single string costs 1 spirit coin. Truly, this big city has a different standard of living. He gritted his teeth slightly, deciding against purchasing. Save money to buy a house. Every little bit must be saved. Reluctantly retracting his gaze, Jun Zizai vowed that once he had the funds, he would certainly buy a string to taste. Soon, he accompanied the middle-aged man to their destination. It was an old building, rather small, designated for storing herbs, a flat price of 200 spirit coins, the middle-aged man stated. Jun Zizai nodded. Brother, as you know my character from this journey, please allow me some time. I will contact you later. All right, I shall reserve it for you. The middle-aged man readily agreed, but I can only hold it for about half a month. I need to save some funds to procure herbs. Understood, Jun Zizai accepted. After the middle-aged man departed, Jun Zizai stood still, gazing at the old house, feeling not a shred of worry, but rather invigorated. He was now a first-tier alchemist, weapon craftsman, talisman master, formation master, and boundary god master. There were ample avenues for earning money. For instance, as an alchemist, he could refine herbs for shops selling elixirs. Though it may be a bit laborious, the returns were swift, as luck would have it. Jun Zizai sought out an elixir shop and fortuitously arrived at Baiwei Tower. Hello, esteemed guest, how may I assist you? A charming young woman approached and inquired. Jun Zizai clasped his fists. Do you require an alchemist to refine herbs? Indeed, please follow me. The young woman smiled brightly. Jun Zizai understood well that a colossal establishment like Baiwei Tower must sell an astronomical number of elixirs daily. The quality of elixirs is categorized into inferior, middle grade, superior, and supreme. The quality is closely tied to the refinement process, making it crucial. Notably, there is the highest demand for first, second, and even third-grade elixirs, while fourth grade and above generally require reservations. Large shops typically prioritize quantity over quality. As long as the standard is acceptable, within the alchemy chamber, rows of black alchemical cauldrons were arranged on the ground, with alchemists diligently refining herbs, sweat pouring down their brows. The temperature inside was exceedingly high, nearly suffocating. Master Xinling, this guest wishes to refine herbs for spirit coins, the young woman reported, bowing before an elderly man. The elder, with white hair and a kind expression, glanced at Jun Zizai. For each set of materials refined into elixirs, you can earn 1 spirit coin. If willing, proceed to the 38th alchemical cauldron. Thank you, Jun Zizai responded with a bow, slowly making his way over. The alchemists merely cast a glance in his direction before returning to their tasks. With countless alchemists coming and going each day, there was no need to remember anyone. Prepared materials lay beside the cauldron, but without any indication of what elixir they pertained to, in order to prevent the formulas from being stolen. Jun Zizai settled down, exhaling slowly, ready to test the wonders of the Chaos Master. He infused spiritual energy into the cauldron's mouth, and instantly, the yellow alchemical flame ignited. However, unbeknownst to others, Jun Zizai surreptitiously cast the materials into his own chaotic furnace. Within the chaotic furnace, a herb known as blackwood root floated, beginning to be swiftly refined. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a fine, dry powder. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of Jun Zizai's mouth. This was astonishingly rapid and precise. Moreover, it was entirely automated. His lips curled into a grin that was hard to suppress. Money, profoundly profitable. I shall open my own shop. On the surface, Jun Zizai remained as calm as a placid lake. Yet internally, he was as exhilarated as a child. As noon approached, the alchemists paused for a break, and Baiwei Tower would deliver food, a rather generous arrangement. Speaking of which, isn't today the coronation ceremony of the Saint Dragon Son in the imperial capital? Indeed, I had completely forgotten about it while being cooped up in the alchemy chamber. I recall there was a previous Saint Dragon Son. What was his name again? The alchemists gathered in conversation, but Jun Zizai paid them no mind, focused solely on his meal. The coronation of a new Saint Dragon Son? What concern is that of mine? At present, Jun Zizai is a free fish, unwilling to meddle in the affairs of the Qinglong dynasty and the Jun family. In the imperial capital, the entire city was adorned with colorful lights, a grand spectacle of prosperity and festivity. Meanwhile, the sects of the Qinglong dynasty, prominent families, and major merchant associations, even other dynasties, flocked to the event. Long Tu Wuzuan, how enviable it is that you have a son of such dragon-like prowess. Alas, comparing people is truly a source of frustration. Your Saint Dragon Son will surely become a remarkable figure in the future. A mere token of appreciation, not meant to be taken as respect. The powerful figures of various factions came to offer their congratulations, lifting Jun Xiangtian into fits of laughter, unable to contain his joy. Beside him, Morong Binger, Jun Biyao, and Jun Yunxin wore expressions of pride and satisfaction. Thank you, esteemed uncles and elders, for your kind words. I am but a humble vessel, shaped by the teachings of my parents and sister. Jun Ji replied modestly, though the excitement in his eyes was nearly overflowing. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed. A brilliant golden light rippled across the skies of the imperial capital. Jun Gaowu, treading upon a coiling dragon, emerged before the crowd. Today, I am filled with joy as I prepare to crown the Saint Dragon Son. He will be the foundation of my Qinglong dynasty, a future powerhouse. The ceremony has officially commenced. Jun Gaowu's voice resonated like a thunderclap, ringing through the heavens. However, just as he declared officially commenced, ominous clouds began to gather swiftly in the formerly clear sky. The world transformed in an instant, as if the very heavens were enraged. Chapter 11. Heaven's wrath and Earth's resentment. Damage to the dragon vein. The sudden change caused all the powerful figures in the imperial capital to furrow their brows. Jun Gaowu's sword-like brows knitted tightly, his dissatisfaction palpable as he gazed at the darkening sky, standing with arms crossed, exuding an imperial aura, like a true dragon suppressing the universe. Which audacious fool dares to disrupt the Qinglong dynasty's coronation of the Saint Dragon Son? He scoffed disdainfully. Such trivial skills, daring to show off before me. Set the formation. At his command, a formation suddenly emerged in the void. Radiant golden light burst forth, transforming into golden lotus flowers that forcefully tore apart the encroaching clouds, restoring the azure sky. This is the golden sacred lotus formation, effective in dispelling evil and purifying. To employ a 5th grade formation for Jun Jiyi's momentum, the spiritual currency is abundant enough to set ablaze. The Qinglong dynasty has experienced rapid growth over the past decade, truly wealthy and powerful. Countless whispers filled the air, filled with admiration. Yet, this was not the end. Within the streets of the imperial capital, armored soldiers continuously emerged, their military flags fluttering, resonating with a chilling aura. With the military flag in hand, we raise the national prestige. Together, we proclaim loudly, like thunder reverberating. This is not merely the coronation ceremony of the Saint Dragon Son. It is a show of support for Jun Ji, while simultaneously warning those who might harbor ill intentions. Jun Ji is the future cornerstone of the Qinglong dynasty. Anyone who dares to challenge him shall face dire consequences. Boom! Thunder suddenly roared across the skies. The sound echoed incessantly, threatening to obliterate the very souls of those present, drowning out the cheers of congratulations. The soldiers below began to cough up blood, collapsing to the ground. Their eyes filled with horror and confusion as they gazed skyward. What is happening? It seems the heavens are enraged. Before they could utter more, the dark clouds gathered once more. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if a calamity were descending upon them. What is going on? The powerful figures exchanged bewildered glances, 1,000 questions racing through their minds. This is merely a coronation ceremony, ordinary beyond measure. Why does it seem as though the Qinglong dynasty has provoked the wrath of the heavens? Something feels profoundly amiss, utterly out of place. Once heard that before Jun Ji, there existed another Saint Dragon Son, who was sent to the Wumon dynasty as a hostage during the decline of the Qinglong dynasty. I believe his name was Jun Zizai? Yes, that was it. So, Jun Zizai is not dead, or has not relinquished his position as Saint Dragon Son, and the Qinglong dynasty seeks to establish another. It is no wonder that the heavens are enraged and the people resentful. Ha ha! Many powerful figures displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Silence. This is a blessing from heaven and earth, and certainly not heavenly wrath. The Qinglong dynasty's ability to stand tall among the masses is due to the resilience and tenacity of its people. Unrelated to the Saint Dragon Son, Jun Gaowu roared in fury, his voice echoing throughout the imperial capital. Jun Xiangtian also stepped forward, sneering. The emperor speaks true. This is a blessing from heaven and earth. A sign that my son is so exceptional that he incites the jealousy of the cosmos. As Jun Shangtian spoke, the thunder of the heavens roared like a dragon's roar, drowning out his voice. Subsequently, the clouds began to churn ominously. Vaguely, a colossal entity could be seen swirling within, each scale protruding from the clouds resembling a mountain, exuding an intimidating presence. Boom! Blue lightning rained down incessantly, one bolt after another. Boundless and relentless. The lightning illuminated the faces of the crowd, each expression a tapestry of emotions, a sight to behold. Today I shall crown you as the Saint Dragon Son. No one shall be able to stop this. Jun Gaowu, unfazed by the ominous signs, fixed his gaze defiantly upon the heavens. Yes, Jun Ji's eyes gleamed with determination. He stood upon the golden sacred lotus formation, as if stepping on blooming lotuses. Slowly making his way toward the clouds, boom! A bolt of blue lightning, imbued with the weight of the heavens, descended. In an instant, the golden sacred lotus formation shattered, transforming into a cascade of golden light. Radiant yet mournful, Junji was struck down, landing in a state of disarray. Morong Binger and the others cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with concern. Crack! Not only had the formation shattered, but even the military flags had all been torn apart. The dragon-shaped statue, a symbol of the Qinglong dynasty, now bore countless cracks, as if on the verge of disintegration. All these signs seemed to convey a singular message to the world. The Qinglong dynasty has committed heinous acts against heaven and earth. They have incurred the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the earth. Junji gazed upward at the sky, his eyes filled with malice, his heart raging. Why does that waste become the Saint Dragon's son? While I must endure these tribulations? Junzai, you worthless fool, why do you not perish in the Wumon dynasty? I have no enmity with you. Why do you insist on tormenting me? Boom! The defensive formation crumbled, and blue lightning poured down like rain. Just as Jun Gaowu and Jun Shangtian prepared to take action, a voice rang out, aged and powerful. Seal the heavens and bind the earth. Suddenly, the chaotic world fell into silence. Jun Gaowu felt a surge of joy. The clan elders have intervened. They are powerful martial sect masters. The burly men of the Wumon dynasty frowned slightly, then scoffed. But what use is that? The 10 clan elders appeared. They stood in the void, their expressions grave. Your Majesty, expedite the coronation. Delay may bring unforeseen changes. Understood. Jun Gaowu nodded solemnly, then used his finger as a pen, condensing his energy into ink. Inscribing in the heavens, I, the Emperor of the Qinglong dynasty, hereby crown Jun Ji as the Saint Dragon Son. Yet, before he could complete the character, the rest of the inscription dispersed wildly, as if in fear of something. The dark clouds twisted violently. A majestic and imposing dragon head emerged from the clouds. The dragon vein has transformed. The Qing dragon descends. Those dragon eyes possessed human emotions, seemingly filled with fury, scanning the ground repeatedly as though searching for something. In that moment, Junji panicked. Father, mother, clan elders, save me! He dashed toward the crowd, consumed by terror. Boom! The mighty dragon roared, unleashing torrents of blue lightning upon Junji. Fear not. Mother is here. Morong Binger swiftly maneuvered. Jun Shangtian also rushed forward in haste. Junji was engulfed in blue lightning, his cries echoing. Fortunately, Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger acted just in time. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. Afterward, the world fell silent. The thunder gradually subsided, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed, as if they had never existed. The entire imperial capital was eerily quiet, devoid of speech. Yet, within the hearts of all sects, major merchant associations, prominent families, and dynasties, a singular answer emerged. The dragon vein of the Qinglong dynasty has been damaged. At this moment, deep within the palace, Jun Shui, guarding the tranquil lake, opened his eyes and smirked mockingly. A group of ignorant fools. Chapter 12. Jun's Eye. The first calamity of the Qinglong dynasty within the palace, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Everyone lowered their heads, rendered speechless. What was meant to be a day of universal celebration and joy for the coronation of the Saint Dragon Sun had transformed into a laughingstock for all. The Qinglong dynasty had never faced such humiliation. Seated regally upon the throne, Jun Gaowu's countenance was as dark as the depths of a tempest, his glowering gaze revealing the tumult of discontent and fury within. "Your Majesty," an elder ventured forth respectfully, "I believe it prudent to observe the stars tonight." Yet, Jun Gaowu interrupted him sharply, his eyes icy as he retorted, "I do not put stock in such trifles. This is merely a coincidence." The elder was aware that His Majesty placed greater faith in human endeavor prevailing over fate. With a faint smile, the elder continued, "However, others may not share your conviction. It would be wise to permit Lord Zhang Hong to examine the celestial signs. This would both stabilize public sentiment and soothe the agitation among the warriors." "I concur," echoed the others in unison. The clan elders secretly nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such actions. Jun Gaowu's frosty gaze betrayed his inner turmoil, as he mentally berated Jun Zizai 1,000 times over. It was that inept fool who had stirred this calamity. Had he known, he would have stripped him of his identity as the Holy Dragon Son to prevent such turmoil. Xiang Tian, too, felt a pang of compassion. Had he severed that wretch's leg, he would not have been able to escape. He inhaled deeply, repressing the fury that surged within him, and coldly commanded, "Let Zhang Hong proceed, and report back post-haste." "Yes," the elder acknowledged, taking his leave. Zhang Hong, a renowned astrologer who had established rapport with the clan elders, had consented to reside within the Qinglong dynasty. Upon receiving the summons, he displayed signs of impatience, muttering about how it disrupted his reading. After a prolonged delay, Zhang Hong finally turned his gaze to the heavens. Shortly thereafter, he stood transfixed, his body trembling, his throat constricting as if he had been profoundly shaken. "Beast!" he exclaimed, once he regained his composure. His eyes flickered with tumultuous emotions before he hastily inscribed several lines onto a piece of parchment, slung his bag over his shoulder, and strode out. The elder attempted to intervene, but Zhang Hong swiftly vanished into the vast night sky, leaving no room for inquiry. The elder cast his gaze upon the paper, his pupils contracting in alarm. "This is dire. A calamity is imminent." He rushed into the hall, brandishing the paper high. "Your Majesty, the results are in. Humph, it is surely just a coincidence. I need not look to know what the stars proclaim. They herald the eternal reign of our Qinglong dynasty." Jun Gaowu declared with unwavering confidence. The elder, bewildered, found himself at a loss for words. The clan elders sensed something amiss and approached to inspect the parchment, their expressions freezing in shock. "Read it," Jun Gaowu dismissed with disinterest. The 10 clan elders exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. At last, the eldest among them steeled himself to address the matter. "The Qinglong constellation has scattered, and salvation is beyond reach. The Qinglong's heart is absent. It is an omen of misfortune. The Qinglong's horn is severed. It signifies betrayal. The Qinglong's fingers are broken. It portends callousness. Finally, Zhang Hong has departed. Do not seek him." As he uttered the last line, the elder felt an icy chill seize his limbs. Jun Gaowu's furious glare intensified, his face contorted with rage. Heretical words to deceive the masses. Our Qinglong dynasty stands at the pinnacle of strength. How can it be scattered? Absent of virtue, betrayal, and callousness. Such notions are utterly ludicrous. I show compassion for the people, reward the army, and support the small nations. These are virtues of great merit, of righteousness, of humanity. Summon forth Zhang Hong at once. I shall have his head. His fury was palpable. The 10 clan elders narrowed their eyes, pointing to the contents of the paper. "Your Majesty, the mention of the Qinglong's broken fingers seems to carry a specific implication." "Broken fingers?" Jun Gaowu's gaze flickered. "It must refer to that wretched Jun Zizai. He alone among the Jun family embodies such treachery. The broken fingers must certainly point to him." At that moment, Jun Xiangtian entered the grand hall. His eyes reddened, as if he had been weeping. "What has become of Ji?" Jun Gaowu inquired with concern. Jun Xiangtian managed a bitter smile. "Fortunately, his foundation remains unscathed. It shall not affect his performance in the Zidu Tianjiao contest. Although he will require time to recuperate. That is a relief, Jun Gaowu exhaled, then handed the parchment to Jun Xiangtian. With a single glance, Jun Xiangtian's fury ignited, a murderous intent surging through him. Unfilial son, truly a relentless scourge. Let him depart, yet he returns to torment us. It infuriates me. Upon his return, I shall not rest until he is half dead. He is the greatest bane of the Qinglong dynasty. The dragon vein. Does he believe he is worthy? A mere waste seeks to influence the destiny of the dynasty. Your Majesty, this celestial omen cannot be trusted. Jun Gaowu beamed at his brother's attitude. Nodding in agreement, indeed, matters of the world are ours to conquer. The dragon vein is merely auxiliary, and the celestial signs are but superstitions. An air of majestic authority emanated from him, a disdainful essence that overshadowed all other emperors. Your Majesty, it is better to believe in something than to dismiss it entirely, the eldest clan elder interjected hastily. We must bring Jun Zizai back, revoke his title as Holy Dragon's son, and bestow it upon Jun Shui. Otherwise, he shall remain restless. The clan elders. The Holy Dragon's son could only be Jun Zizai, a mere waste, should be cast out of the Jun family as an act of mercy. The eldest clan elder's words resonated, for Ziyi's title was paramount to the dynasty. Jun Gaowu acquiesced. Jun Xiangtian clasped his fists. Your Majesty, upon the return of the unfilial son, I beseech you to entrust me with the duty of fulfilling a father's responsibility. Agreed, Jun Gaowu declared with a flourish of his robe. In the martial manner, Jun Ziyi lay in a pitiful state. He reclined upon the bed, his skin charred, his hair singed away, save for a wild explosion of locks atop his head. It was truly tragic, yet comically so. Fortuitously, Jun Ziyi possessed the strength of a ninth-grade martial spirit and had cultivated the Qinglong dynasty's 3 transformations of the Qinglong, rendering his physique robust. With the timely protection of his parents, his injuries were not severe. Morong Binger gazed upon her son's wretched condition, tears spilling down her cheeks. Beside her, Jun Baiyao and Jun Yun Xian's eyes glistened red. Their faces etched with concern. It is all that waste Jun Zizai's fault. Why did he not relinquish the title of Holy Dragon's son upon his expulsion from the Jun family? Jun Yun Xian gritted her teeth in anger. Jun Baiyao, harboring her own grievances, replied, but we cannot entirely blame him. Why not? Jun Yun Xian retorted. He was cast out of this family. Does that absolve him of wrongdoing? Jun Yun Xian was taken aback by her elder sister's defense of the waste. If he had not left, would our brother have been harmed? If he had not left, would our brother have faced the lightning strike? If he had not left, would the entire Qinglong dynasty become a laughingstock? Morong Binger waved her hand dismissively, her voice trembling. Ji, your brother's actions were indeed misguided. When he returns home, I shall educate him thoroughly, though not harbor hatred toward him. Understand? Mother, I do not blame my brother. I only lament my own inadequacy. Please do not despise him, Junji replied, his voice gentle and sincere. Morong Binger and her daughter sighed inwardly. This child was too kind-hearted, gentle, and understanding, a true exemplar of a son or brother. Jun Baiyao shifted the conversation, smiling. Your second sister, Jun Zhanlan, heard of your intention to participate in the Zidu Tianjiao contest and has specifically sought a vein of or to forge an earth-grade weapon for you. Is that true? Jun Ji exclaimed with delight. Rest well. We shall await your triumph over the multitude of talents in the contest, Morong Binger said softly. Within the Qinglong dynasty, a vein of or was being diligently mined. A coolly composed female general oversaw the operation. It was none other than Jun Zhanlan, Jun Ji's second sister. As long as we acquire earth-grade refining materials, everything else shall be sent to the Jun family. Jun Zhanlan declared coldly. Understood. The soldiers replied promptly. Clang. Sparks flew as a fist-sized refining material was unearthed. This seemingly unremarkable substance exuded a faint crimson aura, brimming with sinister and otherworldly qualities. It would serve as an accessory for the earth-grade weapon. Chapter 13. His name is Qiushuang. A new home in Zidu, at the Baiyue Tower, within the Dan Room. The demand for first-grade elixirs had surged unexpectedly. Master Xinling gazed at the inventory list. Somewhat astonished, the enchanting beauty responsible for sales, Kai Fei, covered her mouth in a light laugh. All thanks to your meticulous guidance, Master. Recently, the warriors have been praising the quality of the revitalizing and hemostatic elixirs, which remain unchanged in price. Naturally, they are well received. Master Xinling fell into contemplation, then looked towards the hundreds of alchemists in the Dan room. He had never paid attention to the first and even second-grade alchemists, considering it a waste of time. Those who came to earn spiritual coins here were mostly of inadequate alchemical talent, unable to achieve true elixirs, the so-called pseudo-alchemists. Only those who could truly refine elixirs deserved the title of alchemist. You are busy. There are matters I must attend to. Kai Fei smiled radiantly, bowing as she departed the Dan room. Her beauty and graceful figure left many alchemists parched, their inner fires ignited. Subsequently, they inadvertently burned the materials they had refined. Master Xinling could only smile wryly, shaking his head. Youthful folly, he added. The destroyed spiritual materials will be deducted from your spiritual coins. The alchemist's expression soured immediately. As noon approached, Jun Zizai wiped the soot from his face, unable to conceal his joy and excitement. After today, he could purchase that shop. Qiu Shuang, take care if you run out of money. Do come back here. Ha ha ha. You lad are diligent and earnest. I have been here for quite some time. Let me procure a contract for you. Do come by for drinks and to correct your posture. After a fortnight, Jun Zizai had become well acquainted with the alchemists of the Dan room. Each of them was kind-hearted and genuine, treating him with great warmth. He had also adopted the pseudonym Qiu Shuang, which signifies, the autumn wind is bleak, the weather is cool, the grass and trees shed their leaves, dew becomes frost, a person's life resembles the four seasons. Spring brings forth life, summer nurtures growth, autumn yields harvest, and winter conceals. Jun's eye yearned to embody autumn, a withered flower. After all, can never heal. He greeted the alchemists with a bow and joyfully departed after receiving his wages for the day. The Dan room saw people come and go daily. Its operations seemed unaffected by any individual's absence. Master Xinling was meticulously examining the refined herbs, his brow furrowed, reminiscent of a teacher grading papers. Enduring the unpleasantness of recognizing a pile of refuse. Supreme quality? In the next moment, his eyes widened, and his heart raced. Of the 50 samples, all were of supreme quality. The edge of the paper inscribed, 38. Master Xinling abruptly rose, his demeanor charged with excitement, bellowing, "Who is the alchemist at Station 38? The alchemists, startled by his outburst, hastily destroyed their materials, yet none dared to speak, instead directing their gazes towards Station 38. However, it stood empty. Who was that person? Master Xinling inquired of the nearby station. An elderly man replied quietly, Master Xinling, his name is Qiu Shuang. Did he make an error? How old? Judging by his age, he appeared to be in his 20s. Master Xuanling's expression shifted, and he slapped his forehead in frustration. How could he have overlooked a genius? Find him. That young lad named Qiu Shuang must be retained. He rushed out of the Dan room. Hastily speaking to Kai Fei, with a naive clarity in her eyes, grasped the situation's gravity and replied with a gentle smile, Master, there's no need. He is merely a first-grade alchemist. You don't understand? Master Xinling responded anxiously. There is a particular herb in the Lingdan, known as Haimu General. The more it is refined, the more challenging it becomes, with exceptionally high mental demands. Even third-grade alchemists struggle to refine it to perfection. I am a fool for missing out on a genius. The more he pondered, the more regretful he became. This was the first time Kai Fei had witnessed Master Xinling in such a state. Recognizing the matter's significance, she immediately said, Master, don't worry. I will send someone to pursue him. As she departed, Master Xinling sighed, wishing he could slap himself in exasperation. What transpired at Baiyue Tower was unknown and unimportant to Jun Zizai. He had already signed a contract with the owner, purchasing this old house. In just half a month, he had earned 200 spirit coins. You are quite the hidden talent, the owner teased. Jun Zizai felt elated. With good health, earning money naturally comes swiftly. The owner laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder before attending to his own affairs. Jun Zizai, holding a bag of snacks, took a deep breath and pushed open the wooden door. The blue bricks paved the ground, with furniture covered in dust and cobwebs in the corners, as if narrating the stillness and decay of the place. Yet, Jun Zizai cared not at all. This was his home. He finally had a true home. Exiting with his snacks, he knocked on his neighbor's door. Cultivating good neighborly relations is a fundamental courtesy. Oh? No, please, take this. If you need anything, just call me. Don't hesitate, young man. I truly apologize. By the way, do you need help cleaning? Thank you, elder sister. The buns are really delicious. The neighbors, simple folk, extended their utmost kindness to Jun Zizai, the newcomer. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. With their assistance, Jun Zizai's new home was tidied up in no time. You must be hungry, dear. The neighborly grandmother delivered a bowl of noodles. Jun Zizai felt warmth in his heart, lifting the bowl and, with his back to the door, slurping the noodles, muttering to himself, Granny Lin really added a lot of chili. It's so spicy my eyes are tearing up, but it's delicious, a heart once shattered. Yet there are always those willing to mend it. After finishing the noodles and washing the bowl to return, Jun Zizai leaned on the table and began to write. He intended to transform this place into a general store, selling not only elixirs but also weapons, talismans, and even setting up formations for others. His aim was to do everything and earn from anything. As he wrote, he fell asleep, a faint smile of happiness gracing his lips. Upon waking the next day, Jun Zizai promptly ordered the necessary counters, display walls, and other items for his general store, spending around 200 spirit coins. He had approximately 700 spirit coins in total. After some careful calculations, it was barely sufficient. The Zidu Tianjiao competition is about to commence. Are you participating? Participate. What for? That is the stage for the truly talented. Why should we attend? The Jun family, the War God Palace, the Huangquan sect, and the Great Sword King sect will all be present. On his way home, Jun Zizai overheard warriors discussing the event, stirring memories within him. In his past life, Jun Zi had made his mark in the Zidu Tianjiao competition, swiftly rising to prominence. However, what did that have to do with him now? Jun Zizai felt weary and had no desire to partake in the Tianjiao competition. Of course, his current strength also did not permit it. Being an observer, a member of the atmosphere, seemed quite agreeable. He left with an open heart and a smile. That night, Jun Zizai sat cross-legged on his bed, sensing the changes in his realm. Just moments ago, he had stepped into the realm of a fourth-grade warrior. The existence of the chaotic furnace felt as if it were an eternal source of cultivation. 7 days had passed. Let me see what I can borrow. He opened his eyes with a grin. Can the pursuits of a scholar be deemed theft? It is merely borrowing. With a hum, the space collapsed. Jun Zizai reached in swiftly before retracting his hand. When he beheld the item in his grasp, his expression froze. It was, astonishingly, a stone, an ancient and unremarkable stone. Yet, upon closer inspection, its surface bore countless intricate and dense patterns, faintly interweaving into some arcane script, exuding an air of mystery. How could this be? Jun Zizai was utterly perplexed. He recognized this stone. It was a mysterious martial technique stored deep within the treasury of the Qinglong dynasty. Due to its extreme difficulty, few had succeeded in mastering it. Had it not been for Jun Zizai witnessing the Qinglong dynasty's full support of Jun Zi in his past life, he would have remained ignorant of the stone's purpose. I remember it being called the sacred domain Changdao body. Jun Zizai toyed with the stone, quietly recalling. To cultivate the sacred domain Changdao body, one must first break and then establish anew, requiring a slow and steady ascent from a low realm, laying a foundation as solid as rock, while forbidding the practice of other body refinement techniques. Generally, body cultivators would choose new body refinement techniques after ascending their realms, gradually growing stronger. The sacred domain Changdao body, however, has many restrictions. One must begin from the very bottom, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Even if successfully mastered, it would not yield explosive growth in combat power, merely invigorating one's blood and strengthening one's physique. Thus, it had been thoroughly buried in obscurity. Yet, Jun Zizai had witnessed the formidable nature of the sacred domain Changdao body in his past life. At first, Junzi's practice of the sacred domain Changdao body was unremarkable. However, as his realm ascended, his foundational depth began to erupt, and with each movement, a torrent of blood surged forth, subduing all evils, allowing him to shake advanced heavenly weapons with mere physical strength. This martial technique requires long-term cultivation. For me, it seems quite suitable. Junzi smiled. He lacked nothing but time, and he had no need for a sudden surge in combat power. The sacred domain Changdao body was practically tailor-made for him. Moreover, the reason Junzi chose to pursue body cultivation was simply to avoid any further physical pain. His offensive methods would include talisman crafting, formation arrangement, and divine realm manipulation. The two paths of cultivation would not hinder one another. Junzi's thoughts flowed freely. He did not hesitate to cultivate it simply because it originated from the Qinglong dynasty. There was no need to dwell on such matters. Let us give it a try. Junzi pressed the stone against his forehead. With a hum, a faint light emanated from the stone's patterns, slowly infusing his sea of consciousness. After a stick of incense, he opened his eyes, gaining some clarity. In terms of value, the sacred domain Changdao body might not even measure up to a high-level yellow-tier martial technique. Warriors' cultivation philosophies emphasize rapid combat power enhancement, rather than a step-by-step solidification of self. The sacred domain Changdao body, however, necessitates years of cultivation, allowing the physical body to gradually strengthen as one's realm rises. Lost in thought, Junzi made his way to the backyard. He took a horse stance, synchronizing his breath, and began to punch forward. Junzi resolved to cultivate the sacred domain Changdao body. Step by step, he would solidify his physique. The moon shone brightly, and the stars twinkled. His figure appeared simple and genuine beneath the moonlight. As he unleashed punch after punch, his vitality began to grow stronger, bit by bit in the Qinglong dynasty. Within the imperial capital, the palace in the dimly lit corridor, a gentle breeze stirred the trees, creating a semblance of chaotic dance. An elder and a youth traversed this path. It was the elder of the 10 clans and Junzi. "How is your recovery?" The elder of the 10 clans inquired kindly. Junzi smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, elder. Thanks to my elder sister's elixirs, I have restored nearly 90% of my strength. Child, perform well and achieve great things." As he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in the elder's eyes. Suppress all of Junzi's accomplishments and become the true sacred dragon son. Upon recalling how Jun Shui had trampled upon him, he could not help but grit his teeth in fury. Yet, his elder brother had become a hostage at the tender age of 3. Such a feat was monumental. Junji, with a roll of his eyes, could only sigh in resignation. The elder of the 10 clans snickered disdainfully. "Monumental, you say? If he truly cared for the Qinglong dynasty, he should have perished in the Wuman dynasty long ago. However, you need not fret. Should you emerge victorious in the Zidu Tianjiao competition, none shall dare to speak ill of you." His tone softened, becoming almost benevolent. A flicker of surprise crossed Junji's face. "You have brought me to the treasury. Could it be that you possess a solution?" "Naturally." The elder of the 10 clans chuckled, stroking his beard. "You have been struck by heavenly thunder, a destruction leading to rebirth, and I have recently perused the secret histories of the dynasty, discovering a technique that suits you perfectly. It is said that only a select few have succeeded in mastering it. Yet they all ascended to become the mightiest figures of the dynasty, guiding multiple eras, true titans who suppressed numerous prodigies." The elder's words ignited a fervor within Junji, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. The passage was unimpeded. Upon seeing the elder of the 10 clans, the palace's powerful figures naturally did not impede their progress. The treasury opened wide, and an ancient, venerable aura rushed forth to greet them. Within lay treasures aplenty and martial techniques piled high, causing Junji's breath to grow heavy. The elder of the 10 clans retrieved a square box from a corner, its material unknown, and gazed at Junji. "Train diligently. Do not disappoint me," he intoned gravely. Junji nodded earnestly, then turned his gaze to the box, envisioning himself kicking down the Huangquan gate at the Zidu Tianjiao competition, single-handedly reigning over the great sword sect. He slowly opened the box, and in that moment, both were left dumbfounded. The box was completely empty, gone. The stones that had been placed within had inexplicably vanished. Junji looked up at the elder of the Tin clans. The elder's face flushed with embarrassment as he silently tucked the box away, speaking earnestly, "Ji, this incident serves to remind us that rumors should not be wholly trusted. It is the solid foundation of diligent cultivation that is key to becoming powerful." In truth, he too was uncertain of the veracity of the secret histories, merely wishing to surprise the boy. Little did he expect that the surprise would turn into shock and a mockery. Junji's lips twitched as he suppressed his anger, clasping his fists. "Thank you, elder of the Tin clans, for your guidance." The moment he turned away, his eyes glinted coldly in the darkness like a lone wolf. Brimming with resentment, "Damn it, wasting my time, and speaking of unparalleled martial techniques, phooey. If I had not come, I would have been drinking at the Zuyu Tower with Qing Shan and the others, accompanied by beautiful women. Truly, an old fool without a brain," he cursed inwardly. Yet, on the surface, Junji maintained a smile, proclaiming his intent to return to cultivation before taking his leave. The elder of the Tin clan scratched his head in confusion. Strange, how could it have vanished? He had not even considered the possibility of theft. The palace was heavily guarded, filled with powerful figures. Who would dare tread here? It must be an error in the secret histories. Indeed, that must be it. Within the martial house, Jun Xiang Tian was engrossed in his reading. A steaming bowl of porridge sat before him. After taking a sip, he frowned. It bore none of the previous deliciousness or smoothness. Only mediocrity. The kitchen truly has the brains of a pig. They cannot even prepare porridge properly. His voice was deep. "Come here." Chapter 15. "It is not Junji, but Jun Zizai, my lord." The maid entered the study, standing respectfully. Jun Xiang Tian's eyes turned cold. "Have I not instructed that no supper should be brought in except that prepared by Ji? Take it away, and summon old Zhao from the kitchen." The maid, flustered, hurriedly removed the supper. Only then did Jun Xiang Tian's expression soften slightly, his gaze revealing affection and pride for his youngest son. In his heart, Junji was the most filial son in the world. Recently, he had been busy with the Zidu Tianjiao competition, and it was entirely reasonable that he had no time to prepare supper. For 3 years, he had tirelessly made supper for me, even personally delivering it. It truly warmed the heart of this father. In contrast, what was that ungrateful son with the severed finger worth? How could the disparity between people be so vast? Jun Xiang Tian was thoroughly content with his youngest son. However, thoughts of Jun Zizai ignited a fierce anger within him. Jun Zizai was nothing more than a pile of foul excrement. The comparison to his youngest son was simply a chasm of difference. At that moment, someone knocked and entered. It was old Zhao from the kitchen. "My lord, was the supper unsatisfactory?" Old Zhao inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. Jun Xiang Tian nodded slightly. "For the time being, do not prepare supper for me. Furthermore, if that child Ji attempts to enter the kitchen, stop him. Do you understand?" Old Zhao's expression turned strange. Well," he stammered. "Speak plainly. After all these years, do you not know my temperament?" Jun Xiang Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Old Zhao contemplated for a moment, then sighed. "My lord, the young master has never set foot in the kitchen." "Nonsense," Jun Xiang Tian bellowed. "Then who has prepared my supper for the past 3 years? Surely it cannot have been that wretched son who has been cast out from this family. It has been young Master Zizai who has prepared your supper every night at this hour for the past 3 years." Old Zhao's face lit up with surprise. "So, my lord, you have always known." Jun Xiang Tian's book slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. But with it came an unnameable rage. "You may not know, but young Master Zizai has heard that you have been afflicted with an ailment from your years of battle and dislike taking medicine. He sought a medicinal recipe from the pharmacy. For 3 years, he has prepared supper, all to help you recover slowly. The recipe is still with me. Zizai instructed me not to say too much, so I dared not speak out." Before Jun Xiang Tian could erupt in anger, old Zhao cheerfully continued. In an instant, Jun Xiang Tian sat in his chair, stunned, and it felt as though he had been frozen, unable to move. In a wonder over the past 3 years, his ailment had gradually improved. Once that ungrateful son left, his cough returned. So it was. That wretched child had been quietly looking after him all along. Old Zhao, have you received some sort of benefit, always speaking favorably of that rebellious beast? Jun Xiangtian remained unconvinced, his tone laden with suspicion. The family has not provided him with resources. Where would he acquire the funds for such herbs? He glared at old Zhao, breathing heavily. Old Zhao smiled bitterly. My lord, I have followed you for 30 years, from the military to the martial house. You know my character well enough, do you not? To be honest, I wish to speak well of young Master Zizai. What is there to quarrel about among family? Harmony is what truly matters. As for the benefits you mentioned, young Master Zizai has done everything in his power to survive, even earning money to buy herbs for you. How could he possibly offer me any benefits? Earning money? Jun Xiangtian's anger morphed into shock, then confusion. Young Master Zizai is the distinguished young master of the martial house. Does he need to earn money himself? How could that be possible? Has he poisoned the food? Jun Xiangtian's gaze darted, finally questioning ominously. Old Zhao was taken aback. A son who had diligently prepared medicinal dishes for his father's health for 3 years, without fail, was now suspected of poisoning? At that moment, old Zhao felt it was time to leave. If even his own son was not trusted, how could he, an outsider, expect any faith? My lord, do you not trust even me? Old Zhao's expression was one of helpless resignation. I watched young Master Zizai prepare the medicinal dishes. Does that mean I am also suspect? Old Zhao, do not overthink it. That was not my intention. Jun Xiangtian quickly stood. Old Zhao had followed him for decades, and to call him a confidant would not be an exaggeration. Yet, old Zhao's heart had grown cold. He slowly knelt, his voice trembling. My lord, my mother is elderly. I hope for your understanding. He then bowed thrice, as a gesture of gratitude for Jun Xiangtian's trust over the years. He subsequently retrieved the medicinal recipe from his sleeve and placed it on the table before turning to leave. Not a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. Jun Xiangtian was utterly stunned. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. In a daze, he seemed to envision the ungrateful son cooking the medicinal dishes in the kitchen. So earnest, so meticulous, with a hopeful smile upon his face for his father's swift recovery. Why did you not say anything? Why did you not speak up, ungrateful son? Jun Xiangtian clenched his fists. At last, he commanded the gathering of all to prepare for a discourse in the hall. Just as Junji returned home, Wei Wen approached him immediately, his demeanor respectful. Young Master Ji, the Lord is waiting for you in the hall. Still awake at this hour? Junji was somewhat surprised, but thought little of it as he made his way to the hall. As they brushed past one another, Wei Wen lowered his voice. The supper. Junji halted, his pupils contracting, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding discreetly. With a creak, Junji pushed open the grand doors. The atmosphere felt heavy and oppressive. In addition to his parents, his elder sister Jun Bai Yao and third sister Jun Yun Xian were also present. Jun Yun Xian continued to cast glances his way. Father, mother, why are you still awake? As Junji approached, he had already devised a strategy, appearing remarkably composed. Jun Xiangtian, still unable to believe that his youngest son would deceive him, spoke in a deep tone. Ji, during these past 3 years, was it truly you who prepared the suppers? Junji shook his head. No, it was my brother who did. Then why did you claim it was you? Jun Xiangtian's demeanor was somewhat frosty. Junji revealed a faint bitter smile. Father, my brother initially intended to serve this to you, but coincidentally you were engrossed in a book. When he stood there, you bellowed at him to get out and even kicked him in the stomach. Later, he consulted with me about whether we could cooperate as brothers. I was reluctant to agree, as this was my brother's filial piety, and I felt it was inappropriate for me to interfere. However, when my brother grew anxious, I reluctantly consented. Morong Binger shot an angry glare at Jun Xiangtian, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could hardly imagine how heartbroken Ji must have felt at that moment. Jun Xiangtian, why did you kick him? She exclaimed furiously. Jun Xiangtian appeared somewhat flustered. How was I to know he was bringing me supper? Just consider it a misunderstanding on my part. Once he returns, if he kneels for fewer days, that should suffice as compensation. Beside them, Jun Biao's eyes were also slightly red. It was hard to fathom the pain her brother must have felt when his act of filial piety was met with such disdain. Who knows if he poisoned it inside? Jun Yunshin muttered. Jun Xiangtian quickly shifted the topic. Ji has made significant contributions, being considerate of your father's health. Go fetch a few spirit-enhancing fruits and take them to nourish your body. Ji's filial piety is commendable. He truly is a good son of our mother. Murong Binger also slightly reined in her anger and nodded in appreciation. Ji is indeed very filial. Jun Biao noted, observing her family's softened stance towards Ji. Father, mother, why don't we have Yunshin's Wanqi building gather intelligence and bring Ji home? No. I refuse to see any information about that good-for-nothing. It would tarnish my Wanqi building, Jun Yunshin objected vehemently, clearly resistant. Jun Xiangtian nodded, his gaze icy. Hurry and have him return. The matter regarding the severed fingers is far from over. Jun Yunshin retreated to her room, her lips continuously cursing Junji. Useless piece of trash, why didn't you die sooner? You still want to come back? Pa maggot. She spat with utter disdain. Suddenly, the door swung open, a voice filled with jest rang out, "Third sister. Why are you so angry? Did that dead dog Junji provoke you again?" Chapter 16. Memories of the past. The shop opens. Jun Yunshin turned towards the doorway, her face lighting up with surprise. "Fifth sister. What brings you back?" Standing at the entrance was Jun Ziyue, the fifth of the family, her figure tall and curvaceous. Her smile, both mischievous and charming, was accentuated by a black robe adorned with golden threads forming the character, War. Jun Ziyue, with exceptional talent, had caught the attention of the War God Palace at a young age and had since become a disciple of the inner sect, renowned throughout the Qinglong Empire. Jun Yunshin joyfully leapt from her bed to embrace her fifth sister, a testament to their deep bond. "Did that dead dog upset you again?" Jun Ziyue pouted, clearly displeased. Jun Yunshin pulled her down to sit, recounting the incident regarding Junji's severed fingers and his act of gratitude. "He has such audacity. Don't worry, he's definitely hiding somewhere waiting for us to find him. Using such a method to coerce us into begging him to come home is truly despicable." Jun Ziyue scoffed, lifting her chin in disdain at Junji's actions. Jun Yunshin nodded repeatedly. "I think so too, but father, mother, and eldest sister want me to use Wanqi building to gather intelligence. Just thinking about having information on such a person makes me nauseous." Upon hearing this, Jun Ziyue revealed a mischievous smile. "Sister, if you get news of that dead dog, inform me immediately." Fifth sister. "What are you planning?" Jun Yunshin raised an eyebrow. "His existence only brings shame to the Wu family. I have a way to make that dead dog wish he were never born," Jun Ziyue declared, resting her chin on her hand, her smile radiant. Such beauty paired with such a venomous mind made it hard to believe they shared the same parents as Junji. Jun Yunshin was taken aback. It was indeed her fifth sister who was the harshest towards Junji. It was a long time ago when, upon Junji's return to the Wu family, he accidentally stepped into Jun Ziyue's courtyard and received over 10 slaps from her. She had even driven silver needles into his fingernails, causing him to tremble in pain. His face pale and on the verge of crying out, "If you scream, I will ignore you forever." Jun Ziyue had feigned anger, then pierced the needles deeper. Thus, Junji fainted from the pain, not daring to utter a single sound. Reflecting on that scene, Jun Yunshin couldn't help but sigh internally. Fifth sister is too ruthless. Unlike me, who is merely gentle, using poison is far more insidious. Piercing fingers and toes is an external wound, easily recognizable. Poison, however, is undetectable. Jun Ziyue suddenly perked up. "Third sister, do you remember that year's Lantern Festival?" "The Lantern Festival? Ha, of course, I remember." Jun Yunshin gazed at the ceiling, a charming smile gracing her lips. That was the Lantern Festival in the second year since Junji's return. Their family had gone out joyfully, only to be reminded by the steward, Lu Zhong, that they had forgotten Junji. Out of embarrassment, they had reluctantly taken him along to that time. Junji was filled with happiness. The warmth of family, solving riddles, and enjoying the lanterns was a splendid experience. However, Jun Yunshin and Jun Ziyue harbored different thoughts. They had secretly poisoned the water and given it to Junji, who, unaware, gratefully drank it thinking his sisters were caring for him. Not long after, He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and desperately sought a restroom. If you leave, you can never come back again. The family has gone to great lengths to bring you out, and you want to spoil the mood? What will father think? What will mother think? Jun Ziwe had directly resorted to moral coercion. Terrified, Jun Ji dared not leave, his face devoid of color, despair written all over him. Ultimately, he could not hold it any longer and ended up soiling himself in public, drawing countless curses from the crowd. For this incident, Morong Binger scolded him thoroughly. Upon returning home, Jun Xiangtian had mercilessly whipped Junji 50 times. Useless! You have turned the Wu family into a laughingstock. I banish you from entering the house. You have truly emulated the barbarism of the Wumon Empire, lacking any sense of propriety, and you dare to relieve yourself on the street? Disgracing me! Junji, your mother is greatly disappointed in you. What qualifications do you have to inherit the Jun name? The scolding from his parents brought tears of shame to the face of the holy dragon son, who had never shed tears even in the Wumon Empire. Jun Yunxin and Jun Ziwe laughed heartily, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. In the room, the sisters were doubled over with laughter. Whenever they recalled this incident, it brought them immense joy. Third sister, don't you detest that dead dog? Jun Ziwe asked, noticing Jun Yunxin nodding. With a cunning smile, she added, when you find out his location, let me know. I'll have his 9 fingers severed, forcing him not to return home. He has always dared not defy my words, Jun Yunxin gasped. Severing all his fingers? Wouldn't that mean he truly loses the right to live? If he starves to death, it won't concern us, Jun Ziwe replied with a meaningful smile. Jun Yunxin shrugged. Since she had said so, she would follow her lead. After all, in this family, no one like that fellow. In Zidu, crackle, the red firecrackers were ignited, filling the air with a cacophony of sounds. A red cloth was pulled down, revealing a plaque inscribed with All-Inclusive General Store. From today onwards, Junji's enterprise officially opened. Congratulations on your grand opening, Qiu Shuang. Young Qiu Shuang had opened a store at such a tender age, far surpassing them. When we come to buy things in the future, remember to give us a discount. Ha ha ha. The neighbors' faces bloomed with simple smiles as they clapped enthusiastically. Junji felt elated as he declared, Grandpa, Grandma, aunts, and uncles, all items are half price for you. He had formed a particularly harmonious relationship with the neighbors. There was Grandma Lin, who cared for his meals, Grandpa Zhou, who often came to play chess, and the attentive uncles and aunts. It turned out, humanity still held warmth. The neighbors nodded with smiles but did not crowd around. Allowing him to conduct business, Junji set up the prepared sign. The red paper read, elixirs, weapons, and spirit talismans for sale, services available for setting up arrays. Now, all that was left was to wait for customers. He wiped the sweat from his brow, filled with anticipation. Roar, whoosh. The sound of beast roars and the rush of air filled the skies, accompanied by powerful waves of spiritual energy. The Tianjiao competition was approaching, and countless powerful beings flocked to Zidu. With more people, the noise would become overwhelming, making it difficult to nap in the afternoons. Grandma Lin, leaning on her cane, gazed upward, exclaiming in awe. Just as Junji was about to respond, a flash of inspiration struck him. Since even ordinary people found it hard to sleep amidst the noise, how much more so for the martial artists? The 5 gods' chaos records contained recipes for elixirs, weapons, spirit talismans, and naturally array formations. Among them were formations that required no materials. For instance, the silence array, which only required mental energy and the arrangement of items. He would sell the silence array. Junji chuckled to himself. As if he could already see the spirit coins beckoning to him. Let us get started. Here's to a better life. Chapter 17. It's just digging up your ancestor's grave. Why be so angry? Yuanlong Mountain. Mist enveloped the area, rendering the landscape hazy, with mountains appearing to undulate like a true dragon in motion, creating a magnificent sight. This place was heavily guarded. Entry required a pass or a decree. Otherwise, immediate execution awaited. But where exactly is this? Indeed, it is the imperial tomb of the Qinglong dynasty, concurrently serving as the ancestral vein, where the formidable figures of successive dynasties lie interred. Buzzing sounds permeate the moist earth, as if small creatures are burrowing through the soil. Suddenly, A plump head emerges from the ground, adorned with a pair of whimsical eyes, one crimson and the other a deep azure. Surrounding him is a swirling aura of darkness, gently rotating like the yin-yang symbol. Piercing through the shadows, he perceives the threads of fate. On the day of the coronation ceremony, I discerned the Qinglong dynasty's fortune was lacking, and lo and behold, I was correct. The rotund figure lets out a chilling chuckle. His name is Chao San, and he boasts a rather illustrious title, the Yin-Yang Celestial Master. Those acquainted with Chao San affectionately refer to him as the Tomb Raider. His reputation is not particularly commendable. However, he remains unfazed. Once a person has perished, they are gone. Why squander splendid artifacts in burial when they could serve the living? With his extraordinary Yin-Yang abilities, Chao San traverses the earth with ease, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. When confronted by a formation, he deftly sways the jade pendant of 3 swords at his waist, allowing him to slip through the array and delve deeper into the imperial tomb. Jun Taiji, the father of the current emperor, taken. Jun Shi, merely a beautiful skeleton. I seek wealth, not beauty, so you may continue to rest. As expected from an imperial tomb, treasures abound. As he ventures into the grand mausoleum, Chao San's face beams with joy. He frantically gathers rare materials, exclaiming in delight. Yet, he remains exceedingly cautious, constantly utilizing his yin-yang eye to survey his surroundings, ensuring he is not detected by the powerful guardians of the tomb. The information was indeed accurate. The imperial tomb of the Qinglong dynasty truly houses the soul-refining divine liquid. Upon arriving at the 8th grand tomb, Chao San can hardly contain his excitement. With all materials in hand and the pill formula prepared, he now only needs to find a person of great fortune or a bearer of dragon qi to assist him in concocting the elixir. He silently clenches his fists. After pondering, he wonders whether to continue or not. Ultimately, he squints his eyes. Since he is already here, wouldn't it be a disservice to the Qinglong dynasty not to collect more? Subsequently, Chao San explores several more grand tombs, grinning widely, but he soon realizes that the guardians have detected something amiss. Who dares to trespass into the imperial tomb at this hour, seeking death? A thunderous roar reverberates throughout the tomb. The guardians awaken, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Chao San gasps in shock. This is dire. He immediately retrieves a talisman, affixing it to his hands and feet, and in an instant, he darts through the ground like a serpent. Traversing thousands of miles, death. At this moment, the guardian rushes toward him. A wave of lethal intent sweeps through, as a hand strikes down, shaking the heavens and earth, as if the stars themselves are about to fall. Fully directed toward Chao San below, it's merely grave robbing. Is such fury truly warranted? Chao San mutters, swiftly producing a cauldron filled with fragrant ashes, 3 half-burnt incense sticks inserted atop. As the cauldron emerges, the surrounding space seems to freeze. Even that descending hand slows to a crawl. In this fleeting moment of distraction, Chao San successfully escapes. The verdant mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow. I shall return, esteemed guardians, please wait. Once the space returns to normal, the guardian's expression darkens, fixating on the vanished aura. Inform Jun Gaowu. Pursue this individual with all your might. I shall claim his blood to honor my ancestors. The incident of the tomb being robbed cannot be publicly disclosed, nor does it concern the Marshall House far away in the imperial capital. Today, the Marshall House is filled with jubilation. For the family's pride, Jun Ziyue and Jun Zhanlan have returned home. Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger display smiles that have been rare in recent days. However, shortly after their return, Jun Zhanlan learns of Jun Ziyue's transgressions. Instantly enveloped in a murderous aura, her eyes icy. How increasingly audacious. Does he not regard his parents' principles? He behaves as if he has forgotten his place. Where is he? Find him immediately. Father, why do you not enforce the family rules? It is your indulgence that has led Jun Ziyue to adopt such vile habits. When he returns, I shall discipline him daily according to the family rules. Jun Zhanlan's temperament closely resembles that of Jun Shangtian. Perhaps even more ferocious. Jun Yunxin raises her hands in approval. Second sister is formidable. Jun Ziyue gives a thumbs up. Well done, Second sister, very well, I shall leave this matter to you. Remember not to allow this rebellious child to cause further chaos. Jun Xiangtian finds this quite reasonable. Morong Binger's eyes redden. Zhanlan, do not be too excessive. That child feels wronged. After all, his living conditions are rather poor, akin to a doghouse in the alley outside. Does he even deserve to reside in the Marshall house? Allowing him to stay in a doghouse is already quite generous. Jun Zhanlan snorts, her lips curling in disdain. Jun Zi hesitates, ultimately stepping forward to mediate. Father, mother, sisters, brother is merely momentarily confused. Please do not strike or scold him. We should remain a united family. Zi, you are too kind-hearted, which is why that good-for-nothing bullies you. Jun Zhanlan interrupts, her expression one of disappointment. Jun Zi shrinks back, muttering softly. It's just that I feel pained when I see second sister angry. Upon hearing this, Jun Zhanlan's heart warms, and she reaches out to ruffle her brother's hair. Why is there such a disparity among brothers? Here, take this. It's the bloodthirsty blade I forged for you, a high-grade earthly weapon. She smiles slightly, revealing a battle blade. The blade is entirely snow-white, resembling ice crystal craftsmanship, exuding a terrifying aura with a crimson gemstone embedded at the end of the hilt, adding an air of mystery. Jun Zi takes it in hand, joy radiating from his face, utterly enamored. Jun Xiangtian laughs. With this treasure, the Qingdu Tianjiao competition will be a breeze. This time, Zhanlan, you shall accompany Zi. Yes, father. Jun Zhanlan and the others nod, brimming with confidence in their younger brother. At this moment, laughter echoes throughout the Marshall house. Zi, the clan elder has sent this item for you. Be sure to perform well. The 10 clan elders make their appearance. With a gentle wave of his hand, a suit of azure armor adorned with countless dragon scales materializes, immediately melding into Jun Zi's being. Another high-grade earthly treasure, by the way. After this battle, the clan elders intend to arrange a marriage for you. The head elder chuckles, stroking his beard. Is that not a bit premature? Morong Binger expresses reluctance for her precious son. It may be a tad early. Yet the counterpart is the most beautiful maiden of the Wumon dynasty. The head elder laughs heartily. By then, Ziyi's status will surpass that of the Holy Dragon Sun, becoming the foremost symbol of the Qinglong dynasty. Jun Ziyi's eyes widen, his heart brimming with joy. Morong Binger wishes to say more, but Jun Xiangtian waves his hand. Let us heed the dynasty's arrangements. This matter is of great significance. Soon, everyone makes the necessary arrangements, preparing to head to the Qingdu. I almost forgot. Jun Zhanlan suddenly recalls something. She hastily returns to her room to fetch a pot of rare flowers, only to find them slightly withered, devoid of their previous vitality. What is the matter? Jun Zhanlan furrows her brows, for some unknown reason. Her heart feels restless. Second sister, what troubles you? Jun Biao inquires. It's nothing, elder sister. Let us depart. Jun Zhanlan shakes her head, suppressing her unease. Subsequently, the Jun family sets forth in grand procession, heading for the Qingdu. As the number of talented individuals increases in the Qingdu, the atmosphere grows increasingly boisterous and tumultuous. The martial artists find it challenging to concentrate on their training. At this moment, a young man approaches. He glances around, speaking mysteriously. Hey buddy, care for something exhilarating? Chapter 18. This is a talented formation master. The two martial artists are taken aback. In broad daylight. Someone is peddling such wares? Let us savor this thoroughly. Is it not true that during your training, the cacophony around you makes it impossible to focus? Jun Zizai continues. The smiles on the two martial artists' faces freeze. He is a respectable person. The older martial artist glares at Jun Zizai, retorting irately. And if so, can you silence them all? I certainly cannot. But I can provide the two esteemed gentlemen with a tranquil environment. Jun Zizai smiles gently. The younger martial artist becomes intrigued. What are your charges? A soundproof formation for 10 spirit coins, lasting for 12 hours. Jun Zizai promptly states 10 spirit coins. The two martial artists exchange glances. It is quite reasonable. Typically, formation masters charge hundreds or even thousands of spirit coins for arrangements like the heart-calming formation, or the soul piece formation. 10 spirit coins is negligible. Then let us give it a try. They agree. Subsequently, The two take their seats directly. This is a tavern, with the clinking of cups and boisterous laughter filling the air, compounded by the various noises from outside the Chengdu, making it almost impossible to maintain composure. Jun Zizai pulls out a bag of stones from his pocket, slowly closing his eyes. This moment, within the chaos furnace, the soundproof formation operates silently. His mental energy transforms into threads, weaving intricate rhythms into the stones. Buzz! His black eyes open wide. Jun Zizai positions the stones in specific corners of the table, then draws upon his mental energy once more, coalescing it into a formation. Instantly, all sounds are muted, enveloping the space in tranquility. The two martial artists exhibit expressions of astonishment. Should you wish to deactivate the soundproof formation, simply move the stone located in the west by an inch. Jun Zizai lightly touched a stone with his finger. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his gaze bore a hint of fatigue. The silent array was hardly a first-tier formation, yet it proved somewhat taxing for him. How intriguing! Should I visit Zidu again? I shall enlist your services for arrangement. The young warrior chuckled as he produced 10 spirit coins. Jun Zizai extended his hand to receive them, revealing a smile as radiant as sunlight. Excellent. My shop is located on Qingshui Street, named Miscellaneous Goods Emporium. Upon exiting the tavern, though the spirit coins in his hand felt cold, his heart was warm. The first transaction was a success. Profits, oh, the sweet taste of wealth. With money in hand, I can concoct elixirs and accelerate my cultivation progress. Jun Zizai strolled along the sunlit avenue, as though embracing a new beginning. By day's end, he had earned a remarkable 500 spirit coins. Inspired, he seamlessly combined the silent array with the fragrant array, enveloping the tranquil atmosphere in a delicate floral aroma. The price, naturally, was a bit higher, yet it was immensely popular, establishing the reputation of his emporium. A win-win situation. Is this Master Qiushuang? Upon returning to the emporium, Jun Zizai heard a call. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, clad in a brocade robe with a pair of thin mustaches, clearly a shrewd businessman with a touch of wealth. It is I. How may I assist you? Jun Zizai inquired with a smile. I have heard of your exceptional skills and formations, and wish to consult you regarding the arrangement of a gathering spirit array. The middle-aged man stated directly. He had recently arrived in Zidu, and his family required the array to aid their child's cultivation. Most importantly, this Master Qiushuang offered rates lower than the usual formation masters. Jun Zizai discerned his intentions, unfazed, and smiled nonchalantly. Of course, will you provide the materials, or shall I procure them? We will provide. The middle-aged merchant replied hastily, gesturing for Jun Zizai to accompany him home. The merchant's residence was quite expansive, featuring a 3-courtyard layout with a rear garden, where a Grand Martial Master was instructing a youth in cultivation. The Grand Martial Master merely glanced at Jun Zizai before dismissing him, for a 4th-tier warrior was hardly noteworthy. Gathering stones, small wood, large young bone. All materials are accounted for. Jun Zizai accepted the bag handed to him by the middle-aged merchant. Nodding slightly, he gradually settled down on the ground, the gathering spirit array already established within the chaotic furnace, merely awaiting execution in sequence. Soon, various materials flew from Jun Zizai's hands, embedding themselves into the earth, flower beds, and other locations. Subsequently, pure mental energy surged forth, weaving into formations that absorbed the spirit energy of the heavens and earth. Enveloping the entire rear garden, these formations shimmered with golden patterns. Upon their emergence, they immediately drew in the surrounding spirit energy, filling every corner of the garden and instilling a sense of peace and comfort. All done, Jun Zizai announced as he rose. The middle-aged merchant was astonished, so quickly. He had anticipated the arrangement of the gathering spirit array to be a cumbersome process, only to discover it was so effortless. Without delay, the merchant promptly produced 300 spirit coins and handed them to Jun Zizai, who clasped his fists in gratitude before departing. Goodness! In less than half a stick of incense, I've earned 300 spirit coins. The middle-aged merchant marveled. I must have my son learn formation techniques as well. That moment, the Grand Martial Master approached, his expression grave. My lord, you have struck gold. Oh? What do you mean? The merchant asked. Perplexed. This is not a mere first-tier gathering spirit array. It is an exquisite first-tier gathering spirit array, comparable to a lower second-tier array. The Grand Martial Master's eyes brimmed with reverence. He recalled his earlier dismissal of Jun Zizai with profound embarrassment. You offered him a price lower than market value? Yet he remained unperturbed. This reflects his vision and magnanimity. I am certain he is a genius formation master. The middle-aged merchant began to perspire profusely. How could I have been so foolish, he lamented. Wishing to slap himself, Dio think he had attempted to take advantage of a genius formation master. Such folly! The Grand Martial Master sighed deeply. He must be concealing his true prowess. Zidu truly harbors hidden talents. Moreover, this exquisite first-tier gathering spirit array would fetch at least 1,000 spirit coins. He is indeed a true master. Both men sighed in admiration, increasingly impressed by Jun Zizai's broad dash-mindedness. In truth, had Jun Zizai learned of this, he would have been incensed. The price difference between a lower first-tier gathering spirit array and an exquisite first-tier gathering spirit array was a staggering 700 spirit coins. Jun Zizai would undoubtedly exclaim, "That is all my money." Over the course of 3 days, Jun Zizai profited a staggering 2,500 spirit coins through the silent and fragrant arrays. Coupled with the gathering spirit array arrangement, he amassed a total of 3,000 spirit coins. This brought him immense joy. "Boss, I'll have 10 skewers of candied spirit fruits." His first expenditure after earning money was to purchase the candied spirit fruits he once could not afford. Tart yet sweet, they were exceptionally delightful. Jun Zizai felt a wave of satisfaction. Having money was truly wonderful. The warm-up match for the Tianjiao competition began. Suddenly, someone shouted. Jun Zizai hurriedly followed, climbing onto a rooftop to join the spectators. On a white stone arena, 2 figures clashed with ferocity, their blades and swords dancing through the air, occasionally unleashing powerful waves of spirit energy that provoked gasps from the crowd. Soon, one of the combatants began to falter, eliciting exclamations of regret. The fierce battle raged on, the audience's cheers echoing, "Oh, wow, that sword strike!" Jun Zizai exclaimed, fully engrossed. The swordsmanship of the Great Sword King sect is truly impressive. He became the life of the gathering, munching on candied spirit fruits while pounding his chest in excitement. The Huangquan sect is as audacious as a sparrow pecking at a cow's dairy. Jun Zizai and another spectator exclaimed simultaneously. Turning around, their eyes met. Chao Xin gazed at the young man before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of camaraderie. Jun Zizai offered a candied spirit fruit, which Chao Xin accepted eagerly before resuming his watch of the arena battle. Their interaction felt reminiscent of longtime friends, harmonious and effortless. What a delight to witness, Jun Zizai mused with a smile. Chao Xin nodded repeatedly. Indeed, cultivation should be a gradual journey. Happiness is paramount. Jun Zizai was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. What a wonderful sentiment. Happiness is paramount. He was thoroughly enjoying the present moment. With money to spare, he could purchase whatever he desired. This was 1,000 times better than the hellhole that was the imperial capital. Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the air. Brother, Chapter 19. The Jun family arrives at Zidu. The final stubbornness. Jun Zizai's smile faltered, replaced by an indifferent demeanor as he beheld a throng of individuals emerging above Zidu. They rode upon azure Qilin beasts, each visage a testament to stunning beauty, captivating the attention of numerous warriors. The Jun family has arrived. Jun Biyao, Jun Zhanlan, Jun Yunxin, Jun Ziyue, and the promising newcomer Jun Ziyi of the Jun family. The lineage of the Jun family was undeniably powerful. The daughters were breathtaking, and the sons were the pride of the heavens. To be born into the Jun family was a rare blessing. One earned over 10 lifetimes. The onlookers gazed upward with envy and admiration. Eye in the sky. Jun Biao playfully chided. Ji, don't rush ahead too quickly. Be careful not to fall, big sister. You worry too much. Just like mother, Jun Yunxin teased with a grin. Jun Zhanlan smiled gently. A big sister is like a mother. When mother is not around, it is natural for the eldest to look after us. I wonder which family is fortunate enough to marry our eldest sister, Jun Ziyue jested. Even if she marries, she will still be the head of the family, Jun Ji declared proudly. Jun Biao's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at them. You bunch of mischievous lads and lasses, daring to tease your eldest sister. The family bantered playfully, the atmosphere warm and harmonious, in stark contrast. Jun's eye observed them from the rooftop, as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. The Jun family stood high above, revered by countless admirers, while Jun's eye remained calm and undisturbed, akin to a weed lost in the crowd. I shall take my leave. He smiled faintly at Chao San before turning away. Now, Jun's eye wished to sever any ties with the Jun family, even avoiding the sight of these hypocritical individuals. Let us watch together next time, Chao San called out, having seldom encountered someone so agreeable. Subsequently, Jun's eye cast a glance at the descending Jun family, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The illustrious Azure Dragon dynasty? Their fortunes have waned. Their royal tombs have been plundered, their dragon veins diminished, and their clan lacking in virtue. Let them bask in their arrogance for a little longer. Chao San chuckled coldly to himself. He too prepared to depart, but in that fleeting moment, he gazed at the bustling Zidu. Lost in thought, in truth, after fleeing from the royal tomb, he had not intended to enter Zidu. It was merely by chance that he had glimpsed the immense dragon energy hidden within, using his yin-yang eye technique. Ordinary divination methods and dragon-seeking techniques could hardly discern dragon energy. Even if it existed, it would be superficial at best. The yin-yang eye, however, was different. It could penetrate the dragon veins and gauge auspiciousness and misfortune. Inherently suited for an onmyoji's craft. Gather the dragon. Chao Sen's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light as he surveyed the entirety of Zidu. Instantly, his perception transformed entirely. Streams of fate intertwined above Zidu, forming an ever-rotating vortex. Meanwhile, blood vessels began to surface in Chao Sen's eyes, clearly straining under great pressure. I found it. He cackled coldly, vanishing from his previous location. Something is amiss, very amiss. The presence of dragon energy in such a place was utterly incongruous. Chao San traversed the narrow path, his brow furrowing incessantly. The bearer of dragon energy is indicative of immense wealth and nobility. This clear water street is the slum of the Purple Capital, home to a multitude of mortals and indigenous inhabitants. Could a person of great fortune truly reside here? Suddenly, the yin-yang eye of Ming Tsue detected the emanation of dragon energy from an ancient dwelling. Chao Sen immediately halted his steps and looked up. What a curious name for a general store. The corners of Chao Sen's mouth twitched slightly. Is this name serious? And why does it carry an accent? Inside, Jun's eye sensed someone standing outside, mistaking them for a customer, and promptly approached. Upon opening the door, their gazes collided. In that moment, it felt as if time stood still. Brother, what a serendipitous encounter. Once Jun's eye regained his composure, he clasped his fists and bowed. What do you require? However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Chao Sen's pupils constricting and blood beginning to seep from his eyes, while his legs trembled violently, as if he had encountered some unspeakable monstrosity. Jun's eye hurriedly assisted him to a chair, perplexed. Brother, did you happen to catch a glimpse of a man utilizing the restroom? You're bleeding from your eyes. At this, Chao San nearly stumbled to the ground. How could I, a supreme being of yin and yang, engage in such ignoble acts? He silently protested within. Subsequently, Chao San attempted to open his eyes. His vision was awash in crimson. Jun's eye was enveloped in boundless dragon energy. Immense and overwhelming like the sea. How could such a terrifying master of dragon energy exist in the Purple Capital? Moreover, he was merely a fourth-tier martial artist. Chao San was utterly astonished, struggling to catch his breath. Yet, this was not the most startling revelation. The sheer magnitude and richness of the dragon energy before him seemed to stem from an ancient imperial dragon vein. Chao San had visited countless royal tombs, and even if those dragon veins were combined, they would not match even 1% of what lay before him. Unbeknownst to Jun's eye, Chao San was grappling with these thoughts. He narrowed his eyes. A sense of wariness creeping in. This portly man, bleeding from his eyes, gasping for breath while gazing at me. Does he harbor any ulterior motives? A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that he desires to pursue forbidden desires? He discreetly grasped the red brick concealed under the table. Meanwhile, Chao San began to strategize in his mind. This individual is inscrutable and must not be offended. Furthermore, I require his assistance. First, I must establish a good rapport, cultivate a bond, and ultimately secure his help, lest I be subjected to exorbitant demands. In an instant, Chao San had formulated his plan. With his eyes closed, he flicked his robe and smiled. Boss, may I reserve some elixirs? Certainly, but currently, I can only concoct first-tier elixirs. How many do you require? Jun's eye gently set down the red brick, revealing a standard smile, realizing he had a customer. The corners of Chao San's mouth twitched. First tier? What use is that? Though he grumbled, he spoke honestly. 100 chi gathering pills and 100 hemostasis pills. Jun's eyes brightened. A substantial order had arrived. According to market prices, a chi gathering pill is approximately 20 spirit coins, and a hemostasis pill is 15 spirit coins, totaling 3,500 spirit coins. After deducting material costs, a net profit of around 2,500 would be made. Very well, it should take about 2 days. Jun's eye nodded repeatedly. Naturally, Chao San was indifferent to this. He waved his hand and looked at Jun's eye with an extraordinarily sincere gaze. Before that, I would like to make a request. Jun's eye was startled once more. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, that will require additional payment. This is my final stance. In the Purple Capital at the White Cloud Pavilion. This is the most luxurious inn in the Purple Capital, built upon the clouds. Resembling a celestial paradise, shrouded in mist, the Jun family naturally resided here. Junji was calling for his sisters, preparing to explore the Purple Capital. I'm on my way. Jun Zhanlan was just about to venture out. Before leaving, her peripheral vision caught sight of the Anshan flower, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened in shock. How could this be possible? Chapter 20. Have we misunderstood him? On the windowsill, a peculiar flower swayed in the wind. Its stem was a pale purple, rooted in the soil, with glowing buds extending upwards. Such a remarkable entity, if brimming with vitality, would undoubtedly be a feast for the eyes. Yet at this moment, it appeared devoid of spirit, as if it were on the verge of wilting. This caused Jun Zhanlan, who usually remained composed in the face of calamity, to panic. She quickly took out the spring whale spirit liquid. Her eyes filled with hope as she drenched the Anshan flower, praying for its revival. It is known that the spring whale spirit liquid is an exceedingly rare treasure, a mere sip capable of healing a martial king's injuries by 50%. It is also a pivotal asset in battle. To use such a precious item to nourish the Anshan flower speaks volumes of Jun Zhanlan's extravagance. However, the Anshan flower showed no reaction, remaining listless. What if she saw this? Jun Zhanlan felt a pang of heartache and panic. She understood that the Anshan flower was cultivated by her younger brother with his own blood, enduring countless hardships to nurture a single seed into its current form. She remembered being so moved when she first received the Anshan flower that she cried. Then, she had turned around and harshly berated Jun's eye, who stood not far away. Look at Ge, then look at you. Always so meek. If only you possessed even a fraction of his masculinity, you wouldn't be living in a doghouse. Jun's eye's hopeful gaze dimmed under those two scathing remarks, leaving him to walk away in sorrow. Now that the Anshan flower was wilting, Jun Zhanlan feared her brother's heartfelt intentions would wither away as well. Moreover, her own soul disturbances could not be suppressed. Due to her long years of guarding the borders, she frequently clashed with the Witchman dynasty and the demon race, inevitably engaging in combat. The more bloodshed, the colder one's heart becomes. Yet, Jun Zhanlan was different. Her remarkable prowess, achieving second-tier martial emperor status before the age of 30, relied on a low-tier heavenly technique, the killing cannon. The more beings you slay, the faster your realm ascends, yet the drawbacks are significant, as one must endure the constant encroachment of killing intent upon the soul, leading to spiritual pollution. One must possess an extraordinarily strong will to withstand it, or obtain heavenly materials like the Anshan flower to soothe the soul. Thus, she regarded the Anshan flower as exceedingly important, carrying it with her everywhere and nurturing it with care. Sister, are you ready? After finally managing to step out, let us go shopping. Voices of Junji. Jun Yun Xin and Jun Ziyu echoed. Jun Baiyao noticed her second sister was absent and felt somewhat perplexed. Jun Zhanlan was always punctual, the first to arrive at such gatherings. Why was she missing today? Something was amiss. You all go ahead. I'll go call Zhanlan, Jun Baiyao declared. Jun Ji and the others nodded in agreement, riding the Qinglin beast away joyfully. When Jun Baiyao knocked on her sister's door and entered, she found Jun Zhanlan gazing blankly at the ancient flower. She was well aware of the side effects of the killing cannon. Instinctively, she thought her sister was under a soul disturbance, which caused her to lose track of time, prompting feelings of concern. You've worked hard. Jun Baiyao embraced her sister, her gaze tender, as the saying goes. An elder sister is like a mother. When away from home, with parents absent, it was naturally her role to comfort her younger siblings. Jun Zhanlan buried her head between her elder sister's bosom. Finding some solace, yet turning to see the ancient flower made her expression dim once more. Elder sister, it is my fault that the ancient flower has withered. If it wilts, my brother will surely be heartbroken. After all, he cultivated it with his blood and sweat. I fear even more that the disturbances in my soul will worsen, and I might end up becoming a fool. She felt despondent, nearly on the verge of tears. Jun Baiyao gently stroked her younger sister's hair, but after reflecting on her words, her expression shifted from concern to astonishment. Sister, I never gave Ji the seed of the ancient flower. She suddenly spoke. There are 3 reasons for the withering of the ancient flower. 1. It has long been without a blood source for nourishment. 2. It is undergoing self-preservation, wilting temporarily upon arriving in a new environment. 3. It is too far from the blood source, severing the connection. As an alchemist, Jun Baiyao was well versed in this matter. Jun Zhanlan lifted her head, her expression one of disbelief. Ji has always been with us. None of these conditions apply. Could it be this ancient flower was not cultivated by him? Jun Baiyao raised an eyebrow. Could it be Jun's Zai? As Jun Zhanlan was about to refute, she continued, the seed of the ancient flower is exceedingly rare and extremely difficult to cultivate. Even I have failed several times. When Jun's Zai saw my distress, he offered to give it a try. I handed it over to him and then forgot about it. Impossible. It absolutely cannot be him who cultivated it. He is a coward, a useless person, who merely follows us around like a dog. How could he possess such skills? Jun Zhanlan gasped, unable to accept this answer. Hearing this, Jun Baiyao's eyes reddened slightly. Do you know? In truth, my alchemist robe was personally washed by Jun's Zai. He has done so for us over 1,000 days and nights in these 3 years. Upon hearing this, Jun Zhanlan's pupils constricted sharply. She realized how arduous it was to wash an alchemist's robe. That coward actually went to such lengths for them. He is, after all, a prominent heir of the martial house, above countless others. Sister, I have been sending people to look for him during these days. And tears streamed down Jun Baiyao's cheeks. Have we misunderstood him? Impossible. Jun Zhanlan shook her head firmly, her gaze sharp. Ever since he returned from the Witchman dynasty, he has been plagued by a foul reputation. He has stolen others' possessions, harbored lecherous thoughts, and committed all manner of vile deeds. The 6th sister refuses to return home, precisely because he gazes at her with those lowly, despicable eyes. Even whenever the 6th sister speaks of Jun's Zai, her eyes brim with disdain and hatred that she cannot conceal. Jun Biao let out a sigh, and her words rang true. She wiped away her tears and said, I understand, which is precisely why we must bring him back. To regulate and educate him properly. Indeed, it is my prolonged absence that has allowed him to become so unruly. Jun Zhanlan raised her chin proudly, yet upon glancing at the ancient flower, her demeanor soured slightly. Eldest sister, the ancient flower must have been cultivated by my younger brother Ji. Jun's Zai is utterly incompetent. Then let us test the essence of Ji Yi's blood. I hope I am mistaken. Jun Biao said with a gentle sigh. As evening approached, Jun Ji Yi and his companions returned to Baiyun Hall, their laughter ringing in the air, only to be met by their elder sisters. Jun Zhanlan appeared even more fatigued than before, her complexion pale as she managed a strained smile. Ji Yi, could you spare a drop of your essence blood for your sister? Jun Ji paused. A flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, which was keenly observed by Jun Biao. Chapter 21. It is indeed Jun's Zai. Junji quickly regained his composure, worry etched on his face. Second sister. Is there something troubling you? A single drop of essence blood is hardly sufficient. If you require it, feel free to take as much as you need, even if it is heart's blood. Jun Zhanlan was taken aback. Did Ji not realize? Had he forgotten to gift her the Anshan flower? Just one drop will suffice. Second sister will compensate you. Her voice aimed to be soothing, yet trembled nonetheless. Junji felt a wave of rejection. This would surely affect the Tianjiao competition, yet his eyes were filled with sorrow. Second sister, I shall not participate in the competition. We must return home. We cannot jeopardize your well-being. Upon hearing this, Jun Zhanlan felt a warmth in her heart. Ji is so considerate and understanding. Surely, he must have forgotten the Anshan flower. Second sister, we cannot allow him to draw his essence blood at this time. Jun Ziyue stepped forward, her voice deep. Tomorrow is the Tianjiao competition. If he extracts a drop of essence blood, it will undoubtedly affect his combat strength. If anything goes awry, how shall we explain it to our parents? I know your brother's essence blood is precious. But this is not the moment to speak of it. Jun Yunshin concurred, stating, Ziyue is correct. With battle imminent, this is not the time. Eldest sister's second sister must have her reasons. If she asks, I shall comply. And I will explain to our parents. Junji spoke with utmost sincerity, yet remained motionless. Jun Ziyue and Jun Yunshin grew anxious. Why is he so foolish? Simultaneously, they felt deeply touched. If any misfortune befell them in the future, Ji would undoubtedly brave any danger for his sisters. At that moment, Jun Biao interjected, a drop of ordinary blood will suffice. Junji nodded slightly, relief washing over him. He certainly did not wish for complications to arise during the Tianjiao competition, as it would affect his standing in the martial house and even the Qinglong dynasty. Contemplating, he forced out a drop of fresh blood and presented it before Jun Zhanlan. This single drop ignited her suspicions. She had been closely observing Jun Jiyi's every move. He appeared deliberately theatrical. However, Jun Zhanlan remained silent, hoping this was merely a result of soul disturbances and not her own overthinking. Very well. Go rest now. Do not risk the Tianjiao competition, Jun Biao said with a smile, waving her hand. Jun Ji returned her smile warmly before turning to head back to his room. Jun Ziyue and Jun Yunshin wanted to ask more. But with their eldest sister instructing them to rest, they had no choice but to comply. Later, in their room, Jun Zhanlan slowly nourished the Anshan flower with Jun Jiyi's blood. Under the tense gaze of the two sisters, the leaves of the Anshan flower swayed gently, seemingly regaining some vitality. A smile finally graced Jun Zhanlan's face. Eldest sister, I told you it was cultivated by my younger brother Ji, not that coward. It seems I was overthinking. Jun Biao smiled wryly, feeling a sense of relief as well. Once Jun Biao departed, Jun Zhanlan gazed at the glowing Anshan flower. Her mood significantly lifted, and she gradually fell asleep. Unbeknownst to her, time passed, and deep night enveloped all. As Jun Zhanlan slept with her head resting on the windowsill, she suddenly felt a tickling sensation on her cheek. She opened her eyes, her heart stopping in an instant. The Anshan flower was withering. A leaf had fallen onto her face, causing the itch. No, no, no. Please, not this. In a panic, she frantically tried to push the leaves back into the bud, but like the passage of time, it slipped through her fingers, ultimately wilting away. Dejectedly, Jun Zhanlan sat there, staring at the barren Anshan flower, her mind involuntarily conjuring the figure of Jun Zizai. The one who nurtured the Anshan flower was not Ji. It truly was Jun Zizai. Why? Why must he be so kind to me? Jun Zhanlan felt a sudden suffocation. Why? During their time in the martial house, she could not tolerate Jun Zizai's sickly demeanor and had relentlessly trained him for a period. She even pushed him to the brink of bloodshed and fainting. Seeing him grow increasingly frail, she had even taken her sword and carved the words waste into the spot over his heart. Reflecting on her past self, Jun Zhanlan felt an odd sense of unfamiliarity. I treated him so harshly, yet he healed me like a gentle spring breeze. Was I in the wrong? She gazed up at the moon hanging in the heavens, questioning her own heart. feeling increasingly suffocated. Perhaps it was not that she believed herself to be wrong, but rather the withering of the ancient flower that made her realize the difficulties of life ahead. It seemed a glimmer of moisture slipped from the corner of her eye. Whether this tear was for Jun Zizai or for herself, she could not tell. The next day, Jun Biao, deeply concerned for her sister's condition, knocked on the door early in the morning, only to be taken aback. Jun Zhanlan, disheveled with tired eyes, sat by the window. The roots of the ancient flower had withered, completely perished. It is truly Jun Zizai. Jun Zhanlan's face turned pale as she spoke expressionlessly. Jun Biao's eyes welled with tears as she realized, I inadvertently mentioned your soul disturbances. It must have been remembered by Zizai, which is why he exerted himself to cultivate the ancient flower. He did it for you, to save you. Jun Zhanlan's body trembled. Did I seek his help? Why would I ask a coward for assistance? As his elder sister, isn't this what he ought to do? She turned away, her expression cold and distant as she looked at Jun Biao. Jun Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. She understood well that her second sister, Jun Zhanlan, had grown obstinate and extreme after years of military service like their father. I am not wrong. I have never been wronged. It has always been the younger brother who should bow his head and admit his mistakes to his sisters. Bring him home. I must control him. And he must never leave again. Jun Zhanlan's gaze hardened. On Qingshui Street, a miscellaneous goods shop had everything. In the backyard. Orderly breaths mingled with rhythmic punches. Waves of heat enveloped Jun Zizai, reddening his skin, akin to a freshly boiled shrimp. Perseverance is the path to righteousness. Breathing in the sunlight, he practiced his stances and punches, each strike resonating with his heart, blood surging like a torrent. After concluding his training, Jun Zizai felt utterly invigorated. He could distinctly sense that the blood poison and bone-eating witch's toxin were being suppressed. As long as his physique remained formidable, he would be impervious to 100 poisons. Free from calamity, with a cheerful disposition, Jun Zizai opened the shop door, only to be greeted by a rotund face squeezing through, beaming like the bodhisattva of happiness. His expression darkened instantly as he chose to ignore Chao Sr. That night, Jun Zizai had assumed Chao San was a valuable customer, but he never anticipated that he merely wished to establish a line of credit. Moreover, a permanent line of credit. Was this not akin to getting something for nothing? Jun Zizai sidestepped Chao San, pulling the door panel aside, ready to conduct business. Chao San was unperturbed, strolling in with familiarity, chuckling. This esteemed one sees your face. You shall surely enjoy longevity. You can read faces? Jun Zizai raised an eyebrow. Of course. The yin-yang master can discern fortunes, determine dragon veins, and effortlessly handle matters of life and death, Chao San boasted, hands behind his back, recounting his abilities. Jun Zizai chuckled lightly. No wonder you are so plump. Plumpness signifies wealth and fortune, Chao San replied, puffing up with pride. A few casual exchanges added some amusement to Jun Zizai's otherwise mundane life. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Is Master Qiushuang here? Chapter 22. Four rays unite. Spiritual light radiates. It was the middle-aged merchant who had previously asked Jun Zizai to set up the gathering spirit array. He stood at the door. His smile somewhat awkward. Jun Zizai hurriedly inquired, Did something go wrong with the array I set up? The merchant shook his head vigorously. No, Master Qiushuang, your array is exceptional. Our entire family is very satisfied. Thus, I would like to invite you to my Xin Yu Lu to set up an array. Might you have the time? Jun Zizai let out a sigh of relief. Since business had come knocking, it was impossible to turn it away. One must not refuse money. That would be foolish. Moreover, as he was in the startup phase, he needed to accept any job that came his way. However, if he left, who would tend to the shop? Although he trusted his neighbors, Qingshui Street was a mixed bag, and one could not rule out the possibility of thieves. Do not worry. With me around, no one can steal. Chao San sneered. In my prime, I slayed true dragons and slaughtered dark phoenixes. Who does not know me? Jun Zizai decisively closed the door behind him, leaving with the middle-aged merchant amidst their laughter and conversation. While only Chao San remained, disheveled in the wind, his face a portrait of bewilderment. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, striving to prevent the proud tears from cascading down his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that feeling dizzy was a natural response. After all, they were the ones seeking assistance from him, and anger was not an option. Smiles were essential, following a bout of self-comfort. Chao San emitted the distinctive cawing laughter that had become synonymous with him. As they walked, the middle-aged merchant warmly introduced himself. His surname was Jia, and his given name was Ru. He managed a place called Xin Yulu and had recently brought his wife and child to Zidu, which prompted him to seek out Junzizai for setting up a spirit-gathering array. Xin Yulu was engaged in the materials trade, accepting all qualities without discrimination. From the forging materials for weaponsmiths to the herbs for alchemists and the talisman paper and cinnabar for talisman masters. It boasted an extensive inventory. However, he only dealt in first and second grade materials, not out of a lack of desire, but rather due to the impossibility of accessing higher grade supplies. Such materials were monopolized by powerful factions, and without connections, one stood no chance. Regarding business matters, Junzizai merely smiled, opting not to delve deeper. Living well in his own little world was far more satisfying than anything else. Jiaoru observed Junzizai closely, perceiving him as easygoing and gentle, with an elegance akin to a bottomless pool of water impossible to fathom. Truly, he thought, a genius array master with such composure was indeed a rarity. Before long, they arrived at the bustling street. Xin Yulu was modest in scale yet thrived with foot traffic. "Boss, this is..." As they stepped into Xin Yulu, a shrewdly dressed young man approached with a smile. Jiaoru formally introduced, "This is Master Qiushuang, a genius array master. Master Qiushuang, I am Linyu from Xin Yulu. I apologize for the intrusion." The young man immediately bowed in greeting. Junzizai returned the gesture, pondering whether these individuals were perhaps overly enthusiastic. Yet, he chose not to probe further. Perhaps they were simply innately polite. Subsequently, Junzizai began to assess Xin Yulu just as Jiaoru had described. The quantity of materials was substantial, though their quality was rather mediocre. Nevertheless, the prices were considerably lower, making them quite popular among customers. "Boss Jia, I would like to procure a batch of materials from you," Junzizai stated directly. Jiaoru's eyes brightened. "No problem. Please list the materials you require, and I will deliver them immediately to your grocery shop." Junzizai greatly appreciated Jiaoru's straightforward approach. After listing the forging materials, herbs, and talisman materials with flourish, he took out 1,000 spirit coins and settled the bill on the spot. "I'll go arrange that," Lin Yu said as he turned to leave. With a buoyant mood, Junzizai did not remain idle. Having retrieved the materials for the array setup, he sat cross-legged in the center of Xin Yulu. "Recently, Xin Yulu has experienced frequent thefts. I suspect someone is coming at midnight to steal materials." Jiaoru voiced his concerns. Junzizai nodded slightly, his mind already formulating a response. He closed his eyes, and within the chaos furnace, he constructed 4 arrays, all of first-grade quality. The spider silk array, primarily for binding enemies. The electric pattern array, which would stun any adversary who attempted to struggle. The bewilderment array, designed to confuse the minds of others. The solidification array, reinforcing the overall defense of Xin Yulu. Normally, no first-grade array master would be capable of creating a composite of 4 arrays into one formation. That was the skill and experience of a high-grade array master. However, the chaos furnace was different. It could fuse the array patterns into a singular, intricate design. Moments later, Junzizai opened his dark eyes. Standing nearby, Jiaoru felt the world spin, experiencing an uncanny sensation as if he were seeing people as not quite human and mountains as not quite mountains. With a wave of his hand, Junzizai instantly distributed the array materials throughout Xin Yulu. Waves of invisible array patterns intertwined, then vanished, eluding the naked eye. The 4 arrays perfectly merged. Immediately, a faint glow enveloped the entire Xin Yulu, as if divine protection had been bestowed upon it, instilling a sense of reverence. "It's done." Junzizai wiped the sweat from his brow, a smile gracing his face. Beyond the successful array setup, he was even more elated by his own progress in cultivation. Had he just entered Zidu, he would have been incapable of merging 4 arrays into one. "I have left the array activation and deactivation patterns in your palm for your ease of control," Junzizai said as he rose, lightly tracing a complex array pattern on Jiaoru's hand. Jiaoru marveled, "Truly, Master Qiushuang, You set up an array with such speed. Well, it's something, Jun's eye chuckled, choosing not to elaborate on the 4 arrays merging into one. After all, he was using the merchant's materials. Furthermore, having procured materials today, it was only right to offer them some benefit. Jiaoru looked somewhat puzzled. What do you mean by it's something? He dared not pry further, accepting the master's unwillingness to explain. He then produced a large bag, the sound indicating it contained no less than 1,000 spirit coins. Master, I understand your customs. Here are 2,000 spirit coins. Please accept them as a gesture of friendship. I hope to rely on you more in the future. Jiaoru was particularly adept at navigating social dynamics, swiftly slipping the money bag into Jun's eye's pocket with lightning speed, clearly a seasoned hand. Upon hearing the sum of 2,000 spirit coins, Jun's eye's heart raced uncontrollably. Just how many silent arrays would that allow him to establish? If any issues arise with the arrays, feel free to seek me out. I guarantee to set them up and repair them. Jun's eye maintained a calm demeanor, smiling and clasping his fists in gratitude. Jiaoru was elated, hurriedly bowing in return. Absolutely, absolutely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jun's eye finally returned to Qingshui Street. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he opened the money bag, with a whoosh. The light of spirit coins dazzled. The bag was filled with glimmering spirit coins, 2,000 for an incense stick, 8,000 for an hour, and a staggering 96,000 for a day. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He knew well that it was improbable to set up arrays all day long, but dreams were meant to be pursued. What if one day he truly earned 100,000 spirit coins in a day? Upon entering the grocery shop, Jun's eye had barely stepped inside when Chaosen rushed over, his small eyes darting with excitement. Young lad, in need of money? Brother will take you to earn some. Chapter 23. The Atmosphere Crew. Jun's eyes first battle. Jun's eye regarded him with suspicion. What mischief was this fellow concocting now? Crying for a funeral? Jun's eye inquired tentatively. Given Chaosen's previous mention of dealing with funerals, he couldn't help but think along those lines. Chaosen, momentarily infuriated, calmed himself. There will be opportunities in the future. With a cackle, he continued. I just received word that the Tianjiao competition is about to commence. Zidu has many handsome men and beautiful women, specifically hiring martial artists to serve as cheerleaders. The louder they shout, the more they resemble their idols, the more spirit coins they receive. Jun's eye's expression grew serious as he took note. How much do they offer? Chaosen raised a finger. Jun's eye immediately scoffed. 1 spirit coin a day? That's hardly enough to send a beggar on their way. 1,000 spirit coins per match? Chaosen chuckled. Jun's eye's pupils contracted, taking a few steps back in shock. What a terrifying power of wealth from now on. You will be my true brother. Jun's eye extended his hand, touched by the chubby man's thoughtfulness. Chaosen's voice turned grave. Don't call me brother. Call me adoptive father. With a loud clap, their hands firmly clasped together. Let's make some money. The grocery shop would not be neglected. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence to coincide with the Tianjiao competition. All eyes were focused on the competition, who would venture to Qingshui Street to purchase low-grade elixirs. In these extraordinary times, one could earn extraordinary wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tianjiao competition is about to begin. Whoever can endure on the 10 platforms until the end shall receive a reward from the city lord. In the sky above Zidu, an ancient figure came into view, the city lord. Xin Kong Du, dressed in white with white hair and beard. He bore age spots on his face, yet his voice thundered, resonant and powerful. With a mighty wave of his arm, the ground of Zidu trembled. Extending 10 platforms adorned with the marks of time. The Tianjiao competition begins. The first platform belongs to my Huangquan sect. Who dares to challenge? Then, the second platform shall be claimed by the Great Sword King sect. Is there no one for the third platform? The Chun family has taken it. Who dares to fight? Roars echoed across the heavens, igniting the atmosphere of Zidu Huangbei of Huangquan sect. I am eager to test your skills. A cold laugh reverberated. Boom. A robust figure landed on the first platform, clad in black armor, wielding a great blade, exuding the aura of a 9th-grade martial spirit. Ling Tao from the Battle God Palace, a master of sword techniques. Huang Bei was equally formidable. This duel promised excitement. The onlookers were enthralled. Huang Bei, handsome in appearance, stood as a striking figure, his hands adorned with silver thread gloves. Smiling faintly, then come, with a thunderous crash, both sides erupted into battle. Meanwhile, a small group of martial artists began to move. At the forefront, a beautiful woman fixated her gaze on Huang Bei, her expression one of obsessive fervor. "Shout for me! Shout Huang Bei's name!" The beautiful woman commanded the martial artists behind her. "I have plenty of spirit coins." Jun Zizai and Chao San were among them, donning outfits emblazoned with the Huang Quan sect's insignia. Masks covering their faces, flags in hand. Huang Bei, crush the battle god palace. You are lightning, you are light, you are the one and only legend. Our beloved Miss Xiaoyan adores you and will always stand by your side. Many martial artists were partaking in this for the first time, feeling shy to speak up, but Jun Zizai and Chao San had no such qualms, immediately letting out loud cheers. The flags waved wildly, creating a resounding noise. Countless spectators were left agape. Is this still permissible, boss? Jun Zizai and Chao San turned to gaze at the beautiful woman. Xiaoyan gave a thumbs up, nodding vigorously. This was precisely the effect they desired. At that moment, all 10 arenas were embroiled in fierce battles, yet the first arena was particularly intense. Why? Because Ling Tao, hearing the cheers of support, felt an extreme displeasure in his heart. Damn it, is being handsome such a big deal? Is having a throng of women adoring you something to boast about? I scoff at that. Anger ignited within him, and he erupted. Huang Bei was directly struck by a blade, staggering backward repeatedly, blood spilling from his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Jun Zizai hurriedly handed Chao Sin something akin to eye drops, then began to cry out loudly. Huang Bei, your family is here. You are the best. We will always be your strongest support. Xiaoyan is willing to accompany you for a lifetime. The audience's emotions were stirred as well. A large crowd waved flags and clenched their fists, shouting. Xiaoyan, seeing tears streaming from under Jun Zizai and Chao Sen's masks, was momentarily taken aback. How dedicated they were, truly professionals, in the arena. Huang Bei was also affected. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared with determination, Ling Tao, you will never understand the power of family. His blood boiled. He was not fighting alone. He erupted too, and then he lost. The purple city fell into a sudden silence. What fervor! This sentiment resonated deeply within many warriors. Did they really believe that mere words could amplify their combat prowess? When Huang Bei was carried off, Xiaoyan, with tears in her eyes, rushed over, moved to tears. Thank you. Huang Bei winked at Xiaoyan. Instantly, her heart soared. The idol cared for her. When it came time to settle payments later, she generously gave Jun Zizai and Chao Sin an extra 500 spirit coins, expressing a desire for continued collaboration. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Zizai provided his contact information. 1005 spirit coins. This was even more profitable than setting up formations. In the next round, the two changed their attire, diving back into the lucrative endeavor. In truth, many warriors looked down upon such behavior. Compliments and flattery were acceptable. But this blatant monetary praise was rather dishonorable. Jun Zizai, however, did not mind. Alone and vulnerable, he needed to carve out a living in the vast purple city, striving hard to earn money. Besides, this was not against the law. If you didn't he earn, plenty of others would. Hearing about the unparalleled swordsmanship of the great Sword King sect, I aspire to witness it today. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoed. A graceful figure swept toward the 10th arena. It was Jun Ji, with shoulder-length black hair and striking features. He was indeed a handsome young man. The defender of the arena, Gu Changxiu from the Great Sword King sect, exuded a cold and proud aura. Adorned with a silver crown, standing there like a sharp divine sword. Feeling the attention from all directions, Jun Ji could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother, I shall take the fame you cannot enjoy. You can rest easy, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily within. Jun Zizai, of course, noticed Jun Ji but maintained an expressionless face, his demeanor calm, a mere old acquaintance. The young master of the Jun family, vanquishing all rivals, Jun Yunxin had also gathered a support team for Jun Ji. The little sister of the Great Sword King sect, Yu Lingchan, grew anxious. Go confront them. Chao Xin, with a glint in his eye, shouted. Little Ji, so laughable. Others behind him joined in the chorus. In an instant, Gu Changxiu and Junji engaged in fierce combat while the support team below exchanged heated words. Seeing her beloved senior brother showing signs of faltering, Yu Lingchan urged, quickly, praise senior brother. Praise what? Gu Changxiu is nothing but a weakling. Jun Yunxin mocked loudly. Indeed, Gu Changxiu was forced to retreat repeatedly. The support team fell momentarily silent, unsure of how to compliment. Jun Zizai waved a flag, witnessing the vast sword energy, and exclaimed, with a body that has fought across 3,000 miles, a single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. Excellent swordsmanship, senior brother. These lines were not originally his creation. Just the day before, the ancient god had stolen a volume of poetry, which contained numerous verses. He had casually perused it to pass the time. Never expecting to utilize it today, thunder rumbled. The 10th arena was suddenly filled with a torrent of sword energy. Jiyu Changxiu was enveloped in pure white sword light, the lines of the poem echoing in his mind. What a single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. Such grandeur should be the aspiration of a sword cultivator. Gu Changxiu's lips tinged with blood, yet he laughed heartily at that moment. The sword light flickered. His momentum soaring, Junji, taken by surprise, was sent flying, glancing down to find his high-grade Shin-level Qiaying blade shattered. He had not intended to reveal himself at this moment, his expression darkening as he retrieved the blood-drink mad blade from his spatial ring. Instantly, a crimson wave surged forth, enveloping the entire arena in a violent tremor. The scarlet gemstone at the tail of the blood-drink mad blade pulsed wildly. Junji resembled Ashura returning from hell. Exuding a suffocating pressure as he stepped forward, the blood-drink mad blade descending from above. Blade dominance technique, unparalleled blade aura. The blood-red blade shadow extended over 10 meters, solid and imposing, utterly terrifying. Come forth and fight. Gu Changxiu showed no fear, the sword energy flowing like an endless river. Boom. As the blade and sword clashed, the arena erupted. Both the onlookers and the powerful prodigies were filled with astonishment. The martial spirit realm wielded such might. It was truly fearsome. The clashes continued. Endless sword light suppressed the blood-red blade shadow, evidently holding the absolute advantage. Was my first battle destined for defeat? Junji's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, gritting his teeth. He furiously urged the blood-drink mad blade. But at that moment, a shattering sound reached Junji's ears. The scarlet gemstone at the blade's end shattered. Chapter 24. Junji's crushing defeat. The Jun family's grand drama. Thunder rumbled. A sudden wave of violent energy surged from the arena, permeating the skies above the entire purple city. The powerful figures raised their heads, their expressions dazed. Such terrifying killing intent. Crack! The cracks in the scarlet gemstone multiplied, releasing an overwhelming malevolence that surged toward the heavens, transforming into a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Where did this malevolence come from? It seemed to originate from Junji's blood-drink mad blade. How horrifying, as if a corpse king had emerged. The entire scene descended into chaos, countless individuals staring in shock at this spectacle. Jun Bai Yao and the others turned to Jun Zhanlan, second sister. What is happening with that gemstone? The artifact master said it could enhance the killing power of the blood-drink mad blade, but I had no idea it would manifest like this. Jun Zhanlan, already in a state of mental fatigue, appeared even paler. In the arena, Junji, closest to the scarlet gemstone, was inevitably the first to bear its brunt, his visage contorting grotesquely as he was enveloped in the crimson aura. Unleashing a continuous roar of fury, I am the heir of the Azure Dragon Dynasty's martial house. No matter its origins, it must serve me. Dragon scales erupted upon his body, a savage and wild aura radiating forth. And a thick dragon tail sprouted from behind him, resembling a dragon man striding through the mortal realm, body-refining martial technique. Azure Dragon's triple transformation? In an instant, the crimson wave was suppressed, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Truly the heir of the martial house, however, Chao San sneered coldly. Suppressed? By him? You think too highly of yourself. Do you know what that is? Yu Lingshan looked at Chao San, her curiosity piqued. Chao San replied with a smile, "That is the corpse demon slaughtering weather, which only arises in places where numerous lives have perished and where the imperial dynasty's fortune wanes. Moreover, the older it becomes, the more terrifying it is. Once it lingers within the body, the consequences are unimaginable." As if to affirm Chao Sen's words, the 10th arena was engulfed in endless bloodlight. Junji completely shrouded within it, transforming from a dominating force into a wretched wail. Crack! The blood-drink mad blade was utterly destroyed. The corpse demon slaughtering weather raged against Junji's body. Even the azure dragon armor struggled to withstand it. Ultimately, the azure dragon armor crumbled to dust. Junji collapsed to the ground, his body riddled with gaping wounds, blood soaking him, creating a ghastly sight. "Seal it!" An angry shout rang out. Xian Kongdu had taken action. The overwhelming power of space surged forth, forcibly sealing the corpse demon slaughtering weather and extracting Junji from its clutches. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any awkwardness. "Brother!" A group of sisters rushed forward, their voices trembling. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the azure dragon armor, Junji managed to preserve his life. Yet his injuries were severe, his body marred with deep lacerations, appearing as though mercilessly carved by blades, flesh torn and bloodied. Reminiscent of someone else's past wounds, quickly returned to the martial house to heal. "I have 6th grade elixirs. Give him one first. Make way, everyone, make way." The sisters hastily mounted the Qinglin beast. A group soared into the air, preparing to leave the Purple City. Witnessing this, the warriors sighed in disappointment. They had initially thought Junji would inherit Jun Xiangtian's prodigious talent and dominate the entire prodigy competition. Yet, unexpectedly, he had lost to his own blood-drink mad blade, a truly farcical outcome. Human paths suffer losses and heaven's paths impose penalties. The Jun family was merely a silver facade, not even comparable to a heir of the great Sword King sect, Guchangxiu. The sword path endures. Chao San directly launched a close-range attack, entering full mockery mode. Jun Bai Yao and the others nearly toppled from the Qinglin beast in fury, glaring fiercely below. "This grudge shall be set aside for now, but we will ensure that the great Sword King sect regrets it in the future." Upon finishing her words, she transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished into the distance. "How I fear you." Yu Lingshan placed her hands on her hips and let out a delicate huff, feeling quite pleased with Chao Sen's scathing remarks. As for Jun Ziyai, a subtle smile graced his lips, and his spirits soared with delight. This was not a personal affront. He merely found the unfolding drama to be truly captivating, elevating his mood for the day. The Tianjiao competition did not cease with Jun Ziyai's abrupt departure. He was not worthy of such an end. The Tianjiao continued to engage in fierce battles. The Atmosphere Group persisted in reaping profits. In the imperial capital, at the martial house, Jun Ziyai was promptly returned to the Jun family. Thanks to the healing properties of elixirs and rare treasures, he was no longer in mortal danger and gradually began to regain consciousness. However, the lingering corpse demon slaughter chi within him posed a considerable challenge. Jun Yunxin and Jun Ziyue were tearful, their hearts aching with sympathy. "Second sister, it's all your fault. Why did you give our younger brother that bloodthirsty blade?" Jun Yunxin complained. Jun Ziyue felt immense sorrow. "You not only turned him into a joke, but also left him gravely injured. You are truly foolish." Jun Zhanlan hesitated, realizing that her well-meaning act had inadvertently caused harm. Murong Binger sat by the bed, tears streaming down her face. The pain inflicted upon her child pierced her heart. A mother feels the pain of her child as if it were her own. She was just as distressed as Jun Ziyai, if not more so. Her son was more precious than her own life. "Zhanlan, come here." Murong Binger's tone had grown cold. Jun Zhanlan hung her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. A sharp sound echoed through the room. Jun Zhanlan fell to the ground, a glaring handprint appearing on her face. Her gaze blankly fixed on her mother. "What have you done to my son? Who allowed you to forge this wicked weapon? Seize her, subject her to 1,000 tortures, torment her soul. Ultimately, she shall meet a fate worse than death. None of her family or kin shall be spared." Murong Binger resembled a vengeful spirit, her beautiful eyes cold as ice, blood red and shocking, sending shivers down everyone's spine. She was furious. A son's life surpasses all else. Enough, Jun Xiangtian finally spoke. It was merely an accident. Why do you strike Zhanlan? Though he spoke, he did not assist Jun Zhanlan. Instead, he gently stroked his younger son's dark hair. Good child. Do not dwell on today's failure. It is your sister's fault. Father, mother, sisters, this matter cannot be blamed on second sister. Jun Ziyi gazed at Jun Zhanlan, forcing a smile. Second sister, I am fine. This is not your fault. So do not be saddened. Morong Binger and Jun Xiangtian felt relieved in their hearts. Indeed, their eldest son was understanding and virtuous. You should apologize to your brother at once. Refrain from bringing any more gifts. They only serve to irritate. Morong Binger cast a cold glance at Jun Zhanlan, not bothering to conceal her disdain. Jun Zhanlan wept pitifully. She wished to explain but did not know how to begin. Only Jun Biao stepped forward to protect her, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. Jun Ziyi slightly turned his head, his smile abruptly vanishing, replaced by resentment and fury. Wretched woman, he cursed inwardly. Had it not been for Jun Zhanlan's bloodthirsty blade, he would have been the champion of the Tianjiao competition. This woman was truly a calamity. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lu Zhong entered and whispered in Jun Xiangtian's ear. Someone from Wan Chilo has arrived. Chapter 25. The grand performance continues. Jun Yunxin harbored a peculiar obsession with prying into the privacy of martial artists. Thus, she leveraged the martial house's influence to establish Wan Chilo, renowned for gathering and selling intelligence. Although Jun Yunxin appeared to be the owner, she did not manage the operation of Wan Chilo, acting merely as a figurehead. The true power lay in the hands of the deputy owner. Gao Jinkai. With an upright demeanor, dressed in a white robe, hands tucked within his sleeves, he slightly bowed. Your Highness, I summoned you as soon as you returned. You have worked hard, Jun Xiangtian nodded. Although Morong Binger still harbored anger, she refrained from expressing it in front of outsiders, her voice cold. Gao Jinkai, you must find Jun Zizai. Could you procure his life token, blood essence, or even the clothing he wore? This would greatly expedite our search for young Master Zizai, Gao Jinkai informed. Jun Xiangtian turned to Lu Zhong. Retrieve the rebellious one's life token from the ancestral hall. Hearing this, Lu Zhong's expression grew awkward. Jun Biao furrowed her brows. Why are you dawdling? Go fetch it. My lord, miss, young Master Zizai's life token is simply not in the ancestral hall, Lu Zhong reluctantly admitted. The life token, crafted from blood essence, is typically hidden in a secret location. Should an incident occur or death ensue, the token would sustain damage. Every dynasty and major family would create life tokens for their members, an indispensable proof of kinship. The hall fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. No life token in the ancestral hall? Did this not imply that they had never regarded Jun Zizai as part of the Jun family? Jun Xiangtian's transition from stupor to rage took but a breath. He snorted, Nonsense. How could I possibly neglect that rebellious one's life token? You, my lord, young Master Zizai was attacked upon returning from the Wuman dynasty. Disheveled and filthy, Lu Zhong sighed repeatedly. At that time, Miss, Second Miss, Third Miss, and Fifth Miss, along with you, all found him too dirty and ragged to permit him entry into the ancestral hall. Since then, I do not know if you forgot or were too busy, but you never mentioned creating a life token for young Master Zizai. After these two statements, Jun Xiangtian slumped into his chair. Stupefied. After a long while, he finally rasped, Did I truly do this? Lu Zhong was rendered speechless. Jun Biao's eyes reddened as buried memories resurfaced. Yes, she remembered at a tea that time. When Jun Zizai encountered calamity, he was not only drenched in blood but also disheveled and filthy, resembling a beggar on the street. How could they allow him into the ancestral hall? Jun Zhanlan seemed to recollect something, her delicate body trembling slightly. She appeared to have deemed Jun Zizai too dirty and had injured his leg. Morong Binger gripped the armrest, closed her eyes, and remarkably refrained from crying, though she involuntarily shuddered. So it was. So it was. This rebellious son had already resolved to betray the Jun family during that time. Why did he not speak up? Why did he not confide in me? Deeply calculating, acting despicably. Such a person, if not properly guided, would surely wreak havoc in the future. Jun Xiangtian suddenly broke into a cold laugh. Lu Zhong was utterly speechless. Gao Jiankai bowed his head, remaining silent, yet inwardly he scoffed. Is this Marshall House family entirely deranged? No life token? Surely we must have sent clothing. Jun Xiangtian turned sharply, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong, unafraid, shook his head. My lord, there is none. Morong Binger could no longer restrain herself and opened her eyes. Impossible, that child has such a low cultivation. Without cotton clothing, how could he survive the winter? Just one set of clothes for all seasons. The mother-daughter duo seemed to be passing the blame, Lu Zhong finally explained. In the past 3 years, young Master Zizai has owned merely 2 sets of clothing, and those he purchased with his own earnings. In truth, young Master Zizai could afford cotton clothing for winter, but he always prioritized buying gifts for you. My lord, my lady, and the Mrs. Dai Ti was not that he did not want to, but rather that he derived his greatest warmth from seeing your smiles. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Jun Biao's face, her hands covering her mouth as she desperately tried to suppress her sobs. Jun Zhanlan let tears fall, streaking her cheeks, her mind flooded with memories of that year when Jun Zizai appeared in tatters, yet held exquisite little gifts for them. That smile was so pure, yet they could not even be bothered to glance at him. Morong Binger, weeping, leaned against the armrest, lost in thought. My Zizai, what kind of life have you endured these past 3 years? After Lu Zhong spoke, he lowered his head, but after much deliberation, he finally summoned the courage to speak. My lord, lady, miss, Second Mississippi young Master Zizai has endured a life worse than a dog in the Marshall House for these past 3 years. Miss Yunxin, Miss Miaodong, Miss Ziyue, and Miss Wanin frequently bought spiritual fruits for their dogs and provided them with clothing. Perhaps young Master Zizai's departure from the Marshall House was indeed the wisest choice. He had kept these words bottled up for far too long. Young Master Zizai was such a good person, yet he could never gain recognition and even had to endure the ridicule and beatings from the misses. Lu Zhong could not fathom why Wu Morong Binger completely broke down in tears. Jun Biao had turned into a figure of sorrow. Jun Zhanlan's complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color. The esteemed eldest son of the Marshall House, living worse than a dog. Would anyone believe such a statement? Jun Xiangtian stood frozen, unable to articulate a word, but soon, an anger that arose from the depths of his heart engulfed him. Rebellious son. Damned rebellious son. Why did he not communicate more with his family, always bowing and scraping? I despise such a disposition. Fool. Waste. If only he had spoken up, he would not have had to endure such hardship. He angrily reprimanded aloud. Because Gao Jian was still here. Jun Xiangtian felt that the Jun family had lost face in front of outsiders. This was all Jun Zizai's fault. Inside the room, the corpse demon's relentless movements within Jun Ziyi's body caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Jun Yun Xian felt a pang of heartache, yet she was at a loss as to how to alleviate her brother's pain. Jun Ziyu turned her eyes mischievously, revealing her adorable tiger teeth. Brother, I can make you happy again. Would you like to give it a try? Fifth sister, please don't joke around, Jun Ziyu replied, both amused and helpless. No. Just burn something and you will surely feel better. Jun Ziyu laughed wickedly. Jun Yun Xian understood the implication, chuckling softly. Are you suggesting we burn that doghouse? Chapter 26, Burning the Doghouse. Jun Zi's eyes break through Jun Ji. He was momentarily taken aback. Burn the doghouse? Oh, the one where Jun Zi's eye lived. Sister, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Where will brother live when he returns? Jun Ji's expression was troubled. In truth, he wished he could applaud the idea. That was the last trace of Jun Zi's eye. Once burned, it would be utterly gone. Jun Yun Xian patted her chest confidently. Never mind, whatever happens. I will take responsibility. Lu Hao. Soon, a young man entered, around the same age as Jun Ji, with thick brows and large eyes, cupping his hands. What orders do you have, third miss? Lu Hao was Jun Ji's personal attendant, capable of cultivation with resources at his disposal, having reached the martial spirit realm, a status higher than many in family sects. Carry Ji and come with us, Jun Yun Xian instructed with a smile. Lu Hao nodded eagerly, carefully lifting Jun Ji onto his back. However, as he passed by Jun Yun Xian, she caught a whiff of a strange scent, causing her brow to furrow. This smell is so familiar. Jun Yun Xian murmured. Before she could ponder further, Jun Ziyu interrupted. Third sister, stop dawdling, let's hurry. The group stealthily made their way out of the Marshall house and into a bamboo cottage in the alley. After a period of neglect, dust covered everything, with dead leaves scattered about and numerous cobwebs entwined. Jun Ziyu raised an eyebrow at them, playfully spreading her jade-like hands, causing a purple fire lotus to rise and crash down upon the doghouse. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. The brilliant light illuminated the faces of the four, each beaming with joyous smiles. The last remnants of Jun Zi's eye within the Marshall house vanished completely at that moment. Perhaps he never truly belonged to the Marshall house. Perhaps he should never have been born. Within the Marshall house, after venting his anger, Jun Xiangtian noticed Gao Jian's ears were ringing with a glow, and his expression softened considerably. Gao Jian understood what should be heard and what should not. He had long shielded himself from the noise with spiritual energy. Liu Zhong stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Gao Jian immediately dispelled the spiritual energy, respectfully looking at Jun Xiangtian. Is it permissible to use the items that the unfilial son had used? Jun Xiangtian's expression darkened. Gao Jian felt somewhat helpless. Did this family not have anything that Jun Zi's eye had frequently used? Not even a pair of chopsticks. He dared not complain, nodding. I will do my best. Jun Xiangtian signaled Liu Zhong with his eyes to retrieve something from the doghouse. Perhaps some pillows or bedding. Liu Zhong promptly went to do so, but soon returned with a face full of frustration and despair. Master, madam, miss, second miss, you all should go out for a moment. His nose felt slightly sore. Jun Baiyao stopped her tears, speaking anxiously. Is it that Zi's eye has returned? No, the third miss and fifth miss have burned down young Master Zi's eye's residence. Liu Zhong gritted his teeth. Nonsense! Jun Xiangtian immediately erupted in anger, hastily making his way outside. Jun Baiyao and Jun Zhanlan exchanged glances, supporting their weeping mother as they followed. At this moment, the doghouse had transformed into a sky full of sparks, leaving behind only a heap of black ash still emitting smoke. Has my brother's mood improved? Jun Ziyu asked with a mischievous smile. Junji, he felt a sense of relief inside. Yet he did not show it. He had already heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Jun Xiangtian wore a grim expression, glaring at the completely burned doghouse, his lips twitching uncontrollably at it's gone. All gone. Everything turned to ashes. Nonsense. Why did you burn the doghouse? Are you simply bored? He glared fiercely at his two daughters, reprimanding them. Jun Ziyu and Jun Yun Xian stood protectively in front of their brother, looking aggrieved. Father, our Marshall house is so luxurious and grand. Why should a doghouse mar its beauty? We only burned some trash. A doghouse that housed a dog. What is the big deal in burning it down? The two precious daughters' words only fueled Jun Xiangtian's fury. Jun Ji lay weakly on Liu Hao's back, forcing a smile. Father, mother, my two sisters did not mean it. It was I who said I wanted to see fireworks. But a spark fell on the doghouse and accidentally ignited it. This is all my fault. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiangtian's anger subsided slightly. No, it was I who wanted to burn it. It has nothing to do with my brother. Jun Ziyu insisted stubbornly. She would not let Junji take the blame. He was, after all, her beloved little brother. Jun Baiyao, unable to contain her anger, pointed at Jun Ziyu, scolding. Do you even realize that the doghouse contained items belonging to Zizai? We need his personal belongings to bring him back home. Do you even have a brain? The eldest sister's rebuke caused Jun Ziyu to shrink back. Eldest sisters are like mothers, and more importantly, she had raised them since childhood. She feared her eldest sister more than their parents. Jun Yun Xian, however, scoffed. The useless one has long since rolled away. What is the point in finding him? Just to add to our troubles? Exactly. A useless dog. Returning home would only soil our eyes. Jun Ziyu lamented, feeling wronged. Jun Baiyao's anger erupted. Have you both been reading books only to the level of a dog's belly? Get back and reflect. The two sisters were quite displeased, grumbling as they turned to exit the Marshall house, sticking out their tongues at Junji, clearly showing no sign of remorse. Jun Xiangtian sighed helplessly. The rice had been cooked. He could only think of another way. Murong Bing gazed at the still warm black ash, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. There was pain, and also helplessness. But mixed in was a hint of something oddly fortunate. "Mother, you should go in first." Jun Zhanlan supported her. Murong Bing, noticing the handprint on her daughter's face, tenderly caressed it. "Does it still hurt?" Jun Zhanlan's nose tinged with sorrow as she shook her head. Murong Bing led her children back into the martial house. Inside the hall, Gao Jian observed Jun Xiangtian's awkward demeanor. Feeling quite speechless, "Since there are no items belonging to young Master Zai, I shall send more people to quickly find any news of him." Just as Gao Jian departed, an elder from the 10 clans arrived at the martial house. He came to see Jun Ji, bringing with him a vial of 7-colored glazed treasure essence, comparable to a 7th-grade elixir. Jun Ji was overjoyed. This treasure was immensely beneficial for the body. It not only could heal injuries but also elevate his cultivation level. The Wu Man dynasty is approaching, and the most beautiful woman, the Spirit Fox Princess, will accompany them. The elder from the 10 clans stroked his long beard. His expression somewhat grave. "Since you lost in the Tianjiao competition, there will certainly be competition among the princes at the Marriage Alliance Conference. You must break through to the Martial King realm as soon as possible to be prepared." "I understand, elder from the 10 clans." Junji nodded vigorously. Jun Xiangtian and Murong Bing exchanged glances, finally revealing a hint of a smile. Their son marrying the Spirit Fox Princess was practically a foregone conclusion. In the Purple Capital, where everything could be found in a general store, Jun Zai sat cross-legged on the second floor, his body trembling incessantly. He was enduring the dual impact of bone corroding witch poison and blood heat poison. With the recent cultivation of the holy domain Longdao body, the pain had noticeably diminished compared to before, no longer appearing so wretched. Bang! A muffled sound resounded. Under such pressure, Jun Zai actually made a breakthrough. He stepped into the 5th rank of martial artists. Chapter 27. That woman, Master Xianling, arrives. The Tianjiao competition concluded, with the Great Sword King sect emerging victorious. Jiu Changxiu not only broke through in cultivation, but also gained deeper insights into swordsmanship, directly sweeping through many talents, standing at the pinnacle. It is said that afterward, he was still searching for the one who proclaimed, "In a single battle spanning 3,000 miles, a single sword could vanquish 1,000,000 troops." However, Jun Zai was unaware of this matter. Having served as the atmosphere group for a day and night, he earned a whopping 20,000 spirit coins, truly a bountiful harvest. With these spirit coins, Jun Zai could finally commence normal operations for the general store and even refine pills for his own use. 1 for detoxification, 2 for accelerating cultivation speed. Huff! Jun Zai exhaled a breath of turbid air. A mixture of bone corroding witch poison and blood heat poison slowly being expelled from his body. Though the amount was not significant, it was stable. Complete detoxification was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Chaos Furnace also finished refining a pill, a first-grade gathering chi pill, and of the utmost quality. Once he had some free time, he would set up a spirit gathering array in the general store. And the speed of cultivation would accelerate tremendously. Life was becoming increasingly better. Filled with joy, Jun Zai finished breakfast, removed the door panel, and opened the door for business. Chao Sen arrived again. Given their previous camaraderie and having been atmosphere group partners, Jun Zai this time did not chase him away. This hefty fellow had also become familiar with the neighbors, claiming to be Jun Zai's older brother. As for the credibility of such a claim, well, that was subjective. After all, Grandma Lin next door didn't he believe it? With that appearance and physique, one could hardly see any resemblance. "Good little brother, would you like me to sponsor you in opening a big shop?" Chao San produced a reclining chair crafted entirely from pure purple gold. After settling into it, he fanned himself lazily and inquired with a cackle. Jun Zai, while handing a vial of hemostatic elixir to the arriving warrior, responded casually, "It's hard to believe you, considering you wish to obtain medicinal pills without payment. Moreover, I simply desire a tranquil life." Chao San curled his lips and rocked the chair, producing a creaking sound. What is it that you aim to achieve with all those spiritual coins? Upon mentioning this, Jun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. To earn money, procure materials, refine pills, and cultivate. Once my realm is sufficiently advanced, I wish to depart from the northern spiritual domain. I have heard of a vast ocean known as the endless sea, boundless and magnificent. I yearn to feel the sea breeze, enjoy the delicacies of marine beasts, and assemble my own fleet, leading a simple life. His longing was palpable, and he spoke of this dream with an inexhaustible fervor. Chao San could sense the purity of his emotions, which were devoid of falsehood, and fell into a contemplative silence. How could one abandon their homeland, the very place that nurtured them, unless they had suffered profound wounds? This dream of a fleet was a sanctuary deep within Jun's heart from a previous life. In moments of suffocating despair, this dream served as spiritual sustenance, propelling him forward. This life was different. The Jun family had faded away, and his dreams lay ahead, waiting to be realized. It will come to fruition. Chao San remarked with a smile. It will come to fruition. Jun's eye chuckled innocently. As Chao San continued to sway in his chair, he observed Jun's eye with increasing concern. What a disconcerting sensation! Within him, he perceived a paradoxical aura of both fragility and strength, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Perhaps it was precisely this that allowed him to bear such a terrifying dragon's aura. After a moment of thought, he queried, Qiu Shuang, your spiritual energy is quite chaotic. You must have been at least at the martial king's level previously. How did you fall to the rank of a mere warrior? Jun's eye, with his back turned to Chao San, paused momentarily before placing the elixirs on the counter, seemingly oblivious to the question. Yet, a long-buried memory began to tear apart within him. It was when Jun's eye had just been released from the Witchman dynasty. However, on his journey back, nearing the borders of the Qinglong dynasty, he was ambushed. The powerful escorts protecting him fought valiantly, including guards from the Witchman dynasty, yet the assassins struck with lethal precision, forcing them to fight to the death. In the end, the assassins were annihilated, but Jun's eye's cultivation was rendered useless. Upon returning to the martial house, his roots were completely destroyed, leaving him devoid of any realm. As these thoughts surfaced, Jun's eye slowly lifted his gaze. A cold glint flashing in his eyes. He knew who had sent the assassins. It was that woman. He loathed the Jun family and wished to sever ties with them, yet that did not mean he would forego revenge. The time had not yet come. I shall witness your rise, your guests, and then your downfall. Once Jun's eye regained his composure, he remarked, it is merely a trifling matter of wind and frost. Chao San was momentarily taken aback, then raised a thumb in approval. With such a mindset, you are destined to reclaim your peak. Had it been an ordinary person facing such circumstances, they would likely have succumbed to madness. Only Jun's eye could maintain such an equanimous demeanor. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the business of the general store flourished. Though the medicinal pills, weapons, and spiritual talismans sold by Jun's eye were of the lowest grade, their prices were incredibly reasonable. Moreover, their quality was impeccable. With such affordable prices for superior quality, how could the warriors not be excited? Most importantly, Jun's eye aimed to adopt a strategy of low profit and high volume, welcoming customers with a smile, regardless of their cultivation levels. Over time, his reputation naturally flourished. Boss, could you provide this old man with a recovery pill? A voice filled with age and mirth rang out. Jun's eye felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing it. Yet he still turned to fetch the vial, smiling. Today, we have limited quantities of recovery pills. Are you perhaps a master of Xinling? The elderly man standing before the general store was none other than the master of Xinling from the Baiyue Tower. The surrounding warriors looked on in shock, hastily clasping their fists in respect. Chao Sen glanced at the master of Xinling, then returned his gaze, picking up a toothpick to nibble on a spiritual fruit. Seemingly unconcerned, the presence of the master illuminated the general store. Jun's eye cupped his hands, wearing a warm smile. The guest is a guest, and one must not be negligent. However, the master of Xinling was not smiling. Such a talented alchemist hiding here, conducting small trades. This is absurd, he exclaimed. Qiu Shuang, I formally invite you to join Baiyue Tower. Although you are merely a first-grade alchemist, I assure you that you will receive the treatment of a third grade. No, a fourth grade alchemist. Additionally, you will benefit from my guidance. I do not wish for a pearl to gather dust. The master of Xuanling's eyes glinted with fervor as he extended his invitation. The general store fell into a stunned silence. The warriors who had come to purchase elixirs gaped in shock, gasping in disbelief. What an esteemed figure the master of Xinling was. He was one of the highest patrons of Baiyue Tower. And it was said that he had deep connections with several martial lords. How could such a prominent figure personally invite a young man? A true treasure. Absolutely a treasure. The warriors were envious to the point of drooling. Had this opportunity fallen upon them, their ancestors would surely be proud. Noteworthy was the arrival of Kai Fei, who stood just outside the general store. She discreetly noted the presence of the warriors, intending to seal their lips should the need arise, ensuring that Jun Zizai's existence remained a secret. As for Jun Zizai himself, he scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. He was merely running a general store. How had he drawn the attention of the Master of Xinling? Master of Xinling, my talents are limited. If I were to accept, it would surely incite discontent. Moreover, my temperament is laid back, making me ill-suited for Baiyue Tower. Jun Zizai politely declined. He had already afforded the Master of Xinling and Baiyue Tower ample respect. The warriors stood agape, their jaws dropping in disbelief. He refused. The Master of Xuanling's small eyes widened in confusion. How could such an offer be turned down? Once he regained his composure, he noticed a hint of fatigue etched on Jun Zizai's face. It was not the weariness of the body, but rather a spiritual exhaustion. His heart sank. Who dares to bully my good disciple? This is utterly absurd. Qiu Shuang, may I have a word with you? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a melodious voice echoed. Chapter 28. Refusing the Master of Xinling. The Alliance team arrives. Everyone turned toward the voice, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Kai Fei, clad in a pale white floral-patterned gown, enveloped her voluptuous figure, exuding an air of mature elegance. Her gentle smile inexplicably instilled a sense of calm. Please, speak, Jun Zizai replied coolly, unaffected by her beauty. Kai Fei entered the general store and slightly bowed. Since you are unwilling to join Baiyue Tower, he pressed the matter. However, if you require assistance with refining medicinal materials in the future, could we trouble you? Jun Zizai smiled. Of course, assisting others in refining materials falls within my business scope. Such transactions were common for alchemists. Sometimes, when business orders piled up, alchemists would seek help from smaller shops, providing a fee that was quite considerable. Jun Zizai had opened his store to conduct business and would naturally not refuse Kai Fei. Yet, the Master of Xinling appeared somewhat displeased. What nonsense is this, young lady? I have finally found a promising pupil. Not only is he exceptionally talented and hardworking, but he is also articulate. What if he were to leave? Master of Xinling, what do you think? Kai Fei turned to inquire, her eyes twinkling as if she could persuade him. The Master of Xinling immediately realized his impatience. He cleared his throat and softened his tone. Qiu Shuang, the doors of Baiyue Tower will always be open for you. Whenever you wish to come, any conditions can be discussed freely. After a pause, he added, I will wait for you. Always wait for you. Jun Zizai felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He was merely a first-grade alchemist. Such attention seemed excessive. Furthermore, there was something peculiar about the way those words sounded. As for the matter of pricing, Kai Fei tugged at the Master of Xuanling's sleeve and stepped forward with a smile. Your refining quality is so high, Baiyue Tower would never take advantage of you. You will certainly not be treated unfairly. Jun Zizai suddenly understood. That was the reason. When he was at Baiyue Tower, the medicinal materials were refined using the chaos furnace. Never knew the concept of refining multiple times, but rather refined directly to perfection. Thus, the pills, weapons, spiritual talismans, and formations produced from the chaos furnace were all of the highest quality. Now that the arrangements are settled, we shall not impose any further. Farewell. Sensing the time was right, Kai Fei pulled the Master of Xinling away. The Master of Xinling appeared reluctant to depart. Point 1. Might mistakenly assume that Jun Zizai was the master, and he merely a fledgling seeking to bask in the light of a great figure. On their way back to Baiyue Tower, the Master of Xinling sighed. This child is extraordinary. If it were anyone else, they would have accepted such an offer without hesitation. That is why I advised you not to rush. Relationships can be cultivated gradually, Kai Fei counseled. I know you cherish talent, but one must not be overly hasty. Qiu Shuang prefers tranquility over chaos. I have already instructed those present to keep silent. The master of Xinling nodded, acknowledging Kai Fei's thoroughness. However, after some thought, he added, a mere warning may not suffice. As he spoke, shadows emerged from the alleyways on either side, clad in black robes with hoods concealing their faces. They raised their heads to reveal masks, resembling crows lurking in darkness. Ingwei, heed my command. Any who speak out of turn shall be executed without mercy. Kai Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness, starkly contrasting her usual gentle demeanor. Understood. The raven sentinels came in haste, departing just as swiftly. Observing this, Master Xinling finally felt a sense of relief. Within the general store, Jun Zizai had just seen off the last customer. Chao San lounged in his rocking chair, fanning himself with a palm frond, and remarked, that old fellow wasn't he so bad. You might as well relent. Jun Zizai rolled his eyes in response, perplexed by such a remark that sounded rather unsettling. He picked up a feather duster to sweep away the dust and casually replied, I cherish my current life, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. In his previous life, he had heard much about Master Xinling, reputed to possess alchemical skills of the 7th or even 8th rank, revered by many and well-connected. Even Jun Ziyi had sought to apprentice under Master Xinling, only to be declined. Jun Ziyi, whose talent for alchemy was commendable, had, with the guidance of Jun Biyao, reached the status of a 2nd-rank alchemist at a young age. However, his intention to seek mentorship was not for the sake of alchemy, but rather to gain access to the Baiyue Tower and the mysterious forces behind it. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed. A young warrior, appearing no older than 16 or 17, dashed in, his clothes tattered and stained with blood. Just as he was about to enter the store, he abruptly halted, his expression a tumult of struggle, seemingly at a loss for words. Boss, do you have any hemostatic pills or recovery elixirs? The young warrior finally mustered the courage to step inside, clutching wrinkled spirit coins smeared with blood. His voice trembled. Jun Zizai nodded with a smile, placing the pills upon the counter. The young warrior hesitated to take them, lowering his head, his voice quaking further. Boss, I don't have enough money. Please let me take them for urgent use. I promise to repay you when I have the funds. This small business of mine is not a charity. Jun Zizai pushed the pills directly towards him. The young warrior's head shot up, his eyes instantly reddening. Tears, unbidden, streamed down his cheeks. He had visited numerous shops, and before he could even speak, the arrogant shopkeepers had chased him away. Yet, despite this, he had persevered in trying, for if he did not try, how could he endure the encroaching darkness of the night? Thank you, boss. I will surely repay your kindness. The young warrior knelt and bowed his head in gratitude, introducing himself. My name is Xiao Hao. He placed 5 blood-stained spirit coins on the counter and fled without looking back. Is it really him? Jun Zizai was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the spirit coins on the counter, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. At that moment, Chao San, still reclining in his chair, cackled. Respect the choices of others. Let go of your desire to help, my friend. You've entangled yourself in karma. What karma? I am an alchemist, selling pills for profit while aiding those in need. Jun Zizai shrugged and smiled. Besides, having more friends opens up more paths. There's no harm in that. In his past life, he had suffered greatly from isolation, which led him to desire connections with warriors in this life to establish his own network. Chao San narrowed his eyes. Back then, I asked you for 100 pills on credit, yet you refused. That was not credit. It was outright freeloading. Jun Zizai retorted. Besides, you weren't injured, and your limbs were intact. Why would I give you 100 spirit pills? Am I foolish? So, if I were injured, you'd be willing to give me some. Chao Sin discerned a flaw in his argument. Of course not. Jun Zizai turned away, uninterested in further banter. Chao Sin chuckled, reclining back in his chair, gently swaying as he mused. No, you will definitely give them. The night was cool in this small corner of Qingshui Street. The general store radiated an unusual warmth. Outside the capital, Powerful figures from the Jun family had arrived, including the first prince, the second prince, and even Junzi among them. They appeared to be waiting for something. "It's here," the first prince remarked with a faint smile. Ahead, an imposing procession marched forward, capturing the attention of all present, the wedding entourage from the barbaric dynasty. They arrived. Chapter 29. The prophecy of the martial sovereign. My son's fate is sealed. Beasts roared, and the wildness permeated the atmosphere. A chilling aura of bloodshed hanging in the air. Banners fluttered in the wind, adorned with beastly emblems, resonating with the profound heritage of the witch barbaric dynasty. Armored war elephants dragged the chariots, each step resonating like thunder. The so-called chariots resembled towering structures. The forefront stood a man with sharply defined features, exuding an overwhelming presence, his brows furrowed with a terrifying aura. "Prince Huayan of the Infernal Prison, we have prepared a warm welcome for the witch barbaric dynasty," the first prince greeted, riding a majestic steed with a smile and clasped fists. Huayan of the Infernal Prison grinned, revealing a chilling set of white teeth. "Excellent, I hope our union will be successful this time." The members of the Qinglong dynasty frowned at this statement, sensing an underlying implication. However, Huayan of the Infernal Prison offered no explanation. Leading his entourage directly into the capital, traversing the bustling marketplace. This journey was bound to be anything but tranquil. Night fell, and the witch barbaric dynasty settled into the Baiyun Palace, awaiting the Moro's union ceremony. At that moment, a figure moved stealthily within the Baiyun Palace, almost ghost-like, surveying the entire royal palace from above. He resembled a phantom in the night. The Dark Moon martial sovereign, the strongest among the witch barbaric dynasty, had come to the Qinglong dynasty. Yet, his purpose extended beyond mere attendance. This matter held significant implications for the future of both dynasties. The Dark Moon martial sovereign raised his head, his eyes resembling a pale moon, eerie yet radiant, gazing into the depths of the palace. "You've aged considerably." His words resonated in the ears of Jun Shui. In the desolate stillness of the tranquil Heart Lake, Jun Shui slowly opened his eyes. Fatigue evident in his gaze, a palpable aura of impending demise enveloping him. He appeared gaunt, devoid of flesh, a sight that evoked profound sorrow. "Your audacity has grown," Jun Shui replied calmly, as though familiar with the Dark Moon martial sovereign. They had once been close friends, having fought for each other's lives, yet differing in principles had led to years of estrangement. Their reunion now was bittersweet. In a flash, the Dark Moon martial sovereign stepped into the tranquil Heart Lake. Turning his gaze towards Jun Shui, "Where is the Holy Dragon Son? Why is he absent for today's reception?" A flicker of anticipation and doubt crossed his eyes. "Why Holy Dragon Son has departed," Jun Shui replied with a smile, though the expression bore a tinge of sorrow and helplessness, alongside simmering anger. The Dark Moon martial sovereign's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. "Zizai has left. Who will attend the union tomorrow? To be frank, your Qinglong dynasty can only marry the spirit fox princess with him. No one else will suffice." His emotions were evidently stirred. Jun Shui met the Dark Moon martial sovereign's gaze. Rendered speechless, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Jun Zizai, longing to venture out and seek justice for him. Yet the damage to the dragon pulse constrained him. Jun Shui had been expending his lifespan to barely sustain the Qinglong dynasty's prosperity. But this had also delayed his search for Jun Zizai. The Dark Moon martial sovereign chuckled, more in exasperation than amusement. "I see. You've abandoned him." He laughed heartily. "Jun Shui, you old fool. Do you realize if you don't want him, I'll take him? Name your terms. That child is destined to elevate any dynasty to greatness." The Dark Moon martial sovereign was almost beside himself with rage and laughter. Others might not comprehend, but he knew all too well how Jun Zizai had carved out a niche for himself in the witch barbaric dynasty. How could the Qinglong dynasty be so foolish as to forsake him? The light in Jun Shui's eyes dimmed completely, remaining silent. After venting, the Dark Moon martial sovereign's gaze softened with pity. "The Jun family is full of ingrates, discarding those who have served them. You should find a way out for yourself, or you'll end up like Jun Zizai. Why not come with me?" Jun Shui shook his head in response. "They wouldn't dare. I safeguard the dragon pulse and have served the dynasty well." The Dark Moon martial sovereign laughed lightly, scoffing, before bursting into a fit of laughter as if he had heard the most ridiculous statement. He felt sorrow for Jun Shui. Your name fits you well, guarding others' fortunes? Jun Shui offered no defense, softly stating, Zazai, I will seek you out. You needn't worry. With that, his eyes gradually closed. The Dark Moon martial sovereign was infuriated. He longed to strike Jun Shui and forcibly take him away, yet ultimately turned away in resignation. After leaving the palace, the Dark Moon martial sovereign's expression shifted entirely. The Witch Barbaric Dynasty's agreement to the union stemmed from two primary motivations. First, the Spirit Fox Princess sought to marry the Holy Dragon Son, employing every means to bring him back. Second, a prophecy. The Star Fox martial sovereign of the Witch Barbaric Dynasty, skilled in divination, had recently passed, leaving the court in mourning. Before his death, he bequeathed a prophecy of but 8 words. The proud dragon regrets. The Holy Dragon has no regrets. The Witch Barbaric Dynasty speculated that this likely pointed to Jun Zizai of the Qinglong Dynasty. With Zizai gone, the prophecy would come to fruition, and the Qinglong Dynasty had already begun to show signs of collapse. The Dark Moon martial sovereign reflected grimly. He cast one last glance at the depths of the palace before plunging into the night, vanishing from sight. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the azure sky, fireworks erupted in the firmament, enveloping the surroundings in an atmosphere of jubilance. The Grand Dragon Arena within the Imperial Palace was specifically designated to host esteemed guests from foreign realms. The central plaza was adorned with intricately carved dragon motifs, radiating an aura of regal elegance and majesty. The formidable warriors of the Wuman Dynasty and the Qinglong Dynasty had already arrived, engaging in lively exchanges filled with laughter. The Dark Moon martial sovereign also led the younger generation, including Hu Yinyu and Lang Yingxiu, to extend their greetings to the current sovereign, Jun Gaowu. Suddenly, the arrival of the Spirit Fox Princess was announced. An exclamation from the crowd instantly drew countless gazes. On the steps, a pair of delicate, fair feet descended gracefully, akin to a blooming blue lotus, exuding an air of refined beauty. The jingling of her ornaments resonated like the refreshing summer breeze, soothing to the heart. Her voluptuous and elongated figure was draped in a light azure gauze, with skin that resembled mutton-fat jade, pure and immaculate. Though her visage was partially obscured by a veil, her enchanting eyes sparkled with myriad emotions, radiating an irresistible charm that rendered onlookers weak at the knees, irresistibly captivating. If the 6 golden flowers of the Jun family were a vibrant display of blossoms, then the appearance of the Spirit Fox Princess eclipsed them all. Her stunning beauty rightfully earned her the title of the most exquisite maiden of the Wuman Dynasty. Jun Zi gazed at the Spirit Fox Princess, his throat dry as he swallowed repeatedly. It was the first time he had encountered such breathtaking beauty, stirring his heart profoundly. Morong Binger, upon witnessing the Spirit Fox Princess's graceful strides, could not help but lament inwardly. My son's fate is sealed. Jun Biyao and the others also revealed a hint of jealousy. However, upon realizing that this enchanting woman was destined to become their sister-in-law, their concerns dissipated. Only such beauty was worthy of their exceptional brother. Jun Yunxin chuckled softly. Jun Ziyi, feeling a tinge of shyness, blushed and remarked, "Third sister, we haven't even made any arrangements yet." "Ha ha ha, my brother is blushing." The sisters teased playfully. As the reigning emperor, Jun Gaowu felt a pang of envy upon beholding the Spirit Fox Princess's unparalleled beauty. Yet he concealed it behind a hearty laugh. Now that the main character has arrived, let the union commence. Applause erupted in a thunderous roar. However, Hu Yinyu scanned the surroundings, unable to locate the individual he sought, and called out robustly, "Where is the Holy Dragon Prince? Why has he not joined us for a toast? Has he forgotten his old friends?" Jun Zi was taken aback. "Who are you? I do not recognize you." Yet, he maintained an elegant demeanor, stepping forward with a smile. "Hu Yinyu, the Crown Prince, I, the Holy Dragon Prince, have come to drink with you." Jun Xiangtian and the others nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he was their admirable elder brother. Courteous, humble, and handsome. However, Hu Yinyu's brows furrowed, and with a disdainful smirk, he retorted, "Who are you? a mere impostor. Jun Zizai is the true holy dragon prince. Huyen Yu's words caused a smile to freeze on Jun Ziyi's face, his eyes momentarily flashing with displeasure. Prince Huyen Yu, Ziyi is the holy dragon prince of our Qinglong dynasty. He was part of our entourage yesterday. You must have seen him, the crown prince quickly interjected. Attempting to clarify, Jun Yunxin was incensed by Huyen Yu's attitude towards her brother, nearly pointing an accusatory finger. What is your problem? You called for the holy dragon prince. My brother has come to drink with you. And yet you ridicule him? Are you out of your mind? No wonder it is said that the Wumon dynasty is inherently barbaric and lacks decorum. Jun Biao crossed her arms, joining in the mockery. Jun Zhanlong glared fiercely. Let me tell you, Huyen Yu, there is only one holy dragon prince in the Qinglong dynasty. Jun Ziyi is the one and only, with the support of his sisters. Jun Ziyi felt considerably better, returning Huyen Yu's cold gaze. Their words were overheard by the Wumon dynasty representatives, who, upon learning that Jun Ziyi was the sole holy dragon prince, saw their smiles fade and their expressions grow serious. Huyen Yu scoffed derisively. The Wumon dynasty only recognizes one as the holy dragon prince, and that is Jun Zizai. When the name Jun Zizai was uttered, the expressions of the Qinglong dynasty's warriors turned uneasy. The members of the Jun family went pale. The Wumon dynasty had always revered strength, a fact known throughout the entire northern spirit region. During his time in our dynasty, Jun Zizai earned our recognition through his own merit. Becoming the first foreign warrior to attain such honor, I only acknowledge Jun Zizai as the holy dragon prince. Huyen Yu's words were met with agreement from Lang Yingxiu and others. Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian's gazes turned icy. Disparaging Jun Ziyi meant to disrespect the Qinglong dynasty itself. The clan elders immediately stepped forward, glaring at the Dark Moon martial sovereign. Youngsters babbling nonsense, and you old fellows remain indifferent. How audacious of your Wumon dynasty. Speaking candidly often breeds resentment. The Dark Moon martial sovereign, however, remained unfazed, chuckling. Indeed, our dynasty holds the holy dragon prince in high regard, and we once made a promise on par with the martial sovereigns. Intending to retain him, the Jun family was immediately struck by this revelation. A promise on par with the martial sovereign, Jun Zizai? That useless one? Jun Xiangtian was left dumbfounded. How could such a rebellious son garner such promises from others? Upon entering our dynasty at the tender age of 3, he remained silent and composed, displaying maturity that astonished many sorcerers. He braved poisonous swamps, battled fierce beasts, and withstood the pressure of martial sovereigns, all in a seamless display of the Qinglong dynasty's prowess. Our dynasty never provided him with a single resource, yet he relied solely on his formidable talent to break through barriers and reach the pinnacle of martial kings. The Dark Moon martial sovereign, genuinely impressed, continued to elaborate. With his words, the Grand Dragon Arena fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Each individual's expression was one of sheer astonishment, particularly that of Jun Xiangtian, Morong Binger, Jun Biao, and Jun Ziyi. Zizai's resilience, insight, and willpower were truly extraordinary. I hold him in great admiration. Suddenly, the melodious voice of the spirit fox princess rang out, causing Jun Ziyi to clench his fist tightly, his nails digging into his palm, oblivious to the pain as a tempest of rage surged within him. The Jun family was equally astonished. The most beautiful maiden of the Wumon dynasty had developed an affection for the useless Jun Zizai. What merit did he possess? Why did he deserve such attention? In that moment, Jun Yunxin and the others felt their understanding of the world shatter. The clan elders displayed looks of horror, hastily inquiring. Jun Zizai is a pinnacle martial king. You must be spreading falsehoods. Clearly, your Wumon dynasty had rendered Jun Zizai incapable, destroying his very foundation, leaving him unable to cultivate. Yet now you extol him, glorifying him to belittle Ziyi. How malicious your intentions are. The 10 clan elders were filled with righteous indignation. Huyen Yu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a portrait of confusion. Had the Qinglong dynasty gone mad? Every word was recognizable, yet the sentences sounded utterly absurd. The Dark Moon martial sovereign calmly replied. Jun Zizai was indeed stripped of his dragon blood for various sorcerous experiments. But that was the doing of the radicals within the Wumon dynasty. Upon our awareness, we immediately reclaimed the dragon blood and executed the perpetrator on the spot. Even without the dragon blood, Jun Zizai ascended to the rank of martial king. How could that be mere fabrication? When he departed the Wumon dynasty, he was already a pinnacle martial king. He encountered an ambush near the borders of the Qinglong dynasty, rendering him powerless, and his foundation was destroyed. We learned of this from the returning guards. Over the years, you should have restored his injuries, nurturing him with abundant resources, for his contributions are immense, as he concluded. His tone carried a hint of mockery. The expressions of Jun Gaowu and the others darkened severely. Jun Xiangtian was left speechless. Wasn't that rebellious son rendered useless by you? But he returned during his journey? How was it that he had been oblivious to this matter? Morong Binger burst into tears, panic and heartache evident in her eyes. What do you have to say about the bone-corroding sorcery you inflicted upon my brother Zizai? Listening to Jun Zizai's plight, Jun Biao wept profusely, struggling to contain her rage as she questioned. Hu Yin furrowed his brows. Are you out of your mind, old woman? If we had truly inflicted bone-corroding sorcery upon brother Zizai, why would we come to propose a union? You speak without thinking. Jun Biao was left speechless, stunned into silence. Jun Yunxin and Jun Ziwe lowered their heads slightly, their expressions betraying a sense of unease, particularly Jun Yunxin. Her face turned pale, and her hands clenched tightly. Upon closer inspection, her fingers were trembling. At the edge of the Grand Dragon Arena, Wei Wen narrowed his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent passing through. This is problematic, he murmured to himself at that moment. The Dark Moon martial sovereign sighed lightly. The strife between factions in our dynasty has inadvertently harmed Jun Zizai, and thus, we wish to seize this opportunity to make amends, proposing to recruit him as our son-in-law. In an instant, the Grand Dragon Arena fell into a profound silence. Jun Gaowu scoffed derisively. The entire dynasty's effort? When did the Wumon dynasty become this foolish? The Dark Moon martial sovereign replied calmly. One must empower the capable. This has been the way since ancient times. You think the Qinglong dynasty would turn on its own? Jun Gaowu recalled his own actions, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Gritting his teeth, our dynasty naturally welcomes the talented, providing Jun Zizai with endless resources. However, he is currently in seclusion and cannot make an appearance. The Dark Moon martial sovereign chuckled. Had I not encountered Jun Shui last night, I might have truly been deceived by you. At this moment, the princess of the spirit fox spoke again, her voice reminiscent of a lark, yet echoing like a haunting melody in a secluded valley, striking a chord within the hearts of her listeners. In this lifetime, I shall marry none but Jun Zizai s for others of the Jun surname. Ha! That single utterance of ha was laced with an icy chill, transforming her from a haughty princess to a bloodthirsty queen. Boom! The elders of the 10 clans were instantly enraged, casting a disdainful gaze upon the people of the Wu Man dynasty, their fury palpable. Does this union then become mere child's play? Do you truly believe there are no worthy figures in the Qinglong dynasty? You may certainly try, old fool. The Dark Moon martial sovereign showed no fear, and as his murderous intent surged forth, the faces of the 10 clan elders turned pale, hastily retreating a step. In that instant, the entire dragon arena was steeped in tension. Everyone held their breath, wary of making a move. Since you of the Qinglong dynasty pride yourselves on having countless prodigies, why not attempt my dynasty's trials? If anyone surpasses Jun Zizai, I might reconsider the matter of marriage. The princess of the spirit fox suddenly smiled. Chapter 31. Except for Jun Zizai, I shall not marry in this lifetime. A perfectly good union had transformed into such a spectacle as the current Emperor Jun Gaowu. He was already seething with anger. All of it was Jun Zizai's fault. It was this good-for-nothing who had stirred up trouble. Without him, how could this union have devolved into chaos? Damn it. He truly deserves to die. The inner turmoil could not quell Jun Gaowu's wrath. He maintained an outward composure, standing resolutely. Since the princess of the spirit fox takes such an interest, let the Wu Man dynasty witness our dynasty's prodigies. Martial sovereign, I beg your assistance. The princess of the spirit fox bowed slightly. The Dark Moon martial sovereign nodded with a smile. Boom. In the next moment, The void trembled, shadows descended, a colossal mountain, as dark as ink, loomed in the air, spanning thousands of feet, exuding an aura of ancient terror. Even a single strand that fell could annihilate all. This was the mountain of Wu Man. A place of celestial rank. Let us redeem our honor. We must marry this princess into the Qinglong dynasty. Let the Wu Man dynasty see what utter nonsense Jun Zizai is, for our dynasty will never lack prodigies. Jun Gaowu transmitted his thoughts to his princes, including Jun Ji and the prodigies of the dynasty. The eldest prince and the others could no longer contain themselves, each brimming with fighting spirit. Jun Ji's gaze fixated on the princess of the spirit fox, his heart racing. You are mine. You can only be mine. I will trample Jun Zizai underfoot. I am the most extraordinary prodigy. He raged internally. Murong Binger's eyes reflected concern. Ji, you must be exceedingly cautious. Have no fear. Junji laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Mother, father, sisters, you shall be proud of me. At that moment, the Dark Moon Martial Sovereign gently waved his hand. Junji and the others were plunged into the depths of the mountain of Wu Man before the eyes of all. Simultaneously, an ethereal wave shimmered in the air. Through the vision, one could clearly see the prodigies within the mountain of Wu Man. A boundless poison pit. This place was suffused with a foul stench and filled with horrifying toxins that impeded any advance. What is a mere poison pit? The fifth prince scoffed, his massive frame radiating a heavy presence, as he attempted to wade through forcefully. However, the viscous poison water ensnared him, instantly eroding his flesh with its fierce toxins, eliciting heart-wrenching wails from him. Failure, the Dark Moon Martial Sovereign announced publicly. He then flicked his hand, pulling the fifth prince out of the mountain of Wu Man. Jun Gaowu's expression turned awkward as he looked at the fifth prince's disheveled state. Muttering, muscle-bound and simple-minded, you have truly embarrassed the royal family. The fifth prince, rendered speechless by the scolding, left without uttering a word. The first trial, the poison pit, had thwarted countless prodigies. The second trial involved battling ferocious beasts, which was even more arduous. These savage creatures matched the martial prowess of the warriors, fierce and merciless, showing no fear whatsoever. The third trial was an illusion. The fourth was the crushing weight of a waterfall. The fifth was the deadly swamp, and the sixth, seventh, and eighth trials continued. Until finally, the last trial was the pressure of the martial sovereign. Ultimately, Junji, the eldest prince, and several others emerged from the mountain of Wu Man in a state of utter disarray. Nearly crawling out, Your Majesty, I have not disgraced my mission. Junji gritted his teeth and stood up, cupping his fists, his eyes brimming with pride and triumph as he gazed at Hu Yinyu. He had passed the trials. If Jun Zizai could succeed, so could he. Truly worthy of being my son. Jun Xiangtian felt immense joy and pride. Jun Gaowu nodded heavily. Truly, they had nurtured a holy dragon son. Jun Yun Xian scoffed. I thought it would be difficult. It seems the Wu Man dynasty is nothing remarkable. Ha 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 ha. Hu Yinyu showed no anger, instead bursting into laughter. This laughter vexed Jun Yun Xian, who retorted angrily. What are you laughing at? Having traversed the mountain of Wu Man once leaves a mark. Entering a second time will exponentially increase the difficulty. You are proud of merely passing through once? How laughable! Hu Yinyu did not conceal his mockery in the least. Jun Zhanlan, who held the deepest disdain for the Wu Man dynasty, was even more incensed upon hearing their derision towards Junji. How many times have you traversed it? Speak freely. That is what is truly laughable. We no longer test ourselves in the mountain of Wu Man. Wolf Shadow Shio grinned. That trial is prepared for children, meant to demonstrate why our Wu Man dynasty endures. The clan elders' pupils contracted in shock, and a wonder the Wu Man dynasty was growing ever stronger. It turned out they possessed such a secret. In comparison, the Qinglong dynasty indeed appeared feeble. What is your name? At this moment, the princess of the spirit fox shifted her autumn-like gaze towards Junji. Junji thought he had garnered the favor of the princess of the spirit fox and quickly replied, I am Junji. You bear some resemblance to Jun Zizai. When the princess of the spirit fox mentioned Jun Zizai, her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, as if captivated by a celestial being. This statement left Junji momentarily speechless. Junzai, again with Junzai. You have clearly rolled out of this family, this dynasty. Why does everyone still cling to your memory? The princess of the spirit fox quickly retracted her gaze, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. Just a bit. You are far inferior to him. Even if you cultivate for 10,000 years, you cannot catch up in the mountain of Wu Man. He passed through 10 times on his first attempt. With 10 marks stacked together, he still succeeded, astonishing our ancestors. But so what? Junzai cares for the Qinglong dynasty. Even if I were to plead with him, he would. Her beautiful eyes reddened slightly as she smiled mournfully. The eldest prince and the others were left dumbfounded. A tumultuous wave crashing within their hearts. They had barely survived a single trial in the mountain of Wu Man. Yet Junzai had already traversed it 10 times at such a young age. Jun Gao's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He would never acknowledge Junzai's talent. The one he had personally nurtured, Junji, was the true prodigy. What of the marriage matter? Jun Gao stood resolutely, his face dark, casting an oppressive atmosphere. The princess of the spirit fox slightly bowed. Except for Junzai, I shall not marry in this lifetime, even if he is your so-called #1 prodigy. She cast a fleeting glance at Junji before looking away. Junji, consumed by fury yet forced to maintain a facade of elegance and humility, resulted in his face becoming increasingly distorted and grotesque. To speak plainly, it's simply too bold, unappreciative. It is our brother who looks down upon this union. You will surely regret it. Jun Baiyao and the other women stepped forward, rallying to defend Junji. The princess of the spirit fox smiled sweetly. Only you would treasure him. Jun Baiyao and the others, furious, found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, the matter of marriage could only be left unresolved. That day, the Wu Man dynasty departed from the imperial capital in grand fashion. Inside the war chariot, the dark moon martial sovereign lowered his gaze, watching the imperial capital recede into the distance. Perhaps soon, war shall erupt between the two dynasties once more, and at that time, there will be untold suffering and chaos. Hu Yin sneered. Had it not been for the protection of the dragon aura bestowed upon the Qinglong dynasty, this territory would have long belonged to my dynasty. No longer shall it be. The dark moon martial sovereign murmured. The Qinglong dynasty has severed its own path to survival, casting aside the heavenly road that rightfully belonged to them. Martial sovereign, are you referring to Zizai? The princess of the spirit fox inquired with some excitement. I wish to find him. Alas! The dark moon martial sovereign said nothing but sighed softly, gently patting the head of the princess of the spirit fox. The Wu Man dynasty has become too arrogant. They disdain our dynasty's prodigies while elevating a good-for-nothing to slander our court. A gentleman can endure, but this is intolerable. Your Majesty, the dignity of the Qinglong cannot be insulted. War, war, war! The clan elders were utterly furious. Jun Gao's gaze was equally frigid, his entire being shrouded in darkness. I shall ensure that the Wu Man dynasty pays for their arrogance. Let us fight. We shall reclaim all that we have lost. The fervent cries echoed throughout the hall in the imperial capital. At Wanqi Tower, Jun Yun Exine stood before the table, her eyes dark, flames of anger flickering within her gaze. After slightly tempering her emotions, she glanced at a letter resting on the table. It read, Jun Zizai's location? A sinister smile crept upon Jun Yun Exine's lips as she coldly declared, You worthless trash! Today you have brought shame upon our family. I shall make you pay a bloody price. Subsequently, she called for Jun Ziyu to be summoned. Fifth sister, take a look at this. Jun Yun Exine extended the letter. Jun Ziyu, initially disinterested, instantly became exhilarated upon seeing the contents. Third sister, you need not concern yourself with the matters ahead. I will make the war god Palace sever his 9 fingers. I will force him to kneel and bark like a dog. Never allowed to return home. I am utterly vexed today and feel compelled to vent my frustrations upon him. She licked her crimson lips, her smile taking on a slightly morbid quality. Chapter 32. Go find Jun Zizai and make him atone for his sins. Elder Zhao, Elder and I must trouble you with a matter. Jun Zue regarded the 2 men before her, her eyebrows arched in amusement. Zhao Shu and Inaitai were both outer elders of the War God Palace, possessing the realm of martial emperor. Aware of Jun Ziyue's esteemed status, Zhao Shu was eager to curry favor, his smile dripping with sycophancy. Miss Ziyue, you are too modest, as an inner disciple and the daughter of the Dragon Slayer martial sovereign. It is our honor to serve you. Indeed, indeed. Just say the word, and we would brave fire and water without hesitation. Inaitai chimed in eagerly. Jun Ziyue wore an expression of smug satisfaction. Due to her connections with the Azure Dragon Dynasty and Jun Shangtian, although she had just become an inner disciple of the War God Palace, her standing was comparable to that of some senior brothers and sisters, and none dared to bully her. Only she could impose upon others. Only she could tyrannize others, go to Zidu, seek out a grocery store named Anything Goes, and sever the remaining 9 fingers of its owner. Furthermore, pin him to the ground and force him to bark like a dog, recording the entire ordeal with a recording stone, threaten him never to return home, or else break his dog's legs. Once this is accomplished, I shall recommend you both to become inner elders, as she spoke. A playful smile danced on her lips, her 2 tiger teeth lending her an air of mischievous innocence. Zhao Shu and Inaitai were momentarily taken aback. How ruthless, severing fingers and making someone kneel to bark? This was a flagrant abuse of power, yet the allure of becoming inner elders was too enticing to resist. They could only feel pity for the unfortunate owner of the grocery store. Rest assured, we shall handle this matter, the 2 men said with eager smiles. Jun Ziyue waved her hand dismissively, watching as they departed, her spirits lifting considerably. Why seek out the War God Palace instead of a secret organization? Her rationale was that these individuals were easier to manipulate and operated beneath her watchful gaze, thus minimizing the risk of unforeseen complications. As for the secret organizations, she had no means of contacting them. Jun Zizai, oh Jun Zizai, you worthless waste, to have drawn the attention of 2 martial emperors is indeed a rare honor in this lifetime. Jun Ziyue clasped her hands behind her back, envisioning Jun Zizai's woeful fate. In the depths of the imperial palace, Jun Shui had become a withered old man, his hair as white as snow, his figure frail, and his eyes clouded, devoid of their former luster. He exhaled deeply, slowly rising. At last, I have temporarily suppressed the dragon vein. I hope to endure until my return. Jun Shui had made a decision. He would personally venture forth to find Jun Zizai. He could no longer allow that child to suffer any more pain. Everything that belonged to Jun Ziyi should rightfully belong to Jun Zizai. It would only be reasonable for Jun Zizai to ascend the throne and become a figure of reverence. I must make amends to Zizai. My holy dragon son deserves no less than fair treatment. With a slight sway, Jun Shui exited the imperial palace, standing atop the city wall of the imperial capital, his white hair dancing in the wind. Soon, a figure darted in like the wind, half kneeling behind him, delivering a letter before vanishing without a trace. The letter contained the current whereabouts of Jun Zizai. Jun Shui gazed at the letter, his expression laced with derision. Had they been willing to search earnestly, they would have found him long ago. How could there still be no news until now? The so-called clan elders, the emperor, and the strong within the Jun family all claimed it was difficult to locate Jun Zizai. Yet, Jun Shui merely mentioned it to a friend, and the information was swiftly acquired. You may forsake him, but I shall not. I shall raise him. The words of the Dark Moon martial sovereign that day pierced Jun Shui's heart like needles, further solidifying his resolve to welcome Jun Zizai back to the Azure Dragon Dynasty. With this thought, he let out a self-deprecating smile. The Wumon dynasty had imprisoned Jun Zizai for 18 years. Yet in the end, they cared for and cherished him more than these so-called relatives. What a grand irony. Child, it is time for you to come home. Jun Shui stood in a daze, like a leaf without roots. Drifting away in the martial manor, Jun Ziyi had fallen ill. After the alliance meeting concluded, he collapsed, and the family anxiously rushed him back to the martial manor. Upon diagnosis, they discovered that the residual corpse demon slaughter chi within Jun Ziyi was wreaking havoc, consuming his spiritual energy and harming his internal organs. The situation was dire. The sight of Jun Ziyi in agony broke the hearts of everyone in the family. Morong Binger wiped the cold sweat from Jun Zi's forehead repeatedly, nearly in despair. Oh, my child, how are you? Are you feeling any better? Jun Zi's face was pale, bloodstains marred his neck and cheeks, each one a ghastly reminder of his suffering, yet he forced a smile. Mother, I am fine. You need not worry about me. His maturity brought both comfort and pain to Morong Binger. What sin have we committed? Why must such punishment befall our son? Morong Binger lamented, having never committed any wrongdoing herself. While her husband fought against external foes and cultivated righteousness, securing a prosperous life for countless citizens, the Jun family was a great benefactor to this land. They should be richly blessed, not beset by endless calamities. It is utterly unjust, she sobbed softly. Jun Xiangtian turned to the 10 clan elders beside him. Elders, do you have any solutions? The corpse demon slaughter chi was exceedingly rare, with scant records even in historical texts. The 10 clan elders appeared pensive, then feigned hesitation. There is a solution, but the 10 clan elders spoke directly. What must I, as a mother, do? Morong Binger urgently inquired. Speak quickly, elder, Jun Xiangtian and Jun Bio urged. Equally anxious, the 10 clan elders raised their hands and sighed. I have seen a secret technique called the blood cleansing technique. It can purify all impurities within the body, and the corpse demon slaughter chi would naturally be no exception. However, it must be performed by a blood relative. Otherwise, the technique cannot be executed. Moreover, the one who employs the blood cleansing technique will be left in a state of prolonged weakness, with severe cases posing a risk to their life. Upon hearing this, Morong Binger's expression shifted, and she tearfully grasped her daughter's hands. You sisters, should you not share in your brother's suffering? Do you not feel heartache? He is your dear brother whom you have watched grow up. As long as the corpse demon slaughter chi is eradicated from Z's body, I promise you will all return to your former selves. Jun Bio felt a chill in her heart. Must we endure such suffering? What twisted logic is this? Mother, that cannot be. The War God Palace is soon to hold the War God Tower competition. If I fall into weakness, how can I compete with the others? Jun Ziyue repeatedly waved her hands. Jun Yunshin shrugged. Mother, you heard it. The first priority is that it must be a blood relative, and second, the weakness can lead to death. This problem can be passed on to someone else. Morong Binger felt disappointed in both of them, then turned to Jun Zhanlan. Zhanlan, this matter arose because of you. Should you not take responsibility? Jun Zhanlan wore a look of grievance. Having crafted an earth-grade treasure for her brother, she now found herself branded a sinner. Jun Zi, enduring intense pain, began to speak soothingly. Father, mother, I would rather suffer myself than let my sisters endure even the slightest pain. Jun Bio and her 3 sisters were instantly moved to tears. Enough, Jun Xiangtian admonished lightly, and everyone turned to him. He declared, Lu Zhong, go find that ungrateful child. Tell him I can offer him a chance to return home. That is his atonement. Let him perform the blood cleansing technique on Jun Zi, and then the Jun family may still have a place for him. Otherwise, he shall never return, and he is not permitted to enter the ancestral hall. You must say that I am willing to forgive him. He should be quite pleased. Lu Zhong nodded eagerly, tears glistening in his eyes. The eldest young master is finally coming home. Jun Ziyue and Jun Yunshin exchanged glances, silently agreeing not to disclose the grocery store's location. Let Jun Zi suffer a bit, and let Jun Zizai endure some torment first. In Zidu, at the grocery store named Anything Goes, a customer exclaimed, I will wrap up the steal for you right away. Yes, that is the price for low-grade pills. You want 2 bottles? All right, do you have cleaning charms, calming charms, and vitality charms? Yes, I have everything here. Jun Zizai busied himself, his face aglow with the joy of work. The martial artists were equally pleased. These pills, weapons, and spiritual charms were of the highest quality, yet the prices were exceedingly fair. For low-ranked martial artists, this place was nothing short of a sanctuary. As for Chao San, he lounged with his legs crossed, relishing the noodles sent by Granny Lin, playing the role of the gatekeeper. The scenes within the grocery store were observed by a figure outside, none other than Jun Shui. He stood there for a long time, gazing intently at Jun Zizai, his vision gradually blurring. He has grown. But why does he seem so happy? He is the holy dragon son of the Azure Dragon dynasty. How could he find joy in such circumstances? Jun Shui's nose tinged with a sense of sorrow. The esteemed holy dragon son, reduced to such a state for the sake of survival. Who would believe it if told? Jun Shui's gaze hardened with resolve. He must bring Jun Zizai back to the Azure Dragon dynasty. Just as he prepared to take a step forward, two figures suddenly emerged from the grocery store. Coldly regarding Jun Zizai, a cruel smile gracing their lips. Are you the owner? Someone has requested your remaining 9 fingers, and we are here to collect. Chapter 33. Child, I am sorry. My ancestor, having seen off the last guest. Jun Zizai was just preparing to take a breath when a chilling laughter echoed in his ears. Chao Xin, lounging in a purple gold recliner, narrowed his eyes and slowly lowered the noodles in his hand. How dare these people behave so audaciously in the presence of the celestial sovereign? Jun Zizai silently clenched a jade pendant in his hand, ready to shatter it at a moment's notice. This pendant had been given to him by Master Xianling during his recent visits, with the assurance that should he encounter trouble, breaking it would summon help immediately. You little bastard, you have provoked someone you ought not to have. However, it was fortunate that she only desired your 9 fingers, as well as for you to kneel and bark like a dog. Kneel obediently. After all, for you worthless martial artists, there is no such thing as dignity. Zhao Shu and Inai Tai looked down at Jun Zizai, advancing step by step toward him. Chao Xin, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves. How dare they ignore him so blatantly? He was determined to teach these 2 brats a lesson. Yet, before he could make a move, a wave of horror surged from his tailbone to the back of his head. For there stood a person at the entrance of the shop, a silent old man radiating an unparalleled aura of dominance. Jun Zizai had already cracked the jade pendant in his grip, but upon seeing this aged figure, his movements abruptly halted, and his pupils constricted slightly. Kneel. Zhao Shu and Inai Tai, their faces brimming with arrogance. Assumed Jun Zizai had been rendered speechless and bellowed fiercely, "Buzz!" The oppressive aura of the martial emperor surged forth like a tempest, seemingly intent on obliterating the entire shop and pinning Jun Zizai firmly to the ground. In the next moment, thud! The 2 martial emperor experts fell to their knees, their leg bones instantly turning to mush. Yet, they did not emit a single shriek of agony. This was because the surrounding space had solidified. Rendering any sound mute, they could only tremble and turn their heads toward the slowly advancing elder. Their eyes beheld a fury, brutality, bloodlust, and cruelty they had never encountered before. The infinite celestial sovereign? Chao Xin immediately burrowed into the ground behind Jun Zizai. Startled to the core, his body quaking uncontrollably, Zhao Shu and Inai Tai, kneeling on the ground, were filled with panic. Such an aura had only been witnessed emanating from the palace lord. Both think the visitor was a martial sovereign. The 2 were so terrified they nearly wet themselves, their bodies turning icy, utterly bewildered as to why that vile woman, Jun Ziyue, had sent them to their doom. A martial artist under the protection of the martial sovereign yet commanded us to kill. At that moment, time seemed to slow considerably. Inside and outside the shop felt like 2 disparate worlds, isolating Jun Zizai from Jun Shui. Jun Shui had prepared 1,000 words in his heart. But upon seeing Jun Zizai, his throat felt constricted, making speech nearly impossible. Was it guilt? Was it regret? Perhaps it was both. You've lost weight. Jun Shui's voice trembled slightly. Old ancestor, I've actually gained quite a bit. At least I have food to eat now. Jun Zizai spoke calmly, as it was indeed the truth. It is I who has wronged you. I am deeply sorry. Jun Shui choked on his words. He could not comprehend why they had treated this child so cruelly. He had done nothing wrong. For the sake of the Qinglong dynasty, he had endured 18 years as a hostage, granting them precious time to rise and develop. Yet in the end, what had Jun Zizai received? Jun Shui felt an urge to roar in fury, to take lives. But looking at Jun Zizai before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and heartache. Old ancestor, I know you care for me. Jun Zizai remained motionless, still smiling faintly. You should rest more. Feel free to visit me when you have time. Jun Shui's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He trembled as he asked, Will we return home? This is my home. Jun Zizai replied with a smile. Jun Shui fell momentarily silent, Indeed, did that place even deserve to be called home? The present Jun Zizai resembled a shattered porcelain figure, pieced together yet forever unable to return to its former completeness. It is the old ancestor who has wronged you, subjecting you to so much suffering over the years. You were meant to bask in glory, not dwell beneath a shadowy eve. If only I could have emerged from seclusion when you returned. He lamented his own failings, but Jun Zizai gently waved his hand, interrupting his speech. Old ancestor, you must leave now, Jun Zizai said softly. Jun Shui's pupils dilated. It was only at this moment that he realized his holy dragon child, that good boy, would never return. The dynasty and the family had wounded him deeply. Perhaps distance was indeed the best choice. Jun Shui's once straight posture began to hunch over, as if he had aged even further, his tear-filled eyes gazing at Jun Zizai, his lips trembling in pallor. I'm sorry. He despondently grabbed Zhao Shu and Itai, slowly turning away, his back filled with loneliness and desolation. Jun Zizai sighed as well that in his previous life. The old ancestor's fate had been tragic, forced by those so-called clan elders to sacrifice himself to infuse the heavenly grade treasure of Junji with the spirit. All because the elders had proclaimed, for the dynasty, you must sacrifice. While Jun Shui lived for the Qinglong dynasty, he also perished because of it. Old ancestor. Suddenly, a soft call made Jun Shui turn his head. His expression slowly softened. He saw Jun Zizai standing at the shop's entrance, bathed in sunlight, revealing a warm smile. In the future, I shall ensure your ENDT that moment. In Jun Shui's eyes, Jun Zizai appeared so free. Unbound by any shackles, he could no longer hold back. Tears flowed like a fountain. Yet he also smiled. Good. Jun Shui's hunched back straightened once more, nodding heavily. For one on the brink of death, the promise of I will ensure your end carried profound weight. He wiped away his tears, his fingertips tracing the air to carve a mark that settled firmly in Jun Zizai's palm. Next, let us see how the old ancestor seeks justice for you. Jun Shui declared before turning away, a murderous intent surging forth. He departed, disappearing down the street. Jun Zizai gazed at the mark in his hand. His expression dazed. It did not shine brightly. Rather, it was dim. This signified that the old ancestor was nearing death. Who dares to touch Qiu Shuang? At that moment, Master Xinling arrived with a throng of powerful individuals, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings as if he intended to devour his enemies whole. He rushed to Jun Zizai's side, inspecting him from head to toe, fearful of losing even a hair or a sliver of flesh. Damn it! Who sealed this space? Was it the handiwork of a martial sovereign? Master Xinling cursed and then inquired with concern. Are you all right, Qiu Shuang? How did you arrive? Jun Zizai found himself both amused and exasperated. Master Xinling stood with his hands behind his back, grinning. I sensed that the jade pendant I gave you had developed cracks. So I came immediately. I have no idea which martial sovereign had the time to seal off this area, nearly causing me to blow it up in search of someone. But it should not have been aimed at you. Which reassures me somewhat. Hearing these words, Jun Zizai felt warmth in his heart, finding it somewhat amusing. Master Xinling still believed that a certain martial sovereign had merely passed through Qingshui Street, leading to the pendant's cracks. On the city wall, Jun Shui stood proudly against the wind, flanked by the trembling Zhao Shu and Itai. You old fool, what brings you here? A resigned voice sounded from behind Jun Shui. Chapter 34, Bloodbath at the War God Palace, Calamities Descend. After sending off Master Xinling, Jun Zizai noticed Chao Xin sitting in the recliner, his eyes wide as saucers. You are a member of the Qinglong dynasty's Jun family? Chao Xin's expression was peculiar. While Jun Zizai continued to restock, he casually replied, once, but not anymore. That a tempest of emotions surged within Chao Xin, and he blurted out, are the people of the Qinglong dynasty all foolish pigs and donkeys? You were sent as a hostage to the Wuman dynasty, and they even abandoned you? A bunch of ingrates. Their consciences must have been devoured by dogs. Damn the infinite celestial sovereign. This infuriates me. His face darkened as clarity dawned upon him. In a wonder, the royal tomb of the Qinglong dynasty is incomplete. The dragon aura dissipated. The reason lies with Jun Zizai. Jun Zizai chuckled lightly at his pouting and sulking demeanor. When it came to the Qinglong dynasty, he felt as tranquil as still water, It was merely a dynasty destined for destruction, not worthy of his concern. Now that the old ancestor had departed, the Qinglong dynasty would surely hasten its demise, Jun Zizai mused. Chao San was quite vexed. Why was this fellow so unperturbed? Most would have succumbed to darkness by now. Yet, he did not delve deeper. Instead, pondering another question. The dragon aura within Jun Zizai originated from the Qinglong dynasty, but why was his dragon aura so formidable? A mere Qinglong dynasty could not possibly achieve such a level. Jun Zizai, I'll just call you Qiushuang for now. Your old ancestor seems a bit off. Why didn't he persuade you to stay just now? Chao San inquired, shaking his folding fan. Jun Zizai paused momentarily. At a loss for words, he did not refrain from persuading. He simply found it impossible. Jun Shui had devoted his life to the Qinglong dynasty, even after death, willingly buried within the royal tomb to continue his watch. Could a mere conversation sway him? Unless he were utterly disheartened, it would be futile to attempt. On the city wall, City Lord Xian Kongdu gazed at Jun Shui, wearing an expression of helplessness. I am going to kill. Will you accompany me? Jun Shui glanced at Zhao Shu and Itai, his voice as cold as ice. Xian Kongdu recognized the two and was somewhat surprised. What has the War God Palace done to you? I intend to do one last thing for my holy dragon child. Jun Shui stared into the distance, his gaze growing ever more resolute, a plan forming in his heart. Xian Kongdu felt a shiver run through him. The War God Palace has gone mad? How dare you provoke the wrath of this ancient being? You may slay any member of the Azure Dragon dynasty, including the Emperor himself, or even obliterate the entire imperial capital. Yet, you must not harm the Holy Dragon Prince, for Jun Shui will truly descend into madness. This time, the Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign is likely to weep. Xian Kongdu sighed softly, then nodded in agreement. With that, the space shifted, and the two vanished without a trace. On a rain-soaked night, thunder roared through the dark clouds, unleashing torrential rain. The heavens and earth were shrouded in gloom, illuminated only by the fleeting flashes of lightning. This was the God of War mountain, where towering peaks jutted into the sky, appearing ominous and foreboding under the relentless thunder. Predecessor, we do not know what we have done to incur your wrath. We beseech you to grant us mercy. Please, calm your fury. Everything can be negotiated. We are willing to make amends. It was over, utterly over. The mournful cries, intermingled with the sounds of rain and thunder, were particularly jarring. Blood stained the grounds, buildings, and mountains of the God of War palace like paint. Even the mightiest martial sovereigns could not halt the advance of those two figures. Jun Shui ascended the stairs, leaving a trail of death in his wake, his body radiating overwhelming vitality as he cast aside despair and returned to his former glory. His raven hair flowed like ink, his stature regal, and his cold gaze swept mercilessly over the mountain of corpses belonging to the God of War Palace's cultivators. God of War Palace, you have crossed the line. Jun Shui uttered coldly. He stormed forth, instilling terror in the hearts of the outer disciples, inner disciples, elders, and even the supreme elders of the God of War Palace, causing them to tremble in fear. With his final step, they all rolled their eyes back and fainted. The entire God of War Palace fell into a profound silence, where death and bloodshed became the sole backdrop. Boom! The massive bronze doors at the heart of the God of War Palace erupted open, revealing a towering figure whose eyes sparkled with divine thunder, hair standing on end, exuding an aura of extreme destruction. It seemed that with a mere gesture, he could upend the very heavens. The Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign. He had been in seclusion, striving to ascend to the second-rank Martial Sovereign realm, only to be caught off guard by a formidable enemy. I shall see who dares to seek their demise within my God of War Palace. Anger flared upon his face. Yet, in the next instant, a pair of large hands silently rested upon his shoulder. Who seeks death? Jun Shui emerged from the darkness, his eyes fixed intently upon him. On the other side, Xian Kongdu, adorned with a mask, his gaze as frigid as ice, was also observing intently. At you? The Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign felt his resolve waver upon recognizing Jun Shui in his youth. The Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign had received guidance from Jun Shui, for which he had always been grateful. Little did he expect to reunite in such a manner today. I warn you one last time. If you dare to touch my holy dragon prince, Jun Zizai, I will annihilate the younger generation of the god of war palace. Every year, you recruit disciples. One batch comes and one batch perishes until none dare to come forth. God of war palace, I shall reduce you to a mere shell of your former self. If you do not believe me, feel free to test me. Jun Shui's gaze glimmered with murderous intent, and no one doubted that he would follow through on his words. The mountain of corpses beneath his feet served as the most eloquent testament. The Thunder Extreme martial sovereign was oblivious to the underlying events. Yet, he comprehended that the god of war palace had stirred up trouble, catastrophic trouble. Bang bang, two figures were hurled to the ground. They were Zhao Shu and Ai Tai. Jun Shui did not spare them a glance. With a mere clench of his fist, Zhao Shu exploded, blood and flesh scattering, staining the bluestone pavement crimson. Having completed this, he and Xian Kong Du departed. Their exit was as silent as their arrival, leaving behind a vast expanse of lifeless bodies. The Thunder Extreme martial sovereign was already drenched to the bone. He watched the two figures recede into the distance until they vanished completely, finally exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Yet, an overwhelming fury surged forth. You dare to kill the Holy Dragon Prince? The Thunder Extreme martial sovereign's face contorted with rage, wishing he could obliterate an Ai Tai on the spot. Your Majesty, we had no idea that man was the Holy Dragon Prince. An Ai Tai, already mentally exhausted, broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. It was Jun Ziyue. She promised us that if we accomplished this task, she would arrange for us to become inner elders. Otherwise, even if I had 1,000 boldness, I would never dare to harm the Holy Dragon Prince. He gazed at the scattered remains of Zhao Shu, trembling violently, fear gripping him to the core. Damn that Jun Ziyue. This woman is utterly foolish, even more so than a beast. If she seeks her own demise, she should not drag the god of war palace down with her. The Thunder Extreme martial sovereign cursed vehemently. What was clearly a private matter of the Jun family had ensnared the god of war palace. How could he explain this? From this moment forth, the Thunder Extreme martial sovereign resolved to disregard Jun Ziyue's identity. He would ensure she experienced the full extent of humanity's ugliness and malice. He would subject her to true trials within the god of war palace. Rather than incurring the wrath of the Dragon Slayer martial sovereign, he feared Jun Shui even more. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the imperial capital. Urgent documents arrived in a steady stream at Jun Gao's desk. Locust plagues, droughts, floods, thunder disasters, and beast calamities ravaged the territories of the Azure Dragon dynasty almost simultaneously. At this moment, calamity descended. The Azure Dragon dynasty was in peril. Chapter 35. For the dynasty, please face death. Your Majesty, Panlong City has become a vast marsh, with over 30,000 casualties and countless homeless. Your Majesty, Zhongshan City has suffered a beast calamity. The city walls have collapsed, and the granaries have been destroyed, resulting in over 100,000 casualties. Should further disputes arise now, our food supplies may, Your Majesty. A mine vein in Yuanqing has been obliterated by rampant thunder, rendered utterly non-existent. Our dealings with multiple sects may soon falter. The ministers in court recited one urgent report after another. Jun Gao donned a mask of anguish. He felt as though he might explode. In just over a decade, he had elevated the Azure Dragon dynasty to its zenith. Should he pass away, his legacy would be indelibly etched in history. Jun Gao placed immense value on fame. He desired to enjoy eternal reverence after death, with his achievements sung of day and night. How to describe it? He wished to be remembered as a sage ruler. Yet now, countless disasters besieged the Azure Dragon dynasty, and suffering citizens were multiplying at an alarming rate. If this were recorded in the annals of history, would it not become the greatest joke? Enough! Jun Gao's temples throbbed as he bellowed. The ministers fell silent in an instant, gazing at the emperor in horror. For over a decade, the nation had enjoyed peace, favorable weather, and bountiful harvests, with citizens thriving. How could such a multitude of natural disasters suddenly manifest, all at the same time? Heaven, are you blind? Can you not see my tireless efforts and sleepless nights? His countenance darkened as he glared at the overcast sky. That moment, a bold minister spoke up. Such disasters arise from mismanagement of affairs. When affairs are mismanaged, heaven sends down calamities. Presumptuous. Jun Gaowu shot a furious glare at the minister. Do you dare to question my responsibility for this catastrophe? I would never. The minister immediately knelt, trembling in fear. Jun Gaowu's eyes blazed with fury, and he waved his sleeve dismissively. Get out. The ministers retreated, leaving Jun Gaowu with a sinister glare, fixated on the urgent reports. His expression shifted, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could the matter of the dragon vein hold some truth? Just as he finished pondering, Jun Gaowu scoffed coldly. Impossible. I am the son of heaven. Even heaven must heed my command. On the other side of the palace, the clan elders learned of the calamities sweeping across the Azure Dragon dynasty and immediately wore grave expressions. Now is the time to consult Brother Shui. He guards the dragon vein and knows much. The elders' gaze was sharp, gaining the consensus of others. They promptly made their way to the tranquil lake, only to find the aura thin and no sign of Jun Shui. A sense of foreboding washed over them. However, the elders believed that Jun Shui would not abandon the Azure Dragon dynasty. His home was here. How could he leave? Brother, the talk of the dragon vein may not be mere fabrication. Ever since Shui mentioned the dragon vein's depletion, peculiar occurrences have been on the rise. With this calamity upon us, could it also be due to the dragon vein's depletion? Other elders shared their thoughts. The elder fell into contemplation. The 10 elders, however, scoffed. Does it matter if it is true or not? Whether it be the dynasty or the sect, it is always humans who determine fate, not some ethereal notion of luck. Human determination triumphs over heaven. This is the true essence of martial arts. If one believes in luck, does that not imply one could break through realms without training? Ridiculous. Absurd. The elder furrowed his brow. The statement sounded reasonable, yet they could not pinpoint what was amiss. What are you doing here? A feeble, indifferent voice interrupted. The elders turned to see Jun Shui standing at the edge of the tranquil lake. At this moment, Jun Shui appeared weary, his hair gone, body and spirit drained, his face lined with deep wrinkles, as if teetering on the brink of death. What has transpired? The elder's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward to support him. The others quickly helped Jun Shui to the center of the tranquil lake, where it could slightly delay the passage of his life. Only the 10 elders remained unmoved, standing at the back with a faint smile on their lips. Where have you been? Show yourself. How did you come to this state? Life and death are natural occurrences. It is the way of the world. Upon finishing his words, Jun Shui chuckled. The clan elders exchanged glances, deciding not to disturb him. Shortly after their departure, Jun Shui closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. After leaving Jingxin Lake, the elder of the clan summoned all those bearing the surname Jun within the dynasty to recount the matter of the dragon vein. Such ethereal claims were hardly credible. As long as human determination prevails over fate, the dynasty shall stand unyielding. Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian wore expressions of disdain. Silence. The elder's white brows stood erect, his demeanor grave. When Shui departed, calamities erupted across the dynasty. Can this still be dismissed as mere coincidence? It is better to believe in its existence than deny it. In this time of a fractured dragon vein, my elder brother has sacrificed his vitality for it. Now on the brink of exhaustion, several clan elders wept bitterly. In his youth, Jun Shui was the epitome of majesty and gallantry. Now, for the sake of the Qinglong dynasty, he had steadfastly protected the dragon vein for centuries. And now he was utterly drained. A truly lamentable sight. What? The Jun family felt a jolt of shock, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Jun Gaowu, however, narrowed his eyes, a flicker of exhilaration igniting within him. At that moment, Elder Tin stepped forward, his voice resounding. Esteemed ones, I have a proposition. Instantly, countless pairs of eyes converged upon him. Since Jun Shui has reached the end of his lifespan, why not utilize his flesh and soul to eternally safeguard our dynasty's dragon vein? Given the current frequent calamities, it would only affirm his words. This supreme honor, I believe he would readily accept, departing this world with a smile. Elder Tin raised his hands high, his tone imbued with fervor. Yet, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. Each expression upon the faces of the gathered was particularly telling. Had he not protected the Qinglong dynasty in life, must they now claim his flesh and soul in death? One elder, unable to bear it, voiced his concern. Elder 9, with a glint in his eye, solemnly concurred. I stand with Elder Tin. Those who aspire to great deeds must not be shackled by trifles. We must elevate the Qinglong dynasty to its zenith, allowing Jun Shui one final chance to shine. Would he truly refuse? Elder 8, known for his virtue and wisdom, also assented this time. Jun Shangtian opened his mouth. Hesitant to agree, yet fearing the ire of the elders, he turned to his elder brother for guidance. The elder's eyes gleamed coldly as he gazed upon the emperor. Might I inquire how his majesty wishes to decide? I agree. Jun Gaowu raised his head, as though resisting the tears threatening to spill from his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. The others gritted their teeth. With the emperor's approval, further discussion was futile. However, Jun Gaowu was nearly overcome with laughter. Ha ha ha, old fellow, you've met your match today. Who am I? I am the emperor, the sovereign of this realm. You dare to publicly strike me in the face. Now is the time for you to pay the price. He reveled in his elation. After an indeterminate time, Jun Shui finally regained consciousness, only to discover himself bound with iron chains and talismans, suspended above a vast tomb, as if suppressing something to tea that moment. The clan elders emerged from the shadows, their faces suffused with guilt and helplessness. Shui, I know this is profoundly unjust to you. Yet, given the turmoil within the dynasty and the calamities besieging us, we must place our hopes upon you. Dear brother, for the dynasty, please embrace your fate. They lifted their garments and knelt, their hearts heavy with remorse. Elder Tin gazed at Jun Shui, a smug smile of relief gracing his features. On that day, when Jun Shui had stood upon his head, he had vowed silently to repay this grievance. Now, vengeance was at hand. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Jun Shui burst into laughter, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He speaks truly. I am destined to become the next Jun Ziyin. He recalled the words of the Dark Moon Martial Sovereign, a wave of desolation washing over him, a lifetime devoted to the dynasty. Yet how has the dynasty repaid him? Close the tomb. The elder rose slowly, turning without a trace of hesitation. Instantly, the tomb's entrance sealed shut. The grand tomb built at Jingxin Lake was now irrevocably closed. The light in Jun Shui's eyes dimmed, his lips trembling, as if uttering, Ziyin, you were right. Chapter 36. The destruction of Wanqi Tower and the explosion of the ancestral hall boom. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Torrential rain fell as if the heavens had been pierced. The deluge poured down, threatening to submerge the entire imperial capital. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the Qinglong dynasty. Within the martial manor, Jun Shangtian and Murong Binger gazed at the flashes of lightning and heard the rumble of thunder. Their expressions shifting between anxiety and despair. The elder had been sealed within Jingxin Lake. Logically, the disaster should have ceased, yet why did it feel as though they were escalating? Jun Shangtian felt a wave of unease wash over him. He reassured himself, perhaps it is merely an ordinary downpour. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the air. Immediately, chaotic spiritual energy surged towards the heavens. Before long, a figure rushed towards the martial manor. It was Gao Jian. Your Highness, Wanqi Tower has exploded. He was drenched in blood, his expression one of sheer terror. The precious young lady has been injured. Jun Shangtian's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart racing with dread. Madam, you and Bai Yao go and check. I will head to the palace immediately. Very well, Gao Jian. Lead the way. Murong Binger, increasingly anxious for her daughter's well-being, called for Jun Bai Yao before hastening towards Wanqi Tower. In the streets, the once resplendent Wanqi Tower now lay in charred ruins. Having exploded from bottom to top, with debris scattered in all directions, a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Yet, one peculiar detail stood out. While Wanqi Tower was utterly destroyed, the surrounding buildings remained unscathed. The entire scene was eerily surreal. With Wanqi Tower in ruins, countless lives were inevitably lost within. The onlookers watched as charred bodies were removed, whispering amongst themselves. This is the imperial capital. It cannot be the work of a powerful assailant. It appears more akin to a malfunctioning formation. It was likely due to instability within the formation. Otherwise, how could one explain why only Wanchi Tower was obliterated? Such instability in formations was rare, let alone one that precisely targeted a single building. Could this be divine retribution? The crowd murmured, "At that moment, a blood-soaked woman staggered from Wanchi Tower. Upon closer inspection, it was Jun Yunshin. She was in a pitiful state. Her skin was torn, blood flowing profusely, especially her once-cherished lovely visage, now half-charred and half-mangled, her eyes nearly protruding from their sockets, her teeth completely shattered. She bore no resemblance to the noble daughter of the martial manor, appearing more wretched than a beggar fleeing from disaster. My face, woo-woo, it's all ruined. Who set up the formation at Wanchi Tower? I will kill them. I want their entire family to perish. I will make them pay with their lives. I want them dead, woo-woo." Jun Yunshin knelt on the scorched ground, weeping inconsolably, looking utterly helpless. At this moment, Morong Binger and Jun Baiyao arrived. Upon seeing Jun Yunshin's condition, they instinctively took a step back. "Mother, elder sister, I am ruined. My face is destroyed," Jun Yunshin cried out in despair. Jun Baiyao did not rush forward to embrace her. Instead, she offered words of comfort. It's all right. Elder sister will find a way to help you recover." Even Morong Binger, as a mother, did not approach but turned to Gao Jian with a fierce glare. What in the world happened? Her precious daughter had faced such calamity. Where will the martial manor place its face? After investigation, Gao Jian replied, "It was a problem with the formation that caused the chaotic spiritual energy to explode and destroy the entire building." "Who set up the formation?" Morong Binger seethed through gritted teeth. Gao Jian lowered his head, silent. "Speak." Morong Binger pressed. "It was the royal clan elder. It was you, the princess, who specifically requested it." Gao Jian could only respond. Jun Baiyao and Jun Yunshin abruptly turned to stare at Morong Binger. Morong Binger's face flushed with embarrassment. After a lengthy silence, she finally said, "My dear daughter, let us forget this matter. Let us return home." Upon hearing this, Jun Yunshin wept even more sorrowfully. Tio have been blown up for nothing. The pain is one thing, but the humiliation is unbearable. Within the palace, the clan elders wore equally grave expressions. The ancestral hall was violently shaking. The doors swayed, and the windows burst open. A series of strange auras emanated from within. Outside the ancestral hall hung couplets, inscribed as follows. First line: righteous spirit, transforming into loyalty and integrity, illuminating history. Second line: noble character, harboring passion, spilling blood upon the red dust. Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian stood outside the ancestral hall, their faces marked with confusion and solemnity. "Who dares to act so recklessly here?" Jun Xiangtian bellowed. In an instant, overwhelming murderous intent pierced through the dark clouds, sweeping across the vast imperial capital. Yet, no one responded. Or perhaps, all of this was merely the work of mortals. Sizzle, 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 a peculiar sound echoed. The clan elders turned towards the source, only to witness the tablets within the hall emitting wisps of white smoke. Panic ensued as they each fell to their knees. "Our ancestors have manifested. Surely, it is the wrath of the royal tomb being desecrated. Quickly kneel." In their hearts, they could conceive of no other explanation. Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian exchanged glances, resigned to kneel as well. They did not believe in so-called fortune, nor could they fathom the appearance of ancestral spirits. Yet, they could not explain the current circumstances. Suddenly, the spirit tablets ignited spontaneously, the flames so fierce that they engulfed the entire ancestral hall in an instant. The fire appeared in an eerie shade of blue, devoid of heat, sending an inexplicable chill through their hearts. Unfilial descendants, acting against humanity. The Qinglong dynasty is filled with beasts. The ethereal blue flames coalesced into a visage, its mouth agape, emitting a piercing scream that instilled profound dread into the souls of onlookers. The members of the Jun family were struck with terror. Had the ancestors truly manifested their presence? With a thunderous bang, the ancestral hall erupted in a cataclysmic explosion before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Splinters of wood danced through the air, cascading to the ground amidst the torrential rain. In that moment, the June family stood before the ancestral hall, enveloped in an icy chill, devoid of warmth, as the couplets descended from the heavens. They appeared painfully ironic to the gathered spectators. Righteous spirit? Does it refer to abandoning the loyal servants of the Qinglong dynasty, only to sever ties and forsake the family? Noble integrity? Is it about diligently safeguarding the imperial lineage, only to suffer a fate worse than death? The words on the couplets sliced through the June family's sense of shame, revealing a heart that was dark, filthy, and festering with decay. Righteous spirit? Noble integrity? Do we deserve such titles? Do we deserve them? The elder of the clan stood in a state of disarray, muttering to himself, utterly stripped of his former glory. The other elders felt equally powerless. The ancestral hall would rather be obliterated than accept their offerings. Was it because they deemed them unworthy? Or was it due to their misdeeds? Jun Gaowu seethed with rage, his thoughts racing back to the exiled Jun Zizai. Since he severed ties and sought vengeance, the calamities that followed must surely be his doing. To Tian, you truly bore a remarkable son. He laughed with disdain as he cast a glance at Jun Xiangtian. He had yet to relinquish his identity as the Holy Dragon Prince, yet dared to rebel against the Qinglong dynasty. Although we do not believe in such matters, what response do you have to the current predicament? Upon hearing this, Jun Xiangtian's countenance turned ashen. Unfilial son. A wretched, ungrateful wretch. If he truly wreaked havoc upon the dynasty, I shall extract his tendons, flay his skin. Ultimately, I will draw forth his soul and refine it, forever suppressing it beneath the threshold of the martial estate, subjecting him to perpetual humiliation. He, too, was consumed by fury. Despite their disbelief, they felt that these events were inextricably linked to Jun Zizai's escape. Thousands of miles away in Zidu, Jun Zizai raised his head, gazing at the raindrops cascading from the eaves onto his palm. The mark of the ancestor grew increasingly dim. He paused, whispering, "Old Chao? Do you engage in thievery?" Chapter 37, Infinite Fortune, Rescuing Jun Shui. Chao San regarded the Jin Ping Mei with a grave expression, remaining silent. Suddenly hearing Jun Zizai's words, he revealed an expression of discontent. "Do not dare tarnish my pure reputation. I entered the tomb to pay homage to my ancestors and to retrieve some of their unwanted treasures," he argued with righteous indignation. Jun Zizai suddenly smiled. "Assist me in bringing the ancestor from the imperial capital. As for your approach towards me, if I am able, I shall oblige." "Heh, you've noticed?" Chao San emitted a sinister chuckle. Jun Zizai chuckled in response, unfazed. Or perhaps he had never taken it to heart. As long as the other party bore no malice, he did not concern himself with their actions. After all, human relationships are never formed without reason. They must arise from shared experiences or transactions. Gradually evolving into profound friendships, Jun Zizai's heart was as clear as a mirror. He simply chose silence. "You'll let me know when the time comes," Jun Zizai said with a smile. Chao Sen nodded eagerly. "No problem. I shall fetch our ancestor immediately, but before that, I hope you can lend me a bit of luck." Borrowing luck? Jun Zizai was slightly taken aback. Do tomb raiders believe in such notions of fortune? Of course, all matters related to astrology, yin and yang, zodiac signs, and feng shui place great importance on destiny. Chao Sen produced a copper mirror from his pocket. Moreover, those of us who frequently interact with the deceased require strong fortune or merit to achieve balance. I dread seeing young girls trembling by the roadside, a gambling father, a disabled mother, a young brother. How can I bear not to help? As he fiddled with the copper mirror, Chao San lamented deeply. Jun Zizai found it amusing. Yet that did not compel you to take her to an inn for the night. Ah, Taoist brother, your words are misguided. That is merely her means of survival. And I cannot advise against it. Cannot advise against it. Chao San laughed heartily. Buzz. The copper mirror flickered. Jun Zizai vaguely sensed something being siphoned away, but it quickly returned to normal. Rest assured, I shall look after the ancestor. Chao San activated his yin-yang eye of darkness, casting a glance at Jun's eye, his expression suddenly stiffening as he lowered his head and strode purposefully outside. Internally, he muttered, "Damn it, borrowing luck feels no different than not borrowing at all. It's simply outrageous. Borrowing luck means utilizing another's fortune for oneself, thus gaining an advantage." Chao San had indeed borrowed Jun's eye's luck, but the latter's fortune remained unaffected, as if it were but a drop in the ocean. Hence, he resolved, from now on, Jun's eye shall be my adoptive father. I must cling tightly to this mighty leg. In the imperial capital, Chao San experienced no hindrances on his journey, smoothly arriving in the recently flooded capital. Activating his Yin-Yang Eye of Darkness, his plump face displayed a cold smirk. Heh, the Qinglong dynasty has truly lost all sense of morality. Through the Yin-Yang Eye of Darkness, the dynasty's fortune appeared entangled and complex. Even imbued with a palpable sorrow, the calamity had indeed ended, but this was merely an appetizer, the precursor to a great upheaval. However, Chao San remained unconcerned. The immediate priority was to extricate Jun Shui and fulfill his promise to Jun's eye. He infiltrated the imperial palace with utmost caution, striving to remain undetected, though he soon deemed this unnecessary. The clan elders were preoccupied with offering incense and paying homage to their ancestors, reconstructing the ancestral hall, leaving them no time to attend to other matters. Good heavens, the ancestral hall exploded! Chao San exclaimed in astonishment. As a tomb raider, he naturally believed in ghosts and the concept of luck. If descendants offer worship and incense, the family's fortune would flourish, potentially saving the clan in times of crisis. While others saw their ancestral graves emitting green smoke, theirs had directly exploded. Chao San continued his search. Eventually, he spotted a grand tomb rising from Jingxin Lake, faint pulses of life emanating from within. Upon discerning the tomb's structure, even Chao San could not help but feel moved. What a pack of beasts! They have condemned the body and soul of the Jun family's ancestor to eternal confinement, suppressing the fractured dragon vein. Truly, the royal family is utterly heartless. As he cursed, Chao San cautiously approached. At this moment, Jun Shui endured excruciating pain that was beyond human tolerance, his body trembling, his soul quaking. Yet he remained silent, a visage of sorrow. Suddenly, a large, round face came into view. "Do not fear, Qiu Shuang. Oh no, I mean Jun's eye sent me to rescue you." Chao San grinned, his demeanor far from benevolent. Jun Shui's eyes instantly reddened. Yet he smiled. Having tasted the bitterness of life, he found solace in knowing that someone still cared for him in this lifetime. It was worth it. Just as Chao San prepared to unravel the talismans and break the binding iron chains, the grand tomb began to open slowly. He hurriedly suppressed his presence. Hiding in the shadows, a figure strode into the tomb chamber. It was the 10th clan elder. His gaze was icy and triumphant as he taunted. "Old man, are you in immense pain? When you once trod upon my head, did you ever envision this day? Those wretches are deliberating on releasing you, but fear not, I will resist with all my might until your death." He vented his frustrations, his face contorted into a demonic mask. Jun Shui suddenly sneered. "I finally understand why she did not choose you back then. Shut your mouth, you know nothing, you old beast. She did not reject me. She had a better choice." The 10th clan elder's face flushed with rage, his defenses shattered. Hidden in the shadows, Chao San chuckled. This elderly ancestor, seemingly honest, spoke directly to the weaknesses. Resembling someone else entirely. Who? The 10th clan elder locked onto Chao San's direction, his aura raging. Chao San did not hide, stepping forward with a grin. He transmitted his voice. "Ancestor, the seal has been broken." Jun Shui's murky eyes brightened, a cold smile gracing his face. "Old Tin, do you remember? When Xiaojun walked by the lake with me, she looked upon me with such admiration. I asked her, 'Do you know Jun Xiong?' She replied, 'Of course,' just a dog trailing behind her." Each of his words stabbed deep into the heart of the 10th clan elder. The 10th clan elder's eyes turned crimson, rage surging within him. Feeling as if he might explode, he bellowed, "Jun Shui, old beast, you shall die." But just as the 10th clan elder made his move, the talismans and iron chains enveloped Jun Shui like a net. The 10th clan elder's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily retreated, only to be ensnared by the talismans and chains, coalescing into a binding seal. Release me. The 10th clan elder endured the torment that Jun Shui had suffered for days, emitting piercing cries of despair. His soul burned, his body tormented. The power within him was frantically extracted and funneled into the fractured dragon vein. This was a torment 1,000-fold worse than death. Jun Shui, you dare conspire with outsiders. The dynasty will not spare you. The 10th clan elder roared furiously. Chao San leaned forward, his voice laced with mockery. Fear not, for the final journey of the Shui ancestor shall not be solitary. While your retribution shall be relentless. Sow evil seeds, reap evil fruits. None among your Jun family is innocent, and you shall all meet a tragic end sooner or later. With that, Chao's son let out 2 resounding farts, leaving the 10th clan elder retching and in tears. Ancestor, let us depart. He safeguarded Jun Shui as they fled the grand tomb, leaving behind the 10 clan elders seething with impotent rage, as for when he would be released. That remained uncertain. Chapter 38. One person embodies a clan, one era encapsulates a lifetime. On the walls of Zidu, throngs of passers-by exchanged laughter while gazing towards the distant horizon. The setting sun bled a crimson hue. Quietly descending, Jun Zizai, bearing the weight of Jun Shui, remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the twilight sky. Chao San stood at a distance, observing silently. A life had been saved, yet vitality could not be restored. It was nearing its inevitable conclusion. A faint chuckle escaped Jun Shui, his once vibrant form now withered. Jun Zizai remained wordless, quietly supporting his ancestor. I have devoted the most valuable years of my life to the Qinglong dynasty, all for the Jun family to rise and become the mightiest dynasty in the northern spirit domain. This choice has not only harmed myself but has also brought misfortune upon you. In the end, we both became sacrifices to the dynasty. The murky depths of Jun Shui's eyes mirrored the dying sun over the western mountains, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Jun Zizai's expression was tranquil, his smile serene. Ancestor, at least in your final moments, I am here with you. Jun Shui's vision grew increasingly blurred, his voice choked. You do not blame me? I have never held you accountable. My veins run with the blood of the Jun family. I once fought for the dynasty, and what I ought to do, I shall naturally fulfill. Thus, neither you nor I are at fault. The true blame lies with the people of the Qinglong dynasty. Jun Zizai spoke as though recounting a mundane affair. Jun Shui had wept uncontrollably. A lifetime of dedication, recognized and praised by others, leaves no regrets. Ancestor, your life is a magnificent autobiography. Perhaps the ending is not perfect, but at least I shall continue it for you. A new beginning, new content. Let me carry it forward. Jun Zizai's words were tender, like a spring rain soothing the darkening heart of Jun Shui. It was a beam of light illuminating his darkness, offering a final flicker of hope. Child, from this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the Jun family. You are solely yourself, one person embodying a clan. I am grateful to have shared the 3 most significant years of your life. They are the most precious treasures in my memory. I wish for your remaining days to be tranquil and joyful, devoid of suffering. You are my eternal pride. Jun Shui extended his hand, gently resting it upon Jun Zizai's shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face. His martial prowess no longer surged with grandeur, now transformed into a black cloak that fell upon Jun Zizai's shoulders, and as it touched the ground, it formed 2 characters with spatial power. Zizai.as. The final stroke was completed. Jun Shui slowly closed his eyes, leaning against Jun Zizai's back, forever at rest. The sun dipped below the horizon. The last glimmer of light faded into oblivion. Ancestor, farewell, Jun Zizai murmured softly. Zidu, an ancient tower. The night wind howled, mingling the tears of Xian Kongdu with the night sky. Old man, may your journey be smooth. Tears transformed into the colors of autumn, bidding farewell to this lifetime's dearest friend. Can you manage? Nonsense. This deity knows the heavens and yet is crippled. I recently discovered that your tongue is quite sharp. Could you refrain from interrupting me? This deity has searched for a resting place for our ancestor, nestled amidst mountains and waters, with a true dragon to the left and a phoenix to the right. Look at this grave, so high, destined to yield exceptional descendants. With Jun Shui's passing, Jun Zizai buried him, while Chao San was tasked with selecting the burial site. Although he was said to be a master of yin and yang, he possessed a remarkable understanding of funerals. Chao San expertly retrieved the suona and yellow paper, took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and prepared to commence a lament. Wait, Jun Zizai said earnestly. We should not feel sorrow. Ah? Should we celebrate instead? Chao San was taken aback. Of course. Congratulations to our ancestor for escaping the sea of suffering, no longer subjected to oppression, Jun Zizai replied with a carefree smile. Chao San pondered and agreed. The Qinglong dynasty is indeed a den of demons. In essence, it is a liberation from their clutches. Lament transforms into joy. May I play a tune? Jun Zizai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chao San smirked. Given your filial piety, I shall indulge you this once. I wish to hear years. Jun Zizai took up a bell and followed Chao San, circling the grave. Suddenly, the resounding notes of the suona burst forth. The melodies danced with the wind, rising and falling like mountains, exuding a festive air. The two danced atop the grave, their faces alight with mirth. Coincidentally, others were burying their loved ones in the vicinity, overcome with grief, when they suddenly heard such jubilant melodies, leaving them in stunned silence. Which family celebrates amidst death? Is this a joyous funeral? Yet, such exuberance is hardly appropriate. They exchanged glances, their expressions distinctly peculiar. The tune Years is typically played only during the new year. To play it at a funeral, celebrating the present moment? Soon, the joyous piece concluded. Jun Zizai bowed thrice before turning to leave. With Chao Senator, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the grave to tremble, gradually sprouting a hint of green, which blossomed into a small blue flower. Chao San seemed to sense something, turning to look, and suddenly smiled. Is it an obsession? Or a natural occurrence? Ah, life is indeed wondrous. After completing the ritual, the two returned to the general store, as if time had reverted to its original state. Yet Jun Zizai understood that the only relative who truly loved him in this world was now forever gone. He sat cross-legged, retrieving a qi-gathering pill to consume, hastening his cultivation. Currently, the general store earned a stable income of 5,000 to 6,000 spirit coins daily, with material expenses ranging from 1,000 to 1,500, netting over 4,000 spirit coins, a substantial sum. Therefore, Jun Zizai could consume qi-gathering pills without worry during this period. With the assistance of the chaos furnace, once the qi-gathering pill was ingested, it was immediately refined, requiring no effort on his part to absorb it. Jun Zizai had already stepped into the realm of a 9th-grade martial artist and today prepared to attempt a breakthrough. Previously, he had his dragon blood extracted in the Wumon dynasty, rendering his cultivation invalid. Subsequently, he had worked tirelessly to reach the martial king realm, only to be thwarted again by an assassination attempt at the borders of the Qinglong dynasty, leaving him once more invalidated. After two such setbacks, he had begun to doubt whether he could continue his cultivation. Yet, evidently, these concerns were unfounded. Within Jun Zizai's dantian, spiritual energy coalesced into 9 spirals, a manifestation of a martial artist's essence. Soon, the spirals whirled violently, gradually contracting until they condensed into a droplet of spiritual liquid, suspended at the center of his dantian. Did I just break through? Jun Zizai was somewhat taken aback. The transformation of spiritual energy into liquid signified a martial master. This process was not overly difficult, yet it required some focus. But how long had it been since I began? A breath? A second? Had he smoothly advanced into the martial master realm in such a short span? Was it due to the sacred domain Long Dao body? Or perhaps the chaos furnace? Jun Zizai could not discern. Concurrently, the bone-corroding witch poison and the hot-blooded toxin within him were swiftly expelled, coagulating into a layer of black-brown impurities that emitted a foul stench. Did you fall into a cesspit? Chao San remarked disdainfully, fanning vigorously. Jun Zizai hurried to the backyard to cleanse himself, instantly feeling rejuvenated. As though reborn. At last, he felt secure, a satisfied smile graced his lips. The hot-blooded toxin had been entirely eradicated. Although some bone-corroding witch poison lingered, it posed little threat, as long as he continued to cultivate the sacred domain Long Dao body. These toxins would eventually be expelled. It was merely a matter of time. Jun Zizai felt no urgency, even finding it quite pleasant. He wished to survive, to witness the Qinglong dynasty crumble, to see the Jun family disintegrate. The imperial capital. The natural disasters had finally subsided. However, during this period, the Qinglong dynasty had expended over 100 million spirit coins on disaster relief, reconstruction, and compensation. It was a veritable hemorrhage. Damn you, Jun Zizai. Capture him and forever suppress the dragon vein. How dare you disrupt my plans? You are beyond redemption. Jun Gaowu seethed with fury. Chapter 39. Just look at how well your brother treats you. In the past, there were many princes contesting for the throne against Jun Gaowu. Among them, Jun Xiangtian shone the brightest. His talents far surpassed those of his peers, achieving fame at a young age, only to be dispatched to the borders by the late emperor for training. It turned out that Jun Gaowu was the emperor's favored child. Coupled with his status as the legitimate eldest son and the support of numerous clan elders, he ultimately succeeded to the throne. Because of this, Jun Xiangtian did not communicate with Jun Gaowu for a long period after returning from the borders. Only after the late emperor's passing did the relationship between the two brothers begin to thaw. Later, when Jun Zizai was sent to the Wuman dynasty as a hostage, it left Jun Gaowu feeling increasingly anxious. If Jun Zizai returned alive, he would undoubtedly be celebrated, and no reward from the Qinglong dynasty would suffice. Jun Gaowu contemplated whether he would have to relinquish his throne to Jun Zizai or his father. Consumed by such thoughts, Jun Gaowu's mindset became distorted. Why didn't Jun Zizai perish in the Wuman dynasty? Why must he return alive? Now that the Qinglong dynasty was strong and unchallenged, did he think he could just return? Did he and his father truly covet my throne? Fortunately, Jun Zizai had been rendered useless. His impotence eased Jun Gaowu's apprehension significantly, allowing him to bestow such favors upon Jun Ji, thus igniting intense conflict within the Wu family. Everything was orchestrated by Jun Gaowu behind the scenes, all for the sake of preserving the throne. Now, the Qinglong dynasty lay in utter chaos. Jun Gaowu's twisted psyche stirred once more, and he began to harbor resentment towards Jun Zizai. In a moment of contemplation, Jun Xiangtian hurriedly approached the heavens and solemnly declared, "Your Majesty, the elders of the 10 clans have been rescued. Let us proceed." Jun Gaowu inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and strode forward with great determination. Within the tranquil lake of serenity, the grand tomb had been dismantled. The clan elders gazed at the elder of the 10 clans with expressions of bewilderment. How could he possibly be inside? Had it not been for their timely discovery, the old 10th would have likely perished under dire circumstances. Upon observing the elder of the 10 clans, he appeared exceedingly wretched, emaciated and gaunt, his internal organs withered, his entire being drained of blood, and his very essence thoroughly exploited. His murky eyes seemed on the verge of bulging from their sockets as he trembled and grasped the hand of the Grand Elder, exclaiming, "The grave robbers conspired with Jun Shui to harm me." These words sent ripples of shock through the hearts of the clan elders, their expressions laden with disbelief. Impossible! How could Brother Shui have unraveled the situation alone? How could he have contacted others? Brother Shui devoted his life to the dynasty. Even in death, he should not be subjected to such exploitation. I suspect you have refined Brother Shui. Yet, the assembly of clan elders glared at him with fury. In their eyes, Jun Shui could never betray the Qinglong dynasty. Surely, the elder of the 10 clans was fabricating lies to tarnish Jun Shui's reputation. The malice he harbored was unmatched. Upon hearing these accusations, the elder of the 10 clans was so enraged that his eyes bulged, his head tilted, and he fainted on the spot. That moment, Jun Gaowu and Jun Xiangtian approached. The Grand Elder stepped forward and introduced the elderly man beside him. "This is my old friend, Master Tianyin." The old man bore an air of pride, merely nodding slightly even upon encountering Jun Gaowu. Master Tianyin, an 8th grade formation master, was known for his eccentricity, yet countless formidable beings sought his expertise in arranging formations. Attesting to his exceptional abilities, they had summoned Master Tianyin in hopes of sealing the dragon vein. Jun Shui, the guardian of the dragon, was now in a perilous state, as the Holy Dragon Prince. Jun Zizai was the next generation guardian, yet his whereabouts remained unknown. The ancestral hall had exploded, along with Jun Shui's life tablet, leaving them unable to ascertain whether he still lived. In desperation, they had no choice but to invite Master Tianyin. Regarding the sealing of the Dragon Vein, even a 9th-grade formation master would be powerless unless a formation grandmaster intervened. I can at most delay the erosion of the Dragon Vein's vitality. Master Tianyin stated flatly. Jun Gaowu grew anxious, asking, are there any other options? 1. Appoint a new generation guardian. 2. Change the fate. I advise you to choose the first option. The second is a matter of chance. And furthermore, changing fate requires the assistance of a martial saint, which a martial sovereign cannot achieve. As he concluded, Master Tianyin's gaze bore a hint of disdain. A martial saint, that was a terrifying powerhouse from the sacred land of Bailing, nearly capable of rivaling a martial emperor. The Jun family hung their heads in despair, their expressions grim. The Grand Elder recalled Jun Zizai's visage and was instantly filled with regret. When Jun Zizai had come to the palace to seek an audience with Jun Shui, why did he refuse him entry? Deep within the palace, a crucial place for the Jun family, he had declared, you are no longer qualified to step inside from now on. This remark had indeed come from the Grand Elder. At that time, the Qinglong dynasty had wholeheartedly nurtured Jun Zi. Had they shown favoritism towards Jun Zizai, it would have inevitably sown discord within Zi's heart. Little did they know that today they required Jun Zizai's return to save the Qinglong dynasty. Master Tianyin, we are in your debt. The Grand Elder appeared to age significantly in that instant, weakly clasping his hands together. Master Tianyin nodded and began to arrange the formation. Meanwhile, Jun Gaowu's gaze turned cold and piercing. Xiangtian, this matter is entrusted to you. Jun Zizai must return. Rest assured, brother. I will make that ungrateful wretch kneel outside the palace for 7 days and nights, repenting for his transgressions, Jun Xiangtian replied, equally incensed and resolute. At the martial mansion, Jun Zi was fervently cultivating, attempting to suppress the corpse demon slaughtering whether by his own means. Yet, it was evident that he was overestimating his capabilities. There he lay in bed, his body convulsing incessantly, blood seeping from his eyes, as if he were on the verge of a fatal collapse. Murong Binger was deeply pained by this sight, glancing anxiously at the partially obscured face of Jun Yunxin beside her, and implored, is there still no news of Zizai? Jun Yunxin shook her head, feeling helpless. She could not reveal the truth. If Jun Zizai returned, wouldn't her actions be exposed? Zhanlan, I beseech you, will you assist? Murong Binger suddenly turned her gaze to Jun Zhanlan, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. I kneel before you, my child. She began to lower herself. Mother! Jun Yunxin and Jun Biyao hurriedly supported her. Parents kneeling to their child, that would bring calamity. Jun Zhanlan's eyes turned red, feeling a sense of injustice. If he recovers, must I suffer in silence? Is my life so insignificant? This thought remained unspoken as she bit her lip. Even in such a dire situation, Jun Zi maintained his habitual demeanor, declaring, no, second sister must guard the borders. If you were to sustain injuries for my sake, who would protect the dynasty? His words struck Jun Zhanlan as repugnant. She recalled the disdainful Jun Zizai, thinking, if he were still here, would he allow me to be bullied? Look how well your brother treats you. Murong Binger glared at Jun Zhanlan, her voice laced with resentment. If anything were to happen to him, you shall never call me mother again. I do not have a daughter like you. Jun Yunxin and Jun Biyao were taken aback. When did mother become so cruel? Jun Zi was a son, yet was Jun Zhanlan not also a daughter? They were both flesh and blood. Why the disparity? Forced into a corner, Jun Zhanlan wept as she nodded. Very well, I am willing to offer my blood to purify his. This is my good daughter. Murong Binger exclaimed with delight, urging, then hasten, your brother is in pain. Upon hearing this, Jun Zhanlan's tears flowed uncontrollably as she gritted her teeth and forced out a drop of blood, with a hum. A profound wave of spiritual energy radiated outward. She looked towards Jun Zi, preparing to purify him with her blood, but unbeknownst to her, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just then, the door swung open, and a composed young girl stepped inside. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down her back, clad in simple white, her beautiful eyes exuding an icy demeanor, resembling an unyielding iceberg, yet softening only when gazing at the Jun family. When "Een, you have returned," Jun Biyao and the others exclaimed with joy, quickly recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Jun Zizai's name, Jun Wanin's eyes revealed an unmistakable disdain, as if he had committed some heinous act against her. "Mother, I can heal my brother, but I have one condition." She interposed herself before Jun Zhanlan, emanating an aura of pure, overwhelming righteousness. Murong Binger hastily replied, "Do not hesitate to state your terms. 1 or even 1,000 conditions are acceptable." Jun Wanin nodded slightly, her jade hand sweeping through the air, her presence exuding a vast, pristine energy akin to mountains and rivers, embodying the righteous path of heaven and earth. The righteous energy surged into Jun Zi's body, swiftly suppressing the corpse demon slaughtering weather, gradually annihilating it. Jun Zi felt a long-lost sense of relief wash over him, joy illuminating his face, but he quickly reined it in. "Thank you, sixth sister. You are my dear brother. How could I bear to see you suffer?" Jun Wanin playfully pinched his cheek, then her expression turned cold. "Mother, I have healed my brother." She fixed her gaze upon her mother, asserting, "From this day forth, Jun Zizai is forbidden from appearing in the Jun family." Murong Binger was instantly put in a difficult position. Could we not reconsider? After all, we are family. What has he done to me? Have you all forgotten? Jun Wanin's delicate face turned frigid. It was precisely because of Jun Zizai's actions that she had chosen to wander outside, unwilling to return home, longing for the companionship of her family. How could she ever come to terms with that? In the vast expanse of the 3,000 mountains and seas, a desolate territory yet to be claimed by various dynasties and sects lay before them, rife with ferocious beasts and treacherous terrains. However, on this night, the sky ignited in flames. An extraordinary phenomenon illuminated the night sky, resonating throughout the heavens, akin to the resounding toll of a great bell, captivating countless dynasties and sects. It was as if a new era was about to dawn. As the meteor descended to the earth, a searing blaze erupted, incinerating a mountain and a sea nearly to ashes. The inferno surged into the heavens, and the world trembled. In that moment, all dynasties and sects felt a profound sense of destructive energy ripple through the air. As the flames gradually dimmed, a blue lotus unfurled, towering thousands of feet high, its brilliance radiant and mesmerizing. The petals of the blue lotus blossomed, exuding unparalleled waves of energy, as if a rare treasure was emerging. Such a celestial phenomenon. Could it be a new secret realm? It must be explored. I have been stuck at the martial sovereign level for many years. If I do not advance now, I fear I shall live with regret for the rest of my life. In the 3,000 mountains and seas, it truly manifested in an unexpected location. We must seize this rare treasure. This is our sole opportunity to become the rulers of the Biling region. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Countless sects and dynasties were set ablaze with fervor. Yet, these formidable beings did not dare to act carelessly. The 3,000 mountains and seas were unregulated, poised to erupt into a fierce battle. In order to establish a foothold in the realm of 3,000 mountains and seas, certain sects have been tirelessly seeking alliances with other factions throughout the night. However, the proud and formidable empires, including the Qinglong Empire, the Zhuge Empire, and the Xuanwu Empire, disdain such actions. The White Tiger Empire has long since fallen into decline, leaving its participation uncertain. The powerful of the North Spirit Domain eagerly prepare for action. The Qinglong Empire, along with Zidu and a miscellaneous assortment of shops, continues to operate as usual. Having just completed the cultivation of the sacred domain Longdao body, Jun Zizai feels a profound sense of ease from within. He has now stepped into the realm of a first-grade martial master, and his mental acuity has also seen growth. Previously shrouded in mist, his sea of consciousness now resembles a small boat sailing upon the vast ocean. Gliding over gentle ripples, Jun Zizai, a reincarnate, possesses an inherently strong soul and mental prowess surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He speculates that he is now capable of refining second-grade elixirs, and perhaps even attempting third-grade ones. At this moment, Chao Xin bursts in, brimming with excitement. Qiu Shuang, something monumental has occurred, he exclaims exuberantly. Jun Zizai, leaning against the doorframe, teases, have you soiled your pants? Do not speak foolishly. Chao Xin retorts with a sly grin. Last night in the realm of 3,000 mountains and seas, an extraordinary treasure seemingly fell from the heavens, nearly igniting the entire mountain range, and it is still ablaze. Jun Zizai pauses, the image of the 3,000 mountains and seas flashing in his mind. He is aware of this event. It would not be entirely accurate to call the object a treasure. That green lotus is the remnant of a being far more fearsome than a martial emperor. After its demise, it fell through the barriers of the world, giving rise to a secret realm. In his previous life, the Jun family entered this secret realm, and after a series of fierce battles, they acquired substantial resources, significantly enhancing their combat abilities. Junji also experienced a qualitative leap within the secret realm, rising to become the pinnacle of prodigies. Given sufficient time to develop, he could ascend to become a saint or emperor. Eventually, this secret realm was detected by powerful beings from beyond the North Spirit domain, who forcibly employed spatial powers to monopolize it, preventing others from reaping any benefits. However, Jun Zizai is not inclined to concern himself with these matters. His current desire is to bide his time and cultivate slowly, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with others. Selling elixirs and setting up formations brings him effortless joy. Why engage in life and death struggles with others? To endure. This is the first principle of Jun Zizai. Possessing the severed arm of an ancient deity, as long as he diligently practices, there will come a day when he can become invincible in the North Spirit domain. There is no need to vie for fleeting glory. Moreover, with the emergence of the secret realm, conflicts among empires and sects are inevitable. Where there is conflict, there will be bloodshed. Where there is bloodshed, the consumption of elixirs will be necessary. At that time, Jun Zizai's business will undoubtedly flourish even more. As others fight and sustain injuries, he profits, while he endures amidst the chaos, a strategy of total consumption. Returning to the present, Jun Zizai arranges his goods and uses a feather duster to sweep away the dust, casually remarking, "It seems you wish to pay a visit." Chao Xin lounges. If this esteemed one does not go, would it not render the secret realm dull? Jun Zizai shakes his head with a smile, recognizing his penchant for revelry. At that moment, Master Xianling enters the miscellaneous shop. Jun Zizai greets him with a smile and a respectful clasp of his fists. Master, no need for excessive courtesy, Master Xianling replies with a chuckle, gesturing for him to relax. Ever since Jun Zizai politely declined Master Xuanling's previous offers, the latter has been visiting frequently, eager to share his alchemical insights. Not only that, but he has also gifted Jun Zizai a brand new jade pendant. Should any trouble arise, he can shatter it, and Master Xianling will come to his aid. This has made Jun Zizai somewhat bashful. "You have broken through to Martial Master?" Master Xianling asks, stroking his beard with a smile. One should cultivate steadily. There's no need to engage in deadly struggles with those crude martial artists. "I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment," Chao Xin remarks, reclining in his purple gold lounge chair. "While one lies in bed, one's cultivation can still grow." Master Xianling ignores him and continues, "You should be capable of refining second-grade elixirs by now." "Correct. It should not be a problem," Jun Zizai nods. "Yesterday, I went to Baiwei Tower and acquired a recipe for the flame elixir." Jun Zizai acknowledges, although the flame elixir is notoriously difficult to refine, its effects are exceedingly potent, greatly benefiting body cultivation martial techniques. "Indeed, quite good," Master Xianling concurs. "The challenge lies in the material's high fire resistance. Many alchemists fail due to insufficient spiritual energy and low mental acuity. But you need not worry, for your mental prowess is formidable." As Master Xianling elucidates, he produces a recipe from his spatial ring. "If you have time, you might consider trying this recipe." Upon glancing at it, Jun Zizai is slightly taken aback. "Master, is this a foundational recipe?" Generally, recipes purchased by alchemists are merely replicas, meant for single-use. A foundational recipe, however, is intricately carved using mental energy, allowing for countless viewings and timely revisions, giving birth to phenomena that enhance its efficacy, passed down through generations. Yes, it is a third-grade elixir, the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Elixir. Master Xuanling's tone carries a hint of nostalgia. This was collaboratively researched and inscribed with a friend. I hope it manifests phenomena in your hands. Jun Zizai, hesitant to accept the recipe, reveals his uncertainty. You wonder why I chose you. It is because you possess talent, your mental energy is powerful, and the likelihood of manifesting a treasure elixir phenomenon during refinement is exceptionally high. What do you say? Can you help this old man? Master Shilling inquires with hopeful anticipation. The so-called treasure elixir phenomenon is a wondrous occurrence that can arise during the alchemical process, not only causing the recipe to undergo transformations, but also unexpectedly enhancing the alchemist's mental acuity. It is important to note that mental energy is an extension of the soul. Currently, there are no methods for cultivating the soul's secret techniques available throughout the entirety of the Qinglong Empire. Thus, the treasure elixir phenomenon is a miraculous event sought after by countless, by innumerable, alchemists in their lifetimes. I can give it a try, but do not harbor excessive expectations, Jun Zizai replies, accepting the recipe. Given how concerned Master Xinling was for him previously, assisting him once more would be no burden. Very well, take these materials with you. When you have used them, just let me know, do not worry about wastage. Master Xinling, overjoyed, places a spatial ring on the counter. That moment, he notices Jun Zizai's unblemished fingers, devoid of any storage items, and smiles, regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds or fails. Allow this old man to procure a spatial ring for you. Jun Zizai's eyes brighten. Thank you, Master. Spatial rings do not come cheaply. Each costs at least 100,000 spirit coins, especially the smaller ones. Given Jun Zizai's modest means, he could never afford one. As Master Xinling prepares to take his leave, he suddenly recalls something and turns to ask, in a few days, there will be an alchemist competition, limited to those aged 20 to 25. Will you participate? No, I must decline. The shop is quite busy at the moment. Jun Zizai politely refuses. After bidding farewell to Master Xinling, Jun Zizai begins to refine the flame elixir, further aiding the cultivation of his sacred domain Longdao Body. In the imperial capital, at the martial arts mansion, Junji has finally recovered. He has arranged to meet a few friends for some revelry, but as he steps outside, he is intercepted by his elder sister. Ji, come, let us visit Zidu. It is the perfect opportunity to test whether you have been slacking in your alchemical studies. Chapter 41. The Celestial Cloak and the Alchemist Competition in the North Spirit Domain. There once existed a martial emperor known as the Flame Emperor. His life was a grand saga, marked not only by unparalleled combat prowess, but also by alchemical skills that far exceeded those of others. Hence, Junji harbored a dream since childhood, to become an extraordinary figure akin to the Flame Emperor, possessing both formidable strength and the ability to concoct elixirs for his own use. Jun Baiyao, a 6th-grade alchemist, naturally has the capacity to instruct Junji and has recognized his exceptional talent for alchemy. At that time, Jun Xiangtian laughed heartily. It seems our family shall soon produce a Flame Emperor. Junji has not shamed his family. He is now a 2nd-grade alchemist, and if he can successfully refine a 3rd-grade elixir, he will be able to advance. After breaking through to Martial King, my mental acuity has significantly improved. Sister, I believe I can attempt the 3rd-grade elixir. Junji nods enthusiastically. Jun Baiyao appreciates her younger brother's confidence and praises him. Coincidentally, Zidu will host an alchemist competition, and the winner will receive a pot of soil. So stingy. Junji expresses disappointment. Jun Baiyao affectionately pinches his cheek, her face radiating warmth. That soil is called dragon blood soil. It is said to have been stained with dragon's blood and possesses special properties when used for cultivating medicinal materials. Intrigued, Junji's interest is piqued. He does not merely covet dragon blood soil. He desires all precious things. He wants them all. In the miscellaneous shop, Chao Sen packs away the purple gold lounge chair. Chuckling to himself, he prepares to head to the realm of 3,000 mountains and seas, hoping to earn some extra profit. After all, lying around all day can be rather dull. Are you really going? Jun Zizai asks in surprise. Wasn't this fellow always saying he preferred to lounge? Chao Sen shakes his head. This humble monk is compassionate and never engages in conflict. Harmony is of utmost importance. If I were to see rare treasures in others' hands, I would simply ask for them. What if they refuse? Jun Zizai inquires. Though I advocate for compassion, I also possess some knowledge of martial arts. Chao Sen responds with a grin. Jun's eye can't help but smirk. He elevates his schemes to such lofty ideals. What a character. As Chao Sen, with his rotund figure, prepares to leave, he advises, remember to wear the celestial cloak. It will help you avoid a great deal of trouble. Understood, Jun's eye replies, fully aware of what he means. The celestial cloak, forged from the martial prowess of Jun Shoyi before his demise, can obscure detection from beings below the martial saint level. Furthermore, if Jun's eye wishes, he can disguise his appearance, forever presenting a commonplace, unremarkable visage. By the way. Just as Chao Sen is about to depart, Jun's eye suddenly calls him back. When you return, I want to, forget it, we can discuss it upon your return. Chao Sen rolled his eyes heavenward and, with a tone laden with irritation, exclaimed, stop dilly-dallying and speak plainly. Do you truly wish to know? Then say it. Moments later, Chao Sen emerged from the general store. Glancing back thrice with a profound gaze at Jun's eye, who was engrossed in his tasks, he sighed deeply while looking up at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, reflecting, the child has grown up and begun to entertain fanciful thoughts. Just moments ago, Jun's eye had requested Chao Sen's assistance in arranging a mock funeral, his own mock funeral. This nearly caused Chao Sen's younger brother to retreat in fright. Upon returning, he resolved to take him for a stroll through the vibrant city of Zidu after midnight. After all, excessive vitality in a man is hardly a virtue. As Chao Sen muttered to himself, he made his way out, ultimately vanishing at the end of the alley in Zidu, at the Alchemist's Guild. Throngs of people filled the space, bustling with anticipation for the alchemist competition. Ladies and gentlemen, the age requirement for this competition is between 20 and 25. Anyone older need not participate. The guild leader, an elderly matron, spoke in a raspy and grating voice. I am 26 this year, just barely missing the mark. Oh, come on. You've been 26 every year. Why not enjoy watching these talented alchemists instead? Among the attendees were members of the Xin family and Hong family, including Jun Biyao, the head of the Hong family Xin Medicine Pavilion, along with his younger brother, Jun Zi. Jun Biyao, clad in a deep blue robe that accentuated her delicate figure, paired with her breathtaking beauty, undoubtedly captured the attention of the entire guild plaza. Jun Zi stood proudly alongside his contemporaries from the Xin and Hong families, his demeanor exuding confidence. Your sister is truly stunning, remarked Xian Ying, a charming young lady who had been stealing glances at Jun Biyao, her cheeks flushed with admiration, embodying the essence of a little fan. Jun Biyao, having achieved the rank of a sixth-tier alchemist before the age of 30, was indeed a genuine prodigy. Hong Tian's eyes mirrored a similar admiration. Hearing praises for his sister filled Jun Zi's heart with joy, though he maintained an outward modesty. Subsequently, Jun Biyao guided Jun Zi to meet Master Xian Ling. Master, this is my younger brother, here to pay his respects. Master, I am Jun Zi, and your esteemed name resonates with me like thunder. Jun Zi expressed his excitement upon meeting Master Xian Ling. Indeed, young hero, your talent is exceptional. You shall undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future, Master Xian Ling acknowledged with a slight nod towards Jun Zi. Despite Jun Zi's humble protests, his heart surged with exhilaration. If the master were to take him on as a disciple, the influence of his backing would surely grow. The master's connections and resources from the Baiyue Tower would elevate him to heights where none could dare dismiss him as inferior to Jun's eye. The throne of the Qinglong dynasty might very well be his, however. Master Xianling's compliment was merely a courtesy. His thoughts were elsewhere, and he sighed softly. Master, what troubles you? Jun Biyao inquired, puzzled. Beside her, Kaifei explained. The master has recently engaged in delightful conversations with a young friend named Qiu. He is simply feeling nostalgic. He is the most gifted individual I have encountered, diligent and humble I in him. I see a reflection of my younger self, particularly his passion for alchemy. When discussing Jun's eye, Master Xianling's face lit up with fervor, as though invigorated. Jun Biyao was slightly taken aback. Was there truly such an extraordinary talent in Zidu? Meanwhile, Jun Zi's smile faltered, and he instinctively clenched his fists, a flicker of jealousy crossing his gaze. Old man, I will make you witness my alchemical prowess. Having always been in the spotlight, cherished by his kin, He could not tolerate being overshadowed. He resolved to showcase his abilities prominently. In the plaza of the Alchemists' Guild, thousands of alchemists had gathered, their voices a cacophony of excitement. Under such conditions, performing alchemy was also a test. The competition commences now, with a 3-day duration. As the guild leader's voice resonated, a spectacular sight unfolded in the plaza. Thousands of alchemists ignited their alchemical furnaces simultaneously, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of flames erupted, enveloping the space in a warm embrace, dispelling the winter chill. The collective effort of thousands was nothing short of awe-inspiring. As time trickled away, as night approached, hundreds of alchemists had already failed and withdrawn from the competition. While the remaining participants remained fiercely focused, the process of refining materials demanded immense time, let alone the final fusion. Each step required meticulous care. One must not be reckless. Alchemy tests one's willpower. That night, the entire Zedu shimmered with dazzling flames, resembling an unquenchable city. As the alchemist competition surged forward, Jun Zizai had just exited a tavern. With no pressing matters at hand, he indulged in melodious tunes. At last, Jun Zizai grasped the essence of living. Once upon a time, he had endured hunger and cold within the martial mansion, subjected to scorn and violence from his relatives. Genuine kindness had been met with ridicule and contempt. Now, alone, he found a simple happiness. Reflecting on those times, Jun Zizai merely chuckled, clutching the new garments he had purchased, intending to gift them to Grandma Lin and the neighbors. They had cared for him so well. He believed in repaying even the smallest kindness. Upon entering Qingshui Street, he noticed a group of figures standing before the general store. Upon seeing Jun Zizai, they were filled with excitement. "Master, we are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Chapter 42. A Worthy Journey on Earth. The phenomenon of the precious pill an hour prior, Xianyu Tower had been attacked by unidentified powerful assailants. Those martial artists, fearsome and ferocious, had directly targeted Jia Ru's wife and child, evidently with the intent to kidnap. Both inside and outside Xianyu Tower, martial artists launched their assault, encircled from all sides. However, with Jiaru activating the Grand Formation, the crisis was swiftly averted. The four formations united. The martial artists were ensnared in webs, suspended in midair, and simultaneously trapped in illusions, rendered utterly powerless. The Grandmaster's martial bodyguards acted immediately, dispatching the assailants with the ease of slicing through vegetables. "Why, Lord, you must sincerely thank Master Chiu," one bodyguard urged after eliminating the group of martial artists, his eyes filled with astonishment. A first-tier formation master can unify 4 formations. It's simply unheard of. What? For formations united. But he only requested a single formation spirit coin from me. Jiaru's face was a mask of regret, wishing he could slap himself. He had assumed the spirit coin he provided was ample and that he had not shortchanged Jun Zizai. Little did he know, the latter had hardly cared, directly constructing such a formidable formation. Had it not been for the unification of the 4 formations tonight, Jiaru's family would certainly have faced ruin. Before the general store, Jiaru knelt on the ground with his wife and child, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Among the assailants were 2 first-tier martial masters and 5 8th and 9th-tier martial artists, along with a multitude of others. Had it not been for your formation, my family, my livelihood, would have been in peril. Please allow us to pay our respects. Jun Zizai hurriedly assisted them to their feet. You requested me to set up the Grand Formation. It is only right that I fulfill my duty. There is no need for such formality. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. His formation had salvaged a family, filling him with immense pride. From now on, I shall procure all your 1st and 2nd-tier medicinal materials for Xianyu Tower. If you refuse, I shall kneel here indefinitely. Jiaru's face was etched with sincerity. Jun Zizai found the situation both amusing and exasperating, unable to dissuade him. Ultimately, Jiaru insisted on covering all of Jun Zizai's medicinal material costs at the lowest price, even offering some for free. Yet, Jun Zizai had already resolved to visit Xianyu Tower at a later time to set up a new formation, ensuring he did not take undue advantage of him. Finally, Jiaru led his family away, glancing back thrice before disappearing into the vast night. Child, Why haven't you closed up for the night yet? At that moment, Grandma Lin approached with a cheerful smile. Her hands clasped behind her back that a few children peeked curiously, their faces flushed from the cold. Seeing this, Jun's eye quickly produced the cotton clothing he had purchased for them, causing the children to bounce with joy. People can often find contentment in the simplest of things. Having sufficient food and warm clothing is more than enough. Here, Grandma has made you a cotton coat. Try it on. Grandma Lin retrieved a cotton coat. Clearly handmade, well-crafted, and exceedingly warm. For me? Jun's eye was taken aback. It's not easy for a child to be out alone. I've noticed you've been wearing the same few garments. With the cold setting in, it's best to dress warmly, Grandma Lin said tenderly. Jun's eyes cheeks quivered as he beamed a radiant smile. Thank you, Grandma. Some cast him off like weeds, while others cherished him as a treasure. And for that little chubby one, I made him one too. Grandma Lin looked toward the interior of the general store and pulled out a large cotton coat. Those who knew it was a cotton coat would understand. Those who didn't might think it was winter clothing for a pig. He has stepped out but should return soon. Jun's eye laughed upon seeing the coat. He escorted Grandma Lin back home. And upon returning to the general store, he felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. It was indeed not in vain to have walked this earth. Jun's eye gazed at the cotton coat in his hands. Laughing heartily, as dawn broke, heralded by the crowing of roosters, the alchemist competition continued in full swing. Many had been eliminated overnight. The once bustling plaza now appeared considerably emptier. It seemed the alchemists of the Qinglong dynasty were not as formidable as they had been perceived. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Many furrowed their brows and turned towards the source of the sound, revealing expressions of surprise. The speaker was youthful and arrogant, adorned in a long alchemist robe with an emblem of a fiery bird embroidered on his chest. What was an alchemist from the Zhuge dynasty doing here? A hushed murmur spread among the crowd. The president and others narrowed their eyes, sensing that the arrival at this moment was indeed suspicious. The great empires were not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. Beneath the veneer lay deep-seated grudges, marked by myriad schemes and betrayals. Xianing coldly commanded, "Close your filthy mouth, oh my. The young lady is quite fiery. She certainly appeals to me, Mo Yan," he retorted with a smirk. The alchemist of the Zhuge Empire scoffed, still hesitating over crafting a third-tier elixir. "I am already prepared for alchemical fusion." With a thunderous roar, the flames within the alchemical cauldron surged, the violet flames shimmering brilliantly, causing many to change their expressions. Xian Ying and Hong Tian grew anxious. Without Mo Yan's interference, they could have maintained their composure. But now the stakes had risen, affecting the dignity of both empires. How amusing. Just a little pressure, and you all panic. You're still so inexperienced, little ones, Mo Yan laughed maniacally. Mind your language, the president interjected. Unable to contain himself, Mo Yan, unfazed, sneered, trash is trash. Can't I speak my mind? Master Xin Ling remained calm, observing the local alchemists with a silent shake of his head, pondering their poor temperament, likely inferior even to that of Qiu Shuang. The swine and dogs of the Zhuge Empire, cease your bluster here. Our Qinglong Empire's alchemists surpass you tenfold. Everyone, align with me. Suddenly, Junji stepped forward, his face brimming with righteous fervor. He too was at the stage of alchemical fusion. Well said. Indeed, a fine son of the Qinglong Empire. Let us crush this outsider. The crowd erupted in cheers, excitement palpable. Jun Baiyao was equally stirred. If her brother triumphed, his fame would soar. Mo Yan scoffed. Let us see whose elixirs are superior. The competition is about to ignite. In the courtyard behind the general store, Jun Zizai stood firm against the rising sun. Practicing his stances, he swung his fists. Flames surging from his chest, heat radiating around him. This was the effect of the flame elixir. After consumption, it could stimulate blood circulation, enhance vitality, and assist in body-refining martial arts. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. Blood surging forth like a pump, its light akin to flames. His skin glowed a fiery red, and he expelled a mouthful of black, murky air, the last traces of bone-corrosive witchcraft. From this moment onward, he would be impervious to any toxic harm. In high spirits, Jun Zizai devoured 3 bowls of beef noodles, thoroughly satisfied as he prepared to open his shop. Raising a hand, he noticed Master Xianling's spatial ring. Why not give it a try? A flicker of temptation stirred within him. After all, it would not do to keep people waiting. Jun Zizai retrieved the recipe for the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Pill. This was also a body-refining elixir, requiring over 30 types of materials. However, for him, it posed no challenge. The Chaos Furnace would automatically refine and fuse the ingredients. All he had to do was wait. Soon, one material after another fell into the Chaos Furnace. The elixir flames roared to life, beginning their refinement, as if following a unique formula. As for Jun Zizai, he felt no pressure. Although the mental strain was considerable, it was of no great consequence. Once the materials were fully refined, the elixir flames surged once more, preparing for fusion. The uneven elixir body was swiftly filled, its volume continuously shrinking. When the final pit vanished, the entire elixir vibrated violently, resonating with the recipe for the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Pill, as if a dragon and phoenix were singing in harmony. Boom! In the next moment, a colossal golden elixir phantom appeared above Zidu. An unprecedented phenomenon. The treasure elixir's manifestation had abruptly emerged. Puff, puff, puff. In front of the Alchemist Guild, the flames in the alchemical cauldrons extinguished instantaneously, as if subjected to some invisible pressure. One by one, the elixirs on the verge of success turned into failures, and the alchemists let out cries of despair. Junji, Xianing, Mo Yen, and others stared wide-eyed, quickly looking up at the treasure elixir phenomenon, their expressions filled with horror. The treasure elixir phenomenon? It's him. It must be him. Master Xianling stood up, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. Look, the 5 thunder patterns atop the treasure elixir phenomenon. Kai Fei hurriedly glanced, her heart racing. Indeed, it was true, that Qiu Shuang was truly a genius alchemist. From this moment forth, they must do everything to win him over, regardless of the cost. Jun Baiyao also gazed at the treasure elixir phenomenon. Her heart stirred. Could it be that this individual was the genius alchemist coveted by Master Xianling? They must recruit him into the Xian Medicine Pavilion, no matter the conditions he might demand. His future was assuredly at least 6th rank, if not 7th. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. She did not even know this person's name, where he resided, or what his needs were. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Chapter 43. Zidu in turmoil. Jun Ji stands like a lackey. Jun Baiyao was acutely aware that the Wu Man Empire and Qinglong Empire were destined for battle. Thus, they must supply the necessary support elixirs. Yet, they encountered a sudden phenomenon. The secret realm competition erupted, postponing the war between the two empires. Seizing this opportunity, Jun Baiyao arrived in Zidu, not only to aid Jun Ji in elevating his alchemist rank, but also to seek out capable alchemists to recruit into the Xian Medicine Pavilion. She never expected that Zidu concealed such a monstrous alchemist. Jun Baiyao knew full well that to evoke the treasure elixir phenomenon, several conditions must be met. First, youth and strong fortune. Second, the materials refined must achieve supreme quality, and the alchemical cauldron must not extinguish during the process. It must be completed in one breath. Third, the alchemist's rank should not be too high. Otherwise, wouldn't those high-ranking alchemists evoke the treasure elixir phenomenon daily? Under such stringent conditions, the treasure elixir phenomenon was exceedingly rare. It was said that any alchemist capable of evoking the treasure elixir phenomenon, as long as they did not perish midway, could easily reach 6th rank, with 7th rank being just the starting point. Do you understand? The treasure elixir phenomenon not only signifies monstrous talent, but also enhances mental power. Go, find out who this person is at any cost. The alchemists gradually subdued their shock, replaced by unending greed. In the next moment, they surged forth like bloodthirsty wolves, eager to pursue their prey. As for the so-called alchemist competition, who cared about that? The treasure elixir phenomenon was of utmost importance. The young alchemists in the square exchanged glances, their spirits dampened. From their elders' words, they learned that the treasure elixir phenomenon stemmed from a monstrous alchemist. Not much older than themselves, true geniuses disdained participating in such public competitions. In comparison, they felt utterly inferior. Mo Yin, too, wore a troubled expression. He glanced at Junji and suddenly laughed derisively. The Qinglong Empire indeed harbors hidden talents. Those who like to boast openly are merely small fry, insignificant. I have gained invaluable insight today. What are you crowing about? Did you not also fail? Xianing scolded. Mo Yin noticed Junji's darkened expression and felt quite pleased. Indeed, I failed, defeated by an unparalleled genius, unlike some who boast of being 10 times my superior, only to find that person far surpasses you. At these words, Junji's eyes twitched violently, his hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, oblivious to the pain. How infuriating! This was my stage to perform. What nonsense treasure elixir phenomenon, damn it! I want that person dead. He fixed his gaze on the fading treasure elixir phenomenon. Silently raging within, Junji had made grand proclamations, yet in the end, he not only failed but all the limelight was snatched away. More critically, he did not even know who that person was. It felt like walking down the street, suddenly having a black cloth thrown over his head, followed by a beating, only to find no one afterward. Frustration, utter frustration. Sister, I failed. Junji was extremely displeased and sought comfort from his elder sister, only to find Jun Baiyao even more anxious. Failure is failure. Do not hinder me. She pushed him aside, her face filled with urgency as she rushed out to seek the instigator of the treasure elixir phenomenon. Junji was taken aback, then his heart burned with resentment. That wretched woman. As the phenomenon gradually dissipated, the alchemists grew increasingly frantic. Yet, Zidu was vast, making it difficult to pinpoint the area. Searching was truly laborious. In Qingshui Street, Jun Zizai had long tucked away the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Pill and its recipe, pulled out a stool, and while munching on sunflower seeds, engaged in idle chatter with the neighbors. Qiu Shuang, look, he can fly. I see it, so cool. I envy him. Yeah, flying seems so carefree. Jun Zizai held the child, joining in their innocent banter. As for the commotion caused by the treasure elixir phenomenon, he paid it no mind. After all, he had already reaped the benefits from the phenomenon. His mental power had increased several-fold. One word, delightful. At that moment, Master Xianling and Kai Fei hurriedly arrived. Qiu Shuang, thank you, truly. I am immensely grateful. Master Xianling expressed his gratitude. For him, this recipe held profound significance. Jun Zizai waved his hand, retrieving the recipe for the 5 Thunder Demon Bone Pill. The current recipe exuded an ancient aura, with wisps of faint golden lightning flickering around it, resembling traces of divine craftsmanship. Upon receiving the recipe, Master Xianling's gaze softened, and he murmured, "Old friend, your dream has finally come true." This ring also returns to its rightful owner. Jun Zizai offered the spatial ring. Before Master Xianling could speak, Kai Fei smiled. Master Qiu Shuang, this spatial ring is the agreed-upon reward from last time. You need not return it, just accept it. Indeed. You may use whatever is inside as you please. Do not hesitate. Master Xianling regained his composure and burst into hearty laughter, revealing his exceedingly good spirits. Observing their unwavering determination, Jun Zizai felt compelled to acquiesce. The space ring before him shimmered in a deep azure hue, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and tigers locked in combat, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Its internal compartment boasted a generous volume of 100 cubic meters. Within, there lay a staggering 100,000 spirit coins and 3 second-tier alchemical formulas: the Gathering Spirit Pill, the Spring Essence Pill, and the Bone Restoration Pill. While Jun Zizai maintained a facade of calm, his heart raced with exhilaration. In terms of value, it was worth at least 1,000,000 spirit coins. This transaction was undeniably a windfall. Qiu Shuang, I shall ensure that the anomaly you unleashed with the treasure pill is handled appropriately. Do not fret, Master Xianling assured. He foresaw an influx of martial artists flocking to Zidu, all in pursuit of the treasure pill anomaly. It was highly likely that some would resort to extreme measures. For once they succeeded in obtaining the pill, not only could they enhance their mental prowess, but they could also gain insights into alchemy. Just this alone would drive alchemists to their wits' end. Thank you, Jun Zizai replied with a gentle nod, placing his trust in Master Xianling. Kai Fei gazed intently at the young man before her. With features that were strikingly handsome, defined jawline, piercing eyes, and flowing black hair that cascaded over his shoulders, enough to captivate countless admirers. Were you born into a prominent family and possessed such talent, you would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of your craft, she could not help but compliment. Jun's eye merely glanced at her, a smile playing on his lips, yet remaining silent. Master Xianling, in high spirits, remarked, Xiao Shuang. In a few days, Baiwei Tower will be expanding and hosting a banquet for guests from all walks of life. Shall we gather? If I am free, I shall attend. If not, I will send you my blessings. Jun's eye replied ambiguously. Master Xianling, accustomed to such responses, harbored no grievances. After escorting the two out of the general store, Jun's eye turned back, no longer concealing his elation. The gathering spirit pill was precisely what he needed for advancing his martial prowess. Alchemy, alchemy, onward with my cultivation. He hummed a cheerful tune. However, in the shadowy corners of Qingshui Street, an individual stealthily peered out, fixated on the general store. Is this the shabby establishment? Indeed, the formation set by Jiaoru was orchestrated here. They caused me to lose so many brothers. This vendetta must be avenged. Their eyes glinted with malice, vowing to kill and destroy. Soon after their departure, a group of shadowy figures appeared in the alley. Silently trailing behind the Alchemist Guild, the atmosphere was rife with commotion. Such a prodigious talent in alchemy, yet your guild lacks any records. If one registers with the guild, they can enjoy discounts and priority access to rare materials. Would anyone be foolish enough to forego such benefits? I hail from the Chen family of Lidu. Does the patriarch know? In their quest to uncover the individual responsible for the treasure pill anomaly, the alchemists exerted pressure on the Alchemist Guild. Jun Biao was among them, striking the counter forcefully. I, the head of Xianyao Pavilion and the daughter of the revered Dragon Slayer, demand that you furnish me with every detail about that individual. Lest you regret your insolence. At the entrance, Jun Zi stood alone, resembling a mere lackey. He fixated on the anxious expressions of the crowd, his gaze increasingly frigid, and his heart swelled with resentment. All this attention was meant for me. Now, it is all gone. Chapter 44. Is that mysterious alchemist Jun's eye? Lord Jun, all registered alchemists are present here. You may search at your leisure. If you do not find him, it indicates that he has never registered with the guild. The front desk officer explained with resignation. Jun Biao's face turned cold. I do not care. I demand an answer now. The force of her fist, honed over 30 years, nearly overwhelmed the front desk officer. No registration? Who do you think you are fooling? We are not seeking anything from him. We merely wish to exchange knowledge about alchemy. Must he hide so deeply? Any alchemist would register with the guild. You cannot deceive me. Others echoed her anger, revealing the immense value of the treasure pill anomaly. Even celestial-grade treasures, skills, and techniques could not compare. The front desk officer gazed at the crowd, utterly helpless. I can offend none of you. What can I do? If there is nothing, then there is nothing. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to raise the guild. With that, the officer stormed off. Enough. I will not indulge your foul temper. In an instant, the Alchemist Guild devolved into chaos, resembling a marketplace. After some time, Jun Biao finally led Jun Zi away, muttering, Zi, once we locate the instigator of the treasure pill anomaly, I shall ascend to new heights. Indeed, I believe in you, sister. Jun Zi nodded with a forced smile. He could not wait for that individual to perish. How dare they steal his spotlight? Just as Jun Biao contemplated her next move, she chanced upon three figures exiting Baiwei Tower: Master Xianling, Kai Fei, and the guild president. The trio chatted amiably, particularly the president, whose expression bore a hint of exasperation as he gestured towards Master Xianling. Extracting a pot of soil, the soil appeared unremarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to writhe as if imbued with a vibrant life force. Dragon blood soil? Is that not the prize from the alchemist competition? Jun Biao's eyes narrowed. Given that all participants had failed, to whom would this pot of soil be transferred? After a moment of contemplation, a name suddenly surfaced in her mind: Qiu Xiaoyu. Could it be that this Qiu Xiaoyu triggered the treasure pill anomaly, and Master Xinling had procured the dragon blood soil for him? It must be so. She felt a surge of excitement. Sensing the truth was within her grasp, Zi, I have matters to attend to. You go rest at Baiyun Hall. With that, Jun Biao disregarded her brother's thoughts and strode into Baiyue Tower in pursuit of the truth. Jun Zi watched his sister's retreating figure, seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet feeling utterly powerless. That mere treasure pill anomaly. I shall achieve it sooner or later, and you shall all come crawling to me like dogs. He huffed, brimming with self-confidence. Inside Baiyue Tower, on the first floor, as Jun Biao entered, she was immediately greeted by a welcoming presence. Lord Jun, I am Huang Ping. The middle-aged man smiled, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Please feel free to express any needs. Baiyue Tower is dedicated to fulfilling your desires. I would like 5 dragon fruit. Jun Biao replied nonchalantly. Huang Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. A substantial order. Dragon fruits were the primary ingredient for crafting the 6th-tier dragon yuan essence pill, each worth over 10 million spirit coins, often traded only through barter. Please wait. I will procure them immediately. Huang Ping felt elated. Completing this order would allow him to live comfortably for a year on commissions alone. Jun Biao smirked slyly. Additionally, I require a few more herbs. However, I have arranged to meet a regular patron of Baiyue Tower, so you may hand them over to him. Certainly, Lord Jun. May I ask the name of this esteemed guest? Huang Ping asked without a hint of suspicion. Jun Biao smiled, feigning casualness. He is acquainted with Master Xinling. You must know him. He goes by the name Qiu. Master Qiu. Yes, I am familiar, Huang Ping responded, indicating he had met him once. Qiu? Having successfully hinted at her inquiry, Jun Biao felt her excitement build. What does he look like? He bears some resemblance to Lord Jun. He is quite slender, and his clothing is rather tattered. Appearing quite aged, despite being an alchemist, he seems rather impoverished. By the way, he has a slight limp and a sallow complexion. I am uncertain if it is due to malnutrition or some ailment. Huang Ping recounted as he reminisced. Upon hearing these words, Jun Biao's heart jolted. Her pupils constricted. Resembling me, slender, tattered clothes, and a slight limp. How does he bear such similarity to my estranged brother? For reasons unknown, the images of Jun Zizai and the enigmatic alchemist responsible for the treasure pill anomaly began to converge in her mind, identical in every detail. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Shall we retire to Baiyun Hall? Her mind roiled with tumultuous thoughts, struggling to contain her emotions. Huang Ping was taken aback. To be invited by the stunning Jun Biao was a rare honor. He quickly nodded. Of course, please wait a moment. I shall return promptly. Jun Biao's thoughts were in disarray. Could it be that Jun Zizai was indeed the mysterious alchemist? She sought to extract more information. Soon, she departed. However, Huang Ping found himself unable to leave. Sir, may I inquire about the matter? Huang Ping looked at the shadowy figure before him, perplexed. The figure's voice was devoid of emotion. Miss Kaifei wishes to see you. Without granting Huang Ping the opportunity to speak, the shadowy figure whisked him away. On the top floor of Baiyue Tower, Huang Ping sat in silence, the atmosphere unsettlingly tense. Kaifei, clad in a flowing white robe, stood before him, her beautiful eyes icy as she looked down upon him. Did I not instruct you to divulge not a single detail about Master Qiu? Huang Ping's complexion drained of color. Collapsing to his knees, Lady Kaifei, Jun Biao claims that Master Qiu is her friend. And what did you disclose? She inquired coldly. I merely described his appearance. Nothing more. Huang Ping trembled in fear. Kaifei's gaze grew even colder, and he quaked as he awaited her next command. She exchanged a glance with the shadowy figure, who understood immediately. With a resounding crash, the figure shattered Huang Ping's soul. Even in his final moments, Huang Ping could not comprehend why his life had been forfeit for a few careless words. Dispose of him. Kaifei maintained an air of tranquility, as if she had just swatted a fly. She had no need for loquacious individuals, and the Baiyue Tower certainly did not require them either. Master Xinling had once stated that Qiu Shuang preferred solitude. One must not disturb him. Ensuring Qiu Shuang's peace was of paramount importance. Within the Baiyun Hall, Jun Biao paced restlessly within the elegant chamber, yet she could not await Huang Ping's arrival. The words of Huang Ping echoed incessantly in her mind, and she increasingly felt that Xiu Shuang was none other than Jun Ziyai, her own brother. Her dear brother. The very brother who was willing to wash her robes. Ziyai had actually managed to concoct a wondrous elixir. Jun Biao's heart raced, and a wave of regret surged within her. Had she shown even a fraction of the care she bestowed upon Jun Ziyi upon Ziyai when he returned from the Wuman Empire, perhaps today's events would never have transpired. She even believed that the wondrous elixir would rightfully belong to her. Ziyai had once sought to ingratiate himself with her. Upon their next meeting, he would surely not deny her. Jun Biao transformed her regret into exhilaration. An ancient adage states, blood is thicker than water, and no matter the quarrels, they would always be family. If she merely lowered her pride, Ziyai would undoubtedly respond favorably. Thus, a seventh-tier alchemist would be within her grasp. In the general store, Jun Ziyai was engrossed in reading. Recently, the ancient god had unearthed a tome of Tang poetry. At that moment, a member of the Crow Guard entered, bowing respectfully. Master Qiushuang, the Black Wolf Gang intends to smash your store at the stroke of midnight. Chapter 45. Master Qiushuang concealed his talents. The Crow Guard recounted the circumstances, and Jun Ziyai finally understood. The Black Wolf Gang had recently infiltrated the Purple Capital, sustaining their operations through extortion, plunder, and oppression of the populace. Not long ago, due to heavy losses at the Xinyu Tower, they harbored deep resentment and had followed Jiaru here, discovering the general store replete with goods. The gang leader, Zhang Bei, could not swallow this humiliation and was preparing to send men to demolish the store. They boasted several formidable martial artists, ranging from the 3rd to 4th ranks, along with numerous warriors. If you require assistance, we can make them disappear at once, the Crow Guard said, his head bowed in deference. Initially apprehensive, upon hearing of the martial masters, Jun Ziyai's demeanor became nonchalant. No matter, I shall handle it myself. Upon saying this, he produced 100 spirit coins. Take this to drink, do not stand on ceremony. The Crow Guard, somewhat apprehensive, ultimately accepted the coins. After the Crow Guard departed, Jun Ziyai's calm faade gave way to excitement. It has been a long time since I last fought. I must prepare thoroughly. He felt a surge of anticipation. As the deep of night descended, the streets lay in serene silence. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. These were the members of the Black Wolf Gang. Clad entirely in black, they fixated on the general store. Their eyes aflame with menace. Leading them was Zhang Bei, with a leopard-like gaze and a physique reminiscent of a tiger, exuding an aura of ferocity, clutching a second-tier weapon, the Wolf Bone Club. Old 3. Old 4, you take your men around the back. Tiger. Old fool, you lot charge in from the front. Zhang Bei commanded, swiftly orchestrating their assault. Old 3 and his companions quickly circled to the rear of the store, where they spotted a small courtyard and leapt inside. However, as soon as they landed, darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing them. Not a sound was heard. Meanwhile, Tiger and the others began to batter the store's door. Bang! The door emitted a dull thud yet remained utterly unscathed. Tiger and the others scratched their heads in confusion. It's just a shabby little house. How can it be so sturdy? It's utterly incomprehensible. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Zhang Bei fumed, his eyes blazing with fury as he kicked them twice. Suddenly, the gang's cleverest member, with a keen eye, proposed, Boss, since the front doesn't work, let us break through from above. That's a good point. It is said that formations are akin to a storm si. Standing in the center renders one unharmed. Zhang Bei agreed with a nod. A group of them stealthily ascended the roof, preparing to forcibly invade the general store. The concealed Crow Guards observed this scene, rendered speechless. No, rather, they were powerless to comment. They watched as Zhang Bei led over a dozen men, leaping off the roof directly into the store. Crash, tiles and wood splintered as they fell. Once they regained their footing, they beheld intricate patterns glowing around them. Instead of panic, they wore triumphant smiles. I've long since discerned your secrets. It's merely a first-tier formation that entangles and confuses. Brothers, break the illusion talismans. Ignite the fiery garments. At that, flames erupted within the general store. Each member of the Black Wolf gang was enveloped in a layer of fiery fabric, with a white talisman affixed to their foreheads, specifically designed to dispel illusions. Yet, these two types of talismans proved utterly useless. The entire general store was adorned with complex formations. Upon closer inspection, one would find 9 types of formations interwoven, creating a wholly new and intricate pattern. With a hum, tendrils erupted from the ground, coiling around the members of the Black Wolf gang like constricting serpents. Just as they attempted to resist, their weapons became uncontrollable. Floating in midair while crackling with eerie electricity, the Black Wolf gang was bewildered. How is this different from the Shinyu Tower? You lack martial virtue. You came prepared, yet not adequately, from the shadows. A faint chuckle emerged. Jun Ziyi slowly stepped forward, gazing at Zhang Bei and the others with a smile. Zhang Bei swallowed hard, pleading, "Brother, spare us our lives, and we shall maintain a peaceful coexistence." Jun Ziyi did not respond. He approached the weapons counter, seized an exquisite short axe, and swung it behind him. Thwack! The clever member of the Black Wolf gang was cleaved, blood and brain matter spilling forth. "I'm innocent. They offered me 100 spirit coins to come here. I beg you, I have a family. You've got the guts to kill me." Zhang Bei and the others panicked, each crying out in desperation. However, Jun Ziyi had already set up a silence formation. No sound escaped. Thwack, thwack. He dispatched them one by one with clean efficiency. Before long, the ground was strewn with blood and brains, the stench foul and unseemly, a sight unfit for the eyes. "I wonder if I can create a merit banner," he mused. Killing would automatically cleanse itself, gathering resentful souls and absolving the departed. Just the thing to accumulate merits, a perfect solution, he lamented with a sigh. Zhang Bei and the others were left petrified. A merit banner? Does such a thing truly exist? One that cleans itself and collects resentful souls? That's the banner of evil cultivators. You've committed murder. Where would the merits come from? Zhang Bei shouted in outrage. Jun Ziyi approached Zhang Bei, raising the short axe high, his expression earnest. To kill one is to save 1,000 or 10,000. Does that not count as merit? My friend, your thoughts are misguided. With a swift motion, the axe severed a head from its body. Zhang Bei perished instantly. Soon, the general store was enveloped in silence. Dozens of corpses lay on the ground, silently recounting the events that had just transpired. Jun Ziyi wiped the blood from the axe and returned it to the weapons counter. Following this, crimson fire talismans flew from his sleeves, affixing themselves to the corpses, which promptly ignited into ash. Finally, a cleansing talisman emerged, restoring the general store to its original pristine state. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without a hint of delay. At that moment, dawn broke. Jun Ziyi shed his outer garments, consumed a fiery elixir, and commenced his cultivation of the sacred domain Long Dao Body. Having completed these tasks, he opened the door on time, greeting customers with a smile, as if nothing had transpired mere hours before. Everything appeared so mundane, so tranquil. The concealed crow guards observed, each one expressing their astonishment. Master Qiushuang conceals his talents well. He appears harmless, yet is ruthlessly decisive. I could hardly sleep for 3 days and nights after killing. You redoing well. I couldn't sleep for 7 days and nights. The gaze of the crow guards shifted toward Jun Ziyi. Such methods, such mentality. One could not attain such mastery without decades of bloodshed. Yet, Jun Ziyi was so remarkably youthful. This young man was truly peculiar. Their interest deepened further. At the Baiwei Tower, Saifei was entertaining powerful guests from Lidu. They had just finalized a substantial deal and were celebrating with joyous revelry. Suddenly, the door swung open with a creak. Jun Biao stormed in, accompanied by Jun Ziyi. She was brimming with fury, pointing an accusing finger at Saifei, demanding, "Where have you hidden my brother, Qiushuang?" Chapter 46. Can you not recognize what he looks like? Jun Biao had waited the entire night for Huang Ping, yet he never arrived. With the break of dawn, she set out for Baiwei Tower to inquire, only to be told that Huang Ping had urgent matters that required him to leave. Jun Biao's expression turned cold at once. He just accepted an invitation yesterday, and now he has urgent matters. Do they take me for a 3-year-old child? The only explanation is that upon mentioning the name Qiushuang, Huang Ping has vanished without a trace. Jun Biao finally understood. Baiyue Tower must be secretly harboring Jun Ziyai. Otherwise, why would they act in such a manner? Saifei regarded the infuriated Jun Biao with a charming smile. Lady Jun, your brother stands right beside you, is he not? Jun Biao was momentarily taken aback. Jun Zi's face remained expressionless, though his clenched fists silently betrayed his turbulent emotions. Is there anything else? Saifei inquired with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Jun Biao suppressed her fury and demanded in a sharp tone, I am speaking of Qiushuang. He is also my brother. Where have you hidden him? Lady Jun, you are being rather unreasonable, Saifei retorted. Kaifei possessed a clear line of thought and spoke with remarkable eloquence. Your surname is Jun, while Qiushuang bears the surname Qiu. The two of you are as unrelated as can be. Or perhaps you are attempting to provoke me, believing that the Baiyue Tower is devoid of any onlookers. As she spoke, her gaze turned icy, showing no fear of Jun Biao. The gathering of noble guests also furrowed their brows, whispering amongst themselves about Jun Biao. Observing this, Junji quickly grasped Jun Biao's arm, an apologetic expression on his face. I apologize. My elder sister has been rather impudent. Who is causing a commotion? At that moment, Master Xinling made his entrance. With hands tucked into his sleeves, he cast a disdainful glance at Jun Biao. Do you truly believe this place is your family's residence? Master, I beg your forgiveness for my rashness. Jun Biao, emboldened to flaunt her authority before Kaifei, now found herself withered and meek in the presence of Master Xinling. Bowing her head, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Qiushuang you speak of is, in fact, my younger brother, Jun Zizai. Master Xinling scoffed coldly. This group of individuals would stop at nothing to pursue the rare phenomenon of the Baodan. He was well acquainted with the name Jun Zizai, who had served as a hostage to the Wu Man dynasty for 20 years on behalf of the Qinglong dynasty. Such utter nonsense. Who is Jun Zizai? He is the holy dragon son of the Qinglong dynasty, the eldest young master of the Wu family. Such a person would undoubtedly be accustomed to a life of luxury and splendor. How could he possibly come to the Zidu in anonymity? Clearly, you are fabricating tales for the sake of the Baodan phenomenon, truly underestimating the intelligence of the world. Master Xuanling's scornful remarks left Jun Biao not only without a retort but also visibly flustered. A life of luxury, splendor? These concepts had no connection to Jun Zizai whatsoever. Yet, she could neither speak nor dare to say so, instead stubbornly replying, Jun Zizai has committed a grave mistake and left the Wu residence in a huff. Our parents miss him dearly, and thus I wish to bring him home. Does blood not run thicker than water, and does a family not deserve the chance to reunite? As she concluded, Jun Biao fixed her gaze upon Master Xinling, employing a moral appeal. However, Master Xinling merely chuckled disdainfully. Having lived for centuries, what kind of people had he not encountered? Would he be intimidated by this? Qiushuang has no ties to the Jun family. You are not welcome here. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he granted no quarter. Junji tugged at Jun Biao once more, but she shook him off resolutely, declaring, as long as Qiushuang appears, I can assure you he is Jun Zizai, and he will obediently accompany me home. He has always listened to me, never once defying my wishes. Would you not agree, Ji brother? Her eyes brimmed with pride and arrogance, her tone akin to that of addressing a household pet. Junji forced a smile, remaining silent. Master Xinling was exceedingly displeased with her tone and was about to expel them when Kaifei intervened, whispering, Master, it would be prudent to allow Qiushuang to come. Otherwise, this woman's incessant nagging will become a nuisance. Very well, let the young friend Qiu come, Master Xinling begrudgingly conceded, suppressing his irritation. Finding some merit in her words, he coldly declared, I shall grant you one opportunity. If he does not arrive, leave Baiyue Tower immediately. Jun Biao nodded vigorously, her heart racing with excitement. She had finally found her brother. Meanwhile, in the miscellaneous goods shop, the crow messenger conveyed this matter to Jun Zizai. Upon hearing, his expression remained as calm as ever, not even a single eyebrow twitching. Once I finish my tasks, I shall pay a visit. I will not need to greet Master Xinling and Miss Kai. Jun Zizai replied with a faint smile. The messenger nodded and departed. After the last guest had been seen off, Jun Zizai closed the shop, donned a cloak that obscured his figure, and made his way toward Baiyue Tower. He wished to have no association with the Jun family, as it made him feel nauseous. Merely a glance would taint his soul. However, since it was an invitation from Master Xinling and Kai Fei, coupled with his need to purchase a second-grade spirit scroll, he decided to make the trip. It is worth noting that the spirit scroll contained the formulas for crafting spirit talismans. With the elevation of his cultivation realm, Jun Zizai could not afford to fall behind in the art of spirit talismans. Upon entering Baiyue Tower, which remained bustling with activity, Jun Zizai saw Jun Biyao, Jun Ji, Master Xinling, and Kai Fei standing in the center. He offered a slight smile to Master Xinling and Kai Fei before quietly approaching the counter. Discreetly unveiling his cloak, Jun Biyao and Jun Ji caught sight of Jun Zizai. With just a glance, they lost interest. His visage was rather commonplace, unremarkable in appearance, and his cultivation was modest at best. Merely a second-grade martial artist, not warranting much attention. One copy of the Spirit Scroll for the Qi-gathering talisman, and one for the Poisonous Tools talisman, please. Jun Zizai paid with spirit currency, collected the scrolls, and turned to leave. At that moment, Jun Biyao was already in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She scanned the crowd of guests, even employing her spiritual energy to search, yet could not find Jun Zizai. Suddenly, he brushed past her. It was like a gentle spring breeze, serene and elegant, yet it could not revive the withered bonds of kinship. To meet again, to look back? They were nothing more than strangers now. Master Xinling and Kai Fei exchanged glances, watching Jun Zizai as he retracted his cloak and departed, then turned their gaze to Jun Biyao, their faces betraying amusement. To meet yet not recognize, what good brother and sister, pure nonsense. Why has he not arrived yet? Could he have encountered an accident on the road? Jun Biyao gazed outside, unable to suppress her desire to search. But Master Xinling abruptly interjected. Enough, stop looking, he has already come and gone. Just moments ago, you were face to face with Qiu Shuang, brushing past each other. You insist he is your dear brother. How is it possible that you do not even recognize his appearance? Jun Biyao turned sharply. Impossible. You are deceiving me. I am his biological sister. Blood is thicker than water. How could I not recognize him? She stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming loudly, Master Xinling, of such high stature, would never deceive a mere junior. Kai Fei blinked her beautiful eyes. By the way, as the eldest sister, you must have bought gifts for Jun Zizai. Yes? He is so obedient to you. He must carry those gifts with him. Did you see anything familiar just now? Jun Biyao was left speechless by these two questions, her face paling, her eyes brimming with hot tears. No. I have bought countless gifts for Junji, yet I have never purchased anything for Jun Zizai. Not a single Dan medicine, not a single spirit fruit, not even a piece of clothing. Master Xinling felt a surge of satisfaction. Such a stubborn woman deserved to be thoroughly humiliated. The Jun family of the Qinglong dynasty was nothing more than this, reckless and full of nonsense. Daring to challenge a senior was truly defiant. You have said so much, merely coveting the Baodin phenomenon, yet still wish to maintain your reputation. I have shown you leniency. After berating her, Master Xinling waved his robe and turned away. Unwilling to engage further, Jun Biyao felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Kai Fei approached, her smile unwavering. Jun Pavilion Master, since the matter is resolved, please take your leave. She too felt a sense of relief. Were it not for Jun Biyao's status, today's humiliation would have been far from mild. Junji helped Jun Biyao to her feet, harboring a deep resentment. With such a wonderful brother as I, why do you still seek out that worthless wretch? Even if the Baodin phenomenon originated from Jun Zizai's hands, what of it? He cannot compare to me. He kept these thoughts to himself, feigning concern on the surface. Meanwhile, Jun Biyao was reduced to tears. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He must resent me. I do not blame him, truly do not blame him. But why is he unwilling to even speak to me? What have I done wrong? Chapter 47. The Jun family attends a banquet. Qiu Shuang presents a poem. Upon returning to the miscellaneous goods shop, Jun Zizai resumed his business. The earlier incident had no impact on him, not even causing a ripple in his calm demeanor. They exchanged silent glances, remaining unperturbed. In a few days, Baiyue Tower will host a grand banquet. I shall present an ancient poem as a gift. Jun Zizai recalled Master Xuanling's invitation from earlier. He decided not to attend, but the gift must be prepared. Master Xuanling had been exceedingly gracious to him, and this token of appreciation was necessary. With that thought, Jun Zizai dipped his brush in ink and elegantly inscribed 3 characters on paper. Quiet night thoughts. In the days that followed, Jun Biao locked herself in her guest room. Refusing to emerge, no matter how Jun Ji called out or knocked, she remained unresponsive. This only fueled his resentment toward Jun Zizai, the worthless wretch who should have perished in the Wu Man dynasty. Yet he somehow survived multiple assassination attempts and poisonings. It was truly unfair. Jun Zizai, just wait until I catch you. Jun Ji's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, his heart filled with malice. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted. It was Jun Wenyin. Because Baiyue Tower was inviting guests from all walks of life, including her most revered Confucian and Taoist masters, she naturally wanted to witness it for herself. With both her elder sister and younger brother present, Jun Wenyin decided to come. However, upon seeing Jun Ji's reddened eyes and troubled expression, she sensed something was amiss. Sister, it is like this. Jun Ji threw himself into Jun Wenyin's embrace, recounting the events of the past few days in a tone laced with aged bitterness. Jun Wenyin's brow furrowed, her disdain evident. Do not speak of him to me, she declared with palpable hatred. Jun Ji quickly fell silent, inwardly feeling triumphant, as long as he continued to slander Jun Zizai in front of his sisters. That wretch would never be able to return. A shameless, despicable scoundrel. He did not deserve the surname Jun, nor did he deserve to live. Even if he were to produce the Baodan phenomenon, what of it? His character was flawed, and he would ultimately bring disaster upon himself. Jun Wenyin scolded angrily, as if Jun Zizai had committed unspeakable atrocities. Jun Zi quickly embraced his elder sister, saying, Sister, do not be angry. Brother has merely made a mistake, and you should grant him a chance for repentance. If you continue to plead for him, he shall no longer be my brother. Jun Wenyin shot him a cold glance. To this, Jun Zi could only respond with a wry smile and nod. Regaining her composure, Jun Wenyin pushed open the door to her eldest sister's room, only to find the latter sitting in despair on a chair. Her expression was haggard, her hair disheveled, utterly devoid of the dignified aura befitting the head of the Xianyao Pavilion. Sixth sister, I know. No need to say more, Jun Wenyin interrupted directly, her beautiful eyes serious. Eldest sister, you must pull yourself together and set an example for us. Being dejected does not suit you. If this continues, how will we, your younger siblings, regard you? It's merely Jun Zizai. He will come to regret it. Jun Biao smiled helplessly, having no intention of allowing her sixth sister to understand her. What brings you here? She inquired. Jun Wenyin replied with a gentle smile. I have come to attend a banquet hosted by the Baiyun Hall at the Baiyue Tower. Upon hearing the name Baiyue Tower, Jun Biao's eyes sparkled. Since they are inviting all parties, could it be that Zizai will also be present? Eldest sister, let us attend. It will be a distraction. Jun Zi also encouraged. Jun Biao, no longer hesitating, took her younger siblings and set off for the banquet. In the main hall of Baiyun Hall, mist swirled, and the aroma of wine filled the air, with exquisite delicacies from various regions laid out on the table. All those invited by the Baiyue Tower were renowned figures, and the entire banquet hall exuded grandeur and magnificence. The Great Sword King sect presented the Tianyin meteorite, congratulating Baiyue Tower on its flourishing success. The Huangquan sect sent Inhun flowers, rooted for 100 years, blossoming for a century, congratulating Baiyue Tower on its peak prosperity. The Chen family gifted a Yuhai golden sword, wishing Baiyue Tower abundant wealth. Delegations came to offer their congratulations and gifts. This was not merely due to the fame of Baiyue Tower, but also because Master Xuanling had an extensive network of friendships. Jun Zi watched this scene with envy. sighing, when will I ever experience such a spectacle of stars encircling the moon? Jun Biao and Jun Wenyin exchanged smiles. Soon, you will lead the Qinglong dynasty and the Jun family, ruling the world. Jun Zi scratched his head, appearing shy yet secretly brimming with pride. Did you even need to tell me that? Suddenly, Jun Wenyin exclaimed with excitement. Eldest sister, little brother, quickly look. Standing beside Master Xinling was an elderly man, donned in white robes, exuding a pure elegance. His every gesture radiated an aura of righteousness that inspired admiration. Suc, revered as a sage of Confucianism and Taoism, was also an 8th-grade talisman master, capable of battling even the mightiest of martial saints, showcasing his terrifying combat prowess. At last, I see the real person. Jun Wenyin, usually calm and graceful, was now as animated as a starry-eyed fan. Suc and Master Xinling were engaged in lively conversation when he suddenly raised a wine jug. Laughing heartily, "Today I am inspired. Bring me a brush." The crowd erupted in joy.it was rumored that with a single word, Suc could lead one's thoughts to clarity, dispelling mental barriers. Today, they were indeed fortunate. Jun Wenyin hurriedly pulled her sister and brother into the crowd, fearful of missing any details. On a large table, Suc drank and painted, the ink seemingly alive, like a blue dragon chasing the sun. Flowing onto the paper with each stroke, infused with an enchanting spirit that left hearts trembling, he wrote, "True. I believe in my old friend. Baiyu Tower is utterly genuine, absolutely not false." Suc laughed heartily. Master Xinling stroked his beard, smiling, "Excellent. I accept this." Truly a sage of Confucianism and Taoism, with a single word, true, he could convey myriad meanings. The authenticity of Baiyu Tower was affirmed, ensuring that future visits would be without regret. The crowd gasped in amazement. Seeing her idol before her, Jun Wenyin finally mustered the courage. "This humble girl presents a landscape painting, and I hope Master will accept it." She spread her hands, revealing a scroll that floated in midair. It was a grand landscape painting, meticulously adorned, vividly alive, prompting many to nod in approval. While it might not be a masterpiece, it was certainly a standout among fine works. "Quite impressive, indeed very heartfelt," Suc remarked. Jun Wenyin was elated, jumping with joy. Receiving praise from an admired figure was even more thrilling than breaking through a realm. Jun Biao affectionately stroked her 6th sister's head, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jun Zi immediately exclaimed, "6th sister, your painting is truly remarkable." Master Xinling noticed yet another member of the Jun family and scoffed internally, disinterested in asking or even glancing again. "Where is the young friend? Has he not come?" He scanned the surroundings, mumbling to himself. At that moment, Kaifei arrived fashionably late, holding a piece of Xin paper, smiling. "Master Qiushuang is busy and has sent a gift." "Master Qiushuang?" The guest looked puzzled. Having never heard of this name, Jun Biao bit her red lip, whispering, "6th sister, Qiushuang is very likely Zizai." Jun Wenyin's smile froze, her expression instantly cooling. "How disappointing, a gift from the young friend. Quickly show it to me." Master Xuanling's interest was piqued, his smile widening. In truth, he would be pleased with whatever Jun Zizai sent, as long as Jun Zizai held him in mind. "It is a poem," Kaifei replied with a smile. "Master Suc is present, and yet he dares to compose a poem. This person is truly overestimating himself. In the end, he will only humiliate himself. What an ignorant fool. Even Master Suc has not composed a poem. What right does he have?" The guests in attendance scoffed. Jun Wenyin displayed visible disdain. This scoundrel was like a fly, nauseatingly appearing wherever he went. Meanwhile, Jun Zi chuckled to himself. "Well said, you are absolutely right. What kind of scum is Jun Zizai to attend the same banquet as I? Just wait and see." Master Xinling waved his hand, slowly unrolling the Xin paper. In the next moment, the atmosphere fell into a hush. Clang! The wine jug in Suc's hand dropped to the ground, producing a crisp sound. "Quiet night thoughts. Before my bed, the bright moonlight. I suspect it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown," as he murmured. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart raced violently. Master Xuanling's fingers trembled as he repeatedly stroked the characters. Young friend Xiao, this gift is too precious. He felt an overwhelming sense of homesickness emanating from the poem, his eyes moisture-laden. Surely, he must have sensed my deep longing for home, which is why he composed this poem. Not entirely correct. Look closely at this poem. It indeed contains the Taoist essence of fleeting beauty. Wonderful, truly exceptional. Susi exclaimed excitedly, his demeanor losing the reserved composure expected of a sage, resembling a child who had just received a cherished toy. The crowd was taken aback. They scrutinized the poem closely and were deeply moved. Just as Susi had stated, this poem was indeed imbued with Taoist essence. Even Jun Wanyin stood there, dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. That scoundrel was capable of writing such timeless verses? Chapter 48. Public insult. Mother in critical condition. What kind of person did Jun Wanyin see Jun Zizai as? Filthy, lecherous, subservient. He possessed none of the confidence and integrity expected of a man. Most revolting was that this wretch harbored ulterior motives towards his own elder sister. It was utterly devoid of moral principles. Yet, the scoundrel she had deemed the most despicable had crafted Quiet Night Thoughts, a poem that returned to simplicity, truly exceptional, transcending the ages. Even the praises were insufficient to encapsulate this poem. Beside her, Jun Biao's eyes were already red, tears streaming down her cheeks, completely soaking her face. Wanyin, did you hear? He raises his head to gaze at the bright moon and lowers it to think of us and the Marshall house. He has always longed to return, just lacking the courage. Channeling these sentiments into poetry, as she spoke, her entire body trembled. Did you see? Zizai misses home. I must bring him back. Jun Wanyin was taken aback. Quiet Night Thoughts appeared simple, yet contained profound meaning. Could it be that Jun Zizai truly? No way! Jun Wanyin shook her head vigorously, still unwilling to believe. How could a scoundrel like him produce such a timeless masterpiece? Jun Zi's face had long turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. That useless waste dares to show his face again. Why is he like a fly, refusing to be swatted away? Is he ever going to die? He appears before us every day, like garbage. No, this person must not live. If this continues, he will eventually return to the Marshall house. Jun Zi could no longer suppress his murderous intent. He had to eliminate him. At that moment, the atmosphere grew even more tumultuous. All the guests scrutinized Quiet Night Thoughts, breathing heavily as they grew increasingly entranced. Master Xianling, my father is on the brink of death. He wishes to see Quiet Night Thoughts before he passes. Name your price, and I shall agree to anything, master. We have known each other for years. Surely, we cannot fall out over a poem. Their gazes were fervent. Get lost. Before Master Xianling could respond, Su Si waved his hand, resembling a majestic white lion, his righteous aura sweeping through the room, knocking all guests to the ground. He roared in fury, how dare you, with your stench of copper, taint Quiet Night Thoughts with worldly filth. It would be the greatest insult for Quiet Night Thoughts to fall into your hands. The guests, scolded so fiercely, lowered their heads. Not out of guilt, but from the overwhelming presence of this Confucian sage, too intimidating to meet their eyes. Master Xianling hurriedly comforted his old friend. Calm down. Do not let it upset your health. You must reflect deeply upon your actions. Susi coldly snorted at the gathered guests. After uttering his words, he turned to Master Xianling, immediately donning a smile that almost bordered on obsequiousness. Old fellow, my family possesses quite the expansive estate, with all manner of adornments and treasures of Quiet Night Thoughts. Why not simply gift it to me? Master Xuanling's expression darkened instantly. You ungrateful wretch, you are even more despicable than these people. At least they are willing to make a sacrifice. Yet you, audaciously seeking to receive without giving. Depart at once. Master Xianling rolled up the Quiet Night Thoughts and stored it within his spatial ring. Su Si hastily interjected. Did you not find this landscape painting rather exquisite? Perhaps we could trade. Master Su Si, are you truly attempting to take advantage of me? Is this landscape painting worthy of consideration? A landscape painting? Utter rubbish. Get out, you old fool, dreaming of such fanciful things. The other scholars of the Confucian Tao were equally incensed. Trading a stone from a cesspit for gold? How dare you utter such a thing? Jun Wanyin felt utterly wronged upon hearing these words. Just moments ago, he praised my landscape painting, and now, tears welled in her eyes, feeling as though she had been betrayed. Jun Baiyao felt a mix of sympathy and pride. She was pained by the belittlement of her sister's landscape painting, yet proud that her younger brother had finally found his footing. Surely, it was due to her years of diligent guidance that he had managed to rebound and produce such a masterpiece. Meanwhile, Susi continued to pester Master Xianling. Observing this scene, Jun Wanyin suddenly felt compelled to purchase quiet night thoughts for him. Master Xianling, she took a deep breath and stepped forward. I am Jun Wanyin, the daughter of the dragon-slaughtering martial sovereign of the Azure Dragon Dynasty. Might you part with this poem for me? For the sake of her idol, she would pay any price. Master Xianling harbored no fondness for the Jun family and disdainfully retorted. Do not speak of your Jun family. Even if the emperor of the Azure Dragon Dynasty were to come, I would not sell. You believe yourselves above others? How shameless! Truly, do you think yourself unparalleled? Silence, sit properly, and do not force my hand to eject you. Initially, Susi held a modicum of goodwill towards Jun Wanyin, but that was now entirely extinguished, replaced by disdainful glances. Jun Wanyin caught this look, her expression frozen in shock. That extreme loathing was all too familiar. She had treated someone thus. Little did she expect that one day, her idol would regard her with such contempt. Jun Baiyao stepped forward. Pleading, Master Xianling, I implore you, please disclose the whereabouts of Zizai. I long to meet him. Begone. Master Xianling was thoroughly enraged. If Qiu Shuang were one of your Jun family, she would have truly suffered from a lifetime of misfortune. When in decline, none cared for you, and now that you have risen, you come crawling back. Where were you before? Did you show any concern? A pack of heartless ingrates, begone, day after day, fixating on the treasures of the elixir phenomenon. How utterly revolting! Not a family, do not enter the same door. This phrase was custom-tailored for the Jun family. With a flurry of movements, a group of raven guards appeared silently, their demeanor cold. Ladies? Please. I am truly sorry. I am truly sorry. Jun Baiyao covered her mouth with a delicate hand, tears streaming down her face. Jun Wanyin too shed tears. But not for Zizai. Rather, it was from the realization of Susi's disdain. Jun Ji was the most unfortunate of all. He had done nothing wrong, yet was subjected to the scornful glares of the crowd, only to be ushered out. Where was the justice in that? I wish to stay. Jun Baiyao stood at the entrance, wiping her tears defiantly. Perhaps if I plead a few more times, Master Xianling will relent. I too wish to remain. Jun Wanyin clenched her delicate fist, her gaze resolute. I absolutely refuse to allow Susi to harbor any disdain towards me. Observing his two sisters, fervently animated, Jun Ji felt an overwhelming urge to slap them both. Their incessant antics were becoming unbearable. Just as he prepared to offer a sensible word of advice, a letter arrived from the martial house. Upon reading the letter, the three siblings' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly returned to the imperial capital. The letter read, Mother is gravely ill. Return swiftly. The trio rushed back to the martial house, only to find it shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, filling their hearts with foreboding. Mother! They dashed inside, calling out loudly. Yet, the very next moment, the martial house erupted with brilliant lights as a group of people leapt forth. Ji, happy birthday! Morong Bing Air was not ill at all. On the contrary, her complexion was rosy, her gaze tenderly fixed on her son. Junji was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Mother. He felt deeply touched. Brother, you remember only Mother and not your sisters? Came a playful voice. The speaker was a youthful maiden, resplendently dressed, petite and adorable, exuding an air of spoiled charm. Jun Miaotong, the fourth daughter of the Jun family, a prodigious celestial master, had now reached the 5th rank. She had spent years cultivating under her teacher at the Celestial Master Guild, yet went to great lengths to return for her brother's birthday. It was known that she shared the closest bond with Junji, fourth sister. Junji rushed forward to embrace her. In an instant, the martial house was alive with song and dance, a cacophony of celebration. Guests presenting gifts arrived in droves, leaving Junji overwhelmed with presents, unable to suppress his smile. Junzi's eye. Even if you are a distinguished guest of the Moon Worship Pavilion, favored by the masters, what does it matter? The affection of this household is all mine, ha 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 ha. He reveled in his thoughts. Observing this scene, June Jianlan felt not a shred of joy. Instead, her heart ached like a knife. Zizai had never experienced such a grand birthday celebration. He was so pitiful. June Baiyao too felt a simmering anger. She had nearly been able to see her brother Zizai, only to be deceived back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. As the instigator, Morong Bing Air was currently busy celebrating Junji's birthday. She seemed to have forgotten her eldest son entirely, her eyes solely focused on her youngest, wishing to bestow upon him all the treasures of the world. At that moment, noticing her eldest daughter's gloomy demeanor, Morong Bing Air expressed her concern. Baiyao, what troubles you, mother? Do you remember you have a son lost to the world? Do you remember his birthday? June Baiyao retorted flatly. Instantly, the atmosphere of the banquet fell into a heavy silence. Jun Xiang Tian crushed his wine glass in fury, bellowing. What purpose does bringing him up on such a joyous day serve? Of course I know. It was that day. How could I possibly forget? Morong Bing Air's face stiffened, her words faltering as she attempted to evade the topic. June Baiyao, seeing this, let out a self-deprecating laugh. Even you, as his mother, have forgotten his birthday. Why should he return? There is no place for him in this family. Slap. The moment her words fell, Morong Bing Air struck her across the face. He is my flesh and blood. His life was given by me. He is a piece of my heart. How could I not love him? Tears streamed down her face as she cried out. June Baiyao slightly turned her head, a vivid red mark blooming on her cheek, her voice icy as she questioned, Have you ever celebrated his birthday? Morong Bing Air gasped in shock. Panic surged within her as she frantically searched her memories. The result was an undeniable absence. Mother, I am weary. I shall return to my room. June Baiyao did not await a response from Morong Bing Air. Moving like a marionette, her gaze vacant, her step stiff, she pushed the door and departed. Thus, a splendid birthday banquet ended in discord. In one wore a pleasant expression. Jun Ji watched June Baiyao's retreating figure, resentment swelling within him. In the boudoir, June Wen-yin consoled her eldest sister. June Baiyao shook her head slightly and, in turn, questioned June Wen-yin. When Zizai was young, you held him every day. Why do you now harbor such hatred? June Wen-yin slowly seated herself. And when she lifted her gaze, the unmasked resentment and loathing were palpable. He caused my righteous spirit to falter, my realm to plummet to martial king. I shall never forgive him in this lifetime. Chapter 49. In a world of great strife, the 7-day deadline has arrived. June Wen-yin's gaze left June Baiyao feeling inexplicably suffocated. She suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed that within the entire martial house, there was not a single relative who did not harbor resentment towards June Zizai. Why? One must have a reason, she continued to press. June Wen-yin met June Baiyao's gaze, a cold smile gracing her lips. Sister, you should know I idolize Su Si. Indeed, I previously assisted you in securing many connections, which is how you obtained a copy of his handwritten ancient texts. June Baiyao acknowledged with a nod. June Wen-yin's delicate hands clenched tightly, her face trembling with rage, her teeth gritting as she spoke. One day, I went out to gather with friends, a day that should have been joyful. But upon returning home, I discovered that ancient text, every page smeared with yuan yang. Do you understand? Every single page. It was revolting, so repulsive that I vomited. Because of this incident, my righteous spirit was tainted, my martial heart destabilized, leading to my descent in realm. I loathe him. I despise him for carelessly marking it as if he were a beast. Thus, I burned him with spirit symbols, healed him with elixirs, burned him again, and healed him once more. I wished for his death. Ideally, he would perish forever in the outside world. As she spoke, June Wen-yin's countenance contorted with rage, an aura of murderous intent enveloping her. June Baiyao was left in shock. She had been entirely unaware that such an incident had transpired. However, as she reflected on her recent change of heart towards June Zizai, she murmured, Could it be that there is someone else to blame? Who else could it be? June Wanine retorted. Having endured the barbaric influence of the witch and barbarian dynasty, he stands alone in the entire estate. I have read countless tomes and possess a keen eye for discerning character. If I say it is him, then it is undoubtedly him. If you truly wish to prove me wrong, then I shall kneel and bow my head in supplication, begging for his return. June Wanine speaks with unwavering conviction. At the same time, she begins to feel a sense of disappointment towards her eldest sister. Why dwell on a scoundrel? With such idle time, why not treat Jiedi better instead? Upon witnessing Lu Mei's resolute attitude, Jun Biao lets out a quiet sigh. Ziyang, indeed, Zizai has gone too far. How can he harbor improper thoughts towards his own sister? The two exchanged silent glances. Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Eldest sister, it is I, Si Mei. A decree from the palace has arrived. Summoning you, Jun Miaodong shouted. Jun Biao hurriedly stepped out to receive the imperial edict. Jun Wanine likewise rose to depart. This place is the eldest sister's boudoir, and she did not wish to linger. After her exit, the door closed automatically, a shimmering array of light flashing, purifying the air while also barring entry to others. Unless equipped with a seal, no one could enter. Third sister, I forgot to bring the flower tablet. Please open the door for me. Jun Miaodong's voice echoed from the adjacent room. How troublesome. Without the flower tablet, we cannot enter our own room. Upon hearing this exchange, Jun Wanine paused, her pupils constricting. The 6 flowers of the Jun family not only possessed extraordinary abilities, but were also strikingly beautiful. Thus, as they matured, Morong Binger arranged for formations in their boudoirs. Unless one had a flower tablet, it was impossible to intrude. We all possess flower tablets. However, does Jun Zizai have one? In that moment, Jun Wanine's thoughts became chaotic. Be why the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Recently, border conflicts have intensified, and the battles in the Shanhai secret realm have been devastating. As the royal source of medicinal elixirs, the Xianyao Pavilion must expedite its refining process to ensure the military is adequately supplied. A eunuch held the imperial edict, reciting it before passing it to Jun Xiangtian. Beside him, Jun Zhanlan's beautiful eyes were sharp. Though her brow bore a hint of gloom, she still snorted coldly. Trouble arises shortly after I depart. Truly a bunch of useless fools. Father, mother, I shall take my leave first. With the border conflicts escalating, she, as the general defending the frontier, could not remain in the military residence for long. Be cautious, Jun Xiangtian and Morong Binger advised. Jun Biao gazed at the edict, her expression grave. The struggle was about to commence. Beyond the resource plundering at the border, there was also fierce competition for medicinal elixirs within the dynasty. The greatest threat was the Baiyue Tower. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. If they could suppress the Baiyue Tower this time, they could leverage this threat to extract the whereabouts of Jun Zizai. Father, mother, I am heading to the Xianyao Pavilion. She turned to look at her parents. Yet, when she met Morong Binger's gaze, her expression became somewhat awkward. Be careful. Morong Binger also smiled, albeit strained. The relationship between the two women seemed to exhibit a rift. Jun Xiangtian watched his eldest daughter depart. And thinking of tonight's birthday banquet, his expression darkened considerably. This ungrateful child. I wonder what sin I committed in my past life to owe him. As long as he is here, our home shall never know peace. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What use have I nurtured you for? You can't even find a cripple. When he returns, I shall break his legs. He shall never leave the Longmai again. He appeared to be seething with rage. Morong Binger patted his chest. This time, remember to teach him well. He must not be allowed to act recklessly again. Act recklessly? I will ensure he can never cause chaos, Jun Xiangtian sneered Ianzidu. There is a shop for everything. Jun Zizai consumed a spirit-gathering pill and sat cross-legged on the ground. Within his dantian were already 5 drops of spiritual liquid, indicating he had stepped into the realm of a 5th-grade martial artist. His cultivation speed was remarkably swift and stable. Jun Zizai relished this gradual strengthening process. While others fought tooth and nail for resources, he merely needed to sell medicinal pills, spirit talismans, and weapons, setting up formations, then converting these spiritual coins into medicinal pills, rapidly enhancing himself. Once his rank increased, he could refine higher quality elixirs. This cycle continued effortlessly. Soon, his cultivation came to an end. Soon as Jun Zizai opened his shop, customers began to flood in. Warriors, martial masters, and great martial masters all entered, even catching sight of martial spirit strongmen. "Boss, give me a set of spirit condensation talismans." "Are you foolish? It should be a set of poison talismans. I heard they contain toxic miasma. Be cautious." The warriors appeared anxious, their words tumbling out. Jun Zizai curiously inquired, "Have you all struck it rich recently? Buying so many things. What, boss, are you unaware? The phenomena of the 3,000 mountains and seas have transformed into a secret realm, now known as the Shanghai Secret Realm, which has officially opened. We're gathering resources, hoping to venture inside." A warm-hearted warrior promptly informed him. Jun Zizai suddenly understood, cupping his fists as they departed. "I wish you all great success in your martial endeavors." "Ha ha ha, may your words bring us good fortune." They laughed heartily, turning to leave. As Jun Zizai approached the entrance, he looked up to see numerous strong figures soaring across the skies of Zidu. They were all driven by a single purpose: to compete. Compete for resources, territory, techniques, martial arts, heavenly treasures, and everything. The life of a warrior is a constant struggle encapsulated in this one word: compete. I find myself stirred with excitement. Jun Zizai turned and dashed back inside, retrieving a short axe, and then leisurely sliced into a spiritual fruit, savoring it. A brief moment of exhilaration was all it was. The 7-day period had arrived. Jun Zizai calculated the time, extracting the ancient goddess' severed arm. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the surrounding space collapsed. He hastily probed the ancient goddess' severed arm. Suddenly, Jun Zizai's expression turned peculiar. He sensed that the ancient goddess' severed arm had touched something warm, sticky, and most importantly, wet. With limited mental power, he dared not dwell on it. He promptly withdrew the ancient goddess' severed arm, fixing his gaze upon the object, instantly rendered speechless. "Ah, this is a profitable transaction. I am no longer serving." Jun Zizai gazed at the item in his hand. His expression complex. It was a seed, the size of a walnut, somewhat resembling a lotus seed, coated in a viscous liquid, damp to the touch. Its surface appeared shriveled, clearly desiccated. A seed. Could it be that it wishes for me to cultivate a medicinal field? It is possible, but what kind of seed could this be? Jun Zizai wiped the seed clean and brought it to his nose, detecting a salty, slightly fishy scent, a complex aroma. After pondering, he retrieved a pot of soil from his spatial ring. It was the prize from the alchemist competition, the dragon blood soil. Initially, Jun Zizai had no intention of accepting it, but Kai Fei insisted on gifting it, leaving him with no choice but to begrudgingly accept. Infused with dragon blood, the dragon blood soil seemed to possess a life of its own. Rolling and tumbling, Jun Zizai placed the seed directly into it and watered it with clear water. Instantly, the dragon blood soil ceased its tumultuous movements. A faint blood glow emanated, as if nurturing the seed. In just a few breaths, a green sprout emerged from the soil, lush and tender, utterly adorable. Quite interesting, Jun Zizai chuckled. However, he did not overthink it. Since he did not know what it was, he would nurture it for now. After all, the ancient goddess' severed arm had merged with him, so it wouldn't bring him harm. In the following days, Jun Zizai opened his shop during the day, tended to his potted plants, and spent leisurely hours dining at taverns, indulging in music, thoroughly enjoying himself. At night, he activated the chaos furnace, automatically refining medicinal pills, spirit talismans, and weapons to replenish his shop for the next day. While the chaos furnace worked, Jun Zizai sat cross-legged, consuming spirit-gathering pills, calmly cultivating. On the 4th day, Kai Fei arrived. "Master Qiushuang, have you been busy lately?" She smiled like a blooming flower, her alluring figure drawing attention wherever she went. Jun Zizai brushed the dust off the counter, smiling. "Not busy. What brings you here?" "Recently, Baiwei Tower has many business orders, and I wanted to inquire if you are available to take on a few. We will offer you a considerable reward." Kai Fei revealed her purpose. "We require spring origin pills and healing blood pills, both of second-grade quality." Jun Zizai had no reason to refuse this order. Running a shop is all about attracting wealth. Moreover, with Bayue Tower's backing, it was nearly impossible for Jun Zizai to incur losses. He could even profit significantly. Here are the formulas and 500 sets of materials. May I ask how long you will need? Kaifei presented a storage bag, her tone exceedingly respectful. You can come tomorrow to collect them, Jun Zizai replied. Kaifei's beautiful face momentarily froze before she forced a smile. Master Qiushuang. This is 500 sets. She was unsure if she had misheard or if Jun Zizai had misspoken. 500 sets of medicinal materials encompass the total for both spring origin pills and healing blood pills, factoring in the success rate of the elixirs. After all, even a second-grade alchemist could not guarantee a 100% success rate in refining second-grade pills. Besides the success rate, there were also quality requirements. Low-grade pills could exhibit only 50% of their effectiveness, medium-grade 60%, high-grade 70%, while supreme-grade could achieve 100%. The higher the quality, the longer the refining time, and the greater the mental energy expenditure. An ordinary second-grade alchemist, even if they worked day and night, would require at least half a month to produce them, and that would be a struggle. She knew Jun Zizai was a genius in alchemy. However, no matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to refine 500 second-grade pills in a single day. If he were to cut corners, it would not be difficult, but it would affect Bayue Tower's reputation and credibility. Kaifei dared not be negligent, immediately voicing her concern. Indeed, it is 500 sets. Jun Zizai nodded slightly, even reminding her, if convenient, please remember to bring more materials tomorrow. Kaifei felt dizzy, hardly aware of how she exited the grocery store. Surely, I must be hearing things. How could this be possible? She began to doubt herself. Jun Zizai, however, was indifferent to Kaifei's thoughts. He was only focused on one thing. This transaction was immensely profitable. He had to seize the opportunity. That night, Jun Zizai sat cross-legged. The 250 ingredients for the Chun Yuan Dan had already been cast into the chaos furnace. A roaring fire blazed, automatically refining, merging, and forming the pills. The entire process was seamless, executed in one fluid motion. Soon, exquisite Chun Yuan Dan emerged, steaming hot. Next came the Yu Shui Die and I. In no time, the furnace was ablaze again, producing 500 perfectly crafted pills. The entire process took merely an hour, seemingly effortless. Jun Zizai toyed with the Chun Yuan Dan, a faint smile gracing his lips. If other alchemists were to hear this, they would likely vomit blood in indignation, accusing him of shamelessness. One could only say that the existence of chaos masters was simply extraordinary. Once refined, each pill was of the highest quality. Subsequently, Jun Zizai began crafting the medicinal pills for the grocery store. He intended to earn both the commission from the orders and profits for the shop. He quietly developed his strength, destined for invincibility. The following morning, Kaifei stood at the counter, her bosom rising and falling dramatically. What did she see? Within her storage bag lay 500 Chun Yuan Dan and Yu Shui Dan, quietly resting. Even more astonishingly, all 500 were of supreme quality. Kaifei suddenly realized that she had vastly underestimated Jun Zizai. The term genius was insufficient to describe him. He should be regarded as a prodigy. In the imperial capital, at the Xianyao Pavilion, Jun Biao was also operating with great vigor in addition to the usual orders. She was now accelerating the pill refining process. For first and second-tier pills, she never intended to consider quality. Mediocrity sufficed. The Xianyao Pavilion was the royal supplier, renowned for its quality and credibility, highly favored by a multitude of martial artists. Bayue Tower, what do you have to contest with me? By the time you are crushed and unable to lift your heads, I will have you begging to reveal Zizai's location. Jun Biao sneered, brimming with confidence. At that moment, a figure entered, knocking on the door. It was the purchasing agent of the Xianyao Pavilion, Zhuang Han. Pavilion Master, the materials for the Hui Qi Dan and Zhuahua Dan have been procured, he said, bowing slightly. Jun Biao did not bother to check, waving her hand dismissively. Place them in the pill chamber and expedite the refining. Yes, Zhuang Han replied, lowering his head as he departed, a flicker of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. During this procurement trip, he had secretly visited the black market. Although the quality of the materials was inferior, they were at least half the price cheaper than usual. He would report the procurement price at the original rate, pocketing the difference. This trip had netted Zhuang Han nearly 400,000 spirit coins. He had not anticipated that this woman would be so foolish, failing even to conduct a simple inspection. While he had purchased a small batch of qualified goods at full price, he cursed under his breath, feeling immensely pleased. Half a month passed. The competition between Bayou Tower and Xianyao Pavilion grew increasingly fierce. June Biao spent her days entrenched in the Xianyao Pavilion, practicing diligently, occasionally glancing at the sold medicinal pills and those dispatched to the military. Everything was progressing so smoothly. Conducting business was truly simple. Without lifting a finger, how could Bayou Tower compete with me? June Biao lifted her red lips, filled with pride. If given the chance, she intended to transform the Xianyao Pavilion entirely into a female establishment, excluding all men. Those men were utterly repulsive. Just the sight of them was nauseating. One evening, as dusk fell, June Zhanlan stormed into the Xianyao Pavilion, her voice booming, "Elder sister, June Biao." She was so anxious that she shouted her full name. June Biao, who had been meditating, opened her eyes, displeased as she approached the hall. "Second sister? What brings you back?" "What do you mean, what brings me back?" June Zhanlan gasped for breath, her expression furious. "The quality of the pills from the Xianyao Pavilion is subpar. They barely achieve 50% efficacy. Elder sister, even if you want to take kickbacks, you can't do it like this." June Biao was momentarily taken aback, then her voice turned cold. "Second sister, our pills at the Xianyao Pavilion are of the highest caliber. I have never taken kickbacks. Are you still quibbling? Elder sister, the soldiers at the borders are engaged in fierce battles with various empires, suffering countless casualties. It's utterly tragic." June Zhanlan gritted her teeth in fury. After consuming these pills, their recovery speed is alarmingly slow. They don't even reach 30%. Saying this, she thrust the pills into June Biao's arms, who frowned upon smelling them, her expression changing dramatically. June Biao rushed to the pill chamber, loudly bellowing, "Everyone, halt!" At her roar, the alchemists interrupted the refining process, and all the materials were instantly incinerated. June Biao offered no explanation but hurriedly sought the cause. It was then she discovered the issue was with the materials. "Pavilion Master, what has happened?" Master Long Dan approached upon hearing the commotion. June Biao glared at him coldly. "Look at the mess you've caused. See these materials?" Her first instinct was not to resolve the problem but to shift the blame. Master Long Dan frowned. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed. "Who is the purchasing agent?" "Zhuang Han, Pavilion Master. Zhuang Han is your subordinate. This has nothing to do with me." Master Long Dan's gaze turned icy. June Biao's countenance changed in alarm. Yet she still insisted. "I do bear some responsibility, but what about you?" "My fault?" Master Long Dan laughed in anger. "You, with your ample bosom yet empty mind, are simply unreasonable. I will no longer serve you." He had come with good intentions, only to encounter such an unreasonable woman. What bad luck? Wait. June Biao suddenly felt regret, wanting to retain Master Long Dan. However, as she opened her mouth, Master Long Dan had already flung his sleeves and departed the Xianyao Pavilion. June Zhanlan witnessed this scene and realized that her elder sister was not at fault. Her anger diminished somewhat, and she immediately sent someone to capture Zhuang Han. Soon, Zhuang Han was apprehended. The consequence awaiting him was death. The situation settled, but June Biao thought otherwise. This must be Bayou Tower's scheme. She pondered deeply, ultimately attributing the fault to others, resolutely declaring, "I will never yield. Watch me turn the tide, all staff. Work overtime, not a moment of rest." Chapter 51. Boom, boom, boom. Chowson returns Pavilion Master. "We have been refining pills continuously for half a month, with less than 3 hours of rest each day. While humans can endure, the alchemical furnaces require rest, or they will inevitably explode. To ensure the horses run well, they must be well fed. You can't possibly deny them even a morsel." The alchemists of the Xianyao Pavilion turned pale. Spending all day in the pill chamber, the dual pressure on their bodies and minds was draining them. Were it not for June Biao's status, they would have wanted to emulate Master Long Dan and vocally express their grievances. "Silence!" June Biao, incensed by their defiance, shouted, "I say tonight we work overtime. No one is allowed to rest. If completed, everyone will be happy. Otherwise, you will receive not a single coin of your remuneration." Those who are willing to work, do so. Those unwilling can leave. If you refuse, there are plenty of others who will. Her voice brimmed with threats, looking down upon all the alchemists. The alchemists dared to feel anger but did not voice it. She was the daughter of a martial master, with significant power and influence, in a fit of rage. Who knew what she might do? Humph! Let us see how long you can endure. The alchemists suppressed their fury. Cursing silently, as night deepened, the Xianyao Pavilion was still fervently engaged in pill refinement. Many alchemists began to doze off, leading to the destruction of numerous materials during the refining process. The alchemists could no longer hold on, and the alchemical furnaces were reaching their limits. Each furnace, meticulously crafted by weapon masters, was of superior quality. However, after enduring continuous refinement for half a month, cracks began to appear. Crack, 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 the sound of shattering echoed. The alchemists, too fatigued, failed to notice. Soon, the furnaces began to tremble violently, the energy within them coalescing like a volcano poised to erupt, exuding an aura of destruction. At this moment, the alchemists finally awoke, but it was too late. Wake up! The furnaces are about to explode. For heaven's sake, don't sleep. The furnaces are going to blow. Run! The alchemists shouted in a frenzy, darting for the exits. The furnaces spiraled out of control, one after another beginning to crack and shatter, ultimately transforming into a roaring inferno, engulfing everything around them, morphing into a terrifying wave of destruction that swept outward. Boom! The Xianyao Pavilion exploded. A mushroom cloud ascended. Like a grand firework, it became the most brilliant and beautiful sight in the silent night. Fragments rained down, clattering to the ground, some even landing at Jun Biao's feet. Her face turned ashen, devoid of color, as blood drained from her body in that moment. It was over. Utterly finished. Why Xianyao Pavilion is ruined. What sins have I committed? Jun Biao knelt on the ground, weeping loudly. Why? Why has this period been so unlucky? It feels as though an old man is punishing me. Cries of agony, screams, and roars intertwined, resonating throughout the entire imperial capital. This night, there would be no peace in the palace. Just before dawn, Jun Gaowu paced back and forth, his expression icy, wishing he could strike down the kneeling Jun Biao with a single blow. Incompetent and counterproductive. To accelerate the refining process, others offer more money and allow for more rest. You are quite something. Not only do you threaten them, but you also deny them any respite. How ruthless you are. Jun Biao trembled in fear from the scolding, feeling both wronged and pitiful, yet she dared not retort. Observing this, Jun Xiangtian let out a deep sigh, his disappointment in his eldest daughter evident. Your Majesty. In order to boost the morale of the army, I propose we procure a batch of elixirs from the Baiwei Tower. He gazed towards the dragon throne and added, let us stabilize the situation first. It seems we have no choice but to proceed as such. Jun Gaowu stood with his arms crossed, letting out a heavy snort. Jun Xiangtian instructed Jun Zhanlan to take Jun Biao home first. Once they were alone, he lowered his voice and said, Your Majesty, the national treasury is currently depleted. It would be best to forego compensating those alchemists. Let us publicly state it was their negligence that caused the damage to the Xianyao Pavilion, and consider ourselves fortunate if we do not seek reparations from them. Jun Gaowu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Let us first impose hardship upon them. Once we weather this storm, the dynasty will compensate them. The next day, Jun Gaowu erupted in fury, his anger palpable. What? The Baiwei Tower has imposed purchase limits? Yes. They claim that warriors also require a substantial quantity of elixirs and cannot supply us in full. They further stated that if we are in urgent need, we may place orders at other shops. However, with so many shops collaborating with the Baiwei Tower, the limitations imposed by the Baiwei Tower render other merchants hesitant. The procurement minister trembled, too frightened to continue. Jun Gaowu's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself powerless to punish the Baiwei Tower. The forces backing the Baiwei Tower were immensely powerful, and any open confrontation would be detrimental to the Qinglong dynasty. Thus, he grit his teeth and conceded. Let them impose limits, swiftly procure the elixirs and quell the dissatisfaction within the army. Just as the minister exited, another rushed in. Your Majesty, News from the border indicates that 3,000 men have revolted, slaughtering strong warriors within the ranks, looting resources, and fleeing to the hidden realms of the mountains and seas. They have truly rebelled. We must track down their records and eradicate their families. Let us quell this insurrection with blood. Jun Gaowu nearly fainted upon hearing this, but the ministers hurriedly supported him as he unleashed a hysterical roar. The ministers exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. In recent months, the dynasty's stability had markedly deteriorated. Perhaps it was indeed deeply connected to the dragon vein. In the purple capital, Chao Sin returned with a beaming countenance. "Tio, the lost maidens of the Midnight City, your gambling father, your ailing mother, and your young brother. This lord shall take care of them all. As long as I am here, it is akin to home, heh heh heh." Observing his smugness, Jun Zizai was certain that Chao San had swindled numerous individuals, casually inquiring, "How many have you deceived? One must not speak foolishly." Chao Sen's rotund face turned serious. "I have never deceived anyone. They merely fainted inexplicably when their backs were turned and disclosed the location of their ancestral graves without reason. It is indeed a miracle that you have made it this far." Jun Zizai remarked with a sense of wonder. Chao Sen chuckled coldly. This time, he had excavated over 20 ancestral graves, amassing a fortune. Not only could he support lost maidens, but even lost matrons. "Now, let us discuss serious matters." Jun Zizai's expression turned grave. "What is your true intention in approaching me?" Chao San beamed with delight, immediately revealing the crux of the matter. He required Jun Zizai to concoct a 6th-grade elixir, the soul-chasing pill of the underworld. Its crafting was of extreme difficulty, comparable to that of a 7th-grade elixir, and the heavenly materials required were exceedingly rare. Most crucially, the alchemist tasked with creating the soul-chasing pill must possess exceptional luck. Otherwise, the efficacy would be severely compromised. Chao Sen assured Jun Zizai that he need not worry, as he had already gathered all necessary materials and possessed the recipe. As long as Jun Zizai became a 6th-grade alchemist, he could attempt the concoction. Jun Zizai pondered for a moment and then asked Chao Sen, "I have a question. Speak." Chao Sen replied, nodding cheerfully, as long as Jun Zizai did not refuse. From the name, the soul-chasing pill of the underworld seems to be intended for soul restoration, or for reviving those who have been severely injured and rendered unconscious. You do not appear to suffer from such symptoms. Do you? Chao Sen, looking plump and energetic, bore no signs of a soul deficiency. Rather, he seemed to be lacking in virtue. Upon hearing this, Chao Sen paused for a moment, his narrow eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Indeed, why would I need to concoct the soul-chasing pill of the underworld? How strange. Surely there must be a reason for undertaking such an endeavor. Yet, deep within, a voice insisted that this task must be accomplished. Regardless of how many years it would take, his bewilderment was genuine, not feigned, and his gaze betrayed a sense of helplessness. Jun Zizai furrowed his brow. Could it be that this plump fellow had stolen too many graves and become tainted by malevolent forces? Just then, Chao San regained clarity, chuckling coldly. What were you just asking me? Had his memory been briefly erased? Jun Zizai felt a chill run down his spine. He inquired several more times, but Chao San continually repeated those same words. Please tell me sincerely. Jun Zizai's expression grew solemn. In a few days, will you transform into a red-haired monster? Get lost. What you speak of is merely the plight of a perennial grave robber. Entangled in karmic consequences, unable to extricate himself. Chao San retorted in anger, daring to question his professionalism. I, the celestial master of yin and yang, have never encountered a grave that could taint my Tao body. Even ghosts must avoid me, and Zhengzi must bow before me. Jun Zizai contemplated for a long time, but chose not to delve deeper. He would simply concoct the elixir for Chao San when the time came. Suddenly, he scrutinized Chao San's face and thought, could this plump fellow truly be a reincarnation of some celestial being? He quickly shook his head, deeming it overly fantastical. Unbeknownst to Chao San, Jun Zizai's mind was racing with wild thoughts. He grinned widely, his eyes squinting into slits, feeling that after waiting so long, a few more years or even a decade would be inconsequential. Hey, Chao San, the weather is splendid today. Why not take a moment to gaze at the clear sky? He suggested suddenly, Dio, you wish to sneak away to enjoy a performance with me? Chao San nearly revealed his inner thoughts. No, I want you to arrange a funeral for me. Chao San scratched his head, his expression peculiar. Weren't you joking the last time? Of course. Jun's eye chuckled, his gaze radiating a sense of liberation. I have never witnessed my own funeral while alive. I want to try it out. It would even be fascinating to feast with the neighbors and acquaintances at my own banquet. Just thinking about it is incredible. In this life, one is often bound by numerous constraints. For instance, most mortals harbor dreams yet refrain from pursuing them due to familial obligations. In his past life, Jun Zizai had devoted himself to the Qinglong dynasty, exhausting himself and leaving many things undone and unattempted. In this life, there would be no regrets. Seeing his unwavering determination, Chao San readily agreed. Watch as I organize a supremely luxurious farewell for you. The Xinyao Pavilion faced utter defeat. Not only was it a total loss, but it was also thoroughly humiliated, leaving the Baiyue Tower in disbelief. This was largely thanks to Qiu Shuang. Master Xinling stroked his beard, walking slowly. Master Qiu Shuang's elixirs are of the utmost quality, and their reputation is stellar. If we sell them at thin profit margins, the downfall of the Xinyao Pavilion is merely a matter of time. I just did not expect her to lose so quickly. It seems as if she has incurred divine wrath. The two had come to deliver a reward to Jun Zizai. The Baiyue Tower's rapid triumph over the Xinyao Pavilion owed much to Jun Zizai's efforts. As they entered Qing Shui Street, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Every household had white silk draped from their rooftops, and a row of white lanterns hung from the door beams. An air of desolation and sorrow enveloping them. The sound of weeping reached their ears, causing Master Xinling and Kai Fei to feel a sense of unease, an ominous premonition stirring within them. Sure enough, a tent for funerals had been erected in front of the grocery store. Neighbors wept as they burned yellow paper, intoning, Qiu Shuang, may you rest well below. Do not dwell on matters from your past life. Alas, my Qiu Shuang, you have passed away in your prime. How tragic, how regrettable. Woe is me. Qiu Shuang, brother, may you find peace. In my next life, I shall be your bride. A group of people knelt on the grass mat, their cries resonating with sorrow, stirring deep sympathy within the heart. Master Xuanling's face turned ashen. He was initially stunned, then incredulous, and finally filled with rage. How could my esteemed Qiu Shuang have died? Kai Fei burst into tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Crow Guard, come forth. Shadows flickered as a group of crow guards descended, their faces marked with awkwardness. Lady Kai Fei, what has happened to Qiu Shuang? Kai Fei's face was obscured by tears. Her grief intermingled with rage. The crow guards hesitated, finally gesturing towards the grocery store, offering a wry smile. You will understand once you go inside. It is not that we failed to report, but rather that it is hard to speak of. Silence. Master Xinling, overwhelmed by sorrow, had no interest in hearing the crow guard's explanations and dashed into the grocery store. My Qiu Shuang. In the center of the grocery store lay a coffin. Dressed in mourning attire, Jun Zizai, upon hearing Master Xuanling's voice, sprang up in shock, lifting the yellow talisman from his forehead. Master, do you require my assistance? Instantly, the atmosphere froze. Chao San and Grandma Lin, munching on sunflower seeds and chatting, burst into laughter upon witnessing this scene. The somber mood evaporated, replaced by absurdity. What is this? Master Xinling found himself at a loss for words. Even the eloquent Kai Fei stood dumbfounded, unable to articulate her thoughts. Jun Zizai chuckled mischievously. I was just idle, so I decided to hold a mock funeral for the experience. By the way, feel free to join me for the feast later. You are being ridiculous. Master Xinling flicked his sleeves and glared at Jun Zizai. As long as you are well, Kai Fei said, rubbing her reddened eyes, her tone a blend of affection and reproach. At that moment, both of them noticed that the group outside was comprised of professional mourners, while the neighbors were engaged in lively conversation, eagerly awaiting the feast. Jun Zizai scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten to inform them, nearly causing a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the reactions of Master Xinling and Kai Fei warmed his heart. Even the corpse feels warmth, as the time for the banquet had not yet arrived. Jun Zizai reclined back into the coffin, listening to the chanting, feeling inexplicably at ease. This sensation was quite peculiar. It was likely that few in the world had ever experienced it. Benefactor, at that moment. A voice filled with astonishment and anger pierced through, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. A figure burst into the grocery shop, kneeling before the coffin without a word, forcefully smashing the blue stone floor. Lamenting with great sorrow, I have arrived too late. The visitor was none other than Xiao Hao, as detailed in Chapter 28. He had secretly infiltrated from beyond the borders, solely to repay Jun Zizai's kindness. However, upon arriving in Zidu, to find himself confronted with the benefactor's funeral, he was immediately overcome with grief, weeping uncontrollably. The neighbors regarded Xiao Hao with admiration, silently giving him a thumbs up. Such professionalism in mourning. We must get his contact information later. Suddenly, Jun Zizai sat up in the coffin, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Xiao Hao, startled, leapt 3 feet into the air. He cowered behind a floral tribute, shrinking his neck, and stammered, "Benefactor, are you alive or dead?" Hosting a living funeral can be quite amusing, Jun Zizai chuckled, recognizing Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao stared in disbelief, wondering what kind of operation this was. While others sought longevity, Jun Zizai seemed to be conducting a living funeral instead. Was this mental state truly normal? In the distance, Xin Kongdu had also arrived, observing the unfolding scene with a complex expression. "Old fellow, your disciple is even more eccentric than you were in your youth." With that, a faint smile graced his lips. His eyes shimmering with memories, the living funeral continued. The sound of the suona mingled with cries, vividly portraying the sorrow of a family member's passing. However, a large crowd donned mourning attire while munching on sunflower seeds and chatting casually, creating an undeniably bizarre atmosphere. "Let the feast begin. Today, everyone shall drink heartily and join me in my revelry. You go sit at the children's table." Tables were set with an array of delicious dishes. Jun Zizai, with talismans affixed to his forehead, rose to toast, and the neighbors responded in kind, creating a harmonious ambience. As the cups brimmed, Jun Zizai turned to Xin Kongdu, bowing silently. Xin Kongdu smiled lightly, downed his drink in one gulp, and then vanished without a trace. As evening descended, the funeral arrangements were concluded. A group of men sat together within the room. "It feels wonderful to be alive again." Jun Zizai reflected, to be free and unbound by anything. This living funeral served as both a farewell to his former self and a reminder that the Jun family and the Qinglong dynasty were now entirely disconnected from his future path. It was as if he truly had died. Master Xinling rolled his eyes, then handed Jun Zizai a storage bag. Upon inspection, Jun Zizai discovered it contained a staggering 500,000 spirit coins. Kaifei elaborated, "This is the commission from the elixirs. We will need to trouble you more in the future." "Making money is no trouble at all." Jun Zizai laughed heartily, seamlessly tucking the storage bag into his sleeve. "Don't call me mundane. Business is all about profit, and there's nothing shameful in claiming the fruits of one's labor." Master Xinling noted that Jun Zizai had reached the rank of a 7th-tier martial artist and, feeling inspired, remarked, "With the ongoing turmoil across the 3,000 mountain seas and the emergence of secret realms, countless lives are at stake. Though danger abounds, opportunities abound as well. What do you say? Would you like to accompany the Bayou Tower's treasure ship on a journey?" Chao Xin scoffed, his face filled with disdain, while Xiao Hao's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched in silence. Jun Zizai smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm quite content as I am." Master Xinling and Kaifei exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. While ordinary martial artists of Jun Zizai's age roamed the world, battling monsters and seizing opportunities to craft their own heroic tales, he remained calm and uncompetitive, choosing instead a tranquil existence. "Staying here is quite pleasant, it's safe and sound, and the secret realm is bound to be exceedingly brutal." Master Xinling did not press the matter further. Jun Zizai smiled quietly. He was well aware of the dangers lurking within the Mountain Sea secret realm. In 3 to 4 months, powerful beings from beyond the northern spirit domain would surely arrive, at which point the entire secret realm would be relocated. Thus, whether he exerted effort or not, it made little difference. After Master Xinling and Kaifei took their leave, Only the three men remained in the room. Jun's eye turned to Xiao Hao, who promptly stood up. Benefactor, I have come to repay the debt, and I also wish to purchase some elixirs. Very well, Jun's eye replied with a slight smile. Despite Xiao Hao's seemingly honest demeanor, it was merely a fade. He hailed from the true martial dynasty, which had been obliterated by the Qinglong dynasty a year prior, with only a few survivors escaping. As one of the remaining princes, Xiao Hao bore the weight of vengeance and the restoration of his dynasty. In Jun's eye's memory, the downfall of the true martial dynasty was orchestrated by Jun Zhi that time. Jun Zhi had visited the border troops and accompanied his second sister, Jun Zhanlan, to the true martial dynasty as guest. He had taken a liking to a certain secret technique known as the true martial ultimate way. The true martial dynasty had readily allowed him to observe. Yet he failed to master it, leading him to suspect that they had intentionally shown him a counterfeit to prevent its dissemination. That very night, the true martial dynasty was engulfed in flames, with the Qinglong dynasty fabricating an unfounded charge of harboring ill intentions. In retaliation, Jun Zhanlan personally led troops to annihilate the true martial dynasty, leaving royal family members in disarray. Turns out they did not deceive me. The true martial ultimate way cannot be cultivated without the Xiao family bloodline. Sister, I misunderstood them, Jun Zhi pouted, feeling wronged. Jun Zhanlan gently patted her brother's shoulder. There was no misunderstanding. They could not satisfy us. And is that not a mistake? As for Xiao Hao, he had led the surviving clansmen to flee the true martial dynasty, wandering aimlessly until now. Jun's eye recognized that Xiao Hao was not only exceptionally gifted but also resolute, a rare talent capable of rivaling Jun Zhi. Regaining his composure, Jun's eye began to gather elixirs for Xiao Hao while inquiring of Chao Peng. Old Chao, do you think the merit banner is feasible? Chao Peng, engrossed in reading Jin Ping Mei, shifted in his seat and retorted, are you referring to something akin to the 10,000 souls banner? Jun's eye explained the general idea, and Chao Peng finally understood that it is feasible, but do you really need something like that? He wondered. Given Jun's eye's formidable dragon vein luck, did he still require merit? Merit, the power of belief, dragon veins, fate, and other mysterious forces had their unique applications. In times of danger, they could even safeguard one's life. Jun's eye nodded repeatedly. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Peng replied, it can be done, but the materials for crafting it are somewhat challenging to procure. Jun's eye was unbothered. He had ample time to spare. As the two conversed, Xiao Hao listened intently, committing their words to memory. He silently vowed that once he entered the Mountain Sea secret realm, he would gather rare materials for his benefactor. Yes, he prepared to depart. Jun's eye descended from the second floor and handed him a storage bag, saying, if you encounter danger, open this. It may prove useful. Thank you, benefactor. Xiao Hao felt a warmth in his heart as he solemnly accepted the storage bag and turned to vanish into the darkness. Jun's eye watched Xiao Hao's retreating figure, musing to himself, does this count as an investment in him? He wished for Xiao Hao not to fall victim to Jun Zhi's hands. This was a man with aspirations. Perhaps they could fight side by side in the future. Returning to the grocery store, Chao Peng put away his book and beckoned to Jun's eye. Come, I shall teach you a secret technique known as the method of nourishing all things. Why are you suddenly so kind to me? I have no interest in Dragon Yang. Get lost. At the Mountain Sea Pass of the Qinglong dynasty, Jun Shangtian gazed into the distance toward the secret realm, standing with a commanding presence, exuding an air of authority. A bunch of ants dares to meddle with the secret realm? Ha, they will surely pay a price for their audacity. Chapter 54. We wish to follow. Youth's journey in 4 parts. After Xiao Hao departed from Zidu, he gathered with his clan members outside the city. At this moment, his gaze was sharp as the wind, yet his heart was burdened, harboring little optimism for the future. With the true martial dynasty nearly obliterated, the sorrow of that night propelled him forward, driven solely by the desire for revenge against the Qinglong dynasty. Can we trust that person? The crown prince? Spoke a middle-aged man with a missing arm, his eye sockets deeply sunken. Xiao Hao replied calmly, when everyone else refused to lend us a hand, he was the only one willing to provide us with elixirs and told me to repay him when I had the means. When our clan members were gravely injured, had it not been for his elixirs, we would have perished. The clan members, upon hearing this, displayed gratitude in their eyes. Through Xiao Hao's efforts in recent days, he had managed to gather the scattered clansmen, preparing them to enter the Mountain Sea's secret realm. We must take a chance. Otherwise, when shall we seek our vengeance? The Qinglong dynasty looms over us like a mountain, suffocating us. Let us return home. Xiao Hao's voice resonated with deep authority as he led the group away. 3,000 mountains and seas, the Darkwood Forest, and Xiao family village unfolded before them. This village, though modest in size, housed dozens of families, with wisps of smoke curling up from chimneys. Children chased after yellow dogs, their laughter ringing through the air, while elderly residents, their bodies frail, swayed gently in rocking chairs. Women nurtured their newborns, while the men were absent, leaving the women as the sole labor force of the village, hunting fierce beasts, drying meat, cultivating fields, sowing crops, and awaiting harvest. Brother, uncle, they have returned. Suddenly, the children erupted with excitement. At the entrance of Xiao family village stood a weary Xiao Hao and his companions, smiles illuminating their faces after a long absence. Father, eldest brother, you're back? Second uncle, sob, I missed you. The relatives behind Xiao Hao were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears as they embraced their children and spouses. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Hao smiled, though a tinge of sorrow lingered in his heart. Xiao family village was but a remnant of the fallen Jinwu dynasty. Surviving through the widows and the elderly of the clan, as night fell, the clan members gathered around the bonfire, sharing a long-awaited reunion that eased the atmosphere of sadness. Once the children had drifted off to sleep, the women carried them indoors, leaving the elder men in silent contemplation. Finally, Xiao Hao broke the silence, stating, I must venture into the Mountain Sea's secret realm in these times. There are no other places where substantial resources can be swiftly acquired. Except for the Mountain Sea's secret realm. Should the Qinglong dynasty discover us, they would surely annihilate us. Thus, this journey is fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, the clansmen clenched their fists, their expressions resolute and determined. Xiao Hao gazed at the children within the house, his tone steady and unwavering. Restoring the Jinwu dynasty is our responsibility. The children are still young. They represent hope and the future. We hope that once we finish this fight, they will no longer have to. The elders, upon hearing Xiao Hao's words, felt tears welling in their eyes. It was important to remember that Xiao Hao was merely in his 20s, a time when one typically seeks to paint a vibrant future for oneself. Yet, he bore the heavy burdens of hatred, revenge, and the restoration of his country, his youthful hair already flecked with white. Eldest prince, we are willing to accompany you. They looked at him with tear-filled eyes. None daring to retreat, all embodying the spirit of valiant men. The wives inside wept softly, some even covering their heads with blankets to stifle their sobs. The next day, the crowing of roosters roused everyone from slumber. Xiao Hao opened his eyes, his demeanor calm as he quietly shouldered his pack and stepped outside, finding the clan members already prepared. The women, holding or cradling their children, had reddened eyes. Even the elderly, despite their frailty, straightened their backs to gaze at Xiao Hao. As the group reached the entrance, Xiao Hao slowly turned, bowing deeply to his kin. This journey was pivotal for the dignity and future of the Jinwu dynasty. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Thank you for maintaining this small family, which grants us the courage to strive. Upon my return, I will restore the dynasty. With a deep bow, he rose and, alongside his uncles, welcomed the dawn, setting off into the distance. Their shadows stretched far and wide. Across the vast and desolate land, winds stirred up clouds of dust, enveloping everything in a haze. Suddenly, the space trembled violently. A pitch-black passage connected the void, its destination unknown. The sound of tearing air followed. A gathering of powerful figures emerged. The Zhuge dynasty, Xuanwu dynasty, Wuman dynasty, the Great Sword Wang sect, and the Huangquan sect, among other factions, made their appearances. What had been mere skirmishes before was now the onset of genuine competition. Xiao Hao and his companions concealed themselves amidst the throng, their eyes blazing as they stared at the Mountain Sea's secret realm. Is the Qinglong dynasty not yet here? Boomed a robust man from the Zhuge dynasty, laughing heartily. Just as he spoke, An icy scoff echoed through the air. Mo Yuan, are you so eager to see my true form? With a resounding crash, a dragon-shaped treasure ship appeared. Jun Xiangtian stood at the bow, exuding an air of majesty and might. A formidable pressure emanated from him, compelling many martial artists to lower their heads. Too intimidated to meet his gaze. The Mountain Sea's secret realm is no place for ants to trespass. Jun Xiangtian surveyed the multitude of martial artists with disdain curling at the corners of his lips. The Wuman dynasty's Wu Yu, the martial sovereign, spoke with a hint of incredulity. What do you mean by that? Unclaimed treasures are fair game for all. I simply wish to avoid the incessant buzzing of flies. Jun Xiangtian retorted coldly. The martial artists raised their gazes, glaring at Jun Xiangtian, their hearts aflame with anger yet powerless to act. The Qinglong dynasty was such a colossal entity that even a breath from them could extinguish them. They could only grit their teeth and endure. Boring, Wu Yu remarked, dismissing the matter. Princess Linghu had also arrived, still veiled in light fabric, her voice ethereal and melodious. Is Jun Zizai present? What? Jun Zizai is here? Upon hearing this, the talents of the Zhuke and Xuanwu dynasties erupted into a clamor. I was defeated by him back then. Today, I seek revenge. Jun Zizai, show yourself. The excitement among the peers of Jun Zizai was palpable. Junji's expression darkened at the mention of that name. That waste again. Just like a cockroach, you can never seem to get rid of it. Jun Zhanlan, Jun Yunxin, and Jun Miaodong exchanged bewildered glances. Truly perplexed as to why these individuals were so fixated on Jun Zizai. He is merely a waste. Jun Xiangtian's expression soured, yet he dared not express his frustration in this setting. Instead, he vented his ire on the martial artists below. You may enter the Mountain Sea's secret realm, but you must pay a fee, 100 spirit coins per person. With the state treasury depleted, he needed to find a way to gather spirit coins. Though this approach was somewhat despicable, it was a necessary course of action. After delivering his decree, soldiers from the Qinglong treasure ship disembarked. They stationed themselves outside the Mountain Sea's secret realm, their gazes sharp as they surveyed the surroundings. The martial artists exchanged glances in silence. They quietly paid the fees, internally cursing the Qinglong dynasty for being a nuisance, as they stepped into the secret realm. The struggle for the Mountain Sea's secret realm had officially commenced. Meanwhile, the external conflicts grew increasingly fierce. In contrast, Jun Zizai remained unfazed, focusing on alchemy, earning money, and cultivating his skills. Now, he had ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier martial master, with only one step left to become a grand martial master. His mental faculties had also seen growth, as he mastered alchemy, artifact crafting, spiritual talismans, formations, and the art of divine realm mastery, excelling in all 5 areas to the 3rd tier. Everything felt so serene. After breakfast, Jun Zizai busied himself with his shop. The morning air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with dew sparkling on the green bricks. Children bounced along, waving to their families, engaging in playful banter as they made their way to their private school, radiating the vitality and warmth of life. New foam wine contests 10,000. How many years have the wandering heroes of Xianying roamed? Meeting with a spirited heart, let us drink for you. Tethered to the high tower by the drooping willows, the youth journeyed forth, fueled by ambition. Jun Zizai shook his head with a smile. Inspired by the moment, he turned back to his shop when laughter erupted behind him. What a splendid poem, truly splendid. Is this the heavenly covering cloth? How intriguing. Chapter 55. The Martial Saint Seeks Poetry. Prompting Jun Zizai to become the Holy Sun. Jun Zizai paused momentarily, turning to see an elderly man clad in black robes. His eyes were peculiar, at times resembling the vast, deep starry sky, and at others, a raging beast. The surrounding space appeared unusually solid, as if deliberately sealing him within. Chao Sen lay in his chair, snoring loudly, only to glance at the black-robed elder, sniggering before drifting back to sleep. Do you have any guidance for me, old sir? Jun Zizai maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he clasped his hands in respect, though his heart was filled with astonishment. The heavenly covering cloth was woven by the ancestor himself, impervious to the gaze of anyone below a martial saint or stronger. The arrival of a martial saint in Zidu, and to his humble shop at that, was indeed unfathomable. The black-robed elder surveyed Jun's eye, laughing heartily. Nothing of the sort. I have loved the beauty of words since childhood, but became so engrossed in my training that I gradually forgot the elegance of language. Passing through this area, I heard the young gentleman reciting poetry and was enchanted by the poetic essence. Thus I came to inquire further. I hope for your understanding. Jun's eye chuckled in disbelief. Is it truly because of one of my poems? He felt quite humble about it. Qin Daoquan, though aged, had eyes that sparkled like bright lanterns. In this era, most martial artists focus on swordsmanship, body refinement, blade technique, and spear mastery, with few dedicating themselves to the path of Confucianism. Do they not realize that poetry nourishes the heavens and earth, embodying the great principles of the universe? Only in righteousness can one find the best path for cultivation. Jun's eye discerned Qian Daoquan's deep appreciation for literature and poetry, leading him to write the youth's journey on the counter, gently blowing on the ink to dry it before respectfully presenting it. If the old gentleman enjoys it, I shall gift it to you. Qian Daoquan received the paper with solemnity, and upon reading the words, his expression shifted in astonishment. This poem is marvelous. I can almost see the spirit of the young hero, bold enough to draw his sword and defend the weak. Ha ha ha, such a splendid poem. It is grand and unrestrained, truly aspirational. As if he had acquired a rare treasure, he erupted into joyous laughter. At that moment, the righteous energy within Qian Daoquan transformed into black and white hues, merging like yin and yang, spreading throughout Zidu and extending thousands of miles beyond. A magnificent wave of righteous energy surged forth. All the powerful beings in Zidu paid their respects. What a terrifying presence of Confucianism. They were astounded. Xian Kongdu's expression changed drastically, and in a flash, he soared into the sky. Simultaneously, Master Xianling tore through the heavens, heading towards the grocery store. Jun's eye observed Qian Daoquan's breakthrough in Confucianism. Pondering in his heart, is the momentum from the Book of Songs, stolen by the ancient god, truly this potent? After a while, Qian Daoquan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils resembling stars, speckled with brilliance. Rendering his intentions inscrutable, Xian Kongdu had arrived. Just as he was about to burst into the grocery store, the sight of Qian Daoquan's back nearly caused him to lose control. The martial sage? A formidable powerhouse? He was startled, a shiver running down his spine as he beheld Jun's eye, a chill creeping over him. Xian Kongdu was eager to inquire, "Is your little shop the epicenter of this storm? Why do such strange occurrences follow one after another?" Master Xianling had also arrived. Upon seeing Qian Daoquan, he rolled his eyes and immediately began to scold. "Old fool, causing such a ruckus as soon as you arrive. Do you intend to frighten me to death? Old fool, come quickly and see. This poem is exquisite, truly exquisite." The more Qian Daoquan read, the more delighted he became, disregarding his own breakthrough, his eyes solely fixated on the poetry. Jun's eye breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Master Xianling and the old man in black were old acquaintances, so there was no cause for concern. "Hurry and join me for a drink." "Do not disturb Qiushuang's business," Master Xianling impatiently urged. Qian Daoquan, unperturbed, grinned and said, "Young friend Qiushuang, may I request another poem? Preferably one that relates to me." "Enough already, old fool," Master Xianling retorted angrily. "Qiushuang seeks to cultivate the path of medicine, not your nonsensical Confucianism. Why should it involve you? How brazen can you be?" He was itching to grab a chamber pot and dump it over the old man's head. Qian Daoquan was a notorious freeloader but remained in good spirits. Chuckling, "Young friend, I assure you, I will not take advantage without giving something in return." Chao Sen opened his eyes briefly, a disdainful smile appearing. "What's wrong with freeloading? I have already reaped the benefits of enlightenment." With that thought, he let out two flatulent sounds and resumed his slumber. What experiences does this old gentleman possess? Jun's eye, observing the camaraderie between these two old rascals, felt a twinge of envy and turned to Master Xianling and asked. Master Xianling, displeased, said, "In my youth, I once spied on a saintess bathing in the sacred land, even tried to woo my own teacher, and had an affair with my junior sister." Before he could finish, Qian Daoquan hurriedly covered his mouth. Jun Zizai's curiosity was ignited. Although Chao San appeared to be sleeping, his ears twitched. This old fool is quite aged. His words should not be taken at face value. Qian Daoquan cleared his throat a few times and then said, "In my youth, I wielded my sword to slay countless foes, ventured into treacherous waters, and vanquished vile serpents, paving a path of peace for the people. In my younger days, I bore the weight of responsibilities, ensuring the enduring legacy of my sect. In my old age, I seek tranquility and advancement in my cultivation. With my sword, I wish to eradicate all heartless and ungrateful beings." His words exuded the pride of his youthful spirit. Jun Zizai nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly picked up his brush, prompting Qin Daoquan to rush over, bowing as he gently ground the ink for him. Witnessing this scene, those from the sacred land would likely go mad. Master Xuanling's lips twitched. Chao Sen released another flatulent sound, as if to say, "Agreed." Jun Zizai paid no mind to them. At that moment, myriad verses flashed through his mind, sometimes illuminating, sometimes dimming. Finally, his eyes sparkled brightly as he began to write. There were only 2 lines of poetry. The third line could hardly be deemed poetry, but rather a release of emotion. Chen Daoquan and Master Xianling leaned in, their pupils suddenly constricting. All things are born from heaven and earth. Man possesses nothing in relation to heaven. Kill, 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 kill. Qin Daoquan gasped. Long-buried memories resurfaced at this moment. It was a time of youthful vigor and unwavering resolve, where he, armed with only a sword, sought to eradicate injustice, yet encountered the murderer of his father, brothers, and kin, the lamentations of women, the tears of children. He struck down the heartless beasts without mercy. From that point on, Qian Daoquan understood the purpose of his life's cultivation. When faced with injustice, he would suppress it with force. When confronted by the arrogant, he could compel them to listen to his reasoning. What a profound statement. All things are born from heaven and earth, and man possesses nothing in relation to heaven. Kill. Well done. Ha 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 ha. Qin Daoquan felt that this poem encapsulated his entire life. Especially the final 7 words kill, which served as the pi seed persistence. Master Xianling was equally shaken. His gaze toward Jun Zizai underwent a complete transformation. Could a poem of such depth truly be penned by a youth in his 20s? Did he harbor an unspeakable past? Or had he endured sorrows beyond the comprehension of others? How mysterious! His identity was even more enigmatic than mine. Master Xuanling's throat felt parched. Young friend, no, master. Qin Daoquan's tone became particularly respectful. I did not bring any worthy gifts, but please accept this spine of the ink-black Kirin. Although it is a material for crafting high-tier celestial artifacts, it pales in comparison to this poem. Damn it, I should have brought more, he muttered under his breath. Having said that, he thrust the pure black spine into Jun Zizai's hands. Jun Zizai felt the spine's weight, at least 1,000 pounds. Even the faintest aura it emanated intensified the pressure on him. Since the esteemed elder offers it, I shall accept. He initially intended to decline but, upon seeing Qian Daoquan's fervent gaze, quickly acquiesced. It was a good start for the materials needed for the merit banner. You flatter me. Qian Daoquan waved his hand dismissively. Somehow, the more he looked at Jun Zizai, the more he found him agreeable. He mused to himself. Why not abduct him? Take him back to the sacred land as a holy son? In the mountain and sea secret realm, the realm of thunder. Here, the heavens and earth were shrouded in darkness. Thunder roared, and bolts of lightning periodically struck down, incinerating the earth and igniting fierce flames. At this moment, the flames of war had ignited, and fierce battles raged. Junji, with spiritual energy transformed into wings, his dragon scales glimmering, exuded an aura of ferocity as he gazed down from above. Who has been troubling me these days? So it is you remnants. Since the true martial dynasty seeks to eradicate my kind, I shall grant you your wish. Chapter 56. Inexpressible Grievances, Jun Zizai takes action. The Shao clan had entered the mountain and sea secret realm for half a month, reaping considerable rewards. Originally, they could have obtained even more precious treasures, but they fell short. This was all due to the fact that these heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been seized by the Azure Dragon dynasty. which had even resorted to outright plundering. The mountain and sea secret realm was a lawless domain. Whoever wielded the stronger fist was deemed right, a widely accepted truth. However, the Azure Dragon Dynasty, a colossal entity, repeatedly used its strength to intimidate the martial artists into surrendering their treasures. This was undeniably unjust. Did they truly believe that anyone could enter such a place? The world is never short of those who foolishly attempt to transcend their status, thinking that entering the secret realm will elevate them. How laughable! Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let them hear. If these people do not fight for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, how can we obtain good things from them? These words were not concealed but rather audibly reached the ears of the martial artists. They understood that this was an insult, a blatant humiliation, and such scenes were not a first. The fruit of the dragon's eye, capable of elevating a martial king by a small realm, was crushed by Jun Zhanlan underfoot, forcibly taking the fruit. Jun Miaodong provoked the Thunderfire Ape, using other martial artists as shields, allowing Jun Ji to seize the thunderwood it guarded. Jun Yunxin was the most ruthless, deliberately spreading false information to deceive martial artists into entering the Thunder Calamity Prison, sacrificing their lives to lessen the might of the lightning, allowing Jun Ji to bask in the lightning and cultivate the Azure Dragon's triple transformation. This was merely a fragment of their actions. Their deeds were truly inexpressible. At this moment, Xiao Hao coldly regarded Jun Ji, fury boiling in his eyes. Suspended from a towering black tree was a golden fruit. Surrounded by crackling lightning, its surface adorned with 9 thunder patterns, exuding a tremendous wave of spiritual energy. This was the 9 thunder body refining fruit, immensely beneficial for physical cultivation. Not only the Azure Dragon Dynasty, but even the Witch Clan, Vermilion Bird Dynasty, and Black Tortoise Dynasty were eyeing it covetously. Xiao Hao and his clan had waited here for a long time, battling multiple ferocious beasts to safeguard this fruit. The process had been arduous. Yet, upon Jun Ji's arrival, he turned the tables, intending to claim the prize for himself. Remnants of the true martial dynasty, I will give you one last chance. Will you roll away or not? Jun Ji, with spiritual energy transformed into wings, emanated the majesty of a martial king, standing in an elevated posture. Jun Yunxin and Jun Miaodong furrowed their brows. These trash have been trailing us since entering the secret realm. It's truly disgusting. Let's just wipe them out. No need, Jun Zhanlan remarked, a shadow of gloom crossing her brow as she waved her hand casually. Let my brother gain some practical experience upon hearing this. Xiao Hao could no longer contain himself. This resentment had been pent up for far too long. If he could obtain the 9 thunder body refining fruit, he would be able to advance further. Not a chance, he growled. Sometimes, it is not about wanting to retreat, but rather being unable to. The enemy would only become increasingly audacious. If one concedes too much, cracks would appear in their martial heart, leading to cowardice and hesitation, making it impossible to progress further. Rather than being angered, Jun Ji revealed a hint of a playful smile. Then I shall grant you your wish, Aunt. Boom! The Azure Dragon pattern erupted from Jun Ji's body, like a true dragon descending upon the world, as he pointed, Dragon King's finger. The sky was filled with dragon patterns that surged like a tempest, transforming into an ancient dragon's claw, 100 meters in size. Crashing downwards, sending ripples of power scattering in all directions. True martial absolute path. Ancestral blood. Heavy armor body. Xiao Hao shouted. A martial diagram emerged on his back, depicting a demon god stepping on a turtle snake. Wielding a war spear, with disheveled hair, exuding a fierce aura, blood patterns flickered across his body, awakening the dormant bloodline within him. Following that, black light enveloped him, converging into an indestructible black armor, not merely covering him but embedded into the surface of his flesh, making him appear both cold and domineering. Xiao Hao surged from the 9th level of fighting spirit to the 4th level of martial king. Yet even so, he remained far from Jun Ji's 6th level of martial king. However, he had no choice but to fight. Rumble. Xiao Hao was the first to strike, executing a mid-air turn as he unleashed a powerful kick, causing the surrounding air to shatter violently as it met the Dragon King's finger. In that fleeting moment of contact, a tempestuous wind erupted, and spiritual energy rampaged, reducing the earth and trees within a radius of several hundred meters to mere fragments, which were then swiftly swept into the sky. Yet, Xiao Hao did not cease his assault. He charged directly at Junji, his arms entwined with the swirling black vortex, delivering a ferocious blow. The black wind fury fist. His fists crashed forward, and two spiraling black winds tore through the void with tremendous force. Junji's expression turned slightly cold. How could he have failed to eliminate this remnant of the dynasty in an instant? He flared his spiritual wings, pivoting to swing his dragon tail slash. The tail, sharp as a blade, transformed into a long azure crescent that sliced swiftly towards the black wind. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy spread forth. As the two forces collided, they were both forced to retreat. Death. Xiao Hao refused to yield. He crushed the medicinal pill in his mouth, further awakening his latent potential, and charged once more towards Junji. This scene astonished the onlookers, the celestial prodigies. Junji was actually being pushed back? It was known that deep within the Thunder Abyss, he had slain numerous 5th and even 6th grade ferocious beasts. Yet now, he was being forced back by a mere 4th grade martial king, which was utterly laughable. This was the disparity in combat experience. Xiao Hao, having fought for years in perilous circumstances, was exceptionally skilled in battle. In contrast, Junji was a sheltered flower, reaping countless resources and practicing advanced martial arts, yet rarely venturing out to slay enemies. The victor was all too apparent. Not good. As Junji was compelled to retreat repeatedly, he revealed a flaw in his defense. Xiao Hao seized the opportunity in an instant, his chest heaving, the sound of howling winds echoing ominously. Roar. He unleashed a violent cry, a force capable of uprooting everything within hundreds of meters. Junji was caught off guard, swept away by the furious winds. His dragon scales cracked, blood seeping from his body, rendering him utterly unable to resist. In that dire moment, a square golden barrier materialized, encasing Junji and blocking all the raging winds. Barrier Master. The celestial prodigies looked on with grave expressions. The power of a barrier master was formidable, with myriad techniques at their disposal, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. You dare harm my brother? You seek death. Jun Miao Tong, with a fiery fox perched on her shoulder, had her delicate face twisted with rage. She waved her hand. The golden barrier erupted into blazing flames, resembling a boiling sea of fire, instantly propelling Xiao Hao away. Pfft. Xiao Hao crashed to the ground. His black armor shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of scorching blood. A testament to Jun Miao Tong's terrifying strength. The members of the Xiao clan rushed to his side, shielding him and glaring furiously at Jun Miao Tong. Brother, are you all right? Jun Miao Tong descended from the heights, her face filled with concern as she gazed at Junji. Junji shook his head. Thank you, fourth sister. Jun Miao Tong wiped away the blood at her brother's mouth, her gaze icy as death. A group of ants dares to challenge the might of a dragon. They deserve to die. Boom. The golden barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping Xiao Hao and his companions, the Xiao clan members. Many of whom were 9th grade martial kings, were taken aback, and they immediately summoned their spiritual energy to retaliate. Alas, the golden barrier remained unyielding, merely rippling with faint waves. It's over. The other celestial prodigies shook their heads. Once trapped within a barrier master's domain, one could either break free or perish. Clearly, Xiao Hao and his companions were destined for the latter. The members of the Xiao clan turned pale. Your Highness, it is our inadequacy that has prevented us from assisting you in seizing the resources. Xiao Hao gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Is this the end? Is there truly no way out? He did not wish to see the dynasty fall to ruin. Despair clung to him like a parasite, suffocating his heart, rendering him breathless. At the very least, let them survive. Xiao Hao glanced at his Dantian, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. This was the realization of a great prince. Junji and his sisters watched with keen interest as Xiao Hao struggled against the odds. It was rather amusing, truly a spectacle of an ant. But at that moment, the talismans within the golden barrier began to flutter wildly. And as they adhered to the surface of the barrier, they erupted with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Crack! The barrier surprisingly halted its constriction. It turned out that Xiao Hao, intending to extract a pill in a desperate gamble, inadvertently opened the storage pouch given to him by Junzi Zai. More and more talismans flew out, adhering not only to the barrier's surface but also enveloping Xiao Hao's body. In an instant, the talismans radiated a brilliance akin to the sun, coalescing into a pale blue figure, garbed in a long robe and wearing a hood, exuding an aura of mystery. Benefactor? Xiao Hao exclaimed in shock. It seemed he had encountered a formidable ally. The light, carefree laughter emanated from the pale blue figure. Rumble. Just at this pivotal moment, the 9 Thunder Body refining fruit had fully matured. Junzi's eye slowly lifted his head, uttering a single word. Break. The purple barrier enveloped him, imbued with a mysterious aura and surrounded by strands of golden light, which instantly crushed Jun Miaotong's golden barrier. I will hold them off. You go seize the 9 Thunder Body refining fruit. Junzi's eye maintained his composure. Xiao Hao nodded gravely. With the benefactor present, he felt immensely secure. Jun Ji, Jun Zhanlan, Jun Yun Xian, and Jun Miaotong all looked up at Junzi's eye with trepidation, hesitant to act. Yet despite their apprehension, they couldn't shake the feeling of an inexplicable familiarity with this mysterious figure. The 9 Thunder Body refining fruit belongs to my Zhuge dynasty. Get lost. This item belongs to the Xuanwu dynasty. The Wu Man dynasty is here. Who dares to act recklessly? The celestial prodigies of the 3 dynasties licked their lips, preparing to seize the opportunity. However, Junzi's eye's gaze was piercing, as if penetrating the void, surveying the vast earth. Dare you? As his words fell, the smiles of the prodigies from the 3 dynasties froze. Their bodies became rigid, the fear imprinted deep within their souls transforming into shackles. Chapter 57. One person shakes the entire scene. She only thinks of him. Junzi's eye had not truly entered the Shanghai secret realm. Inside the storage pouch he had given to Xiao Hao, he had placed talismans he crafted himself. One of these talismans, documented in the 5 Divine Chaos, was called the Clone Talisman. It required the blood of a talisman master, and once created, it could be affixed to someone, allowing them to momentarily replicate their realm, lasting for the duration of an incense stick. At this moment, Junzi's eye embodied a 4th-grade martial king. The celestial prodigies from the 3 dynasties stood frozen in place. This was because, deep in their memories, they recalled visiting the Wu Man dynasty, where they had been suppressed by a genius named Junzi's eye. That fear lingered to this day. Is it him? Why is it him? He is not like him. He is a sword cultivator, not a barrier master. 1,000 questions swirled in the minds of the celestial prodigies. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Hao soared into the air, intent on claiming the 9 Thunder Body refining fruit. It's my 9 Thunder Body refining fruit, Jun Ji called out urgently. Jun Miaotong, closest to her brother, could not bear to see him unhappy, angrily rebuking Junzi's eye. Get out of the way, or you will die a miserable death. Stop wasting time with him. Just kill him. Jun Zhanlan emanated the aura of a martial king. She had not intended to bully the weak, but for her brother's sake, she could not hold back. Clang. She wielded a horse-slaying blade, and upon its appearance, the void was engulfed in a terrifying scarlet light, casting a blood-stained hue across the sky. With a single slash, the blade's radiance surged like a tidal wave. The ground within a 1,000-meter radius began to collapse, instantly burying Junzi's eye within. Junzi's expression brightened as he prepared to launch a surprise attack on Xiao Hao. However, before he could move, an intricate array of formations emerged within 1,000 meters, darkness surging like a tide, erecting ancient and terrifying tombstones. 3rd-grade formation. Great Dark Tombstone Array. It was of supreme quality, comparable to a 4th-grade formation. The hearts of the celestial prodigies raced, in an instant. As the dust settled, Junzi's eye stood unharmed within the purple barrier. Though the barrier appeared slightly pale, the soul-wailing array, the death's melodious array, Junzi's eye continuously unleashed array materials. Moments later, 2 formidable arrays materialized. The world within thousands of meters transformed into a realm of wandering souls and vengeful spirits. As if the underworld had torn through the mortal realm, revealing the horrors of the 18 layers of hell. Not only was he a barrier master, but also an array master. At this moment, even Jun Zhanlan was moved. Countless celestial prodigies spent their lives striving to master martial arts, often forced to forego their secondary studies in alchemy, weapon crafting, talismans, formations, or barriers due to time constraints. Yet this mysterious figure before them, clad in a blue robe, was adept in both formations and barriers. Such talent was truly astonishing. Wail. The overwhelming spirits surged forth, howling like banshees, producing a sound that tore at eardrums and pierced souls. Jun Ji's eardrums throbbed painfully, his expression one of utter torment. You seek death. Jun Yun Exine glared fiercely, her spiritual wings behind her turning a deep purple, exuding a foul stench, with a violent flap. She unleashed a torrent of venom. As the venom passed, everything it touched decayed, yet it could not corrode Jun Zi's barrier. Good brother, your sister is here to help you. Jun Miao Tong also joined the fray. Brandishing a long sword, she gathered azure winds around her, and as she thrust, the hurricane roared, aiming to slay the mysterious figure on the spot. Jun Zhanlan similarly held her breath. The arrays must be shattered. Otherwise, what would become of the Jun family's reputation? Jun Zizai did not even glance at them, depleting the array materials from his storage pouch to set up new formations. The Ghost King's 3 demons array. Rumble! The earth heaved as 3 towering black statues, resembling ghosts and demons, rose to a height of 100 meters, lifelike and vivid. Upon touching the array patterns, their crimson blood-red eyes opened, sprouting wings and emitting earth-shattering roars. Upon completing these tasks, Jun Zi proceeded to infuse spiritual energy into the formation, further reinforcing the intricate patterns. Even Jun Zhanlan, a martial emperor, would find it impossible to decipher it in a fleeting moment. With the strength of a single individual, he could intimidate the talents of 3 dynasties, thwarting the observers from the Jun family, leaving the warriors astounded. Who exactly is this formidable being? Countless individuals were engulfed in bewilderment. The sudden emergence of such a prodigious talent felt inherently peculiar. Meanwhile, Xiaohao braved the relentless storm of thunder and lightning, finally reaching the pinnacle of Haimu. The 9 thunder body refining fruit lay tantalizingly close. Bastard of the Jinwu dynasty, do you dare? Junji furiously pointed at Xiaohao, his voice sharp and piercing due to his overwhelming rage. This item belongs to me, Junji. Whoever dares to covet it shall meet their demise. I will annihilate all 9 clans. His fury was palpable, and his defenses were shattered. Having been cherished by elders and revered by peers all his life, he had expected life to improve after Jun Zi's departure, only to discover that destruction crept in, accompanied by repeated humiliations. At this moment, the 9 thunder body refining fruit, which he held dear, was on the verge of being snatched away. And it was from the Jinwu dynasty, a defeated foe. How could he contain his wrath? Xiaohao disregarded Junji, directly plucking the 9 thunder body refining fruit, his expression one of gratitude as he landed beside Junzai. Benefactor. We must depart swiftly. I cannot hold on much longer. Junzai spoke with calm detachment. I am merely a projection borrowing your realm. Farewell, benefactor. Xiaohao, not one to be overly coy, clasped his fists and promptly led his kin away. This kindness he vowed to repay. Within the formation, the Jun family members were beset by the ghostly attacks of the Ghost King. They struggled to breach the barrier, and with the formation's interference, they could only watch helplessly as Xiaohao departed. This infuriated Junji further, casting a venomous gaze at his sisters. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a 3rd-tier formation, just as useless as Jun Zai. As for the talents of the 3 dynasties, upon the appearance of that ethereal blue figure, they abandoned their contest, their minds consumed by a single question. Could it truly be him? Suddenly, dozens of figures swept in from the distance. The foremost among them was the spirit fox princess. As she touched down, her gaze fixed intently upon Jun Zai, familiar yet foreign. Her eyes turned, is it really you? Can you tell me where you are? At that moment, the spirit fox princess resembled a helpless little girl, gazing longingly at Jun Zai's retreating figure. The talent's expressions darkened, their countenance grim. They were all suitors of the spirit fox princess, yet it seemed her heart belonged to but one. Junzai sensed the power within him waning. The time drawing near, he slowly turned to face the spirit fox princess. Remaining silent, he offered her only a warm, radiant smile, akin to the one he had given when they parted ways. His form shimmered with azure light, dispersing like droplets in the wind. The projection talisman faded away. The spirit fox princess quickly reached out, attempting to grasp the azure light in her palm, but it disintegrated like ashes, vanishing without a trace. Boom! With the loss of Junzai's support, the formation shattered, ghostly energies surging forth, and Junji and the others escaped in disarray. Junji gazed at the empty treetop, his eyes filled with reluctance. Do not fear, little brother. There will surely be better days ahead. Rest assured, sister will find you more resources, reassured Jun Yunshin and Jun Miaodong. The killing intent of Jun Zhanlan lingered, her cold gaze fixed upon the spirit fox princess. Do you know him? Tell me his name at once. As her words fell, in the next instant, the spirit fox princess unleashed a terrifying martial emperor aura, instantly subduing them. Qinglong dynasty, you would do well to keep your mouth shut and retreat as far as possible. Otherwise, I shall slaughter you all. I speak with intent. Chapter 58. 100 Dragons Gallop. Brother did not act intentionally in the Mountain Sea secret realm, Beast Desolation Grounds. Here, ancient trees towered, and traces of ferocious beasts were evident everywhere. The ground was stained red with blood, littered with severed limbs and fragments, painting a grim scene. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures darted about, bloodied and panting heavily. Damn it, we've encountered a different species. Their combat power rivals the 9th-rank martial kings. If it weren't for Jun Xiangtian of the Qinglong dynasty, how could we be so woefully pursued? The warriors cursed. Among the major powers entering the Mountain Sea secret realm, aside from the Qinglong dynasty's mischief, other dynasties and sects paid them no heed. They were too occupied searching for resources to bother with scavenging scattered martial artists. Yet the Qinglong dynasty not only pillaged clean but also intercepted any martial artists they encountered, conducting thorough searches under the pretext. Failing to pay homage to the royal family is punishable. All the way, martial artists harbored deep resentment towards the Qinglong dynasty, voices of grievance echoing. At this moment, aboard a treasure ship, Jun Xiangtian stood with arms crossed, his gaze sharp, utterly indifferent to the dissatisfaction of the earlier warriors. Ants should be crushed beneath my feet, not flailing about in my presence. What right do you have to enjoy resources? It would be better to hand them over to me to help me ascend to a martial saint. Once I achieve saintly status, you shall all become my adherents. Jun Xiangtian sneered inwardly. One could only say that the apple does not fall far from the tree. With a father of such character, the offspring would not fare much better. He hoped to find treasures here to heal the 10th elder. The accompanying clan elders sighed lightly. Reflecting on the current state of the 10th elder, Jun Xiangtian squinted. Indeed, for the 10th elder, this is a test. Whether he breaks free from his cocoon or quietly fades away depends solely on fate. Suddenly, thunder roared, sweeping through the air. Jun Xiangtian looked up, bursting into laughter. Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign, how have you been lately? Upon the back of a giant thunderbird stood the Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign and other powerful figures from the War God Palace. Upon hearing Jun Xiangtian, their faces soured. The Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign's gaze was particularly frigid. He still harbored resentment. If it weren't for Jun Ziu's foolishness, the War God Palace would not have suffered such a massacre. This was undoubtedly a result of the idiocy inherited from his father, Jun Xiangtian. Humph! The Thunder Extreme Martial Sovereign, a man of temperament, snorted coldly and ordered the Thunderbird to accelerate. Jun Xiangtian and his party were taken aback. It seems we have not offended him, right? Moreover, Ziue is an outstanding disciple of the War God Palace. The relationship should be quite good. It was inexplicable. Jun Xiangtian frowned, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. Boom! The skies above the Beast Desolation Grounds quaked. A pillar of dragon energy shooting skyward as if to break through the boundaries, resonating across the land. Such rich dragon energy. Jun Xiangtian was overjoyed. The dragon energy was so abundant. There must be treasures. If he could obtain something to restore the dragon veins, perhaps he could save the 10th elder. I might even seize this opportunity to advance my cultivation and attain the martial saint realm. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became, steering the treasure ship swiftly towards the source. Multicolored dragon energy spread across the heavens and earth, so dense that the void itself seemed to become moist. Casting reflections on countless faces, martial sovereigns flocked in. The Mo Yuan of the Zhuge dynasty, the Inyu martial sovereign of the Wu Man dynasty, the Thunder Extreme martial sovereign from the War God Palace, the Dragon Slayer martial sovereign of the Qinglong dynasty, the Blue Sword martial sovereign from the Great Sword King sect, and others all made their appearances. Roar! A dragon's roar nearly shattered the heavens. The following scene made Jun Xiangtian and the other martial sovereigns' hearts race. Eye in the vast firmament, enormous dragons appeared, their massive forms tainted with deathly energy, mingling with the dragon energy, galloping through the realm. The sheer number of dragons indicated the presence of dragon bones. Look, that seems to be a true dragon. If we could obtain true dragon bones, this journey would not be in vain. The martial sovereigns trembled with excitement. Jun Xiangtian took a deep breath, his gaze fixated on the scene of 100 dragons galloping. Ji is about to step into the martial emperor realm. I must find him a fine dragon bone to forge the highest grade of imperial wings. Of course, I aim to seize one for myself. I have long coveted the martial saint realm. The Mountain Sea's secret realm was destined to be anything but tranquil. In the Thunder Desolation grounds, during the night, a campfire crackled merrily. Junji and his sisters sat in a circle, chatting and laughing, seemingly having forgotten the 9 Thunder Body refining fruit. What a good little brother! Knowing that third sister's face isn't healed yet, you specially brought back the youth flower. Jun Yunshin cradled a tricolored flower, unable to put it down. You're really something. What if we encounter danger with those ferocious beasts lurking around? For the sake of my sisters, I am willing, Junji replied earnestly. Witnessing this scene, Jun Zhanlan, Jun Yunshin, and Jun Miaodong felt warmth envelop their hearts. This was the bond of sibling love. With such a brother, there were no regrets in life. Jun Miaodong gently patted his head, her gaze softening. If danger arises, run if you can, do you understand? No. I would rather perish with my sisters than abandon you. Junji's eyes were resolute. The 3 women felt their hearts swell with emotion, their eyes glistening. Suddenly, Jun Yunshin recalled something and began to curse vehemently. Cursed waste, Jun Zai. If it weren't for his status as the Holy Dragon's son, our Ji would already be a martial emperor. Indeed, it's all his fault, Jun Miaodong added more vehemently. I even question whether he is truly of the Jun family's bloodline. Look at how much suffering his brother has endured. Jun Zhanlan instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but upon recalling the calming flower incident, she sighed deeply. Perhaps he isn't as bad as we think, she murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Jun Yunshin exploded in anger. How can he not be? He.S. leaving. Why doesn't he renounce his Holy Dragon Son title? He still severed ties and caused chaos in the household, leaving it in disarray. Was he truly without fault? How much pain and suffering did Ji endure for him? Shouldn't Ji Zai bear the brunt of this, like a mangy dog? Ji felt a surge of delight in his heart, yet feigned dismissal, repeatedly waving his hand. Third sister, brother did not act with malice. Do not plead for him when he returns. I shall ensure he experiences the suffocation of the air once more. Ji Miaodong scoffed coldly. I too harbor doubts that Ji Zai, that worthless dog, possesses the bloodline of our Ji family. Ji Yunshin grinned wickedly. Suddenly, a resounding rumble shook the heavens. Thunder flashed ominously within the dark clouds, and a malevolent aura descended, as if to engulf the earth entirely. Ji Zhantian exclaimed in alarm. This is a manifestation of thunderous wrath. We must flee. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They needed to vacate the area swiftly. Otherwise, calamity would befall them. Chapter 59. Striking you with purpose, unveiling true natures for more. The manifestation of thunderous wrath is a peculiar phenomenon of the thunder abyss, where rampant lightning pursues all living beings indiscriminately until death ensues. Crack! The wild lightning, like a dragon, plunged down, tearing through the darkness. With a deafening boom, The ground was blasted into a deep pit of 100 meters in diameter. The surrounding warriors convulsed violently, smoke rising from their bodies, dead beyond recovery. "Run!" one shouted. "Damn it, I was so close to obtaining thunder-refined grass, just a hair's breadth away. Stop your whining, are you seeking death?" The warriors fled in a frenzy, catching sight of the Ji family also retreating. Ji Miaodong observed their disheveled state and sneered. Afraid for their lives, yet they dared to enter the secret realm. Alas, they rely on their flesh to endure. "We shall make use of the thunder-warding talismans," Ji Yunshin remarked sarcastically. Ji and the others carried an array of elixirs and spiritual talismans, fully prepared. The thunder-warding talisman was of the 4th rank, its hue resembling twilight, adorned with vermilion strokes forming intricate patterns. They affixed it to their arms, successfully diverting the lightning. As for the lightning they diverted, naturally, it struck the surrounding warriors. The warriors, infuriated, felt their rage boil over. "Ji family, Qinglong dynasty, you shall face retribution. Not only do you steal our resources, but you also force us into perilous situations, truly despicable. If the thunder does not strike you, karma shall find you." Ji Zhantian wore a disdainful expression, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Retribution? When I reign supreme, what retribution would dare approach? A swarm of ants." Second sister is correct. The notion of retribution merely offers a glimmer of hope to you ignorant souls. Ji Yunshin sneered in agreement. "Come now, let the manifestation of thunderous wrath strike us," Ji Miaodong shrugged with a smile. "Do you think it listens to you?" Boom! Just as those words left her lips, the manifestation of thunderous wrath grew even more oppressive. Dense bolts of lightning tore through the dark clouds, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld it. Following this, the thunder fell like the wrath of a deity. With a thunderous crash, all the thunder-warding talismans held by the Ji family shattered, sending Ji and the others reeling, blood surging forth from their mouths and noses in utter disarray. "Scatter!" Ji Zhantian bellowed, disregarding her dignity as she hastily affixed another thunder-warding talisman, leading her siblings in a desperate flight. The Ji family gritted their teeth and fled in another direction. Boom! The wrath of thunder unleashed. Striking down like knives, the thunder-warding talismans on Ji and his companions exploded once more, forcing them to their knees, blood seeping from their bodies. They were filled with rage and indignation. Why did the manifestation of thunderous wrath only strike them? There were Ji family members over there too. Why not them? Surely it couldn't be because of my offhand remarks? Ji Miaodong was gripped by terror. Boom! The thunder roared like a dragon in fury, crashing down relentlessly. This time, it was even more ferocious. The 4 were sent flying. Ji Yunshin and Ji Miaodong rolled on the ground, utterly disheveled. Ji and Ji Zhantian coughed blood, their breaths erratic and weak. "Go!" Ji Zhantian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and growled. Ji Yunshin and Ji Miaodong struggled for a moment before panicking and fleeing. Ji Zhantian shielded Ji, determined to protect her most cherished younger brother. However, Ji felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against them. "Damn it, can you not keep your mouths shut? Is it so difficult to close them? Being with you all is truly a torment." He inwardly raged. Yet, the fury of the thunder seemed unwilling to let them off the hook. 3 bolts of lightning descended, fierce as dragons and tigers. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 thunder-warding talismans shattered completely, exploding into a dazzling light. Ji was once again blasted away, half of his body charred. He looked up and saw that the thunderous fury had not yet ended, so he frantically searched his spatial ring for more thunder-warding talismans, only to find none left. All used up. A wave of fear and despair surged within him. Ji Zhantian bore the brunt of the thunder's onslaught, catching a glimpse of her brother frozen in place, instantly realizing the talismans were exhausted. Yet she still had one remaining. No, she must protect her brother. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to give her thunder-warding talisman to Ji. This was her duty as an elder sister. A responsibility. Ji was oblivious to Ji Zhantian's thoughts. All he knew was that he had run out of thunder-warding talismans while his sister still possessed one. An overwhelming sense of unwillingness flooded his mind. "No, I cannot die. I have important matters to attend to. What to do? What to do?" However, the manifestation of thunderous wrath would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. It was forcing the true nature of humanity to the surface. Boom! The wild thunder roared for thousands of miles, turning everything into scorched earth. Brother, this, Ji Zhantian prepared to give her thunder-warding talisman to Ji, believing that her robust physique could withstand it. However, before she could finish her sentence, the twisted Ji snatched the talisman from her hand and affixed it to himself. In that moment, Ji Zhantian was rendered speechless. Yes, she intended to give the talisman to Ji out of love as an elder sister. But if Ji forcibly took it, the nature of the act shifted entirely. I can give it, but you cannot snatch it. By doing so, Ji had effectively exposed Ji Zhantian to the wrath of the thunderous manifestation. It was as if he were saying, "Go die." Fortunately, Ji Zhantian was experienced in crisis management. She swiftly cast aside her distractions, wielding her blade to cleave through the lightning, causing the air to ripple with shock waves. Safe! Ji let out a sigh of relief. Yet soon, he felt a twinge of panic, realizing he had just revealed his true nature. Coincidentally, after this bout of thunder ceased, the manifestation of thunderous wrath gradually dissipated. Ji grew even more anxious. No, don't stop. Strike her down. Quickly, strike her down. He desperately wished for Ji Zhantian to be struck dead, as that would relieve him of the impending issues. Yet, Ji Zhantian survived. Her body charred and smoking, half of her bleeding profusely, but she did not cry out in pain. Her blood-red eyes fixed intently on Ji, as if she desired to devour him whole. Second sister, are you all right? I feel so distressed for you. Ji immediately adopted a tone of false concern, forcing 2 tears from his eyes. However, his usual tactic failed miserably. Ji Zhantian remained unresponsive, her beautiful eyes reddening. Uncertain whether it was from blood or heartache, resembling a lone wolf driven into a corner. She felt that the brother she had cherished was transformed, becoming utterly foreign. Ji's heart raced with increasing alarm. What if this incident were to be exposed? What would he do then? He still hoped to salvage the situation with his sister. Slap! Ji Zhantian raised her hand and struck Ji across the face. The sound crisp and resounding, leaving his cheek swollen and red. Second sister, what are you doing? At almost the same moment, 2 voices of anger echoed in urgency. Chapter 60. I shall not serve anymore. It's all his fault the manifestation of thunderous wrath came to an end. Ji Yunshin and Ji Miaodong, disregarding their injuries, hurriedly searched for their second sister and younger brother. After a brief search, they witnessed Ji Zhantian slap Ji. Second sister, what are you doing? The two could not help but exclaim. It was known that throughout their lives, Ji had been treated like a rare treasure. Protected and adored, they held him delicately, fearing he might fall, and cherished him as if he were made of sugar. The most beloved second sister had actually struck him. It was utterly incomprehensible. The 2 girls stood protectively in front of Ji. Their eyes slightly reddened as they softly inquired, "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ji shook his head, quickly employing his green tea rhetoric. "It's truly not second sister's fault. You really shouldn't blame her." He was somewhat choked, having become accustomed to the tea speak, inadvertently placing the blame on his sister. The injured Ji Zhantian furrowed her brows tightly. While she had not noticed it before, how could she now feel a wave of nausea? Ji Miaodong still fell for this tactic, glaring at Ji Zhantian, rebuking her. "Second sister, what right do you have to hit our little brother? In the entirety of the Jun family, Jun Miaodong and Jun Zi share the closest bond. It could almost be said that she is the devoted admirer of her younger brother. To strike him? Ha!" Jun Zhanlan's blood-red eyes glinted coldly as he let out a sinister chuckle. "Truly, my dear younger brother, the most considerate sibling in the Jun family. He repeatedly claims he will never abandon us. Yet at the most perilous moment, he snatched away my only talisman, leaving me to endure the wrath of the thunder, nearly costing me my life. Is this what we refer to as a good brother?" Jun Zi felt an icy chill envelop him, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. What to do? What should I do? His mind raced. Contemplating how to address the current predicament, Jun Yunshin and Jun Miaodong shivered, turning their heads in disbelief towards Jun Zi. "Brother, did you truly do this?" "No, It's a misunderstanding. I cherish second sister far too much to ever harm her. Second sister, you must grant me the chance to explain. Junzi resolved to employ the tactic of tears, immediately displaying an expression of anxious agony, allowing 2 streams of clear tears to cascade down his cheeks. At the sight of his tears, the 2 sisters' hearts softened instantaneously. Second sister, could there be some misunderstanding in this? Indeed, our younger brother is upright, modest, and genuinely virtuous. How could he possibly engage in such a barbaric act? Furthermore, as his elder sister, it is your duty to provide the talisman for his protection. Without hesitation, the sisters placed their trust in Junzi, instead admonishing Jun Zhanlan for her actions. The more Jun Zhanlan listened, the more desolate she felt. Her sisters, whom she had spent years with, showed no concern for her injuries upon returning, instead showering Junzi with warmth, while turning to rebuke her. At that moment, Jun Zhanlan found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Jun Zizai. She tightened her fists, her gaze fierce. Is that so? Then you all take good care of this virtuous gentleman, brother. I shall no longer attend to you. With that, crimson wings surged from her back, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. Second sister, Jun Yunxin and Jun Miaodong cried out in alarm, then exchanged bewildered glances. Did we say something wrong? With their backs turned to Junzi, the latter's face flushed crimson, his teeth grinding together in rage, his heart filled with resentment and fury. Wretched woman, cursed fiend, you nearly exposed me. Is it just a talisman? Are you dead or gravely injured? You and that good-for-nothing Jun Zizai are cut from the same cloth. Bah! He cursed incessantly in his heart. Yet, Junzi understood that despite his anger, he still needed to win back Jun Zhanlan's favor. Now was not the time for a fallout. The secret realm was ablaze with fierce battles. Meanwhile, far away in the Qinglong dynasty's martial house, tranquility reigned. Recently, Jun Biao had remained at home, not daring to venture outside. The destruction of the Xian Medicine Pavilion had become a thorn in her heart. From a young age, she had been regarded as a prodigy, a 6th-grade alchemist at a tender age, having founded the Xian Medicine Pavilion herself, earning her widespread acclaim among countless powerful figures. Thus, Jun Biao placed great importance on her status and identity. With the pavilion's downfall and the ensuing scandal, she had taken a hiding, afraid to show her face. Fortunately, after a period of recuperation, she gradually emerged from the shadows. I wonder how Sixth Sister is faring. She set aside her needlework and gracefully entered another courtyard. The flower tablet at her waist shimmered slightly. Releasing its restrictions, Jun Wenin sat in the back courtyard's pavilion, clutching a brush, yet it trembled incessantly. The Xian paper on the table was filled with verses of quiet night thoughts, scattered everywhere. Simultaneously, blood lingered at the corner of her lips. Her eyes clouded with gloom and pain. As she continued to write fervently, it seemed she sought to alleviate the turmoil within her through writing, yet it became her shackles, intensifying her suffering. Observing this, Jun Biao rushed over. Sixth Sister, what ails you? Jun Wenin's mind was in disarray. She faced an insurmountable obstacle in her heart, desperately attempting to overcome it, yet it only grew larger, transforming into a wall within her soul. Suppressed, unresolved emotions, breathless. It felt as though she might perish at any moment. This is terrible. I have fallen into madness. Jun Biao's expression shifted in alarm as she hastily retrieved a 5th-grade spirit pill, the spirit exorcism pill, and placed it into Jun Wenin's mouth, urging her to swallow. Soon, a dark, murky aura enveloped Jun Wenin. After a while, she exhaled heavily, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked at her elder sister. Sister, tell me, does Jun Zizai possess a flower tablet? Did he steal our flower tablet to make a copy, then return it to you? Tell me, is it true? She grasped her elder sister's arm with an almost frantic desperation. Yearning for the answer that dwelled in her heart, Jun Biao's eyes reddened instantly. She knew. Sixth Sister must have uncovered something, realizing that Jun Zizai was not as malicious as believed. As they grew older, their parents, in an effort to protect their privacy, specifically crafted the flower tablets for them. However, Zizai had been in the Wuman dynasty for 7 years by then. How could he possibly possess a flower tablet? Upon returning, he lived in a doghouse outside, only permitted to enter the servants' quarters. How could he have obtained a flower tablet? Jun Biao's emotions surged, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Jun Wennin's eyes widened as tears trickled down the corners of her eyes, tracing her delicate cheeks, a sight so tender it tugged at one's heartstrings. I understand now. Zizai does not possess a flower tablet. It is utterly impossible for him to enter your chamber. Suddenly, Jun Biao realized, her eyes brightening. Those rays of sunlight surely do not belong to Zizai. He cannot possibly enter, right? The entire family can freely access the back courtyard, except for Z. As she spoke these words, Jun Biao and Jun Wennin exchanged glances, clearly perceiving the tremor in each other's eyes. Impossible. Z would never do such a thing. Jun Wennin vehemently resisted. Jun Biao bit her lip. I also do not believe Z would act in such a manner. Could it be his friend instead? Jun Wennin's gaze shifted, as if she had come to a realization. She recalled that her younger brother had a certain young master by his side, whose eyes held a peculiar glint. Could it possibly be him? Do you remember what you said? If you are wrong, you must kneel and apologize to Zizai. Jun Biao felt a surge of excitement, finally winning back one's sister's favor towards Zizai. Yet, Jun Wennin slightly turned her head, her voice cold and heavy. He lost only his dignity, but I lost my literary integrity. Do you not understand the weight of these two phrases? Jun Zizai is the true villain. It is precisely because he failed to clarify that I misjudged him, leading to the emergence of my inner demons. All of this is his fault. I am blameless. Chapter 61. Sisters tear each other apart. The Black Cauldron and Jade Pendant. Jun Wennin's almost accusatory words left Jun Biao frozen in place. I have devoted my life to the study of Confucianism, losing precious time with my family. Initially, I had achieved proficiency, but because of Yuan Yang's actions regarding my cherished possessions, my literary integrity was shattered and my standing diminished. If it were not for his concealment of the truth, would I have ended up in this state? He may not be the root cause, but should he not bear the majority of the responsibility? Tears streamed down Jun Wennin's face, yet she remained unyielding. Jun Biao could no longer bear to listen. Nonsense! Did you ever grant Zizai the opportunity to explain? You used a spirit talisman against him, and he was rendered speechless. After that, you left and never saw him again. Tell me, how could he explain himself? Her expression contorted with rage, she shouted vehemently. Jun Wennin, in a fit of emotion, crushed the brush in her hand, her gaze resolute. Thus, I despise him. I resent him for returning. Slap. Her head jerked violently to the side, her dark hair cascading down as a crimson handprint bloomed on her face. Jun Biao gasped, unable to contain her fury, delivering a resounding slap. You, who have read the sacred texts, have dedicated yourself to Confucianism. You reject the truth and spout nonsense. All those years of study have gone to waste. You are a disgrace to scholars. Today, Jun Biao unleashed her fury, utterly uncontrollable. Jun Wennin trembled at those words. Tears flowing freely like a torrential flood, in the next moment, Jun Biao seized her shoulders, whispering fiercely. When you were hurt by love, you cast aside poetry and books, wishing never to return to Confucianism. Poetry and literature lay scattered outside the martial house, and it was Zizai who picked them up page by page. We all believed you would forsake Confucianism, yet he was the only one who believed in you. He bore poison within, his roots damaged, suffering at our hands, yet his heart remained steadfast in love for us. To utter such blasphemous words today, do you not feel guilty? Do you not feel that you disgrace the path of the sages? Each word struck deep, piercing Jun Wennin's literary integrity. Jun Wennin, once again spitting blood, her beautiful eyes now filled with a haunting sharpness. Elder sister, are you truly so innocent? With that remark, Jun Biao's voluptuous figure trembled. Her eyes filled with panic and urgency. The scars on Zizai's back were all from your own hand, even soaked in salt water. You have not forgotten, have you? Each lash was struck with such cruelty. Have you forgotten? If we are to speak the truth, then Jun Zizai is indeed too lowly. After all we have done to him, he still does not resist. He must harbor ill intentions. Tears welled up in June Wanin's eyes, her lips curling in derision, her entire being a portrait of extreme distortion. Instead of engaging in self-reflection, you dare to speak ill of me, your elder sister? Do you possess any semblance of respect? June Biao's composure faltered, prompting her to invoke her own status. Yet, June Wanin was impervious to such tactics. After all, your situation is hardly superior. The quarrel between the two sisters escalated, their voices rising in a cacophony that left the servants bewildered. Typically, Miss Wanin is the epitome of tranquility, while Miss Biao embodies grace. How is it that they now resemble shrews in a public dispute? In short order, Murong Binger, somewhat disheveled, burst into the courtyard, interposing herself between the two cherished daughters. What disgraceful behavior! If outsiders were to overhear, they might mistake you for raucous harpies. Had she not arrived in time, a physical altercation would surely have ensued. Meanwhile, not far off, a figure observed the scene with a sullen expression. It was Wei Wan, his demeanor darkened, as if his affairs had been abruptly interrupted, leaving him exceedingly displeased. Let them bicker, let them create a ruckus. Once Ji returns, they will revert to being obedient as hounds. A cold smile crept upon Wei Wan's lips, and he adjusted his trousers, clearly relishing the unfolding drama at Inzidu. Where one could find an array of sundry shops, Jun Zizai sat in meditation, introspecting upon his dantian. At present, the spiritual energy had transformed from a liquid state into an irregular solid form, reminiscent of clay molded by a child, each piece distinct in shape. This signified the manifestation of spiritual energy necessary for ascending to the rank of a great martial master, second rank. Upon opening his eyes, Jun Zizai was filled with profound admiration. His cultivation speed now surpassed that of his childhood. In those days, whether through elixirs or rare treasures, time was invariably required for refinement. This was an unavoidable aspect of every martial artist's journey. Unless one possessed a devouring ability akin to that of the realm goddess spirit, all must diligently refine their resources. However, with the chaos furnace now active, resources refine themselves autonomously. Jun Zizai bore no burden of concern. It is worth noting that not long ago, Jun Zizai sensed the dissipating aura of a separation talisman. This indicated that Xiaohao had encountered peril within the Shanghai secret realm. Yet, Jun Zizai did not overly concern himself with it. As the saying goes, one should act as circumstances allow, leaving everything to fate. Should Xiaohao ultimately meet his demise, Jun Zizai would be powerless to assist, merely able to request his entry into the merit banner. Speaking of the merit banner, it currently consisted of only one principal component, the pole fashioned from the spine of the Mo Yuqilan. It resided within Jun Zizai's sea of consciousness, nurtured slowly by his spiritual energy, a technique imparted by Chao Pang known as the method of nurturing all things. As for other materials, he had yet to uncover any leads. Ideally, they would be of heavenly rank, facilitating future enhancements. Jun Zizai mused, better to have fewer but of quality than many of poor caliber. Master, are you busy? A cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing it, Jun Zizai felt a twinge of exasperation. In recent times, Chen Daoquan had taken to visiting him with irritating frequency. While one might call it a close camaraderie, it could just as easily be deemed a nuisance. The reason was simple. He wished for Jun Zizai to become the saint son of the Yaoguang sacred land. This was a prestigious title coveted by the most exceptional prodigies throughout the northern spirit domain and beyond. A dream for countless talents, yet Jun Zizai had outright declined. This left Chen Daoquan perplexed, akin to a billionaire offering his child as paternity test to a stranger, pleading for them to inherit billions. Anyone else would be overwhelmed with excitement. Why would someone refuse such an offer? Unbeknownst to him, Jun Zizai relished his current life. Wealth flowed in, and his cultivation advanced steadily. Why engage in conflict with others? Old sir, I am inherently lazy. Perhaps it is best to let this matter rest. Observing Chen Daoquan's rising impatience, Jun Zizai shifted his approach. Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly visit the sacred land as a guest. How does that sound? Chen Daoquan felt a twinge of disappointment but did not press the issue further, hastily presenting a black ding jade pendant to Jun Zizai. This is a token. Keep it well. When you encounter anyone from the Yaoguang sacred land, They will recognize it, he said with a smile. Jun Zizai accepted it with anod was merely a pendant, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Seeing him accept it, Chun Dao Quan felt a sense of satisfaction and clasped his hands. There are matters to attend to at the sacred land. I shall take my leave. Take care, old sir. Jun Zizai replied, escorting him out. As Chun Dao Quan made his way to the city gates of Zidu, his expression soured. Damn it, why must outsiders arrive at this time? They are bound to ruin my plans. His surroundings warped violently as he disappeared like a specter. Inside the sundry shop, Jun Zizai stored the pendant away, preparing to forge a new spiritual talisman. 12 talismans, named after the 12 zodiac signs. How intriguing! He perused the Wushan Chaos book, suddenly intrigued. At that very moment, the distant expanse of the 3,000 mountains and seas was on the brink of a final celebration. Chapter 62. Jun Zhanlan's perspective shift. The Shanghai secret realm had been open for half a year. During this time, martial artists had come and gone, with countless casualties. Within the depths of the realm lay innumerable perilous locations, growing increasingly terrifying the further one ventured. Even beasts of the martial saint realm had appeared, leading to the immediate annihilation of a premier sect of the Zhuge dynasty. Truly a horrific sight. However, the more dangerous the locale, the more likely immense opportunities accompanied it. For instance, an elderly martial king fortuitously acquired a mysterious fruit, consuming it and thereby reverting to youth, even breaking through a significant realm to ascend to martial emperor. Others obtained a beast's bones, from which they comprehended a heavenly rank martial technique, dominating many martial artists and gazing down upon their peers with disdain. Some, pursued and desperate, fell into a dark pool, only to become possessed in the moment of mockery, wielding extraordinary blade techniques and slaughtering 79 foes. Truly tyrannical. Such opportunities were abundant, yet on average, only one emerged for every tens of thousands of martial artists. The probability was exceedingly low. The majority of martial artists became ensnared in perilous traps or encountered formidable beasts, leading to their untimely demise. The imperial sects were acutely aware of this, which is why they refrained from reckless actions and instead retreated from the Shanghai secret realm. Outside the tents encircling the Shanghai secret realm, many martial sovereigns and martial venerates from various dynasties convened. They sensed the mounting pressure from the realm and recognized that collaboration was essential for continued advancement. Do you intend to remain cowering in the rear? As strong individuals, we must defy the heavens, not seek comfort. We must unite swiftly, or face unforeseen consequences. Be aware that the sacred land has yet to make an appearance. Jun Xiangtian crossed his arms, exuding an aura of dominance, his gaze piercing as it swept over the assembly. Many nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. The dark moon martial venerate raised her moonlit eyes. Her tone calm. How shall we allocate the heavenly materials and treasures we obtain? To think of distribution before even acquiring anything. Dark moon martial venerate, are you losing your wits? Jun Xiangtian scoffed. Unperturbed, the dark moon martial venerate retorted with mockery. Oh, so we shall exert ourselves together, and all that we obtain will belong to your Qinglong dynasty. You? Jun Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback, his fury simmering in his gaze. Collaboration was acceptable, but a distribution plan must be presented. The Zhuge dynasty's Mo Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Jun Xiangtian. Let us not have internal strife later. We, the Huangquan sect, do not consent to this alliance. At that moment, Huang Xiuhuang, the sect leader of Huangquan, and the Qingjian martial venerate of the Great Sword King sect voiced their refusals in unison. Jun Xiangtian, already irate, bellowed. If you refuse to collaborate, then leave. Spare us your incessant prattle. You arrogant fool, Jun Xiangtian. Were it not for your Qinglong dynasty's ambush, would I have allowed you to seize the Dark Domain's golden dragon bone? Huang Xiu retorted. Equally unyielding, the Qingjian martial venerate's gaze turned icy. Who among you would wish to ally with someone who stabs from behind? Go ahead if you wish. Their words swayed many powerful figures, causing uncertainty to creep into their hearts. The Jun family elders scoffed. If you have the guts, then reclaim it. All you do is flap your gums like a woman. Very well, if that is how you wish to play it. Huang Xiu laughed in rage. I, too, shall forego exploring the Shanghai secret realm and fixate on your Qinglong dynasty's underhanded tactics. How do you like that? Huang Xiu, you seek death, Jun Shangtian pointed an accusatory finger, his aura radiating with the illusion of 9 azure dragons. As the formidable dragon slayer Marshal Venerate and the highest military authority of the Qinglong dynasty, how could he swallow this indignity? Seeing this, the others hastily intervened. They had no desire for conflict before an agreement was reached, lest they inadvertently benefit other martial artists. If one were to delve into their true feelings, they held a deep disdain for the Qinglong dynasty, viewing them as nouveau riche, oblivious to their humble beginnings a mere decade prior. The tents buzzed with chaos, mirroring the turmoil outside. Yet, none of this concerned Jun Zhanlan. With murderous intent gnawing at her soul and the heaviness of despair weighing upon her brow. Even though she had taken elixirs to mend her wounds, her heart lay shattered like broken glass, beyond repair. She resolved to withdraw at that moment. Jun Yunxin and Jun Miaodong arrived with Jun Zi in tow. Jun Zi fell to his knees with a thud, his face a mask of remorse, tears streaming down his cheeks. Second sister, I truly did not mean it. If punishment is in order, then let it fall upon me. I bear no resentment. If you harbor hatred for me, then strike me, scold me. Just do not bottle it up inside. Grant me another chance, and I would rather endure the lightning strikes than allow you. Second sister, to suffer even a scratch. Jun Yunxin and Jun Miaodong were brought to tears by his words, reflecting on the kindness they had shown in their past lives to deserve such a wonderful brother. Second sister, please forgive him, Jun Yunxin implored, wiping away her tears. Zi truly did not mean it, Jun Miaodong added in support. Jun Zhanlan turned to regard her 2 sisters, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Forgive him? Certainly. Really? Second sister, you truly wish to forgive me? Junji restrained his tears, and amidst his overwhelming joy, felt a deep sense of pride within. You shall never escape from my grasp. Yet, the next words spoken by Jun Zhanlan rendered the 3 of them instantly rigid. The thunderous wrath still lingers. If you enter and are struck down to the brink of death, I shall forgive you. Jun Zhanlan chuckled coldly. Junji wore an expression of discomfort. Recalling the furious visage of thunder from that time, it seemed as if it could have cleaved him in 2. To resist with mere flesh and blood would surely lead to utter destruction. What are you afraid now? Heh, you truly are my dear brother. Did you not plead for my forgiveness? How is it that you dare to speak yet falter in action? Jun Zhanlan continued her mockery. At last, she discerned the truth. Junji was merely a wolf cloaked in the guise of piety, having deceived her for years. Contemplating this revelation, a tremor coursed through her heart, and the image of Jun Zi's eye flickered in her mind. Could it be that all past events were merely misunderstandings? Have I misjudged Zi's eye? Upon hearing her words, Junji felt a surge of pent-up frustration, his neck veins bulging as he nearly lost control. Very well, if my second sister wishes to see, then I shall go. He wept and roared, his expression akin to one willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for Jun Zhanlan. Jun Miaotong and Jun Yun hurriedly intervened, insisting he must not go. Jun Zhanlan averted her gaze, her face a mask of disdain. Do not feign innocence before me. I shall not fall for such ruse again. The 3 were incredulous. What has caused second sister to change so suddenly? In that instant, a magnificent and solemn radiance illuminated the distant horizon, engulfing the entire mountain and sea secret realm. The previously quarrelsome powerhouses fell silent, their faces paling in an instant. The sacred land of Yaoguang has arrived. In the boundless sky, a colossal beast, akin to a sacred mountain, descended, its body shimmering in golden hues, adorned with 3 lion heads, atop which stood the sacred lord of Yaoguang and others. Yet, the sacred lord appeared exceedingly respectful, for before him stood an unassuming figure, with brows that melded as one. His gaze, when opened and closed, seemed capable of perceiving the dualities of existence, piercing through illusions. The imperial sects were taken aback. Who is this person? The esteemed sacred lord is treating him with such deference. Excellent, this is precisely what I have been searching for. The enigmatic figure nodded in satisfaction. The sacred lord ingratiatingly smiled. It is our honor to bring you here, Elder Lin. Elder Lin surveyed the warriors within the mountain and sea's secret realm, proclaiming loudly, "You have plundered enough during these days, have you not?" With that, a terrifying pressure descended, subduing the gathered champions. They dared not utter a word. Jun Xiang Tian and the others were struck with alarm, immediately bowing low, not daring to utter a single word. "Ha ha ha, just a jest?" Elder Lin suddenly laughed. "I intend to relocate this secret realm. Do you have any objections?" The crowd wore expressions of bitter amusement. Did they dare to raise any? With a mere breath, he could annihilate them. Based on conjecture, this individual was undoubtedly not merely a martial emperor, but a being far more formidable. Jun Xiang Tian kept his head low, his face twitching with anger as he muttered, "Damn it, how contemptible it is to wield power to bully the weak. Truly tyrannical, lacking the demeanor of a true powerhouse." Jun Miao Tong murmured softly. As they spoke, Jun Miao Tong erected a barrier, for they dared not voice such sentiments aloud. At that moment, Elder Lin's gaze slowly shifted, landing upon the Qinglong dynasty, as if he could hear their murmurs. And his smile took on a sinister edge. "We shall take our leave now, lest we disturb the elder." The Dark Moon martial sovereign of the Wuman dynasty offered a respectful farewell. The Zhuge dynasty, Xuanwu dynasty, and other sects began summoning their disciples and kin within the secret realm, preparing to withdraw immediately. Elder Lin spoke abruptly. "You may leave at your leisure, but these individuals must remain." The crowd followed his pointed finger, their eyes landing upon the Qinglong dynasty. Instantly, many displayed amused expressions. The Qinglong dynasty, however, was gripped by sheer panic. "It's over. Could it be that our words within the barrier were overheard?" The atmosphere outside the mountain and sea secret realm became instantly oppressive, though this only applied to the Qinglong dynasty. The other imperial sects breathed in relief. Jun Xiang Tian was in a frenzy, kneeling on the ground and exclaiming, "Elder Lin, we were ignorant and spoke thoughtlessly. We beseech your forgiveness, Elder Lin. This foolish child is as dull as a pig. We hope you can overlook our transgressions." The clan elders also knelt, if not now, then when? With but a thought, he could reduce them to ashes. Elder Lin's smile was wickedly gleeful, filled with mockery. "Now, produce the resources you acquired within. Not a single one may remain, or else you shall wish you were never born." "Indeed." Jun Xiang Tian hastily nodded, bellowing at his children. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and hand them over." Junji felt utterly wronged. After all his efforts to obtain rare treasures and martial techniques, must he relinquish them all? Jun Yun and Jun Zhanlan wasted no time, immediately complying, while Jun Miao Tong trembled in terror. Having contributed to the dispute, now panicking in an instant, treasures piled upon the ground like a mountain, eliciting pangs of envy from the onlookers. "Hey, do not forget the Dark Domain Golden Dragon Bone," Huang Xiao and Qing Jian martial sovereign timely reminded them. Jun Xiang Tian nearly exploded with rage, but could only force a strained smile as he tossed out the Dark Domain Golden Dragon Bone. Boom! A heavy sound resounded. A complete dragon bone crashed to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath it, revealing its immense weight. Junji could no longer remain composed. This was meant to be used for condensing the royal wings, and now it was lost without a trace? Damn it! How could that old fool and that wretched woman be so insufferably caustic? The Huangquan sect and the Great Sword King sect erupted in raucous laughter at the sight. Delightful, truly delightful. Previously, the Qinglong dynasty had ambushed them, mocking them for not daring to reclaim their resources. Now, the tides have turned. A moment of caustic words led to a total loss of resources, an exquisite case of poetic justice. Jun Xiang Tian felt as though his back teeth were about to grind to dust. He longed to slay those individuals. "What? Are you feeling quite dissatisfied?" Elder Lin's figure flickered, confronting Jun Xiang Tian's contorted visage. The clan elders hastily bowed their heads. "Elder Lin, how could you say such a thing? This wretch must surely be feeling quite aggrieved." With that, they kicked Jun Xiang Tian, pressing his head to the ground. "Now that's more like it. I am indeed a tyrant, one who relishes in wielding power to oppress others." I also take pleasure in watching you grovel like dogs, too terrified to speak back to me. Unpleasant. Is it? Then hold it in. By the way, my name is Lin Hao. I welcome your revenge upon me. Ha 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 ha. Elder Lin's laughter rang out, hearty and unrestrained. Elder, how could you say such things? The entirety of the Qinglong dynasty bowed with forced smiles. Though they felt humiliated, suffocated, and filled with rage, they dared not express it. Elder Lin had initially intended to continue punishing them, even to annihilate them entirely, but upon noticing the lack of fortune surrounding them, he promptly changed his mind. Human fortune once diminished is difficult to restore. Be gone. I look forward to your future days, which will surely be particularly eventful. May the heavens ensure you reap what you sow. A bunch of wretched beings. Elder Lin waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a pack of stray dogs. The Qinglong dynasty felt as though they had been reborn, scrambling to their feet, summoning the Qinglong treasure ship and rushing inside in a panic. As for Elder Lin's words, they scarcely registered, feeling only the relief of survival. Esteemed ones, opportunities arise and fade. One must know contentment. Elder Lin surveyed the crowd, proclaiming with a booming voice, "Thank you, Elder." Apart from the Qinglong dynasty, the other warriors clasped their fists in gratitude, calling out in unison. Even if they felt reluctant, they had no choice but to depart. Just then, from afar, aboard the Qinglong treasure ship, Jun Xiang Tian was entirely flushed with rage, seething to the core. This roar of fury unleashed his pent-up wrath. While everyone else basked in rewards, the Qinglong dynasty had plummeted from heights to depths. A profound humiliation, lost in thought, Jun Xiang Tian suddenly felt dizzy. He tilted his head back, blood spurting forth. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the martial warriors, Xiao Hao bore a relieved smile. Thanks to Jun Zizai's timely assistance, the subsequent endeavor to seize resources had gone remarkably smoothly. This outing had yielded tremendous gains. Not only had he successfully advanced to the martial king realm, but he had also stepped into the fourth tier. With astonishing cultivation speed, he gazed at the receding Qinglong treasure ship, gently rubbing the black-spotted ring on his finger. Were it not for my benefactor, I would not have achieved this day. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in Xiao Hao's mind. Young one, we are fated. I bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. For countless martial warriors, the mountain and sea secret realm is fraught with peril. Yet it harbors chances that can alter one's destiny. I believe that after this event, innumerable strong warriors will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. In the mountain and sea secret realm, the bones of dragons lay buried. Here, a towering ancient blue lotus stood, soaring to the heavens, exuding infinite Tao rhythms, like starlit droplets cascading down, ever elusive. When Elder Lin stepped into this realm, his eyes widened in shock, frantically searching around, yet found nothing. Who is it? Who the hell stole the peaches? When the lifespan of the hybrid blue lotus reaches its end, it shall surely drop the Tao seed nurtured for millennia. Damn it! Where has my blue lotus imperial Tao seed gone? Elder Lin fumed, his face twisted in anger, his eyes flickering with suspicion. Could it be those imperial sects? Impossible. They couldn't even traverse the 10 absolute lands. How could they reach the bones of dragons? Could it be that the nurturing failed? Elder Lin sighed deeply. How shall I explain this upon my return? He was utterly unable to accept this outcome. It is important to note that the Qinglian imperial Tao seed is a priceless treasure coveted by realm deities. Its emergence would inevitably incite fierce competition among the various realms, truly outrageous. Old ancestor Lin fell silent. In the Qingtian Empire, the capital city was engulfed in torrential rain, cascading down with the wind, akin to a day of purification for all things. The servants within the martial estate seized a moment of respite, sitting beneath the eaves, gazing at the drumming rain. The droplets echoed against the azure bricks, flower pots, trees, and greenery, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of nature's symphony, compelling one to close their eyes and indulge in relaxation. At that moment, a solitary figure stood outside the martial estate. She was soaked to the skin, her black hair clinging to her neck and face, appearing as if she had lost her very soul. Lu Zhong, upon noticing, exclaimed in surprise, Miss Ziyue, were you not at the War God Palace? Why are you without an umbrella? Hearing the concern in the steward's voice, June Ziyue lifted her head and could no longer contain her tears. Sobbing uncontrollably, her cries were loud, helpless, and even somewhat hysterical. Lu Zhong's lips twitched slightly. What kind of performance was this? Typically, it was June Ziyue who bullied others. What prompted her to act so irrationally today? Chapter 64. June Ziyue's Extraordinary Maneuvering. June Ziyue had returned. Soaked in the downpour, she wept bitterly, evoking a wave of sympathy from Morong Binger and her companions. Even after entering the martial estate, changing out of her drenched garments, and using a spirit talisman to dry her delicate form, she remained seated, continuously sobbing. Morong Binger enveloped her in an embrace, gently stroking her hair, her voice tender. "Don't worry, dear, your mother is here, and no one can bully you." "Who is responsible for secretly protecting Ziyue? Step forward." June Biao's voice was laced with fury as she commanded. As her words fell, a figure descended from the void, kneeling on the ground. "It is I, your subordinate." She appeared to be around 40 years old, with the strength of a third-tier martial emperor, always ensuring June Ziyue's safety whenever she ventured out. What on earth had transpired? June Biao scrutinized her, her piercing gaze amplifying the pressure on the latter. "Sister, it has nothing to do with her. I encountered some issues at the War God Palace." June Ziyue choked out. Was she concerned that her protector might divulge the truth? Or was she merely preparing to embellish the narrative? June Biao waved her hand in annoyance, and the third-tier martial emperor sighed inwardly before turning to leave. June Wenyin gently wiped away Ziyue's tears, softly asking, "Sister, tell us, who has wronged you? We will stand up for you." June Ziyue looked at her mother and sisters, feeling a warmth in her heart. Having family was truly wonderful, for no matter how great the grievance, they would always stand by her. "I am now completely isolated by the War God Palace." She felt aggrieved and began recounting the truth. Upon her return to the War God Palace, she had prepared to shine brilliantly within the War God Tower, becoming the most dazzling and beautiful presence among the inner sect. However, when June Ziyue extended invitations to her friends, none were willing to team up with her, all distancing themselves. Even those sycophants, once eager to curry favor, now refused to grovel. This left June Ziyue feeling as though the sky had fallen. Who was she? The treasure of the June family, the daughter of the Dragon Slayer martial sovereign, with such prestigious identities. She had once flaunted her power in the War God Palace, and none dared to provoke her. But now, everyone shunned her, alienated her, isolated her. It was as if June Ziyue herself had become a pariah, not only causing disgust but also evoking nausea. For someone who had long been cherished, praised, and flattered, this was an unbearable and profoundly sorrowful state. Typically, receiving such treatment would incite June Ziyue's fury, compelling her to immediately inform her parents and seek justice. The reason she had only returned now was because of someone she admired at the War God Palace. Luo Cheng, the offspring of the Thunder Martial Sovereign, possessed extraordinary talent and was strikingly handsome. Once, when June Ziyue had secretly peered at him bathing, a single glance had confirmed her belief that he was to be her future husband. A few days prior, when she was tasked with an assignment, she had promptly invited Luo Cheng to team up, but the look he had given her was one she would never forget: utter revulsion, as if he had seen dog excrement on the street. Not only was he disgusted, but he also felt as though there were flies buzzing around it. "Could you please keep your distance? Every time I see you, I feel ill all over. Leave. Don't associate with such a person." Luo Cheng had led the effort to distance himself from June Ziyue. She watched helplessly as everyone turned their backs on her, feeling utterly alone, so helpless and wronged that she wanted to weep. In the following days, whenever anyone encountered June Ziyue, they either mocked her coldly or hurled insults, which led her to explode in fury, only to be repeatedly challenged to duels, suffering defeat after defeat, enduring endless ridicule. Even her daily resources were seized by other female disciples, justified under the pretense of management. Upon hearing this, Morong Binger and her daughters were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes wide with fury. How dare they isolate my sister without cause in the war god palace and even orchestrate bullying against her? Do they think the Jun family is weak? This is intolerable. It seems the war god palace has no intention of establishing roots in the Qingtian Empire. They sneered. Observing her family's expressions, Jun Ziwe felt warmth in her heart. This was family. This was camaraderie. The war god palace even expelled you. Jun Biao, seeing that Jun Ziwe bore no visible injuries, suppressed her inner fire and inquired once more. Jun Ziwe hesitated, lowering her head. Yes, because of that person. Noticing her stammering, Jun Biao scolded, "Tell me the truth." Chastised by her sister, Jun Ziwe burst into tears anew and promptly revealed the facts. After being ostracized by the war god palace, in an effort to win back Luo Cheng, she had stealthily entered his quarters late at night. Jun Ziwe held a profound confidence in herself. Thus, when Luo Cheng returned, she had disrobed, bathing in the moonlight, displaying her exquisite form. However, Luo Cheng had shown no interest and had immediately summoned the law enforcement elder. At that moment, Jun Ziwe panicked, realizing she had no choice but to flee the war god palace under the cover of night. Upon hearing this, Morong Binger, Jun Biao, and Jun Wenin were left speechless, their expressions filled with disbelief. Have you lost your mind? You, the esteemed daughter of the Jun family, actually resorted to the behavior of a courtesan to entice a man. Jun Ziwe, are you out of your wits? The reputation of the Jun family is paramount. How can you engage in such disgraceful acts? How will we ever face anyone again after this? Despicable. How could a young lady act in such a manner? Even if one were to engage in such actions, it must be mutual affection. Do you think you are so irresistible that no one else will do? The three women were seething with rage. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Not only did it bring shame upon Jun Ziwe, it also cast a shadow over the entire Jun family and the Qingtian Empire. Jun Ziwe, however, was equally furious. I don't care. I will marry no one but Luo Cheng. I want him. What is wrong with doing this for the man I love? I am independent, I am rational, and I am not foolish. I know exactly what I am doing. What is wrong with fighting for my love? She cried, tears streaming down her face as she shouted defiantly. Morong Binger trembled with rage, pointing at her as if she wished to pierce her through. Jun Biao, too, felt the urge to strike her but had to maintain her composure. Mother, this matter cannot be exposed. Otherwise, our Jun family's reputation will surely suffer. Indeed. You must remain quiet and stay here. You are not to go anywhere. Morong Binger concurred, glaring at Jun Ziwe with fierce intensity. Just as Jun Ziwe was about to retort, Lu Zhong deliberately intensified his footsteps to signal a reminder. Madam, ladies, the master and young master have returned. He announced with a bow. Morong Binger and Jun Biao rose, leaving Jun Wenin to keep an eye on this reckless girl, to prevent her from causing further trouble. Jun Ziwe gritted her teeth slightly. Her mother and sisters were not on her side, but her father surely would be. In this family, her father was the one who cherished her the most. In the hall, the expressions of Jun Xiangtian and others were grim. Upon witnessing this, Morong Binger became even more resolute in her decision not to disclose Ziwe's situation to them. There were already many distressing matters in the family. If they all surfaced at once, it would be unbearable for anyone. After a moment of contemplation, Morong Binger decided to engage in casual conversation to lighten the mood. However, before she could even begin, a piercing wail erupted from behind. Father, you must seek justice for little Ziwe. Chapter 65. Don't be afraid, my dear. Father will avenge you. Jun Xiangtian had barely settled into his seat when he was met with his daughter's loud cries. Instantly feeling a surge of annoyance, isn't Ziwe at the war god palace? Why has she returned? He inquired in a deep voice. And no sooner had he spoken than Jun Ziwe dashed into the hall. Her large eyes swollen and red from crying, causing what had initially been irritation in Jun Xiangtian to swiftly dissolve into compassion. Among the 6 daughters of the Jun family, each was his precious gem. None could be wronged without consequence, lest they incur the wrath of the dragon slayer martial sovereign. Jun Biao sighed heavily, feeling that all hope was lost. Morong Binger remained silent, a throbbing pain at her temples. Subsequently, Jun Wenin entered the hall, raising her hands in exasperation, her face innocent. Jun Ziyue flung herself into her father's embrace, weeping profusely as she recounted her tragic experiences at the War God Palace. Naturally, she omitted the part about disrobing. That foolish, infatuated heart of hers had calmed somewhat, fully aware that revealing such a matter would lead to her demise. As expected, Jun Shangtian's hair stood on end with fury as he smashed the stone table with a single slap. Do they think there is no one in the Jun family? How dare the War God Palace brazenly bully my precious daughter? They shall pay dearly for this. Don't be afraid, my darling. Father will avenge you. Even Jun Zi's gaze turned cold as he rubbed the ring on his finger repeatedly. It seems the War God Palace has grown bold, taking advantage of the recent turmoil in our Qingtian Empire. No longer hiding their hypocritical face. Just wait, War God Palace. I will make you pay dearly. Jun Shangtian abruptly rose to his feet, grasping Ziyue's hand and striding purposefully outside. Junji hastily followed, exclaiming, Father, I shall accompany you. No need, Jun Shangtian replied. You have just ascended to the 9th rank of Martial King. It is a time for you to consolidate your strength. He cast a glance at Murong Binger and others. A faint smile gracing his lips. This child has achieved much. Once I seek justice for Ziyue, I shall ensure the dynasty gathers the utmost imperial wings for him. Excellent. Murong Binger instantly forgot all else. Her eyes solely focused on Junji. Why dear? You make your mother so proud. Jun Zhanlan's expression remained impassive as he silently clenched his fists. Jun Biao and Jun Wenin exchanged only 4 smiles. In contrast, Jun Yunxin and Jun Miaodong applauded with smiles. Jun Ziyue expressed her gratitude, a hint of surprise in her demeanor. Jun Ji scratched his head, appearing bashful from the praise, yet internally brimming with pride. The family exhibited a tapestry of expressions, each harboring their own calculations. I shall make a swift visit and return shortly, Jun Shangtian said, his smile fading as he summoned the Azure Dragon treasure ship with a wave of his hand. I will accompany you, Jun Biao stated, her concern evident as she took Jun Ziyue along with her. The God of War Mountain. Within the God of War Palace, the Azure Dragon treasure ship dimmed its brilliance. Hovering ominously above the mountain, an overwhelming pressure of martial sovereigns spreading forth like a celestial entity descending, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Jun Shangtian stood at the bow, gazing down with fierce intensity. Leiji martial sovereign, come forth at once. His roar echoed like a dragon's call, resonating across the land, akin to a colossal beast awakening, threatening to obliterate all in its path. In an instant, the God of War Palace erupted in commotion. Everyone looked up at the ship beyond the protective array. Dragon Slayer martial sovereign? And that wretched Ziyue? How dare they return, to call for family upon feeling wronged? Quite the infantile behavior. Do they not realize their own shortcomings? Do we fear them? Yet, the inner disciples sneered, showing blatant disdain. Meanwhile, Leiji martial sovereign had returned from the mountain and sea's secret realm, retreating into a secluded chamber. Now at the 2nd rank of martial sovereign, his aura was long and unyielding, his strength having advanced further. Confronted by the fierce dragon slayer martial sovereign, he displayed not an ounce of fear, instead revealing a sinister grin. I've been waiting for you. Today, let us see what kind of wretch you have raised. With a flicker of his form, Leiji martial sovereign appeared, leading the powerful members of the God of War Palace in the void. Upon seeing him, Jun Shangtian's face bore a mask of arrogance and contempt as he coldly remarked, Leiji martial sovereign, I have never wronged you. I even entrusted my daughter to the God of War Palace to foster a closer relationship between our families. Yet, you have the audacity to distance my daughter, bully her, insult her, and even harm her. Do you truly think my title of Dragon Slayer martial sovereign is given lightly? He roared like thunder, intent on avenging his daughter. Jun Ziyue gazed at Leiji martial sovereign, then at the inner disciples who had bullied her, lifting her chin, her eyes filled with pride and disdain. Leiji martial sovereign radiated with lightning, his gaze fixed on Jun Shangtian as he mockingly replied, She deserves it. What? Jun Shangtian was taken aback. You dare slander her? Your daughter has been arrogant and overbearing within the God of War Palace, humiliating countless outer disciples. She even caused a talented individual, on the brink of entering the inner circle, to suffer irreparable damage to his roots, leading to his psychological collapse and eventual suicide. Have you, as her father, been oblivious to her actions? Leiji Martial Sovereign typically turned a blind eye to such matters. But upon being informed by the elders, he could no longer remain ignorant. Given his relation to Jun Shui, he decided he could no longer tolerate it. This wretch must experience the cruelty of the world. Jun Xiangtian's gaze grew vacant, his neck stiffening as he turned to his precious daughter. Jun Ziyue recoiled, hastily retorting, "No, I did not do it." Upon witnessing her reaction, Jun Xiangtian discerned her guilt. Yet, she was still his daughter. What could he do but indulge her? Gritting his teeth, he countered, "Humph, it must be that the other party is ungrateful. Otherwise, how could my daughter act in such a manner?" The elders and disciples of the god of war palace were left speechless. How could a father utter such words? Truly, Leiji Martial Sovereign had lived for centuries without encountering such a deranged family. If you do not believe it, you may search Naitai's soul. Leiji Martial Sovereign's expression darkened. After all, he no longer wishes to live. Naitai pounded his fists against his head, his eyes fixated on Jun Ziyue, screaming in rage, "Jun Ziyue, it was you. You instructed Zhao Shu and me to cripple Jun's eye. You ordered us to sever his remaining 9 fingers and make him kneel and bark like a dog. We were to record it with a memory stone, ensuring he could never return home. You vile woman, you are more treacherous than a beast." Naitai's accusations echoed throughout the god of war palace, with disciples who had once ostracized Jun Ziyue now filled with loathing. Damn it, this woman is truly the worst of the worst. Treating her own brother so cruelly. Brother Luo Cheng was right. With a viperous woman nearby, disaster is certain. What enmity or hatred could exist between kin? The elder disciples were thrown into a state of uproar. To their astonishment, the seemingly delicate and beautiful Jun Ziyue harbored such a vile and malicious heart. Filled with dread, Jun Ziyue pointed at Naitai, emitting a series of furious shouts. "You're talking nonsense. Filthy trash, you're framing me. I want you dead." Jun Xiangtian gazed at Jun Ziyue, momentarily at a loss for words. The words he had just spoken pierced his heart like needles. "I shall search your soul." His voice was frigid, and no matter what, he had to uncover the truth. In a flurry, Jun Ziyue lunged forward, desperately clutching her father's sleeve, only for him to violently pull away, causing her to tumble to the ground. Perhaps at that moment, Jun Xiangtian's heart began to waver. He reached out, gripping Naitai's head, who, with a look of relief, murmured, "Finally, I can die." Search the soul. Fragments of memories replayed like a revolving lantern in Jun Xiangtian's mind. However, due to Naitai's extreme terror, his soul was severely damaged, allowing only glimpses of incomplete scenes. Jun Ziyue had promised the two that they would eliminate Jun's eye. Upon arriving at a small cottage and seeing Jun's eye's face, they sneered, intent on doing him harm. Fortunately, this was thwarted by someone. The Grand Elder, Jun Shui, intervened. Jun Xiangtian trembled violently, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The moment his hand loosened, an Naitai plummeted from the heavens. Never to make a sound again, silence ensued. The stillness at that moment was deafening. Jun Xiangtian slowly turned around, his eyes as cold as ice, blood-red and fixated on Jun Ziyue. No words were spoken. No punishment was enacted. Only those eyes, filled with disappointment. Jun Ziyue wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, kneeling on the ground, utterly at a loss. What to do? What should I do? She had never imagined such a day would come. Your entire Jun family is filled with the finest of trash. I have heard of Jun's eye, who has dedicated 20 years to the rise of the Qinglong dynasty, yet you treat him like a dog to be slaughtered? How absurd! Get lost. From this day forth, Jun Ziyue is no longer a disciple of my war god palace. The smile of the extreme thunder martial sovereign was laden with mockery. Witnessing Jun Xiangtian in such a wretched state was truly satisfying. Jun Ziyue clung desperately to Jun Xiangtian's leg, her tears marring her exquisite features, pleading, "Father, I was foolish. I made a small mistake." A trickle of blood tear escaped Jun Biao's eye, her murderous intent igniting. A small mistake. Slap! Jun Ziyue was sent flying by the force of the blow. She lay on the ground, wailing in agony, the imprint of a palm stark against her right cheek, blood trickling from her ear. Shut your mouth! Jun Xiangtian's face contorted grotesquely, his hands trembling. Leave! I cannot afford to lose face, or rather, from this day forth, the Jun family has become a laughingstock. Boom! The Qinglong treasure ship soared into the skies. Just as they had arrived in such a boastful manner, they departed in utter disgrace. The martial house. The hall was suffocatingly tense. Jun Ziyue continued to sob. She covered her cheeks, her tear-filled eyes pleadingly searching for her mother and the others. Hoping for their intercession, kneel. Yet Jun Xiangtian roared, like an enraged dragon. Everyone was taken aback. Reluctantly, Jun Ziyue knelt, her heart seething with hatred towards Jun Zizai. Why did you send someone to harm Jun Zizai? What wrong has he committed against you? Would his death bring you joy? Now, Jun Zizai cannot die. He is the holy dragon child, bearing the fortune of the Qinglong dynasty. Yes, I do not believe this. But with the dynasty in turmoil and the ministers grumbling, what can I do? But you? What gives you the right to kill him? Jun Xiangtian finally found an outlet for his pent-up rage. Screaming madly, upon hearing this, Murong Binger, Jun Zhanlan, and Jun Miaodong all felt their hearts race. Jun Zi appeared shocked on the surface, but internally lamented the missed opportunity. If only they had killed him, everything would have been resolved. Jun Yunxin shrank back, afraid to speak. After all, she was the one who had pinpointed Jun Zizai's location and incited her fifth sister to act. If one were to trace it back, she was indeed the root of the problem. Jun Ziyue, kneeling on the ground, was in disbelief as tears streamed down her face, looking at the father who had always cherished her. You're shouting at me? For a worthless piece of trash. You shout at me? You've never treated me this way throughout my life. Yes, I want to render him useless, to let him fend for himself. He has no talent, no ability. A waste is a waste. And he deserves to die. Hearing this, Jun Zhanlan's beautiful eyes filled with tears, rebuking, he is your brother, your blood brother. My only brother is Zi. I do not acknowledge this waste. Jun Zizai. Jun Ziyue retorted defiantly. She gasped for breath, her teeth clenched tightly. If only she had killed Jun Zizai back then instead of tormenting him. Murong Binger covered her mouth, weeping. Why? My precious daughter, why have you become like this? Jun Xiangtian trembled violently, his hand raised once more. You've gone too far. Do you even resemble a daughter anymore? As he spoke, he prepared to strike. But someone was quicker. Whoosh! The sound sliced through the air. Then, Jun Ziyue screamed as she leaped up from the ground, her palm frantically rubbing her sore bottom, panic-stricken as she looked at her elder sister. Jun Biyao, wielding a feather duster, infused with spiritual energy, advanced step by step towards Jun Ziyue. You wish to kill your own brother. You are the most venomous sister in this world. What has he done to deserve this? You wish to cripple his 9 fingers. Even ants strive for survival, yet you deny him even a chance to live, as she berated. She swung the feather duster, making Jun Ziyue jump and cry out, Sister, sister, please stop. It hurts. Jun Ziyue darted around the room, tears streaming down her face, her throat nearly hoarse from crying. But Jun Biao showed no signs of stopping, hitting harder and harder. Ultimately, she could only flee, with Jun Biao chasing after her, feather duster in hand. Instantly, the martial house descended into chaos, a scene of utter pandemonium. Chapter 67. What has happened to this family? The beast ring. Jun Ziyue had been struck dozens of times, blood seeping through, soaking her clothes. Yet she paid no mind, crying as she ran, glancing back occasionally to see if her sister was pursuing her. Bang! She stumbled over the threshold. Like a rubber ball, she rolled out of the martial house's grand door, landing in a disheveled heap, even tasting a mouthful of dog feces. It was from their own dog. Woe is me, I have feces in my mouth. How disgusting. I'm going to vomit. Jun Ziyue was on the verge of a breakdown, her usual arrogant demeanor replaced with despair, disgrace, and a foul stench. Passers-by were taken aback by the sight. the esteemed daughter of the Marshall house eating feces in the street? What a peculiar hobby. At that moment, Jun Biao caught up. Still fuming, she swung the feather duster at Jun Ziyue, her thighs, arms, and backside. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of spiritual energy crackling resonated. Over 100 strikes landing instantly on Jun Ziyue. Wah! Please stop, elder sister. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never talk back again. Wah! It hurts. Father, mother, brother. Please save me. Elder sister, elder sister. I am your dearest fifth sister. Jun Ziyue cried, her heart-wrenching screams echoing as the searing pain engulfed her, trying desperately to awaken her elder sister's affection through their sisterly bond. However, she was mistaken. Jun Biao had been holding back her anger for a while, and now that she had found an outlet, not a word could penetrate her resolve. To hell with sisterly love. After infusing the feather duster with spiritual energy, it grew thick and robust, striking Jun Ziyue until her flesh was raw, lying on the ground. Her mouth full of feces, Jun Ziyue cried out, curling up, not daring to retaliate. At that moment, fear gripped her. Was her elder sister trying to kill her? Apologize to Zizai. Jun Biao finally spoke. Jun Ziyue, fearing to refute any longer, regardless of whether feces would fall into her mouth, nodded frantically. I apologize. I apologize. Jun Shangtian's family stood at the entrance of the Marshall house. Seeing Jun Biao strike so fiercely, they refrained from intervening. At this moment, Jun Zi's eyes flicked with cunning. It was time for him to make his move. He lunged forward, sliding onto his knees. Elder sister, please stop. Fifth sister knows her mistake. If you wish to continue striking, then strike me instead. Fifth sister has already suffered enough injustice. Speaking thus, Jun Zi shielded Jun Ziyue with his body, exposing his back to Jun Biao. Jun Biao glared coldly at him, feeling an inexplicable wave of disgust rise within her. Jun Ziyue, however, was deeply touched. Good brother. Only you are willing to protect me. It's worth sending someone to cripple Jun Zizai. Indeed, Jun Zizai is nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Enough. Both Jun Shangtian and Morong Binger spoke simultaneously. Their precious daughter could be punished. Their dear son must not be harmed. Was this not already a grand enough spectacle? Get back inside. Jun Shangtian glared at Jun Ziyue in displeasure, waving his hand as he turned to return to the house. Jun Ziyue was helped up by Jun Zi, overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, I'm so grateful for you. As she spoke, something suddenly erupted from her mouth, splattering onto Jun Zi's clothes. His first instinct was to kill. Yet, years of feigned innocence honed his restraint, and he murmured, no need for thanks. Sigh. The gates of the Marshall house closed. However, the events that transpired would be impossible to hide, destined to spread at an astonishing speed. Back in the hall, a limping Jun Ziyue dared not sit, instead kneeling on the ground, inwardly cursing Jun Zizai 100,000 times. Go to the backyard and be confined for a month. Jun Xiang's anger had not yet completely dissipated, and he was too lazy to cast even a glance at Jun Ziyue. Jun Ziyue dared not utter a word, lowering her head in acquiescence. Father, please calm down. Fifth sister is inherently kind-hearted and innocent, and it is only natural for her to occasionally act out of line. Jun Zi, who had changed into a fresh set of clothes, spoke in a conciliatory tone. Morong Binger smiled brightly. My dear son is absolutely right. The punishment has been dealt, and Ziyue acknowledges her mistake. Let us leave the matter at that for now. Jun Xiangtian said, feeling somewhat fatigued and unwilling to discuss it further. However, Jun Biao, Jun Zhanlan, and Jun Miaodong had different thoughts. Jun Biao promptly interjected, Father, what about Zizai? Jun Xiangtian pinched his brow in frustration, his tone sharply descending. Indeed, Ziyue's actions were inappropriate, but ultimately, it is that rebellious child who has severed ties with the family, causing a multitude of troubles. Exactly, it is all Jun Ziyue's fault. Jun Biao attempted to argue. But the murderous glare from Jun Zhanlan silenced her immediately. Shouldn't we bring Zizai back? Jun Zhanlan was growing anxious. Since uncovering Jun Zi's hypocritical facade, he had come to realize that the former Jun Zizai was not as despicable as he had thought. More importantly, if Jun Zizai returned to the Jun family, Perhaps his own ancient flower could be revived. He had been away from the family for nearly a year, and they had no idea if he even planned to come back. Now that the world had learned of his departure and understood how the Qinglong dynasty had wronged him, they were all whispering behind their backs about the Jun family. The more this happened, the more that rebellious child remained hidden away, with malicious intentions directed at the Jun family. If they were to bring this wayward child back, wouldn't that confirm their mistreatment of him? Just mentioning it reignited Jun Xiangtian's fury. Murong Binger's gaze dimmed as she sighed softly. It is all my fault for inadequate guidance, turning our home into a place devoid of warmth, even leading to strife among siblings. If he returns, he must correct these vile habits. Otherwise, he shall not be allowed at the dining table. Her disappointment was palpable. It was not directed at Jun Ziyue, but rather at Jun Zizai. The expressions of Jun Biyao and the others were one of shock. Caught off guard, it was clear that Jun Ziyue had committed a grave error. So how had the blame shifted to Jun Zizai in the end? What had become of this family? Let us not dwell on these distressing matters. Jun Xiangtian turned to Jun Ziyi, his eyes brimming with affection. Ziyi, focus on solidifying your cultivation. In 7 days, I will condense the supreme royal wing for you. Yes, please rest assured, father. Jun Ziyi replied with a confident smile. At last, a smile graced Jun Xiangtian's face. Among the children of the martial house, this one was the only source of his peace of mind. With such a son, his heart was greatly comforted. He did not linger long and promptly entered the palace to report this matter to Jun Gaowu. Although the Qinglong dynasty had failed to obtain resources from the Shanhai secret realm, its foundation remained intact, preventing it from falling into utter despair. However, the recent months of natural disasters had left the national treasury depleted, causing Jun Gaowu both anger and headache. A 9th-rank martial king. Upon hearing of Jun Ziyi's rapid progress, he felt a surge of joy. Finally, there was a piece of good news, Jun Xiangtian cheerfully remarked. Ziyi has made some gains within the secret realm. Good, in 7 days, we shall condense the supreme royal wing. Jun Gaowu affirmed decisively. In the imperial palace, on the Grand Dragon stage, the weather today was bleak, with clouds and mist shrouding the sky. Jun Ziyi was meditating, his back adorned with wings of spiritual energy, gently swaying in the wind. Below stood the Jun family, royalty, and the clan elders. At this moment, Jun Ziyi opened his eyes, a fierce desire for conquest igniting within him. The mere title of Holy Dragon Son does not satisfy my ambitions. What I seek is the highest imperial throne. The Qinglong dynasty is merely the first step. Next is the North Spirit domain, and ultimately, I shall conquer the entire realm. Jun Ziyi's eyes gleamed with ambition as he caught sight of the inconspicuous Wei Wen below. Wei Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement and pride, silently proclaiming, "Reconstructing the glory of the White Tiger relies entirely on you, my child. Elders, let us commence." Jun Ziyi spoke slowly, exuding a powerful confidence. The elders nodded in agreement. Casting precious materials into the void, resources surged forth like an ocean, cascading towards the heavens. This scene evoked nothing but envy from the other princes. Jun Ziyi gazed at the rain of precious materials, subtly twirling his ring. Predecessor, is our promise genuine? Merely a supreme royal wing, a trivial matter. When you ascend to the martial emperor realm, do remember to restore my spirit and reforge my body. A roar of beasts resonated from the ring, filled with arrogance and disdain. This beast ring was a treasure Jun Ziyi had acquired from the Shanhai secret realm, yet he had never relinquished it. Within it lay a beast soul. It was precisely due to this that Jun Ziyi felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. Ha ha ha, let it come. Jun Ziyi laughed heartily, his laughter echoing like thunder, embodying an unparalleled grandeur. The royal wing is a symbol of the martial emperor. It is categorized into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. The higher the quality, the more precious materials are required, and the greater the difficulty of condensation. Most martial emperor experts, even if they were to exhaust their family fortunes, could only condense a lower-grade royal wing. Jun Zhanlan's royal wing is a middle-grade one. It is also known as the twin wings of the Scarlet Emperor, which can only be cultivated through long-term bloodshed. Once activated, a bloodthirsty aura engulfs 100 feet around, an extremely terrifying force. Each type of royal wing possesses unique advantages. Some excel in speed, others in defense, and some can be combined with martial techniques, unleashing extraordinary combat power. As the publicly acknowledged holy dragon son of the Qinglong dynasty, Jun Zi could not possibly condense a lower-grade royal wing. It must be supreme. While pondering, Jun Zi soared into the sky, collecting all the precious materials into his possession. Officially advancing to Martial Emperor, a thunderous roar erupted. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. Vast as the sea, leaving many in awe. Such a reservoir of spiritual energy surpassed the norm for a martial emperor, and yet Zi was merely at the martial king stage. The clan elders stroked their beards, sighing in admiration. The other elders wore expressions of satisfaction. With him in the future, we are fortunate. Jun Xiangtian and the others revealed proud expressions. Every word of praise from others was immensely gratifying to them. Only Jun Biao, Jun Zhanlan, and Jun Wenin wore complex expressions. Particularly Jun Zhanlan, who felt utterly confused. It was a good thing that her brother had talent, but the scenes that had unfolded in the Shanghai secret realm left her heart deeply chilled. In the void, Jun Zi closed his eyes, and deep, resonant roars echoed within him. Tiger roars, leopard howls, bear growls, dragon chants, phoenix cries, various beast roars intertwined, unleashing a wild and domineering aura that shook the hearts of countless onlookers. As he opened his eyes, two massive, fleshy lumps erupted from his back, writhing frantically. Finally, with two loud pops, two blood-soaked bone wings burst forth. The excruciating pain twisted Jun Zi's features, yet he did not relent. Immediately activating the celestial grade technique, the 10,000 dragon art, buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless resources were devoured, transformed into the purest energy, and continuously infused into the bone wings. In an instant, the bone wings radiated with brilliant light. As if flesh had sprung from the bones, blood and flesh soared, ultimately forming the wing of 10,000 beasts. A royal wing composed of myriad beast souls? Absolutely a supreme quality among the finest. It seems this child has reaped tremendous rewards within the Shanghai secret realm. My heart is greatly comforted. According to ancient texts, this seems to be called the wing of 10,000 beasts. Once this wing emerges, all beasts shall submit, a manifestation of the Beast King. The crowd erupted in praise. Some well-informed scholars were particularly effusive in their admiration. Murong Binger puffed out her chest with pride. He truly is my precious darling. Well done. Under my careful tutelage, he is the true prodigy. Jun Xiangtian laughed heartily. Jun Ziwe raised her snowy neck, declaring triumphantly, "Of course. What so-called prodigies could possibly compare to Zi?" She had initially been grounded. But at Jun Zi's behest, their parents had allowed her to come and watch. If Zi continued to excel, those prodigies would soon find it difficult to survive. Jun Yanxin covered her mouth, giggling, her spirits high. Jun Miaodong bounced with excitement. "Zi, you are the best. Sister loves you." Yet Jun Biao sighed heavily. If only Zizai were here, his talent should be no less than that of our little brother. This statement abruptly halted the previously jubilant atmosphere. Jun Zhanlan and Jun Wenin couldn't help but give their eldest sister a thumbs up in their minds, the queen of awkward moments. Why bring up that rebellious child on such a fine day? Jun Xiangtian's smile grew cold, his tone displeased. Murong Binger furrowed her brows. On what grounds can Zizai be compared to Zi? Are you not undermining Zi? Indeed, how can that waste be compared to Zi? Jun Yanxin and the others scoffed derisively. Jun Biao's eyes reddened. He has been crippled twice, yet he still managed to cultivate to the martial king level. Is he truly a waste? What do you three amount to? With a single remark, she left Jun Yanxin and her companions feeling embarrassed, though they continued to mutter about the waste and useless trash. Enough, Jun Xiangtian reprimanded. On this splendid day, I do not wish to hear any mention of that rebellious child. Jun Biao pressed her lips together, silently clenching her jade-like hands. She was determined to find her brother. He deserved recompense. After all, they were flesh and blood, a family. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, dark clouds gathered over the Grand Dragon stage. and countless bolts of lightning twisted and surged through the clouds, forming an ancient tableau. 9 bolts of lightning, each a different hue, branded the heavens, exuding a terrifying and violent aura, startling everyone present. Why is there a thunder tribulation? It shouldn't be happening. No, wait. This is the 9 heavens thunder illumination diagram. It is a phenomenon. It is said that when the supreme wings of the emperor are condensed, a celestial anomaly of extremely low probability will manifest. The expressions of fear among the crowd instantly transformed into ecstasy. Murongbinger was so overwhelmed with excitement that she wept on the spot, then glanced at her eldest daughter with a look of pride. Can Junzai achieve this step? Jun Biao was left speechless. Ha ha ha, come forth. Junji absorbed the wings of all beasts into his body, laughing heartily towards the heavens, exuding an air of dominance. In an instant, the 9 heavens thunder radiance map emitted earth-shattering waves. A bolt of crimson lightning rent the void, crashing down in fury. 1, 2, 3, 9. The 9 heavens thunder radiance map showed no signs of halting, unleashing lightning after lightning, plunging the entire imperial capital into a profound silence. Junji directly activated the threefold transformation of the Azure Dragon. He had reached his zenith, transforming into a massive Azure Dragon, resiliently withstanding the thunderous onslaught, plummeting towards the ground of the Great Dragon Arena. Boom! Scales shattered, blood sprayed forth. Everyone's complexion changed, their hearts filled with myriad sentiments. The indomitable will and tenacious resilience displayed by Junji truly garnered their admiration. He had already possessed the qualities befitting a formidable warrior. Jun Gaowu observed this scene with great appreciation. At that moment, the 9 heavens thunder radiance map gradually dissipated. Junji strained to rise, his bloodied face suffused with elation. Having endured the anomaly, the wings of all beasts would surely ascend to new heights. You have done exceptionally well. The wings of all beasts, having endured the 9 heavens thunder radiance map, have become more refined, and the beast soul is highly satisfied. However, just as he was about to finish speaking, his voice suddenly turned chilling. Junji was still immersed in the joyous atmosphere, utterly oblivious to the beast soul's aberration, his smile growing increasingly arrogant and self-satisfied. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. This holy dragon son has triumphed. The supreme wings of all beasts, a flawless success. He had finally trampled Junzai beneath his feet. According to the information disclosed by Junzai, the highest rank was merely a 9th rank martial king. Yet he had already ascended to the rank of martial emperor. After enduring such prolonged humiliation, he could finally release it, but in the next moment, Junji's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. His ecstatic demeanor morphed into confusion, murmuring, anxiety, panic, and finally, a furious rage. Where the hell did my emperor's wings go? Junji was on the verge of insanity. Within him, there was an empty void. The supreme wings of the emperor, painstakingly condensed, had vanished without a trace. But that wasn't all. His realm had plummeted from a 1st-rank martial emperor to a 9th-rank martial king in the blink of an eye. Truly a case of joy turning to sorrow. In the purple capital, where all things could be found, Junzai was observing the chaos furnace refining spiritual symbols. Suddenly, he recalled the severed arm of the ancient deity. The 7-day period had arrived once more. Buzz. Spiritual energy infused into the severed arm of the ancient deity, causing space to collapse inch by inch, as if traversing through time and space. Junzai remained unhurried, sketching symbols while exploring. Soon, the space restored itself. He looked down and was immediately taken aback. Ah? You even stole this? Isn't that a bit excessive? Chapter 69. The true face of Murongbinger, unleashing the last flicker. Junzai's expression was complex. The severed arm of the ancient deity grasped an object. It was the emperor's wings. Its form and shape were strikingly similar to Junji's wings of all beasts. All right, it was indeed Junji's. Junzai was not unfamiliar with the wings of all beasts in the past. Junji relied on the wings of all beasts to battle the witch tribes, seize relics, and suppress numerous prodigies, effectively dominating an entire generation. Unexpectedly, the severed arm of the ancient deity had managed to steal the wings of all beasts. This caught Junzai off guard. The The surface of the wings of all beasts was etched with dense ancient patterns, flickering with lightning, as if containing a spirit within, yet under the suppression of the severed arm of the ancient deity, it dared not show any signs of unrest. I recall that Junji possessed a ring that concealed the beast soul. Junzi pondered it was precisely due to the existence of the beast soul that Junji could grow rapidly, breaking through limits time and again. Later, after monopolizing the Azure Dragon dynasty, Junji offered a city of millions as a tribute to the beast soul if Wei Wang, his biological father, taught Junji to endure and be ruthless. Then the beast soul magnified this trait to the fullest. With this thought, Junzi shrugged and smiled. These were merely bygone matters from a past life, of no consequence. I am merely a great martial master. Can I even be of use? He looked down at the wings of all beasts. Pondering as if hearing Junzi's voice, the wings of all beasts slowly rose, retracting all its brilliance. Gently adhering to his back, it was evident that it was extremely cautious, fearful of causing Junzi any pain. In stark contrast to the wildness exhibited when Junji condensed it, buzz. The wings of all beasts perfectly integrated into Junzi's body. At the same time, a subtle divine thought emerged. As if asking, "May I borrow a drop of blood?" Junzi was somewhat speechless, and no matter how you say it, you are still a top-tier item among the Supreme Emperor's wings. Must you be so humble? Fortunately, Junji did not witness this scene, or he would have been infuriated. The wings of all beasts, which he had risked his life to successfully condense, appeared so humble before Junzi. After a moment of sarcasm, Junzi still granted it a drop of blood. The blood fell onto the surface of the wings of all beasts, which quickly absorbed it. Junzi could not only distinctly sense the presence of the wings of all beasts, but also felt a terrifying, oppressive aura of a martial emperor lurking within. It could be considered a trump card. Junzi smiled faintly. A great martial master possessing the aura of a martial emperor? Who would believe that? Subsequently, he continued to tinker with the 12 talismans. The effects of this item were incredibly miraculous. Once sold, it would undoubtedly be a sensation. In the imperial capital, within the martial house, Junji lay in bed. His complexion pale, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his entire being listless. Murong Binger looked on with concern. "My dear, do not fear. You have been able to condense once, and you can condense a second time. I believe in you." The distinction between martial kings and martial emperors is a watershed moment for martial artists, marking the transition of spiritual energy into a tangible form. Jun Xiang Tian, with a face full of helplessness, spoke up, his eyes flashing with disappointment. A martial artist can only condense the emperor's wings once in their lifetime. If one fails, they will be forever stagnant, with no further progress to be made. Upon hearing this, Junji was consumed by rage, directly spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. To be confined to the status of a martial king for life? He would rather be killed. Who is he? The future ruler of the Azure Dragon dynasty and the White Tiger dynasty, a dual dynasty emperor, and the strongest prodigy of the Northern Spirit domain. He could never remain stagnant. The elders nearby also sighed in lament. They had searched through ancient texts and scriptures, but could not grasp the situation. How could the grand wings of all beasts simply vanish? It was all Junzi's fault. Junzi suddenly spoke. Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards her, their expressions unfriendly. Jun Xiang Tian, however, felt this made perfect sense, his neck veins bulging. Indeed, it was his doing, burdened with the name of the holy dragon son, suppressing the dragon vein, manipulating the court, and even affecting the fortunes of the Jun family. I used to doubt it, but now I am certain. It was definitely this ungrateful son who harmed us. Otherwise, how would you explain the disappearance of Ji's emperor's wings? The elders exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in tacit agreement. There was no other explanation. Upon hearing this, Murong Binger's expression darkened. She slammed the table, her voice laced with ferocity. Ungrateful son, truly ungrateful. It's all his fault. He has caused Ji to be forever confined to the status of a martial king. As the elder brother, should he not make way for his younger brother? Is it not just the position of the holy dragon son? Can he not give it to his brother? I gave birth to him and raised him. He repays kindness with enmity, and while a year without returning home can be forgiven, he must also harm us. I have treated him so well, yet he shows no gratitude. A barrage of curses left Jun Biao and the others dumbfounded. Even Jun Xiang Tian was somewhat taken aback. In the past, she was gentle and elegant, dignified and graceful. How could she be so fierce now? The moment the topic turned to Jun Ji, she would instantly transform into a different person, utterly unlike her former self. Whether it was concern that led to chaos or an unveiling of her true nature. Enough talk, let Ji rest well. We shall think of a way outside. The elder waved his hand, ushering everyone out. Only Junji remained in the room. He stared at the ceiling, his features contorting increasingly, his expression growing more and more twisted. Attributing all his resentment and dissatisfaction to Junzai. Damn it. I have lived for thousands of years and have never encountered such a bizarre incident. Even the beast soul could not help but scoff. Junji took a deep breath, his voice filled with unwillingness. Senior, is there no other way? There is indeed a way, but speak quickly. No matter the method, I must ascend to the rank of Martial Emperor. You need to seek out a powerful individual above the rank of Martial Emperor, preferably one on the brink of death or severely injured, and directly carry out a theft. The one being robbed will undoubtedly perish. Jun Ji's eyes underwent a wild transformation. It was not hesitation but rather contemplation on who would be most suitable. He did not care about that person's life or death. Anyone who obstructed his path to strength must die. Suddenly, an ancient figure floated into Jun Ji's mind, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. The 10 clan elders. Currently, he was clinging to life with the aid of treasures, rather than living in such a manner. It would be better to do something useful, father. Junji called out. Jun Xiang Tian soon entered, sitting at the head of the bed, gently stroking his son's hair, his gaze warm. What is it? The wings of all beasts records a method. Jun Ji's eyes turned red, tears welling up. It is possible to steal the emperor's wings from someone above the martial emperor rank. But that person must be severely injured or on the brink of death. How could I harm others for my own selfish gain? Just as the 10 clan elders taught me, one should be grounded in reality. Upon witnessing his beloved son weep in utter helplessness, Jun Xiangtian felt an indescribable anguish. Suddenly, the name of the 10th clan elder etched itself into his mind. Indeed, the 10th clan elder was nearing death. Why not summon his last vestiges of strength to assist his cherished son, thus finding purpose in his demise? Fear not, my son. I shall take charge, Jun Xiangtian declared, turning his resolute gaze toward the others. Jun Zi, nestled in his father's embrace, sobbed softly while nodding in agreement. Yet his eyes brimmed with malice and a sinister smirk lurked at the corners of his mouth, sending chills down one's spine. The 10th clan elder had not been faring well of late. Were it not for the ancient ice bed sustaining his final breath, he would have long since departed this world as he tremulously opened his eyes. He found himself surrounded by people, his kin, trustworthy juniors, and his most cherished descendant, Jun Zi. You have all come to see me. It fills my heart with joy, he smiled, his countenance brightening. At that moment, the 9th clan elder clenched his teeth and stated, Old 10th, the situation is as follows. He recounted the events leading to this moment. Initially, the 10th clan elder's face was a mask of rage, feeling aggrieved for Jun Zi. However, as the tale unfolded, a growing sense of dread enveloped him. Culminating in wide-eyed terror and frantic gasps, I have served the Empire faithfully, and you would sacrifice me? He felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. Chapter 70. Unwilling to close his eyes. The hunger marketing at midnight, the 10th clan elder glared at the assembly, his eyes nearly bursting with anguish, feeling a profound sense of sorrow akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. In times past, driven by personal vendetta, he had contemplated sacrificing Jun Shui. Now, retribution seemed to have befallen him. You are my brothers, sharing the same blood. Yet now, for his future, you would sacrifice me? Have you no humanity left? I have devoted my life to the Azure Dragon Empire, and now you would strip me of the very right to live. Tears streamed down his face, his heart wrenched in agony. these so-called kin were even more ruthless than enemies. Many a head bowed in sorrow. Were it not for their lack of options, they would not have chosen this path. Junzi fixed his gaze upon the 10th clan elder, silently clenching his fists. He felt no pity for the elder, nor did he bear guilt. Rather, he pondered why the 10th clan elder had not yet succumbed. What was taking so long? The beast soul had declared that if he could obtain the imperial wings of a martial sovereign, the benefits would be immeasurable. Thus, Junzi lied to Jun Xiangtian, claiming he had lost the imperial wings. If he failed to seize them in a timely manner, he would never possess them and would be unable to ascend to martial emperor. This only solidified Jun Xiangtian's resolve to choose the 10th clan elder over capturing a martial emperor from outside. Old 10th, we have no choice. Zi is but a step away. The 9th clan elder's voice trembled, indicating the weight of his decision. The Azure Dragon Empire had invested vast resources into Junzi. Should he remain stagnant at the martial king level, it would be a tremendous loss. The sunk cost was too great for the Azure Dragon Empire to bear. Thus, they had no option but to sacrifice the half-alive 10th clan elder. 10th clan elder, please forgive my helplessness, Jun Xiangtian lamented, extending his hand as a strange black light emanated from his palm. It was the incantation taught by Junzi, designed to seize the imperial wings. Buzz. The 10th clan elder, already hanging by a thread, could only watch helplessly as the black light infiltrated his body. With a pop, a pair of black wings were forcibly extracted, stained with blood and exuding an ominous chill. The supreme imperial wings of the shadow demon. The black wings quivered violently, as though reluctant to part from the 10th clan elder. Jun Xiangtian snorted coldly, unleashing the power of a martial sovereign to suppress the shadow demon wings and presented them to Junzi. Refine them? Yes, father. Junzi exclaimed, his face alight with ecstatic joy. He grasped the shadow demon wings, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted forth as he fervently channeled the incantation imparted by the beast soul, initiating the forceful acquisition. Before long, under the tearful gaze of the 10th clan elder, the shadow demon wings melded into Junzi's being. A mournful cry escaped his lips. Was this not a form of betrayal? Swish! The shadow demon wings unfurled. Junzi was enveloped in a cascade of black light. Resembling a king of the night, towering over the masses, second-rank martial emperor, the imperial wings of a martial sovereign not only propelled Junzi into the realm of martial emperor, but advanced him further still. The onlookers displayed expressions of satisfaction. Excellent, excellent, Jun Xiangtian nodded in fervent excitement. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he would have erupted into cheers. A martial emperor in his 20s. Was this not the epitome of a monstrous prodigy? Some were elated, others astonished, while many wore complex expressions. This myriad of emotions reflected in the eyes of the 10th clan elder. He suddenly grasped a harrowing truth. Junzi was a venomous serpent hidden among his own.